Annotation. When probes from Sol Station were sent out by Earth Company, they found many stars on their journey. But Pell's star was the first to prove livable. Over the years, as more star colonies were established, Pell became a liability for Earth Company, and now it is the focus of a conflict among Earth's colonies. Pell wants to remain a neutral star, but must resist or succumb to Earth Company's struggle to regain its lost empire. 1981. From the book jacket. Pell's star occupied the central spot in the coming conflict between Earth's tired stellar empire and the tough onslaught of its rebellious colonies. Whoever controlled Pell's Downbelow station held the key to Earth's defensive perimeter, or the jumping-off point for a terrestrial offensive to regain the lost empire. But Pell had always been neutral and was determined to remain so. This is a powerful, complex, and enthralling novel of interstellar conflict and ambitions. In its pages you will meet and strive with the many vivid persons, human and non-human, whose futures would hang on the outcome of that titanic struggle. Book 1. Chapter 1. Earth and Outward, 2005 to 2352. The stars, like all man's other ventures, were an obvious impracticality, as rash and improbable an ambition as the first venture of man onto Earth's own great oceans, or into the air, or into space. Sol Station had existed profitably for some years. There were the beginnings of mines, the manufactories, the power installations in space, which were beginning to pay. Earth took them for granted as quickly as it did all its other comforts. Missions from the station explored the system, a program far from public understanding, but it met no strong opposition, since it did not disturb the comfort of Earth. So quietly, very matter-of-factly, that first probe went out to the two nearest stars, unmanned, to gather data and return, a task in itself of considerable complexity. The launch from station drew some public interest, but years was a long time to wait for a result, and it passed out of media interest as quickly as it did out of the solar system. It drew a great deal more attention on its return, nostalgia on the part of those who recalled its launch more than a decade before, curiosity on the part of the young who had known little of its beginning and wondered what it was all about. It was a scientific success, bringing back data enough to keep the analysts busy for years, but there was no glib, slick way to explain the full meaning of its observations in layman's terms. In public relations, the mission was a failure. The public, seeking to understand on their own terms, looked for material benefit, treasure, riches, dramatic findings. What the probe had found was a star, with reasonable possibilities for encouraging life. A belt of debris, including particles, planetoids, irregular chunks, somewhat under planet size, with interesting implications for systemic formation, and a planetary companion with its own system of debris and moons, a planet desolate, baked, forbidding. It was no Eden, no second Earth, no better than what existed in the Sun's own system, and it was a far journey to have gone to find that out. The press grappled with questions it could not easily grasp itself, sought after something to give the viewers, lost interest quickly. If anything, there were questions raised about cost, vague and desperate comparisons offered to Columbus, and the press haired off quickly onto a political crisis in the Mediterranean, much more comprehensible and far bloodier. The scientific establishment on Sol Station breathed a sigh of relief, and with equal quiet caution invested a portion of its budget in a modest manned expedition to voyage in what amounted to a traveling miniature of Sol Station itself, and to stay a time making observations in orbit about that world. And very quietly, to further imitate Sol Station, to test manufacturing techniques which had built Earth's great second satellite in stranger conditions. Sol Corporation supplied a generous grant, having a certain curiosity, a certain understanding of stations and what profits could be looked for from their development. That was the beginning. The same principles which had made Sol Station practical made the first star station viable. It needed a bare minimum of supply and biostuffs from Earth, mostly luxuries to make life more pleasant for the increasing number of techs and scientists and families stationed there. It mined, and as its own needs diminished, would send back the surplus of its ores, so the first link in the chain was made. No need at all, that first colony had proven, that a star have a world friendly to humans, no need even for a moderate sun-type star, just the solar wind and the usual accompanying debris of metals and rock and ice. One station built, a station module could be hauled to the next star, whatever it was. Scientific bases, manufacture. Bases from which the next hopeful star could be reached, and the next, and the next, and the next. Earth's outward exploration developed in one narrow vector, one little fan, which grew at its broader end. Sol Corporation, swollen beyond its original purpose and holding more stations than Sol itself, became what the star stationers called it, the Earth Company. It wielded power, certainly over the stations which it directed long distance, years removed in space, and power on Earth, too, where its increasing supply of ores, medical items, and its possession of several patents were enormously profitable. Slow as the system was in starting, the steady arrival of goods and new ideas, however long ago launched, was profit for the company and consequent power on Earth. The company sent merchant carriers in greater and greater numbers. That was all it needed to do now. The crews which manned those ships on the long flights grew into an inward-turned and unique way of life, demanding nothing but improvement of equipment which they had come to think of as their own. Station in turn supported station, each shifting Earth's goods a step further on to its nearest neighbor, and the whole circular exchange ending up back on Sol Station, where the bulk of it was drained off in high rates charged for biostuffs and such goods as only Earth produced. Those were the great good days for those who sold this wealth. Fortunes rose and fell. Governments did. Corporations took on more and more power, and the Earth Company, in its many guises, reaped immense profits and moved the affairs of nations. It was an age of restlessness. Newly industrialized populations and the discontents of every nation set out on that long, long track in search of jobs, wealth, private dreams of freedom, the old lure of a new world, human patterns recapitulated across a new and wider ocean to stranger lands. Sol Station became a stepping-off place, no longer exotic, but safe and known. The Earth Company flourished, drinking in the wealth of the star stations, another comfort which those who received it began to take for granted. And the star stations clung to the memory of that lively, diverse world which had sent them, Mother Earth, in a new and emotion-fraught connotation, she who sent out precious stuffs to comfort them, comforts which in a desert universe reminded them there was at least one living mote. The Earth Company ships were the lifeline, and the Earth Company probes were the romance of their existence, the light, swift exploration ships which let them grow more selective about next steps. It was the age of the Great Circle, no circle at all, but the course which the Earth Company freighters ran in constant travel, the beginning and end of which was Mother Earth. Star after star after star, 9 of them, until Pell, which proved to have a livable world, and life. That was the thing which cancelled all bets, upset the balance forever. Pell's star and Pell's world, named for a probe captain who had located it, finding not alone a world, but indigenes, natives. It took a long time for word to travel the great circle back to Earth, less for word of the find to get to the nearer star stations, and more than scientists came flocking to Pell's world. Local station companies who knew the economics of the matter came rushing to the star, not to be left behind. Population came, and 2 of the stations orbiting less interesting stars nearby were dangerously depleted, ultimately to collapse altogether. In the burst of growth and the upheaval of building a station at Pell, ambitious people were already casting eyes toward 2 farther stars beyond Pell, calculating with cold foresight, for Pell was itself a source of Earth-like goods, luxuries, a potential disturbance in the directions of trade and supply. For Earth, as word rode in with arriving freighters, a frantic haste to ignore Pell. Alien life. It sent shock waves through the company, touched off moral debates and policy debates, in spite of the fact that the news was almost 2 decades old, as if they could set hand now to whatever decisions were being made out there in the beyond. It was all out of control. Other life. It disrupted man's dearly held ideas of cosmic reality. It raised philosophical and religious questions, presented realities some committed suicide rather than face. Cults sprang up. But other arriving ships reported the aliens of Pell's world were not outstandingly intelligent, nor violent, built nothing, and looked more like lower primates than not, brown-furred and naked, with large, bewildered eyes. Ah, earthbound man sighed. The human-centered, earth-centered universe in which Earth had always believed had been shaken, but quickly righted itself. The isolationists who opposed the company gathered influence and numbers in reaction to the scare, and to a sudden and marked drop in trade. The company was in chaos. It took long to send instructions, and Pell grew out of the company's control. New stations unauthorized by the Earth Company sprang into existence at farther stars, stations called Mariner and Viking, and they spawned Russells and Esperance. By the time company instructions arrived down the line, bidding now stripped nearer stations take this and that action to stabilize trade, the orders were patent nonsense. In fact, a new pattern of trade had already developed. Pell had the necessary biostuffs. It was closer to most of the star stations, and star station companies which had once seen Earth as beloved mother now saw new opportunities and seized them. Still other stations formed. The great circle was broken. Some Earth Company ships kited off to trade with the new beyond, and there was no way to stop them. Trade continued, never what it had been. The value of Earth's goods fell, and consequently it cost Earth more and more to obtain the one-time bounty of the colonies. A second shock struck. Another world lay beyond, discovered by an enterprising merchanter, Cytene. Further stations developed, Fargon and Paradise and Riots, and the great circle stretched farther still. The Earth Company took a new decision, a payback program, a tax of goods, which would make up recent losses. They argued to the stations of the community of man, the moral debt, and the burden of gratitude. Some stations and merchanters paid the tax. Some refused it, particularly those stations beyond Pell and Cytene. The company, they maintained, had had no part in their development and had no claim on them. There was a system of papers and visas instituted and inspections called for, bitterly resented by the merchants, who viewed their ships as their own. More, the probes were pulled back. Tacit statement that the company was putting an official damper on further growth of the beyond. They were armed, the swift exploration ships as they had always been, venturing as they did into the unknown, but now they were used in a new way, to visit stations and pull them into line. That was the bitterest of all, that the crews of the probe ships, who had been the heroes of the beyond, became the company enforcers. Merchanters armed in retaliation, freighters never built for combat, incapable of tight turns, but there were skirmishes between the converted probe ships and rebel merchanters, although most merchanters declared their reluctant consent to the tax. The rebels retreated to the outermost colonies, least convenient for enforcement. It became war without anyone calling it war. Armed company probes against the rebel merchanters, who served the farther stars, a circumstance possible because there was Cytene, and even Pell was not indispensable. So the line was drawn. The great circle resumed, exclusive of the stars beyond Fargon, but never so profitable as it had been. Trade continued across the line after strange fashion, for tax-paying merchanters could go where they would, and rebel merchanters could not, but stamps could be faked, and were. The war was leisurely, a matter of shots fired when a rebel was clearly available as a target. The company ships could not resurrect the stations immediately earthward of Pell, They were no longer viable. The populations drifted to Pell and Russell's and Mariner and Viking, and to Fargon and farther still. Ships were built, as stations had been in the beyond. The technology was there, and merchanters proliferated. Then jump arrived. A theory originated in the new beyond at Cytene, quickly seized upon by shipbuilders at Mariner on the company side of the line. And that was the third great blow to Earth. The old light-bound way of figuring was obsolete. Jump freighters skipped along in short transits into the between, but the time it took from star to star went from years to periods of months and days. Technology improved. Trade became a new kind of game, and strategy in the long war changed. Stations knit closer together. Suddenly, out of this, there was an organization among the rebels farthest beyond. It started as a coalition of Fargon and its mines. It swept to Cytene, gathered to itself Paradise and Riots, and reached for other stars and the merchanters who served them. There were rumors of vast population increases going on for years, unreported. Technology once suggested on the company side of the line, when the need was for men, for human lives to fill up the vast dark nothingness, to work and to build. Cytene had been doing it. This organization, this union as it called itself, bred and multiplied geometrically, using installations already in operation, birth labs. Union grew. It had, in the course of 2 decades, increased enormously in territory and in population density. It offered a single, unswerving ideology of growth and colonization, a focused direction to what had been a disorganized rebellion. It silenced dissent, mobilized, organized, pushed hard at the company. And in final outraged public demand for results in the deteriorating situation, the Earth Company back on Sol Station gave up the tax, diverted that fund to the building of a great fleet, all jump ships, engines of destruction, Europe and America, and all their deadly kindred. So was Union building, developing specialized warships, changing style as it changed technology. Rebel captains who had fought long years for their own reasons were charged with softness at the first excuse. Ships were put into the hands of commanders with the right ideology, with more ruthlessness. Company successes grew harder. The great fleet, outnumbered and with an immense territory to cover, did not bring an end to the war in a year or in 5 years. And Earth grew vexed with what had become an inglorious, exasperating conflict. Cut all the starships, the cry was now in the financing corporations. Pull back our ships and let the bastards starve. It was, of course, the company fleet which starved. Union did not, but Earth seemed incapable of understanding that it was no longer a question of fragile colonies in rebellion, but of a forming power, well-fed, well-armed. The same myopic policies, the same tug-of-war between isolationists and company, which had alienated the colonies in the first place, drew harder and harder lines as trade diminished. They lost the war not in the beyond, but in the Senate chambers and the boardrooms on Earth and Sol Station, going from mining within Earth's own system, which was profitable, and devil take the exploratory missions in any direction at all, which were not. No matter that they had jump now, and that the stars were near. Their minds were geared to the old problems, and to their own problems and their own politics. Earth banned further emigration, seeing the flight of its best minds. It weltered in economic chaos, and the drain of Earth's natural resources by the stations was an easy focus of discontent. No more war, they said. Peace suddenly became good politics. The company fleet, deprived of funds in a war in which it was engaged on a wide front, obtained supplies where and as it could. At the end they were patchwork, 15 carriers out of the once proud 50, cobbled together at the stations still open to them. Maysian's fleet, they called it, in the tradition of the beyond, where ships were so few at first that enemies knew each other by name and reputation, a recognition less common now, but some names were known. Conrad Maysian of Europe was a name Union knew to its regret, and Tom Edger of Australia was another, and Mika Kreshoff of Atlantic, and Signe Mallory of Norway, and all the rest of the company captains, down to those of the rider ships. They still served Earth and the company, with less and less love of either. None of this generation was Earth-born. They received few replacements, none from Earth, none from the stations in their territory either, for the stations feared obsessively for their neutrality in the war. Merchanters were their source of skilled crew and of troops, most of them unwilling. The Beyond had once begun with the stars nearest Earth, and now it started with Pell, for the oldest stations were all shut down as earthward trade phased out, and the pre-jump style of trade passed forever. The hinder stars were all but forgotten, unvisited. There were worlds beyond Pell, beyond Cytene, and Union had them all now, real worlds, of the far-between stars which Jump could reach, where Union used the birth labs still to expand populations, giving them workers and soldiers. Union wanted all the Beyond, to direct what would be the course of the future of man. Union had the Beyond, all but the thin arc of stations which Mazian's fleet still thanklessly held for Earth and the company, because they had once been set to do that, because they saw nothing they could do but that. At their backs was only Pell, and the mothballed stations of the hinder stars. Remoter still, isolate, sat Earth, locked in its inner contemplations and its complex fragmented politics. No trade of substance came out of Sol now or to it. In the insanity which was the war, free merchanters plied Union side and company stars alike, crossed the battle lines at will, although Union discouraged that traffic by subtle harassment, seeking to cut company supply. Union expanded, and the company fleet just held on, worldless but for Pell, which fed them, and Earth, which ignored them. On Union side, stations were no longer built on the old scale. They were mere depots for worlds now, and probes sought still further stars. They were generations which had never seen Earth, humans to whom Europe and Atlantic were creatures of metal and terror, generations whose way of life was stars, infinities, unlimited growth, and time which looked to forever. Earth did not understand them. But neither did the stations which remained with the company or the free merchanters who carried on that strange cross-lines trade. Chapter 2, Part 1. In Approach to Pell, 5/2/52. The convoy winked in, the carrier Norway first, and then the 10 freighters, more as Norway loosed her 4 riders and the protective formation spread itself wide in its approach to Pell's star. Here was refuge, one secure place the war had never yet reached, but it was the lapping of the tide. The worlds of the far beyond were winning, and certainties were changing on both sides of the line. On the bridge of the ECS-5, the jump carrier Norway, there was rapid activity, the 4 auxiliary command boards monitoring the riders, the long aisle of comm operations, and that of scan, and that of their own command. Norway was in constant comm link with the 10 freighters, and the reports passed back and forth on those channels were terse, ship's operations only. Norway was too busy for human disasters. No ambushes. The station at Pell's World received signal and gave reluctant welcome. Relief whispered from post to post of the carrier, private, not carried on intership comm. Signy Mallory, Norway's captain, relaxed muscles she had not known were tense, and ordered Armscomp downgraded to standby. She held command over this flock, 3rd captain in seniority of the 15 of Mazian's fleet. She was 49. The Beyonder Rebellion was far older than that, and she had been freighter pilot, rider captain, the whole gamut, all in the Earth Company's service. Her face was still young. Her hair was silver gray. The rejuve treatments which caused the gray kept the rest of her at somewhere near biological 36, and considering what she shepherded in and what it portended, she felt aged beyond the 49. She leaned back in her cushion, which looked over the up-curving narrow aisles of the bridge, punched in on her arm console to check operations, stared out over the active stations and the screens which showed what vid picked up and what scan had. Safe. She lived by never quite believing such estimations, and by adapting. They all did, all of them who fought this war. Norway was like her crew, varied salvage, of Brazil and Italia and Wasp and jinxed Miriam B., parts of her dating all the way back to the days of the freighter war. They took what they could, gave up as little as possible, as from the refugee ship she guided under her protection. There had been, in decades before, a time of chivalry in the war, of quixotic gestures, of enemy rescuing enemy and parting under truce. They were human, and the deep was wide, and they all had known it. No more. From among these civilians, neutrals, she had extracted the useful ones for herself, a handful who might adapt. There would be protests at Pell. It would do them no good. No protests would, on this or other matters. The war had taken another turn, and they were out of painless choices. They moved slowly, at the crawl which was the best the freighters could manage in real space. Distance Norway or the riders, unencumbered, could cross, pushing light. They had come in dangerously close to the mass of Pell's star, out of plane with the system, risking jump accident and collisions. It was the only way these freighters could make haste, and lives rode on making time. Receiving approach instructions from Pell, Com told her. "Graf," she said to her lieutenant, "take her in." And punching in another channel, "Di, put all troops on standby, full arms and gear." She switched back to Com. "Advise Pell it had better evacuate a section and seal it. Tell the convoy if anyone breaks formation during approach, we'll blow them. Make them believe it." "Got it," Com Sr. said, and in due time, "Station master's on in person." The station master protested. She had expected so. "You do it," she told him. Angelo Constantine, of the Constantines of Pell. "You clear that section or we do. You start now. Strip out everything of value or hazard, down to the walls, and you put those doors on lock and weld the access panels shut. You don't know what we're bringing you. And if you delay us, I may have a shipload dead. Hansford's life support is going. You do it, Mr. Constantine, or I send the troops in. And you don't do it right, Mr. Constantine, and you have refugees scattered like vermin all over your station, with no ids and ugly desperate. Forgive my bluntness. I have people dying in their own filth. We number 7,000 frightened civs on these ships, what left Mariner and Russell Star. They're out of choices and out of time. You're not going to tell me no, sir." There was a pause, distance, and more than enough delay for distance. "We've sounded the evacuation for sections of Yellow and Orange Dock, Captain Mallory. Medical services will be available, all that we can spare. Emergency crews are moving. We copy regarding sealing of the affected areas. Security plans will be set in motion at once. We hope that your concern is as great for our citizens. This station will not permit the military to interfere in our internal security operations or to jeopardize our neutrality, but assistance under our command will be appreciated. Over." Signy relaxed slowly, wiped sweat from her face, drew an easier breath. "Assistance will be given, sir. Estimated docking 4 hours if I delay this convoy all I can. I can give you that much time to get ready. Has news about Mariner gotten to you yet?" "It was blown, sir. Sabotage. Over." "We copy 4 hours. We appreciate the measures you urge us to take, and we are taking them in earnest. We are distressed to hear about the Mariner disaster. Request detailed briefing. Further advise you we have a company team here at the moment. It's highly distressed at these proceedings." She breathed an obscenity into the calm. "And they're demanding to have all of you turned down for some other station. My staff is attempting to explain to them the condition of the ships and the hazard to life aboard them, but they're putting pressure on us. They consider Pell's neutrality threatened. Kindly appreciate that in your approach and bear in mind the company agents have requested contact with you in person. Over." She repeated the obscenity, expelled a breath. The fleet avoided such meetings when possible, rare as they were in the last decade. "Tell them I'll be busy. Keep them off the docks and out of our area. Do they need pictures of starving colonists to take back with them? Bad press, Mr. Constantine. Keep them out of our way. Over." "They're armed with government papers, Security Council, that kind of company team. They have rank to use and they're demanding transport deeper beyond. Over." She chose a second obscenity and swallowed it. Thank you, Mr. Constantine. I'll capsule you my recommendations on procedures with the refugees. They've been worked out in detail. You can, of course, ignore them, but I'd advise against it. We can't even guarantee you that what we're disembarking on Pell isn't armed. We can't get among them to find out. Armed troops can't get in there, you understand? That's what we're giving you. I'd advise you keep the company boys out of our docking area entirely before we have hostages to deal with. Copy? End transmission. We copy. Thank you, Captain. End transmission. She slumped in place, glared at the screens, and shot an order to COM to capsule instructions to Station Command. Company men and refugees from lost stations. Information kept coming steadily from stricken Hansford, with a calm on the part of its crew she admired. Strictly procedures. They were dying over there. Crew was sealed into command and armed, refusing to abandon ship, refusing to let a rider take Hansford in tow. It was their ship. They stayed by it and did what they could for those aboard by remote. They had no thanks from the passengers, who were tearing the ship apart, or had been doing so, until the air fouled and the systems began to break down. 4 hours. Part 2. Norway. Russells had met disaster and Mariner. Rumor ran through the station corridors, aboil with the confusion and anger of residents and companies that had been turned out with all their property. Volunteers and native workers aided in the evacuation. Dock crews used the loading machinery to move personal belongings out of the area selected for quarantine, tagging items and trying not to confuse them or allow pilferage. COM echoed with announcements. Residents of Yellow 1 through 119 are asked to send a representative to the emergency housing desk. There is a lost child at the aid station. May Turner. Will a relative please come at once to the aid station? Latest estimates from Station Central indicate housing available in guest residency, 1,000 units. All non-residents are being removed in favor of permanent station residents, priority to be determined by lottery. Apartments available by condensation of occupied units, 92. Compartments available for emergency conversion to residential space, 2,000, including public meeting areas and some main day, alter day rotation of occupancy. The Station Council urges any person with personal arrangements possible through lodging with relatives or friends to secure same and to key this information to COMP at the earliest possible. Housing on private initiative will be compensated to the home resident at a rate equivalent to per capita expense for other housing. We are 500 units deficient, and this will require barrack-style housing for on-station residency or transfer on a temporary basis for down-below residency, unless this deficiency can be made up by volunteering of housing or willingness of individuals to share assigned living space. Plans are to be considered immediately for residential use of Section Blue, which should free 500 units within the next 180 days. Thank you. Will a security team please report to 8 Yellow? It was a nightmare. Damon Constantine stared at the flow of printout and intermittently paced the matted floors of Dock Command Blue Sector above the area of the docks where techs tried to cope with the logistics of evacuation. 2 hours left. He could see from a series of windows the chaos all along the docks where personal belongings had been piled under police guard. Everyone and every installation in Yellow and Orange sectors 9th through 5th levels had been displaced. Dockside shops, homes, 4,000 people crowded elsewhere. The influx spilled past Blue, around the rim to Green and White, the big main residence sectors. Crowds milled about, bewildered and distraught. They understood the need. They moved. Everyone on station was subject to such transfers of residents, for repairs, for reorganizations, but never on this kind of notice and never on this scale, and never without knowing where they were to be assigned. Plans were canceled, 4,000 lives upset. Merchanters of the 2 score freighters which happened to be in dock had been rudely ousted from sleepover accommodations, and security did not want them on the docks or near the ships. His wife, Eileen, was down there in a knot of them, a slim figure in pale green. Liaison with the merchanters, that was Eileen's job, and he was at her office fretting about it. He nervously watched the manner of the merchanters, which was angry, and meditated sending station police down there for Eileen's protection. But Eileen seemed to be matching them shout for shout, all lost in the soundproofing and the general buzz of voices and machine noise which faintly penetrated the elevated command post. Suddenly there were shrugs, and hands offered all round, as if there had been no quarrel at all. Some matter was either settled or postponed, and Eileen walked away, and the merchanters strode off through the dispossessed crowds, though with shakes of their head and no happiness evident. Eileen had disappeared beneath the slanted windows, to the lift, to come up here, Damon hoped. Off in Green Section, his own office was dealing with an angry resident protest, and there was the company delegation fretting in Station Central, making demands of its own on his father. "Will a medical team please report to Section 8 Yellow?" Com asked, silkily. Someone was in trouble, off in the evacuated sections. The lift doors opened into the command center. Eileen joined him, her face still flushed from argument. "Central's gone stark mad," she said. "The merchanters were moved out of hospice and told they had to lodge on their ships, and now they've got station police between them and their ships. They're wanting to cast off from station. They don't want their ships mobbed in some sudden evacuation. Read it, they'd just as soon be out of Pell's vicinity entirely at the moment. Mallory's been known to recruit merchanters at gunpoint." "What did you tell them?" "To stand fast and figure there are going to be some contracts handed out for supplies to take care of this influx, but they won't go to any ship that bolts the dock or that tangles with our police, and that has the lid on them, at least for a while." Eileen was afraid. It was clear behind the brittle, busy calm. They were all afraid. He slipped his arm about her. Hers fitted his waist, and she leaned there, saying nothing. Merchanter Eileen Quinn, off the freighter Estelle, which had gone its way to Russell's and to Mariner. She had missed that run for him, to consider tying herself to a station for good, for his sake, and now she ended up trying to reason with angry crews who were probably right and sensible in her eyes, with the military in their laps. He viewed matters in a cold, quiet panic, stationer's fashion. Things which went wrong on station went wrong sitting still, by quadrants and by sections, and there was a certain fatalism bred of it. If one was in a safe zone, one stayed there. If one had a job which could help, one did it, and if it was one's own area in trouble, one still sat fixed. It was the only heroism possible. A station could not shoot, could not run, could only suffer damage and repair it if there was time. Merchanters had other philosophies and different reflexes in time of trouble. "It's all right," he said, tightening his arm briefly. He felt her answering pressure. "It's not coming here. They're just putting civilians far behind the lines. They'll stay here till the crisis is over and then go back. If not, we've had big influxes before, when they shut down the last of the Hinder stars. We added sections. We'll do it again. We just get larger." Eileen said nothing. There were dire rumors drifting through Com and down the corridors regarding the extent of the disaster at Mariner, and Estelle was not one of the incoming freighters. They knew that now for certain. She had hoped when they had gotten the first news of the arrival, and feared, because there was damage reported on those ships out there, moving at freighters' slow pace, jammed with passengers they were never designed to handle, in the series of small jumps a freighter's limited range made necessary. It added up to days and days in real space as far as they had come in, and living hell on those vessels. There was some rumor they had not had sufficient drugs to get them through jump, that some had made it without. He tried to imagine it, reckoned Eileen's worry. Estelle's absence from that convoy was good news and bad. Likely she had shied off her declared course, catching wind of trouble, and gone elsewhere in a hurry. Still cause for anxiety, with the war heating up out on the edge. The station, gone, blown. Russell's evacuating personnel. The safe edge was suddenly much too close, much too fast. "It's likely," he said, wishing that he could save the news for another day, but she had to know, "that we'll be moved to Blue, into maybe cramped quarters. The clean clearance personnel are the ones that can be transferred to that section. We'll have to be among the ones to go." She shrugged. "That's all right. It's arranged?" It will be. A second time she shrugged. They lost their home, and she shrugged, staring at the windows onto the docks below, and the crowds and the merchanter ships. "It's not coming here," he insisted, trying to believe it, for Pell was his home, in a way no merchanter was likely to understand. Constantines had built this place from the days of its beginning. Whatever the company losses, not Pell. And a moment later, moved by conscience if not by courage, "I've got to get over there, onto the quarantine docks." Part 3. Norway eased in ahead of the others, with the hubbed, unsightly Taurus of Pell a gleaming sprawl in her vid-screens. The riders were fanned out, fending off the freighters for the moment. The merchanter crews in command of those refugee ships wisely held the line, giving her no trouble. The pale crescent of Pell's world, down below, in Pell's matter-of-fact nomenclature, hung beyond the station, swirled with storms. They matched up with Pell Station's signal, drawing even with the flashing lights on the area designated for their docking. The cone which would receive their nose probe glowed blue with the come-aheads. Section orange, the distorted letters read on vid, beside a tangle of solar vanes and panels. Signy punched in scan, saw things where they ought to be on Pell's borrowed image. Constant chatter flowed from Pell Central on the ship channels, keeping a dozen techs busy at comm. They entered final approach, lost G gently as Norway's rotating inner cylinder, slung gutwise in its frame, slowed and locked to docking position, all personnel decks on the stations up and down. They felt other stresses magnified for a time, a series of reorientations. The cone loomed, easy dock, and they met the grapple, a dragging confirmation of the last slam of G, opened accesses for Pell dock crews, stable now, and solidly part of Pell's rotation. "I'm getting it all quiet on dockside," Graf said. "The station master's police are all over the place." "Message," comm said. "Pell Station Master to Norway. Request military cooperation with desks set up to facilitate processing as per your instructions. All procedures are as you requested, with the station master's compliments, Captain." Reply: "Hansford coming in immediately with crisis in life support and possible riot conditions. Stay back of our lines. End it. Graf, take over operations. Di, get me those troops out on that dock, double time." She left matters there, rose and strode back to the narrow bowed aisles of the bridge, to the small compartment which served her as office and oftentimes sleeping quarters. She opened the locker there and slipped on a jacket, slipped a pistol into her pocket. It was not a uniform. No one in the fleet, perhaps, possessed a full regulation uniform. Supply had been that bad that long. Her captain's circle on her collar was her only distinction from a merchanter. The troops were no better uniformed, but armored. That they kept in condition at all costs. She hastened down via the lift into the lower corridor, proceeding amid the rush of troops. Di Jant had ordered to the deck, combat rigged, through the access tube and out into the chill, wide spaces. The whole dock was theirs, vast upward curving perspective, section arches curtained by ceiling as the station rim curve swept leftward toward gradual horizon. On the right, a section seal was in use, stopping the eye there. The place was vacant of all but the dock crews and their gantries, and station security and the processing desks, and those were well back of Norway's area. There were no native workers, not here, not in this situation. Debris lay scattered across the wide dock, papers, bits of clothing, evidencing a hasty withdrawal. The dockside shops and offices were empty. The niner corridor midway of the dock showed likewise vacant and littered. Di Jan's deep bellow echoed in the metal girders overhead as he ordered troops deployed about the area where Hansford was coming in. Pell dockers moved up. Signy watched and gnawed her lip nervously, glanced aside as a civ came up to her, youngish, darkly aquiline, bearing a tablet and looking like business in his neat blue suit. The plug she had in one ear kept advising her of Hansford's status, a constant clamor of bad news. "What are you?" she asked. "Damon Constantine, Captain, from Legal Affairs." She spared a second look. A Constantine. He could be that. Angelo had had 2 boys before his wife's accident. "Legal affairs," she said with distaste. "I'm here if you need anything, or if they do. I've got a comlink with Central." There was a crash. Hansford made a bad dock, grated down the guidance cone, and shuddered into place. "Get her hooked up and get out," Dye roared at the dock crews. No calm for him. Graf was ordering matters from Norway's command. Hansford's crew would stay sealed on their bridge, working debarkation by remote. "Tell them walk out," she heard relayed from Graf. "Any rush at troops will be met with fire." The hookups were complete. The ramp went into place. "Move!" Dye bellowed. Dockers pelted behind the lines of troops. Rifles were leveled. The hatch opened, a crash up the access tube. A stench rolled out onto the chill of the dock. Inner hatches opened, and a living wave surged out, trampling each other, falling. They screamed and shouted and rushed out like madmen, staggering as a burst of fire went over their heads. "Hold it!" Dye shouted. "Sit down where you are and put your hands on your heads." Some were sitting down already, out of weakness. Others sank down and complied. A few seemed too dazed to understand, but came no farther. The wave had stopped. At Signy's elbow, Damon Constantine breathed a curse and shook his head. No word of laws from him. Sweat stood visibly on his skin. His station stared riot in the face. Collapse of systems, Hansford's death 10,000-fold. There were 100, maybe 150 living, crouched on the dock by the umbilical gantry. The ship's stench spread. A pump labored, flushing air through Hansford's systems under pressure. There were 1,000 on that ship. "We're going to have to go in there," Signy muttered, sick at the prospect. Dye was moving the others one at a time, passing them under guns into a curtained area where they were to be stripped, searched, scrubbed, passed on to the desks or to the medics. Baggage there was none, not with this group, nor papers worth anything. "Need a security team suited up for a contamination area," she told young Constantine. "And stretchers. Get us a disposal area prepared. We're going to vent the dead, it's all we can do. Have them ID'd as best you can. Fingerprints, photos, whatever. Every corpse passed out of here unidentified is future trouble for your security." Constantine looked ill. That was well enough. So did some of her troops. She tried to ignore her own stomach. A few more survivors had made their way to the opening of the access, very weak, almost unable to get down the ramp. A handful, a scant handful. Lila was coming in, her approach begun in her crew's panic, defying instructions and riders' threats. She heard Graf's voice reporting it, activated her own mic. "Stall them off. Clip a vein off them if you have to. We've got our hands full. Get me a suit out here." They found 78 more living, lying among the decomposing dead. The rest was cleanup, and no more threat. Signy passed decontamination, stripped off the suit, sat down on the bare dock, and fought a heaving stomach. A Civ aid worker chose a bad time to offer her a sandwich. She pushed it away, took the local herbal coffee, and caught her breath in the last of the processing of Hansford's living. The place stank now of antiseptic fogging. A carpet of bodies in the corridors. Blood. Dead. Hansford's emergency seals had gone into place during a fire. Some of the dead had been cut in two. Some of the living had broken bones from being trampled in the panic. Urine, vomit, blood, decay. They had had closed systems, had not had to breathe it. The Hansford survivors had had nothing at the last but the emergency oxygen, and that had possibly been a cause of murder. Most of the living had been sealed into areas where the air had held out less foul than the badly ventilated storage holds where most of the refugees had been crammed. "Message from the station master," Com said into her ear, "requesting the captain's presence in station offices at the earliest." "No," she sent back shortly. They were bringing Hansford's dead out. There was some manner of religious service, assembly line fashion, some amenity for the dead before venting them. Caught in Downbelow's gravity well, they would drift in that direction eventually. She wondered vaguely whether bodies burned in falling. Likely, she thought. She had not much to do with worlds. She was not sure whether anyone had ever cared to find out. Lila's folk were exiting in better order. They pushed and shoved at the first, but they stopped it when they saw the armed troops facing them. Constantine intervened with useful service over the portable loudspeaker, talking to the terrified civs in stationers' terms and throwing stationers' logic in their faces, the threat of damage to fragile balances, the kind of drill and horror story they must have heard all their confined lives. Signy put herself on her feet again during the performance, still holding the coffee cup, watched with a calmer stomach as the procedures she had outlined began to function smoothly, those with papers to one area and those without to another, for photographing and ID by statement. The handsome lad from Legal Affairs proved to have other uses, a voice of ringing authority when it regarded disputed paper or confused station staff. "Griffin's moving up on docking," Graff's voice advised her. "Station advises us they're wanting back 500 units of confiscated housing based on Hansford's casualties." "Negative," she said flatly. "My respects to station command, but out of the question. What's the status on Griffin?" "Panicky. We've warned them." "How many others are coming apart?" "It's tense everywhere. Don't trust it. They could bolt, any one of them. Maureen was one dead, coronary, another ill. I'm routing her in next. Station master asks whether you'll be available for conference in an hour. I pick up that the company boys are making demands to get into this area." "Keep stalling." She finished the coffee, walked along the lines in front of Griffin's dock, the whole operation moving down a berth, for there was nothing left at Hansford's berth worth guarding. There was quiet from the processed refugees. They had the matter of locating their lodgings to occupy them, and the station's secure environment to comfort them. A suited crew stood by to move Hansford out. They had only 4 berths at this dock. Signy measured with her eye the space the station had allotted them, 5 levels of 2 sections and the 2 docks. Crowded, but they would manage for a while. Barracks could solve some of it, temporarily. Things would get tighter. No luxuries, that was certain. They were not the only refugees adrift. They were simply the first, and upon that knowledge she kept her mouth shut. It was Dinah that broke the peace, a man caught with weapons in scan, a friend who turned ugly on his arrest, 2 dead then, and sobbing hysterical passengers afterward. Signy watched it, simply tired, shook her head and ordered the bodies vented with the rest, while Constantine approached her with angry arguments. "Martial law," she said, ending all discussion, and walk away. Sita, Pearl, Little Bear, Winifred. They came in with agonizing slowness, unloaded refugees and property, and the processing inches its way along. Signy left the dock then, went back aboard Norway, and took a bath. She scrubbed 3 times all over before she began to feel that the smell and the sights had left her. Station had entered altar day. Complaints and demands had fallen silent, at least for a few hours. Or, if there were any, Norway's altar day command fended them off her. There was comfort for the night, company of sorts, a leave-taking. He was another item of salvage from Russell's and Mariner, not for transport on the other ships. They would have torn him apart. He knew this, and appreciated matters. He had no taste for the crew either, and understood his situation. "You're getting off here," she told him, staring at him, who lay beside her. The name did not matter. It confused itself in her memory with others, and sometimes she called him by the wrong one, late, when she was half asleep. He showed no emotion at that statement, only blinked, indication that he had absorbed the fact. The face intrigued her. Innocence, perhaps. Contrasts intrigued her. Beauty did. "You're lucky," she said. He reacted to that the same way as he reacted to most things. He simply stared, vacant and beautiful. They had played with his mind on Russell's. There was a sordidness in her sometimes, a need to deal wounds, limited murder, to blot out the greater ones, to deal little terrors, to forget the horror outside. She had sometime nights with Graff, with Di, with whoever took her fancy. She never showed this face to those she valued, to friends, to crew. Only sometimes there were voyages like this one, when her mood was black. It was a common disease in the fleet, in the sealed worlds of ships without discharge, among those in absolute power. "Do you care?" she asked, He did not, and that was, perhaps, his survival. Norway remained, her troops visibly on duty on the dock side, the last ship berthed in quarantine. On the dock, the lights were still at bright noon, over lines which moved only slowly, under the presence of the guns. Chapter 3, Part 1. Pell 5-2A, note, altar day, end of note, 52. Too many sights, too much of such things. Damon Constantine took a cup of coffee from one of the aid workers who passed the desk and leaned on his arm, stared out across the docks and tried to rub the ache from his eyes. The coffee tasted of disinfectant, as everything here smelled of it, as it was in their pores, their noses, everywhere. The troops stayed on guard, keeping this little area of the dock safe. Someone had been knifed in Barracks A. No one could explain the weapon. They thought that it had come from the kitchen of one of the abandoned restaurants on dockside, a piece of cutlery unthinkingly left behind by someone who had never realized the situation. He found himself exhausted beyond sense. He had no answers. Station police could not find the offender in the lines of refugees which still wended their way out there across the docks, inching along to housing desks. A touch descended on his shoulder. He turned an aching neck, blinked up at his brother. Emilio settled in the vacant chair next to him, hand still on his shoulder. Elder brother. Emilio was in Altar Day Central Command. It was Altar Day now, Damon realized muzzily. The wake-sleep worlds in which they too seldom met on duty had gotten lapped in the confusion. "Go home," Emilio said gently. "My turn, if one of us has to be here. I promised Aline I'd send you home." She sounded upset. "All right," he agreed, but he failed to move, lacking the volition or the energy. Emilio's hand tightened, fell away. "I saw the monitors," Emilio said. "I know what we've got here." Damon tightened his lips against a sudden rush of nausea, staring straight before him, not at refugees, but at infinity, at the future, at the undoing of what had always been stable and certain. Pell. Theirs, his and Aline's, his and Emilio's. The fleet took license on itself to do this to them, and there was nothing they could do to stop it, because the refugees were poured in too suddenly, and they had no alternatives ready. "I've seen people shot down," he said. "I didn't do anything. I couldn't fight the military. Dissent would have caused a riot. It would have taken all of us under. But they shot people for breaking a line." "Damon, get out of here. It's my concern now. We'll work something out." "We haven't any recourse. Only the company agents, and we don't need them involved. Don't let them into this." "We'll handle it," Emilio said. "There are limits. Even the fleet understands them. They can't jeopardize Pell and survive. Whatever else they do, they won't risk us." "They have," Damon said, focused his eyes on the lines across the docks, turned a glance then on his brother, on a face the image of his own plus 5 years. "We've gotten something I'm not sure we can ever digest. So when they shut down the Hinder Stars, we managed. 2 stations, 6,000 people reach us out of what, 50, 60,000? In Union hands, I'd surmise," Emilio muttered. "Or dead with Mariner, no knowing what casualties there. Or maybe some got out in other freighters, went elsewhere." He leaned back in the chair, his face settled into morose lines. "Father's probably asleep. Mother, too, I hope. I stopped by the apartment before I came. Father says it was crazy for you to come here. I said I was crazy, too, and I could probably clean up what you didn't get to." He didn't say anything. But he's worried. "Get on back to Aline. She's been working the other side of this chaos, passing papers on the refugee merchanters. She's been asking questions of her own. Damon, I think you ought to get home." Estelle. Apprehension hit through to him. "She's hunting rumors." "She went home. She was tired or upset. I don't know. She just said she wanted you to get home when you could." "Something's come in." He pushed himself to his feet, gathered up his papers, realized what he was doing, pushed them at Emilio, and left in haste, past the guard point, into the chaos of the dock on the other side of the passage which divided Man Station from quarantine. Native labor scurried out of his way, furred, skulking forms, more alien by reason of the breather masks they wore outside their maintenance tunnels. They were moving equipage and cargo and belongings in frantic haste, shrieked and shouted among themselves in insane counterpoint to the commands of human overseers. He took the lift over to Green, walked the corridor into their own residence area, and even this was littered with displaced belongings in boxes, a security guard dozing at his post among them. They were all overshipped, particularly security. Damon passed him, turned a face to a belated and embarrassed challenge, walked to the door of the apartment. He keyed it open, saw with relief the lights on, heard the familiar rattle of plastic in the kitchen. "Eileen?" He walked in. She was watching the oven, her back to him. She did not turn. He stopped, sensing disaster, another world amiss. The timer went off. She removed the plate from the oven, set it on the counter, turned, managed composure to look at him. He waited, hurting for her, and after a moment came and took her in his arms. She gave a short sigh. "They're gone," she said. And a moment later another short gasp and a release. "Blown with Mariner. Estelle's gone, with everyone aboard, no possible survivors. Sita saw her go. They couldn't get undocked, all those people trying to get aboard. Fire broke out, and that part of the station went. That's all. Exploded, blew the nose shell off. 56 aboard. Father, mother, cousins, remoter relatives. A world unto itself, Estelle. He had his own, however damaged. He had a family. Hers was dead." She said nothing more, no word of grief for her loss or of relief to have been spared, to have stayed behind from the voyage. She gave a few more convulsive breaths, hugged him, turned dry-eyed to put a second dinner in the microwave. She sat down, ate, went through all the normal motions. He forced his own meal down, still with a disinfectant taint in his mouth, reckoning it clung all about him. He succeeded finally in catching her eyes looking at him. They were as stark as those of the refugees. He found nothing to say. He got up, walked around the table, and hugged her from behind. Her hands covered his. "I'm all right. I wish you'd called me." She let go his hands and stood up, touched his arm, a weary gesture. Looked at him suddenly, directly, with that same dark tiredness. "There's one of us left," she said. He blinked, perplexed, realized then that she meant the Quens, Estelle's folk. Merchanters owned names as stationers had a home. She was Quen. That meant something he knew he did not understand in the months they had been together. Revenge was a merchanter commodity. He knew that. Among folk where name alone was a property and reputation went with it. "I want a child," she said. He stared at her, struck with the darkness in her eyes. He loved her. She had walked into his life off a merchanter ship and decided to try station life, though she still spoke of her ship. 4 months. For the first time in their being together he had no desire for her, not with that look and Estelle's death and her reasons for revenge. He said nothing. They had agreed there would be no children until she knew for certain whether she could bear to stay. What she offered him might be that agreement, it might be something else. It was not the time to talk about it, not now, with insanity all about them. He simply gathered her against him, walked with her to the bedroom, held her through the long dark hours. She made no demands, and he asked no questions. Part 2. "No," the man at the operations desk said, without looking this time at the printout, and then with a weary impulse toward humanity. "Wait, I'll do another search. Maybe it wasn't posted with that spelling." Vasily Kresich waited, sick with terror, as despair hung all about this last forlorn gathering of refugees which refused to leave the desks on dockside. Families and parts of families who hunted relatives, who waited on word. There were 27 of them on the benches near the desk, counting children. He had counted. They had gone from station main day into altar day, and another shift of operators at the desk, which was station's one extension of humanity toward them, and there was nothing more coming out of comp but what had been there before. He waited. The operator keyed through time after time. There was nothing. He knew that there was nothing by the look the man turned toward him. Of a sudden he was sorry for the operator, too, who had to sit out here obtaining nothing, knowing there was no hope, surrounded by grieving relatives, with armed guards stationed near the desk in case. Cresset sat down again, next to the family who had lost a son in the confusion. It was the same tale for each. They had loaded in panic, the guards more concerned for getting themselves onto the ships than for keeping order and getting others on. It was their own fault. He could not deny that. The mob had hit the docks, men forcing their way aboard who had no passes allotted to those critical personnel meant for evacuation. The guards had fired in panic, unsure of attackers and legitimate passengers. Russell Station had died in riot. Those in the process of loading had been hurried aboard the nearest ship at the last. Doors had been sealed as soon as the counters reached capacity. Jen and Rami should have been aboard before him. He had stayed, trying to keep order at his assigned post. Most of the ships had gotten sealed in time. It was Hansford the mob had gotten wide open, Hansford where the drugs had run out, where the pressure of lives more than the systems could bear had broken everything down, and a shock-crazed mob had run riot. Griffin had been bad enough. He had gotten aboard well before the wave the guards had had to cut down, and he had trusted that Jen and Rami had made it into Lila. The passenger list had said that they were on Lila, at least what printout they had finally gotten in the confusion after launch. But neither of them had gotten off at Pell. They had not come off the ship. No one of those critical enough to be taken to Station Hospital matched their descriptions. They could not be impressed by Mallory. Jen had no skills Mallory would need, and Rami, somewhere the records were wrong. He had believed the passenger list, had had to believe it, because there were too many of them that ship's comm could pass direct messages. They had voyaged in silence. Jen and Rami had not gotten off Lila, had never been there. They were wrong to throw them out in space, the woman nearest him moaned. They didn't identify them. He's gone. He must have been on the Hansford. Another man was at the desk again, attempting to check, insisting that Mallory's ID of impressed civilians was a lie, and the operator was patiently running another search, comparing descriptions, negative again. He was there, the man shouted at the operator. He was on the list and he didn't get off, and he was there. The man was crying. Cresset sat numb. On Griffin they had read out the passenger list and asked for IDs. Few had had them. People had answered to names which could not possibly be theirs. Some answered to 2 to get the rations if they were not caught at it. He had been afraid then, with a deep and sickly fear. But a lot of people were on the wrong ships, and one of them had then realized the situation on Hansford. He had been sure they were aboard. Unless they had gotten worried and gotten off to go look for him, unless they had done something so miserably, horribly stupid out of fear, for love. Tears started down his face. It was not the likes of Jen and Rami who could have gotten onto Hansford, who could have forced their way among men armed with guns and knives and lengths of pipe. He did not reckon them among the dead of that ship. It was rather that they were still on Russell Station, where Union ruled now. And he was here, and there was no way back. He rose finally and accepted it. He was the first to leave. He went to the quarters which were assigned him, the barracks for single men, who were many of them young, and probably many of them under false IDs, and not the techs and other personnel they were supposed to be. He found the cot unoccupied, and gathered up the kit the supervisor provided each man. He bathed a second time. No bathing seemed enough, and walked back among the rows of sleeping, exhausted men, and lay down. There was mind wipe for those prisoners who had been high enough to be valuable and opinionated. Jen, he thought. Oh, Jen. And their son, if he were alive, to be reared by a shadow of Jen, who thought the approved thoughts and disputed nothing, liable to adjustment because she had been his wife. It was not even certain that they would let her keep Rami. There were state nurseries which turned out Union soldiers and workers. He thought of suicide. Some had chosen that, rather than board the ships for some strange place, a station which was not theirs. That solution was not in his nature. He lay still and stared at the metal ceiling in the near dark, and survived, which he had done so far, middle-aged and alone and utterly empty. Chapter 4. Pell, 5/3/52. The tension set in at the beginning of Main Day, the first numb stirrings forth by the refugees to the emergency kitchens set up on the dock, the first tentative efforts of those with papers and those without to meet with station representatives at the desks and to establish rights of residency, the first awakening to the realities of quarantine. "We should have pulled out last shift," Graff said, reviewing Dawn's messages, while it was all still quiet. "Would now," Signey said, "but we can't risk Pell. If they can't hold it down, we have to. Call station council and tell them I'm ready to meet with them now. I'll go to them. It's safer than bringing them out on the docks." "Take a shuttle round the rim," Graff suggested, his broad face set in habitual worry. "Don't risk your neck out there with less than a full squad. They're less controlled now. All it takes is something to set them off." The proposal had merits. She considered how that timidity would look to Pell, shook her head. She went back to her quarters and put on what passed for dress uniform, the proper dark blue at least. When she went, it was with Di Jantz and a guard of 6 armored troopers, and they walked right across the dock to the quarantine checkpoint, a door and passage beside the huge intersection seals. No one tried to approach her, although there were some who looked as if they might want to try it, hesitating at the armed troops. She made the door unhindered and was passed through, up the ramp and to another guarded door, then down into the main part of the station. After that it was as simple as taking a lift through the varied levels and into the administrative section, blue upper corridor. It was a sudden change of worlds, from the barren steel of the docks and the strict quarantine area into a hall tightly controlled by station security, into a glass-walled foyer with sound-deadening matting underfoot, where bizarre wooden sculptures met them with the aspect of a cluster of amazed citizenry. Art. Signey blinked and stared, bemused at this reminder of luxuries and civilization. Forgotten things, rumored things. Leisure to make and create what had no function but itself, as man had done but himself. She had lived her whole life insulated from such things, only knowing at a distance that civilization existed, and that rich stations maintained luxury at their secret hearts. Only they were not human faces which stared out from curious squat globes among wooden spires, but faces round-eyed and strange, down-below faces, patient work in wood. Humans would have used plastics or metal. There were indeed more than humans here. That fact was evident in the neat braided matting, in the bright painting which marched in alien geometries and overlays about the walls, more of the spires, more of the wooden globes with the faces and huge eyes all about them, faces repeated in the carved furniture and even in the doors, staring out from a gnarled and tiny detail, as if all those eyes were to remind humans that down below was always with them. It affected them all. Di swore softly before they walked up to the last doors, and officious sieves let them in, walked with them into the council hall. Human faces stared at them this time, in 6 tiers of chairs on a side, an oval table in the pit between, their expressions and those of the alien carvings remarkably alike in that first impression. The white-haired man at the end of the table stood up, made a gesture offering them the room into which they had already come. Angelo Constantine. Others remained seated. And beside the table were 6 chairs which were not part of the permanent arrangement, and 6, male and female, who were not, by their style of dress, part of the station council or even of the beyond. Company men. Signey might have dismissed the troops to the outer chamber in courtesy to the council, rid herself of the threat of rifles and the remainder of force. She stood where she was, unresponsive to Constantine's smiles. "This can be short," she said. Your quarantine zone is set up and functioning. I'd advise you to guard it heavily. I'll warn you now that other freighters jumped without our clearance and made no part of our convoy. If you're wise, you'll follow the recommendations I made and board any incoming merchanter with security before letting it in near you. You've had a look at Russell's disaster here. I'll be pulling out in short order. It's your problem now." There was a panicked muttering in the room. One of the company men stood up. "You've behaved very high-handedly, Captain Mallory. Is that the custom out here?" "The custom is, sir, that those who know a situation handle it, and those who don't watch and learn, or get out of the way." The company man's thin face flushed visibly. "It seems we're constrained to bear with that kind of attitude, temporarily. We need transport up to whatever exists as a border. Norway is available." She drew a sharp breath and drew herself up. "No, sir, you're not constrained, because Norway isn't available to sieve passengers, and I'm not taking any on. As for the border is wherever the fleet sits at the moment, and nobody but the ships involved knows where that is. There aren't borders. Hire a freighter." There was dead silence in the hall. "I dislike, Captain, to use the word court-martial." She laughed, a mere breath. "If you company people want to tour the war, I'm tempted to take you in. Maybe you'd benefit by it. Maybe you could widen Mother Earth's sight. Maybe we could get a few more ships." "You're not in the position to make requisitions, and we don't take them. We're not here to see only what it's determined we should see. We'll be looking at everything, Captain, whether or not it suits you." She set her hands on her hips and surveyed the lot of them. "Your name, sir?" "Seagust Ayres, of the Security Council, Second Secretary." "Second Secretary. Well, we'll see what space we come up with. No baggage beyond a duffel. You understand that? No frills. You go where Norway goes. I don't take my orders from anyone but Mazian." "Captain," another put forth, "your cooperation is earnestly requested." "You have what I'll give, and not a step further." There was silence, a slow murmuring from the tears. The man Ayres's face reddened further, his precise dignity that instinctively galled her now further and further ruffled. "You're an extension of the company, Captain, and you hold your commission from it. Have you forgotten that?" "Third Captain of the Fleet, Mr. Second Secretary, which is military, and you're not. But if you intend to come, be ready within the hour." "No, Captain," Ayres declared firmly. "We'll take your suggestion about freighter transport. It got us here from Saul. They'll go where they're hired to go." "Within reason, I don't doubt." Good. That problem was shed. She could reckon Mazian's consternation at that in the midst of them. She looked beyond Ayres at Angelo Constantine. "I've done my service here. I'm leaving. Any message will be relayed." "Captain." Angelo Constantine left the head of the table and walked forward, offered his hand, an unusual courtesy and a stranger considering what she had done to them, leaving the refugees. She took the firm hand clasp, met the man's anxious eyes. They knew each other remotely, had met in years past. 6 generations beyonder, Angelo Constantine, like the young man who had come down to help on the dock, a 7th. The Constantines had built Pell, were scientists and miners, builders and holders. With this man and the others she felt a manner of bond, for all their other differences. This kind of man the fleet had for its charge, the best of them. "Good luck," she wished them, and turned and left, taking Di and the troopers with her. She returned the way she had come, through the beginning establishment of Q-Zone, and back into the familiar environs of Norway, among friends, where law was as she laid it down, and things were as she knew. There were a few last details to work out, a few matters still to be arranged, a few last gifts to bestow on station, her own securities, dredgings, reports, recommendations, a live body, and what salvaged reports came with it. She put Norway on ready then, and the siren went, and what military presence Pell had for its protection slipped free and left them. She went to follow a sequence of courses which was in her head, and of which Graf knew, her second. It was not the only evacuation in progress. The Pan-Paris station was under Kreshov's management. Sung of Pacific had moved in on Esperance. By now other convoys were on their way toward Pell, and she had only set up the framework. The push was coming. Other stations had died, beyond their reach, beyond any salvage. They moved what they could, making Union work for what they took. But in her private estimate they were themselves doomed, and the present maneuver was one from which most of them would not return. They were the remnant of a fleet against a widespread power which had inexhaustible lives and supply and worlds, and they did not. After so long a struggle, her generation, the last of the fleet, the last of company power, she had watched it go, had fought to hold the two together, Earth and Union, humanity's past and future, still fought with what she had, but no longer hoped. At times she even thought of bolting the fleet, of doing what a few ships had done and going over to Union. It was supreme irony that Union had become the pro-space side of this war, and the founding company fought against. Irony that they who most believed in the beyond ended up fighting against what it was becoming, to die for a company which had stopped caring. She was bitter. She had long ago stopped being politic in any discussion of company policies. There had been a time, years ago, when she had looked differently on things, when she had looked as an outsider on the great ships and the power of them, and when the dream of the old exploration ships had drawn her into this, a dream long revised to the realities the company captain's emblem had come to mean. Long ago she had realized there was no winning. Perhaps, she thought, Angelo Constantine knew the odds too. Maybe he had taken her meaning, answered it, behind the gesture of saying farewell, offered support in the face of company pressure. For a moment it had seemed so. Maybe many of the stationers knew, but that was too much to expect of stationers. She had 3 feints to make, which would take time, a small operation, and a jump afterward to a rendezvous with Mazian on a certain date. If enough of their ships survived the initial operation, if Union responded as they hoped, it was madness. The fleet went it alone, without merchanter or stationer support, as they had gone it alone for years before this. Chapter 5. Pell, 5/5/52. Angelo Constantine looked up sharply from the desk covered with notes and emergencies which wanted immediate attention. "Union?" he asked in dismay. "A prisoner of war," the security head told him, standing uncomfortably before the desk. "Part of the Russell's evacuation. Turned over to our security separate of the others. A pickup from a capsule, minor ship, armed scomper, confined at Russell's. Norway carried him in, no turning him loose among the refugees, they'd kill him. Mallory added a note to his file. He's your problem now. Her words, sir." Angelo opened the file, stared at a young face, a record of several pages of interrogation, Union ID, and a scrap of notepaper with Mallory's signature and a scrawl, "Young and scared." Joshua Halbrate Talley, arms comper, Union Fleet Minor Probe. He had 500 individuals and groups who had thought they were headed back to their original housing. Warnings of further evacuations and the secret instructions Mallory had left, which was going to take at least most of Orange and Yellow sections, dislocating more offices, and 6 company agents who thought they were headed beyond to inspect the war, with no merchanter who would agree to take company scrip to take them aboard. He did not need problems from lower levels. The boy's face haunted him. He turned back to that page, leafed again through the interrogation report, scanned it, remembered the security chief still standing there. "So what are you doing with him?" "Holding him in detention. None of the other officers agrees what to do with him." Pell had never had a prisoner of war. The war had never come here. Angelo thought it over and fretted the more for the situation. "Legal affairs have a suggestion?" "Suggested I get a decision here." "We're not equipped for that kind of detention." "No, sir," the security chief agreed. It was a hospital facility down there. The setup was for retraining, adjustment, what rare times it had ever been needed. We can't treat him. Those cells aren't set up for long stays, sir. Maybe we could rig up something more comfortable. We've got people without lodgings as it is. How are we going to explain that? We could set up something in detention itself, take a panel out, at least get a bigger room. Postpone that. Angelo ran a hand through his sparse hair. I'll consider policy on the case as soon as I get the emergency matter settled. Deal with him as best you can with what you have at hand. Ask the lower offices to apply some imagination to the case and send me the recommendations. Yes, sir. The security chief left. Angelo put the folder away for later use. A prisoner of that kind was not what they needed at the moment. What they did need was a means to secure housing and feed extra mouths and to cope with what was coming. They had trade goods which were suddenly going nowhere. Those could be consumed on Pell and on Downbelow at the base and out in the mines. But they needed others. They had economics to worry about, markets which had collapsed, the value of any currency in doubt as far as merchanters were concerned. From a star-spanning economy, Pell had to be turned to feed itself, to self-sufficiency, and perhaps to face other changes. It was not the single Union prisoner they had in hand, identified, who had him worried. It was the likely number of Unionists and sympathizers who would grow in quarantine, folk for whom any change was going to look better than what they had. There were only some of the refugees with papers, and many of those had been discovered not to match the prints and photos attached to them. We need some sort of liaison with the quarantine zone residents, he advised council at that afternoon's meeting. We'll have to set up a government on the other side of the line, someone of their choosing, some manner of elections, and we'll have to deal with what results. They accepted that, as they had accepted all else. It was the concerns of their own constituencies which had them distraught, the councillors from dislodged Orange and Yellow, from Green and White, which had gotten most of the influx of station residents. Red sector untouched, abutting Yellow from the other side was anxious, the others were jealous. There was a deluge of complaints and protests and rumors of rumor. He made note of them. There was debate. It finally came to the necessary conclusion that they had to relieve pressure on the station itself. End of Side 1. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 2. Downbelow Station by C.J. Cherryh, continuing on page 40. We do not authorize further construction here, the man Ayres interposed, rising from his seat. Angelo simply stared at him, given heart to do so by Signey Mallory, who had called a bluff on the company and made it good. I do, Angelo said. I have the resources to do it, and I will. There was a vote. It went the only sane way, with the company observers sitting in silent anger, vetoing what was passed, which veto was simply ignored while plans proceeded. The company men left the meeting early. Security reported them later agitating on the docks and trying to engage a freighter at inflated rates with gold. There was not a freighter moving for anything except in-system hauling, ordinary runs to the mines. It did not surprise Angelo when he heard that. There was a cold wind blowing, and Pell felt it. Everyone with instincts bred of the beyond felt it. Eventually, perhaps the company men did, at least two of them, for those two engaged to ship home to Saul, the same which had brought them, a smallish and decrepit jump freighter, the only merchanter with an EC designation which had docked at Pell in the better part of a decade, laden with Downbelow curios and delicacies for its return, as it had brought in goods from Earth which sold high for their curiosity. The four other company representatives upped their offers and boarded a freighter for an unguaranteed run on the freighter's own schedule to call at Viking and wherever else the uncertain times left safe. They accepted Mallory's conditions from a merchanter captain and paid for the privilege. Chapter 6. Part 1. Downbelow Main Base, 5/20/52. It was storm on Downbelow when the shuttle came down, and that was not uncommon on a world of abundant cloud, when all the winter on the northern continent was wrapped in sea-spawned, overcast, seldom cold enough to freeze, not warm enough for human comfort, never a clear sight of sun or stars for month on dreary month. The unloading of the passengers at the landing site was proceeding in a cold, pelting rain, a line of tired and angry people trudging over the hill from the shuttle to be settled into various warehouse digs amid stacks of mats and musty sacks of prosh and fickley. "Move it over and stack it up," the supervisor shouted when the crowding became evident, and the noise was considerable. Cursing voices, the beating of rain in the inflated domes, the inevitable thump of compressors. The tired stationers sulked and finally began to do as they were told. Young, most of them, construction workers and a few techs, virtually without baggage, and no few of them frightened at their first experience of weather. They were station-born, wheezing at a kilo or so extra weight from Downbelow's gravity, wincing at thunder and at lightning which chained across the roiling skies. No sleep for them until they could set up some manner of dormitory space, no rest for anyone, native or human, who labored to carry foodstuffs over the hill to lade the shuttle, or the crews trying to cope with the inevitable flooding in the domes. John Lucas oversaw some of it, scowling, walked back to the main dome where the operations center was. He paced, listened to the rain, waited the better part of an hour, finally suited up again and masked to walk to the shuttle. "Goodbye, sir," the comm operator offered, rising from his desk. Others stopped work, the few who were there. He shook hands, still frowning, and finally walked out the flimsy lock and up the wooden steps to the path, spattered again by the cold rain. His 50-ish overweight was unflattered by the bright yellow plastic. He had always been conscious of the indignity and hated it, hated walking in mud up to the ankles and feeling a chill which penetrated even the suit and the liner. Rain gear and the necessary breathers turned all the humans at the base into yellow monsters, blurred in the downpour. Downers scurried about naked and enjoying it, the brown fur of their spindly limbs and lithe bodies dark with moisture and plastered to them, their faces round-eyed and with mouths set in permanent O's of surprise, watched and chattered together in their own language, a babble in the rain and the constant bass of thunder. He walked the direct trail to the landing site, not that which led on the other leg of the triangle past the storage domes and barracks domes. This one had no traffic, no meetings, no goodbyes. He looked across to fields which were aswim. The gray-green brush and the ribbon trees on the hills about the base showed through curtains of rain, and the river was a broad, overflowed sheet on the far side bank where a marsh tended to form for all their attempts to drain it. Disease among the native workers, again, if any downers had slipped in unvaccinated. It was no paradise, Downbelow base. He had no reluctance to leave it, and the new staff and the downers to each other. It was the manner of the recall which rankled. "Sir." At last, parting nuisance came splashing after him on the trail. Bennett Jacent. John half-turned, kept walking, made the man work to overtake him in the mud and the downpour. "The mill dike," Jacent gasped through the stops and hisses of the breather. "Need some human crews over there with heavy equipment and sandbags." "Not my problem now," John said. "Get to it yourself." "What are you good for? Put those coddled downers to it. Take an extra crew of them. Or wait on the new supervisors, why don't you? You can explain it all to my nephew." "Where are they?" Jacent asked. A skilled obstructionist, Bennett Jacent, always on the line with objections when it came to any measures for improvement. More than once Jacent had gone over his head to file a protest. One construction project he had outright gotten stopped, so that the road to the wells stayed a mired track. John smiled and pointed across the grounds, far across, back toward the warehouse domes. "There's no time." "That's your problem." Bennett Jacent cursed him to his face and started to run it, then changed his mind and raced back again toward the mill. John laughed. Soaked stock in the mill. Good. Let the Constantines solve it. He came over the hill, started down to the shuttle, which loomed alien and silver in the trampled meadow, its cargo hatch lowered, downers toiling to and fro, and a few yellow-suited humans among them. His trail joined that on which the downers moved, churned mud. He walked on the grassy margin, cursed when a downer with a load swayed too near him, and had the satisfaction at least that they cleared his path. He walked into the landing circle, nodded curtly to a human supervisor, and climbed the cargo ramp into the shadowed steel interior. He stripped the wet rain suit there in the cold, keeping the mask on. He ordered a Downer gang boss to clean up the muddied area and walked on through the hole to the lift, rode it topside into a steel, clean corridor and a small passenger compartment with padded seats. Downers were in it, 2 laborers making the shift to station. They looked uncertain when they saw him, touched each other. He sealed the passenger area and made the air shift so that he could discard his breather and they had to put theirs on. He sat down opposite them, stared through them in the windowless compartment. The air stank of wet Downer, a smell he had lived with for 3 years, a smell with which all Pell lived, if one had a sensitive nose, but down below base worst of all, with dusty grain and distilleries and packing plants and walls and mud and muck and the smoke of the mills, latrines that flooded out, sump pools that grew scum, forest molds that could ruin a breather and kill a man who was caught without a spare. All of this, and managing half-witted Downer labor with their religious taboos and constant excuses. He was proud of his record, increased output, efficiency where there had been hands-folded complacency that Downers were Downers and could not comprehend schedules. They could, and did, and set records in production. No thanks of it. Crisis hit the station, and the Downbelow expansion, which had limped along in and out of planning sessions for a decade, was suddenly moving. Plants would get the additional facilities he had made possible, manned by workers whose supply and housing he had made possible, using Lucas Company funds and Lucas Company equipment. Only a pair of Constantines was sent down to supervise during that stage, without a "thank you, Mr. Lucas," or a "well done, John, thanks for leaving your own company offices and your own affairs, thanks for doing the job for 3 years. Emilio Constantine and Melito D. appointed Downbelow supervisors. Please arrange affairs and shuttle up at the earliest. His nephew, Emilio. Young Emilio was going to run things during construction. Constantines were always in at the last stage, always there when the credit was about to be handed out. They had democracy in the council, but it was dynasty in the station offices. Always Constantines. Lucas's had arrived at Pell as early, sunk as much into its building, an important company back in the Hinder Stars, but Constantine's had maneuvered and gathered power at every opportunity. Now again, his equipment, his preparation, and Constantine's in charge when it reached a stage when the public might notice. Emilio, his sister Alicia's son, and Angelo's. People could be manipulated if the Constantine name was all they were ever allowed to hear, and Angelo was past master at that tactic. It would have been courtesy to have met his nephew and his wife when they came in, to have stayed a few days to trade information, or at the least to have informed them of his immediate departure on the shuttle which had brought them down. It would also have been courtesy on their part to have come at once to the domes for an official greeting, some acknowledgment of his authority at the base, but they had not. Not even a calm-sent "hello, uncle," when they landed. He was in no mood for empty courtesies now, to stand in the rain shaking hands and mouthing amenities with a nephew with whom he seldom spoke. He had opposed his sister's marriage, argued with her. It had not linked him in to the Constantine family. With her attitude, it was rather a desertion. He and Alicia had not spoken since, save officially, not even that in the last several years. Her presence depressed him. And the boys looked like Angelo, as Angelo had been in his younger days. He avoided them, who probably hoped to get their hands on Lucas Company, at least a share of it, after him as nearest kin. It was that hope, he was still persuaded, which had attracted Angelo to Alicia. Lucas Company was still the biggest independent on Pell, but he had maneuvered out of the trap, surprised them with an air, not one to his taste, but a live body all the same. He had worked these years on Downbelow, reckoning at first it might be possible to expand Lucas Company down here, through construction. Angelo had seen it coming, had maneuvered the council to block that. Ecological concerns. Now came the final move. He accepted the letter of his instruction to return, took it just as rudely as it was delivered, left without baggage or fanfare, like some offender ordered home in disgrace. Childish it might be, but it might also make a point with counsel. and if all the stock in the mill was soaked on the first day of the Constantine administration here, so much the better. Let them feel shortages on station. Let Angelo explain that to council. It would open a debate in which he would be present in council to participate, and he wanted that. He had deserved something more than this. Engines finally activated, heralding lift. He got up, searched up a bottle and glass from the locker. He received a query from the shuttle crew, declared he needed nothing. He settled in, belted, and the shuttle began lift. He poured himself a stiff drink, nerving himself for flight, which he always hated, drank, with the amber liquid quivering in the glass under the strain of his arm and the vibration of the ship. Across from him the downers held each other and moaned. Part 2. PAL detention, Red Sector 1, 5:20:52, 0900 hours. The prisoner sat still at the table with the three of them, stared at the guard supervisor in preference, his eyes seeming focused somewhere beyond. Damon laid the folder on the table again and studied the man, who was most of all trying not to look at him. Damon found himself intensely uncomfortable in this interview. Different from the criminals he dealt with in legal affairs, this man, this face like an angel in a painting, this too perfect humanity with blonde hair and eyes that gazed through things. Beautiful, the word occurred to him. There were no flaws. The look was complete innocence. No thief, no brawler, but this man would kill, if such a man could kill, for politics, for duty, because he was Union and they were not. There was no hate involved. It was disturbing to hold the life or death of such a man in his hands. It gave him choices in turn, mirror-imaged choices, not for hate but for duty, because he was not Union, and this man was. We're at war, Damon thought miserably. Because he's come here, the war has. An angel's face. No trouble to you, is he? Damon asked the supervisor. No. I've heard he's a good midge player. That got a flicker from both of them. There were illicit gamblings at the detention station, as in most slow posts during altar day. Damon offered a smile when the prisoner looked his way, the least shifting of the pale blue eyes, went sober again as the prisoner failed to react. I'm Damon Constantine, Mr. Talley, of the station legal office. You've given us no trouble, and we appreciate that. We're not your enemies. We'd dock a Union fleet as readily as a company ship, in principle. But you don't leave stations neutral any longer, not from what we hear, so our attitude has to change along with that. We just can't take chances having you loose. Repatriation? No. We're given other instructions. Our own security. You understand that? No response. Your counsels made the point that you're suffering in this close confinement, and that the cells were never meant for long-term detention, that there are people walking loose in Q who are far more a threat to this station, that there is a vast difference between a saboteur and an armed scomper in uniform who had the bad luck to be picked up by the wrong side. But having said all that, he still doesn't recommend your release except to Q. We have an arrangement worked out. We can fake an ID that would protect you and still let us keep track of you over there. I don't like the idea, but it seems workable. What's Q? Talley asked, a soft, anxious voice, appealing to the supervisor and to his own counsel, the elder Jacoby, who sat at the end of the table. What are you saying? Quarantine, the sealed section of the station we've set apart for our own refugees. Talley's eyes darted nervously from one to the other of them. No, I don't want to be put with them. I never asked him to set this up. I didn't. Damon frowned uncomfortably. We've got another convoy coming in, Mr. Talley, another group of refugees. We have arrangements underway to mix you with them with faked papers. Get you out of here. It would still be a kind of confinement, but with wider walls, room to walk where you want, live life, as it's lived in Q. That's a good part of the station over there. Not regimented, open, no cells. Mr. Jacoby's right. You're no more dangerous than some over there. Less, because we'd always know who you are. Talley cast another look at his counsel, shook his head, pleading. You absolutely reject it? Damon prodded him. vexed. All solutions and arrangements collapsed. It's not prison, you understand. My face is known there. Mallory said... He lapsed into silence. Damon stared at him, marked the fevered anxiety, the sweat which stood on Tally's face. What did Mallory say? That if I made trouble, she'd transfer me to one of the other ships. I think I know what you're doing. You think if there are Unionists with them, they'd contact me if you put me over there in your quarantine. Is that it? But I wouldn't live that long. There are people who know me by sight. Station officials, police. They're the kind who got places on those ships, aren't they? And they'd know me. I'll be dead in an hour if you do that. I heard what those ships were like. Mallory told you. Mallory told me. There are some, on the other hand, Damon said bitterly, who'd balk at boarding one of Mazian's ships, stationers who'd swear an honest man's survival wasn't that likely. But I'd reckon you had a soft passage, didn't you? Enough to eat and no worries about the air. The old spacer-stationer quarrel. Leave the stationers to suffocate and keep her own deck spotless. But you rated differently. You got special treatment. It wasn't all that pleasant, Mr. Constantine. Not your choice either, was it? No. The answer came hoarsely. Damon suddenly repented his baiting, nagged by suspicions, evil rumor of the fleet. He was ashamed of the role in which he was cast, in which Pell was. War and prisoners of war, he wanted no part of it. You refuse the solution we offer, he said. That's your privilege. No one will force you. We don't want to endanger your life, and that's what it would be if things are what you say. So what do you do? I suppose you go on playing midge with the guards. It's a very small confinement. Did they give you the tapes and player? You got that? I would like... The words came out like an upwelling of nausea. I want to ask for adjustment. Jacoby looked down and shook his head. Damon sat still. If I were adjusted, I could get out of here, the prisoner said. Eventually do something. It's my own request. A prisoner always has the option to have that, doesn't he? Your side uses that on prisoners, Damon said. We don't. I ask for it. You have me locked up like a criminal. If I'd killed someone, wouldn't I have a right to it? If I'd stolen or... I think you ought to have some psychiatric testing if you keep insisting on it. Don't they test when they process for adjustment? Damon looked at Jacoby. He's been increasingly depressed, Jacoby said. He's asked me over and over to lodge that request with Station, and I haven't. We've never mandated adjustment for a man who wasn't convicted of a crime. Have you ever, the prisoner asked, had a man in here who wasn't? Union uses it, the supervisor said in a low voice, without blinking. Those cells are small, Mr. Constantine. A man doesn't ask for a thing like that, Damon said. I ask, Tally insisted. I ask you, I want out of here. It would solve the problem, Jacoby said. I want to know why he wants it. I want out. Damon froze. Tally caught his breath, leaning against the table, and recovered his composure, a little short of tears. Adjustment was not a punitive procedure, was never intended to be. It had double benefits, altered behavior for the violent, and a little wiping of the slate for the troubled. It was the latter, he suspected, meeting Tally's shadowed eyes. Suddenly he felt an overwhelming pity for the man, who was sane, who seemed very, very sane. The station was in crisis. Events crowded in on them in which individuals could become lost, shoved aside. Cells in detention were urgently needed for real criminals out of queue, which they had in abundance. There were worse fates than adjustment. Being locked in a viewless 8x10 room for life was one. Pull the commitment papers out of comp, he told the supervisor, and the supervisor passed the order via com. Jacoby fretted visibly, shuffling papers and not looking at any of them. What I'm going to do, Damon said to Tally, feeling as if it were some shared bad dream, is put the papers in your hands, and you can study all the printout of explanation that goes with them. If that's still what you want tomorrow, we'll accept them signed. I want you also to write us a release and request, in your own words, stating that this was your idea and your choice, that you're not claustrophobic or suffering from any other disability. I was an arm scomper, Tally interjected scornfully. It was not the largest station on a ship. Or a condition which would cause you unusual duress. Don't you have kin, relatives, someone who would try to talk you out of this if they heard about it? The eyes reacted to that, ever so slightly. Do you have someone? Damon asked, hoping he had found a handhold, some reason to apply against this. Who? Dead, Tally said. If this request is in reaction to that, a long time ago, Tally said, cutting that off. Nothing more. An angel's face. Humanity without flaw. Birth labs? The thought came to him unbidden. It had always been abhorrent to him, Union's engineered soldiers. His own possible prejudice worried at him. I haven't read your file in full, he admitted. This has been handled at other levels. They thought they had this settled. It bounced back to me. You had family, Mr. Tally? Yes, Tally said faintly, defiantly, making him ashamed of himself. Born where? Cytine. The same small, flat voice. I've given you all that. I had parents. I was born, Mr. Constantine. Is that really pertinent? I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I want you to understand this. It's not final. You can change your mind right up to the moment the treatment begins. All you have to say is, stop, I don't want this. But after it goes so far, you're not competent. You understand? You're no longer able. You've seen adjusted men? They recover. They do recover. I'll follow the case, Mr. Tally, Lieutenant Tally, so much as I can. You see to it, he said to the supervisor, that any time he sends a message at any stage of the process, it gets to me on an emergency basis, day or night. You see that the attendants understand that too, down to the orderlies. I don't think he'll abuse the privilege. He looked at Jacoby. Are you satisfied about your client? It's his right to do what he's doing. I'm not pleased with it, but I'll witness it. I'll agree it solves things, maybe for the best. The comp printout arrived. Damon handed the papers to Jacoby for scrutiny. Jacoby marked the lines for signature and passed the folder to Tally. Tally folded it to him like something precious. Mr. Tally, Damon said, rising, and on impulse offered his hand against all the distaste he felt. The young arm-scomper rose and took it, and the look of gratitude in his suddenly brimming eyes cancelled all certainties. Is it possible, Damon asked, is it remotely possible that you have information you want wiped? That's why you're doing this? I warn you, it's more likely to come out in the process than not, and we're not interested in it. Do you understand that? We have no military interests. That was not it. He much doubted that it could be. This was no high officer, no one like himself, who knew comp signals, access codes, the sort of thing an enemy must not have. No one had discovered the like in this man, nothing of value, not here, not at Russell's. No, Tally said. I don't know anything. Damon hesitated, still nagged by conscience, the feeling that Tally's counsel, if no one else, ought to be protesting, doing something more vigorous, using all the delays of the law on Tally's behalf. But that got him prison, got him no hope. They were bringing 2 outlaws into detention, far more dangerous, men who might know him if Tally was right. Adjustment saved him, got him out of there, gave him the chance for a job, for freedom, a life. There was no one sane who would carry out revenge on someone after a mind wipe, and the process was humane. It was always meant to be. Tally, have you complained against Mallory or the personnel of Norway? No. Your counsel is present. It would be put on record if you wanted to make such a complaint. No. So that trick would not work. No delaying it for investigation. Damon nodded, walked out of the room, feeling unclean. It was a manner of murder he was doing, an assistance in suicide. They had an abundance of those, too, over in Q. Part 3. Pell, Sector Orange 9, 5, 20, 52, 1900 hours. Cresich winced at the crash of something down the hall beyond the sealed door, tried not to show his terror. Something was burning, smoke reaching them through the ventilation system. That more frightened him, and the 100 gathered with him in this section of hallway. Out on the docks, the police and the rioters still fired at each other. The violence was subsiding. The few with him, the remainder of Russell's own security police, a handful of elite stationers, and a scattering of young people and old, they had held the hallway against the gangs. "We're afire," someone muttered, on the edge of hysteria. "Old rags or something," he said. Shut it up, he thought. They did not need panic. In a major fire, Station Central would blow a section to put it out. Death for all of them. They were not valuable to Pell. Some of them were out there shooting at Pell police with guns they had gotten off dead policemen. It had started with the knowledge that there was another convoy coming in, more ships, more desperate people to crowd into the little they had started with the simple word that this was about to happen, and a demand for faster processing of papers, then raids on barracks, and gangs confiscating papers from those who did have them. "Burn all records!" the cry had gone out through quarantine, in the logic that, recordless, they would all be admitted. Those who would not yield up their papers were beaten and robbed of them, of anything else of value. Barracks were ransacked. Gangs of the ruffians who had forced Griffin and Hansford gained membership among the desperate, the young, the leaderless, and the panicked. There was quiet for a time outside. The fans had stopped. The air began to go foul. Among those who had seen the worst of the voyage there was panic, quietly contained. A good number were crying. Then the lights brightened, and a cool draft came through the ducts. The door whipped open. Cresich got to his feet and looked into the faces of station police and the barrels of leveled rifles. Some of his own band had knives, sections of pipe and furniture, whatever weapons they had improvised. He had nothing, held up frantic hands. "No," he pleaded. No one moved, not the police, not his own. "Please, we weren't in it. We only defended this section from them. None of these people were involved. They were the victims." The police leader, face haggard with weariness and soot and blood, motioned with his rifle toward the wall. "You have to line up," Cresich explained to his ill-assorted companions, who were not the sort to understand such procedures, except only the ex-police. "Drop whatever weapons you have." They lined up, even the old and the sick and the 2 small children. Cresich found himself shaking while he was searched and after, left leaning against the corridor wall while the police muttered mysteriously among themselves. One seized him by the shoulder, faced him about. An officer with a slate walked from one to the other of them, asking for IDs. "They were stolen," Cresich said. "That's how it started. The gangs were stealing papers and burning them." "We know that," the officer said. "Are you in charge? What's your name and origin?" "The silly Cresich, Russell's." "Others of you know him?" Several confirmed it. "He was a counselor on Russell's station," said a young man. "I served there in security." "Name?" The young man gave it. "Nino Colletti." Cresich tried to recall him and could not. One by one the questions were repeated. Cross-examination of identifications, mutual identifications, no more reliable than the word of those who gave them. A man with a camera came into the hallway and photographed them all standing against the wall. They stood in a chaos of calm chatter and discussion. "You can go," the police leader said, and they began to file out, but when Cresich started to leave, the officer caught his arm. "Vasily Cresich, I'll be giving your name to headquarters." He was not sure whether that was good or bad. Anything was a hope. Anything was better than what existed here in Kew, with the station stalling and unable to place them or clear them out. He walked out onto the dock itself, shaken by the sight of the wreckage that had been made here, with the dead still lying in their blood, piles of combustibles still smoldering, what furnishings and belongings had remained heaped up to burn. Station police were everywhere, armed with rifles, no light arms. He stayed on the docks, close to the police, afraid to go back into the corridors for fear of the terrorist gangs. It was impossible to hope the police had gotten them all. There were far too many. Eventually the station set up an emergency dispensary for food and drink near the section line, for the water had been shut down during the emergency, the kitchens vandalized, everything turned to weapons. Calm had been vandalized, there was no way to report damage, and no repair crews were likely to want to come into the area. He sat on the bare dock and ate what they were given, in company with other small knots of refugees who had no more than he. People looked on each other in fear. "We aren't getting out," he heard repeatedly. "They'll never clear us to leave now." More than once he heard mutterings of a different sort, saw men he knew had been in the gangs of rioters which had begun in his barracks, and no one reported them. No one dared. There were too many. Unionizers were among them. He became sure that these were the agitators. Such men might have most to fear in a tight check of papers. The war had reached Pell. It was among them, and they were as stationers had always been, neutral and empty-handed, treading carefully among those who meant murder, only now it was not stationers against warships, metal shell against metal shell. The danger was shoulder to shoulder with them, perhaps the young man with the hoarded sandwich, the young woman who sat and stared with hateful eyes. The convoy came in without troops for escort. Dock crews under the protection of a small army of station police managed the unloading. Refugees were let through, processed as best could be, with most of the housing wrecked, with the corridors become a jungle. The newcomers stood, baggage in hand, staring about them with terror in their eyes. They would be robbed by morning, Tressich reckoned, or worse. He heard people round about him simply crying softly, despairing. By morning there was yet another group of several hundred, and by now there was panic, for they were all hungry and thirsty, and food arrived from main station very slowly. A man settled on the deck near him. Nino Colletti. "There's a dozen of us," Colletti said. "Could sort some of this out. Been talking to some of the gang survivors. We don't give out names and they cooperate. We've got strong arms, could straighten this mess out, get people back into residences, so we can get food and water in here." "What, we?" Colletti's face took on a grimace of earnestness. "You were a counselor. You stand up front, you do the talking. We keep you there. Get these people fed. Get ourselves a soft place here. Station needs that. We can benefit by it." Kressich considered it. It could also get them shot. He was too old for this. They wanted a figurehead. A police gang wanted a respectable figurehead. He was also afraid to tell them no. "You just do the talking out front," Colletti said. "Yes," he agreed, and then, setting his jaw with more firmness than Colletti might have expected of a tired old man, "You start rounding up your men, and I'll have a talk with the police." He did so, approaching them gingerly. "There's been an election," he said. "I'm Vasily Kressich, counselor from Red 2, Russell Station. Some of our own police are among the refugees. We're prepared to go into the corridors and establish order without violence. We know faces, you don't. If you'll consult your own authorities and get it cleared, we can help." They were not sure of that. There was hesitation even about calling in. Finally a police captain did so, and Kressich stood, fretting. The captain nodded at last. "If it gets out of hand," the captain said, "we won't discriminate in firing. But we're not going to tolerate any killing on your part, Councillor Kressich. It's not an open license." "Have patience, sir," Kressich said, and walked away, mortally tired and frightened. Colletti was there with several others, waiting for him by the Niner corridor access. In a few moments there were more drifting to them, less savory than the first. He feared them. He feared not to have them. He cared for nothing now except to live and to be atop the force and not under it. He watched them go, using terror to move the innocent, gathering the dangerous into their own ranks. He knew what he had done. It terrified him. He kept silent because he would be caught in the second riot, part of it, if it happened. They would see to that. He assisted, used his dignity and his age, and the fact that his face was known to some. Shouted directions, began to have folk addressing him respectfully as Councillor Kressich. He listened to their griefs and their fears and their angers until Colletti flung a guard about him to protect their precious figurehead. Within the hour the docks were clear, and the legitimized gangs were in control, and honest people deferred to him wherever he went. Chapter 7. Part 1. Pell, 5/22/52. John Lucas settled into the council seat his son Vittorio had sat proxy for during the last 3 years, and sat scowling. Already he had been up against one in-family crisis. He had lost 3 rooms of his 5-room lodging, literally sliced off by moving a partition, to accommodate 2 Jacoby cousins and their partners in alter-day rotation, one of them with children who banged the wall and cried. His furnishings had been piled by workmen into what was left of his privacy, lately occupied by son Vittorio and his current affection. That had been a homecoming. He and Vittorio had reached a quick understanding. The woman walked out, and Vittorio stayed, finding the possession of an apartment and an expense account more important and far better than transfer to Downbelow base, which was actively seeking young volunteers. Physical labor, and on Downbelow's rainy surface, was not to Vittorio's taste. As figurehead up here he had been useful, voted as he was told, managed as he was told, had kept Lucas company out of chaos at least, having sense enough to solve minor problems on his own, and to ask about the major ones. What he had done with the expense account was another matter. John had spent his time, after adjusting to station hours, down in company offices going over the books, reviewing personnel and those expense accounts. Now there was some kind of alert on, ugly and urgent. He had come as other counselors had come, brought in by a message that a special meeting was called. His heart was still hammering from the exertion. He keyed in his desk unit and his mic, listening to the thin, calm chatter which occupied council at the moment, with a succession of ship scan images on the screens overhead. More trouble. He had heard it all the way up from the dockside offices. Something was coming in. "What number do you have?" Angelo was asking, and getting no response from the other side. "What is this?" John asked the woman next to him, a Green Sector delegate, Anna Moravi. "More refugees coming in, and they're not saying anything. The carrier Pacific. Aspirant Station. That's all we know. We're not getting any cooperation. But that's Soong out there. What do you expect?" Other counselors were still arriving, the tiers filling rapidly. He slipped the personal audio into his ear, punched in the recorder, trying to get current of the situation. The convoy on scan had come in far too close for safety, above system plane. The voice of the council secretary whispered on, summarizing, offering visuals to his desk screen, none of it much more than what they had before them live. A page worked through to the back row, leaned over his shoulder, and handed him a handwritten note. "Welcome back," he read, perplexed. "You are designated proxy to Emilio Constantine's seat, number 10. Your immediate experience of Downbelow deemed valuable. A. Constantine." His heart sped again for a different reason. He gathered himself to his feet, laid down the earplug, and turned off the channels, walked down the aisle under the view of all of them, to that vacant seat on the central council, the table amid the tiers, the seats which carried most influence. He reached that seat, settled into the fine leather and the carved wood, one of the 10 of Pell, and felt an irrepressible flush of triumph amid these events. Justice done, finally, after decades. The great Constantines had held him off and maneuvered him out of the 10 all his life, despite his strivings and his influence and his merits, and now he was here. Not by any change of heart on Angelo's part, he was absolutely sure. It had to be voted. He had won some general vote here in council, the logical consequence of his long, tough service on Downbelow. His record had found appreciation in a council majority. He met Angelo's eyes down the table, Angelo holding the audio plug to his ear, looking at him still with no true welcome, no love, no happiness whatsoever. Angelo accepted his elevation because he must, that was clear. John smiled tightly, not with his eyes, as if it were an offer of support. Angelo returned it, and not with the eyes either. "Put it through again," Angelo said to someone else via comm. "Keep sending. Get me contact direct to Soong." The assembly was hushed, reports still coming in, chatter from Central, the slow progress of approaching freighters, but Pacific was gathering speed, going into comp-projected haze on scan. "Sung here," a voice reached them. "Salutations to Pell Station. Your own establishment can attend the details." "What is the number you're giving us?" Angelo asked. "What number is on those ships, Captain Sung?" 9,000. A murmur of horror broke in the chamber. "Silence," Angelo said. It was obscuring calm. "We copy, 9,000. This will tax our facilities beyond safety. We request you meet us here in council, Captain Sung. We have had refugees come in from Russell on unescorted merchanters. We were constrained to accept them. For humanitarian reasons, it is impossible to refuse such dockings. Request you inform Fleet Command of this dangerous situation. We need military support. Do you understand, sir? Request you come in for urgent consultation with us. We are willing to cooperate, but we are approaching a point of very difficult decision. We appeal for fleet support. Repeat, will you come in, sir?" There was a little silence from the other side. The council shifted in their seats, for approach alarms were flashing, screens flickering and crowding madly in their attempt to reckon with the carrier's accelerating approach. "A last scheduled convoy," the reply came, "is coming in under Khrushchev of Atlantic from Pan-Paris. Good luck, Pell Station." The contact was abruptly broken. Scan flashed, the vast carrier still gathering speed more than anything should in a station's vicinity. John had never seen Angelo angrier. The murmur in the council chamber deafened, and finally the microphone established relative silence again. Pacific shot to their zenith, disrupting the screens into breakup. When they cleared, it had passed on to take an unauthorized course, leaving them at Flotsam, the freighters moving in at their slow, inexorable pace toward dock. Somewhere there was a muted call for security to queue. "Reserve forces," Angelo ordered one of the section chiefs over comm. "Call up off-duty personnel. I don't care how many times they've had call-up. Keep order in there if you have to shoot to do it. Central, scramble crews to the shuttles. Herd those merchanters into the right docks. Throw a cordon of short haulers in the way if that's what it takes." And after a moment, as the collision alarms died and there was only the steady remaining report of the freighters on their slow way toward station, "We have to get more space for queue," Angelo said, staring around him. "And with regret, we're going to have to take those 2 levels of red section, partition them in with queue, immediately." There was a sorrowful murmur from the tiers, and the screens flashed with an immediate registered objection from red section delegates. It was perfunctory. There were no supporters on the screen to second their objection and bring it to vote. "Absolutely," Angelo continued, without even looking at it. "We can't dislodge any more residents, or lose those upper-level routings for the transport system. Can't. If we can't get support from the fleet, we have to take other measures, and on a major scale we have to start shifting population somewhere. John Lucas, with apologies for short notice, but we wish you could have made yesterday's meeting. That tabled proposal of yours, our on-station construction can't handle security risk workers. At one time you had plans in some detail for widening the base on Downbelow. What's the status of those?" He blinked, suspicious and hopeful at once, frowned at the barb Angelo had to sling even now. He gathered himself to his feet, which he did not need to do, but he wanted to see faces. "If I had received notification of the situation, I would have made every effort. As it was, I came with all possible haste. As for the proposal, by no means impossible. Housing that number on Downbelow could be done in short order, with no difficulty, except for those housed there. The conditions, after 3 years I can tell you, are primitive. Downer labor making pit housing, air-tightened to a reasonable extent, enough compressors, and the simplest locally available materials for the bracing. Downer labor is always the most efficient down there, no inconvenience of breathers, but humans in great numbers can replace them. Field work, manufacture, clearing land, digging their own dome shells, just enough Pell staff to supervise and guard them. Confinement is no problem, particularly your more difficult cases would do well down there. You take those breathers away and they're not going anywhere or doing anything you don't want. Mr. Lucas." Anton Eisel stood up, an old man, a friend of Angelo's, and a stubborn do-gooder. "Mr. Lucas, I must misunderstand what I'm hearing. These are free citizens. We're not talking about establishing penal colonies. These are refugees. We're not turning Downbelow into a labor camp." "Tour Q," someone shouted from the tiers. "See what a wreck they've made out of those sections. We had homes there, beautiful homes. Vandalism and destruction. They're tearing up the place. They've attacked our security people with pipes and kitchen knives, and who knows if we got all the guns back after the riot." "There've been murders over there," someone else shouted. "Gangs of hoodlums." "No," said a third, a strange voice in council. Heads turned to the thin man who had taken a seat, John saw, in the place he himself had vacated above. The person stood up, a nervous, sallow-faced individual. "My name is Vasily Kresich. I was invited to come out of Q. I was a counselor on Russell Station. I represent Q. All that you say did happen in a panic, but there's order now, and the hoodlums have been removed to your detention." John drew a breath. "Welcome to Counselor Kresich. But for the sake of Q itself, pressure should be relieved. Population should be transferred. The station has waited a decade on the Downbelow expansion, and now we have the manpower to begin it on a large scale. Those who work become part of the system. They build what they themselves live in. Does the gentleman from Q not agree?" "We need our papers cleared. We refuse to be transferred anywhere without papers. This happened to us once, and look at our situation. Further transfers without clear paper can only add to our predicament, taking us further and further from any hope of establishing identity. The people I represent will not let it happen again." "Is this a threat, Mr. Kresich?" Angelo asked. The man looked close to collapse. "No," he said quickly. "No, sir. Only I am speaking the opinion of the people I represent. Their desperation. They have to have their papers cleared. Anything else, any other solution, is what the gentleman says, a labor camp for the benefit of Pal. Is that what you intend?" Mr. Kresich," said Angelo, "will everyone please settle themselves to take things in order? You'll be heard in your turn, Mr. Kresich. John Lucas, will you continue?" "I'll have the precise figures as soon as I can have access to Central Comp. I need to be brought current with the keys. Every facility on Downbelow can be expanded, yes. I still have the detailed plans. I'll have a cost and labor analysis available within a matter of days." Angelo nodded, looked at him, frowning. It could not be a pleasant moment for him. "We're fighting for our survival," Angelo said. "Plainly, there's a point where we seriously have to worry about our life support systems. Some of the load has to be moved, nor can we allow the ratio of Pell citizens to refugees to become unbalanced. We have to be concerned about riot, there and here. Apologies, Mr. Kresich. These are the realities under which we live, not of our choosing, nor, I'm sure, of yours. We can't risk the station, or the base on Downbelow, or we find ourselves all on freighters bound for Earth, stripped of everything. That is the third choice." "No," the murmur went around the room. John sat down, silent, staring at Angelo, reckoning Pell's present fragile balance and odds as they existed. "You've lost already," he thought of saying, of standing up in council and laying things out as they were. He did not. He sat with his mouth tightly closed. It was a matter of time. Peace might afford a chance, but that was far from what was shaping out there with this influx of refugees from all these stations. They had all the beyond flowing in two directions like a watershed, toward themselves and toward Union, and they were not equipped to handle it under Angelo's kind of rules. Year upon year of Constantine rule, Constantine's social theory, the vaunted community of law which disdained security and monitoring and now refused to use the clenched fist on Q, hoping that vocal appeals were going to win a mob over to order. He could bring that matter up too. He sat still. There was a bad taste in his mouth, reckoning that what chaos Constantine leniency had wrought on the station it would manage to wreak on Downbelow too. He foresaw no success for the plans he was asked for. Emilio Constantine and his wife would be in charge of the work, two of a kind, who would let the Downers take their own time about schedules and protect their superstitions and let them do things their own leisurely, lackadaisical way, which ended with equipment damaged and construction delayed. and what that pair would do with what was over in Q offered worse prospects. He sat still, estimating their chances and drawing unhappy conclusions. Part 2. "It can't survive," he said to Vittorio that night, to his son Vittorio, and to Dayan Jacobi, the only relative he favored. He leaned back in his chair and drank bitter downer wine in his apartment, which was piled with the stacked expensive furniture which had been in the other severed rooms. "Pell's falling apart under us. Angelo's soft-handed policies are going to lose it for us, and maybe get our throats cut in riot into the bargain. It's going, you understand me? And do we sit and take what comes?" Vittorio looked suddenly whey-faced, as his habit was when talk turned serious. Dayan was of another sort. He sat grim and thoughtful. "A contact," John said, yet more plainly, "has to exist." Dayan nodded. In times like these, 2 doors might be a sensible necessity, and I'm sure doors exist all over this station, with the right keys. "How compromised do you reckon those doors are? And where? Your cousins handled cases of some of our transients. You have any ideas?" "Black market in reju of drugs and others. That's in full flower here, don't you know? Constantine himself gets it. You got it on Downbelow." "It's legal." "Of course it's legal. It's necessary. But how does it get here? Ultimately it comes from Union side. Merchanters' deal. It comes through. Someone, somewhere, is into the pipeline. Merchanters. Maybe even station-side contacts." "So how do we get one to get a contact back up the pipeline?" "I can learn." "I know one," Vittorio said, startling them both. He licked his lips, swallowed heavily. "Rosine." "That whore of yours?" "She knows the market. There's a security officer, high up. Clean paper all the way, but he's bought by the market. You want something unloaded or loaded, want a blind eye turned, he can arrange it." John stared at his son, this product of a year's contract, his desperation to have an heir. It was not, after all, surprising that Vittorio knew such things. "Excellent," he said dryly. "You can tell me about it. Maybe we can trace something. Dayan, our holdings at Viking, we should look into them." "You aren't serious." "I'm very serious. I've engaged Hansford. Her crew is still in hospital. Her interior's a shambles, but she'll go. They need the money desperately, and you can find a crew through those contacts of Vittorio's. Don't have to tell them everything, just sufficient to motivate them. Viking's the next likely trouble spot, the next certain trouble spot." "A risk, isn't it? A lot of freighters have accidents with things as they are. Some vanish. I'll hear from Constantine over it, but I'll have the out. An act of faith in Viking's future. A confirmation, a vote of confidence." He drank the wine with a twist of his mouth. "You'd better go fast before some flood of refugees hits us from Viking itself. You make contact with the pipeline there. Follow it as far as you can. What chance has Pell got now but with the Union? The company's no help. The fleet's adding to our problem. We can't stand forever. Constantine's policies are going to see riot here before all's done, and it's time for a changing of the guard. You'll make that clear to Union. You understand? They get an ally. We get as much as we can get out of the association. That second door to jump through at worst. If Pell holds, we just sit still, safe. If not, we're better off than others, aren't we?" "And I'm the one risking my neck," Dayan said. "So would you rather be here when a riot finally breaks through those barriers, or would you rather have a chance to make some personal gain with a grateful opposition? Line your own pockets. I'm sure you will, and I'm sure you'll have deserved it." "Generous," Dayan said sourly. "Life here," John said, "isn't going to be any better. It could be very uncomfortable. It's a gamble. What isn't?" Dayan nodded slowly. "I'll run down some prospects for a crew." "Thought you would." "You trust too much, John." "Only this side of the family, never Constantine's. Angelo should have left me there on Downbelow. He probably wishes he could have. But council voted otherwise, and maybe that was lucky for them. Maybe it was." Chapter 8. Pell, 5:23:52. They offered a chair. They were always courteous, always called him Mr. Tally, and never by his rank, civ habit, or maybe they made the point that here Unioners were still counted rebels and had no rank. Perhaps they hated him, but they were unfailingly gentle with him and unfailingly kind. It frightened him all the same, because he suspected it false. They gave him more papers to fill out. A doctor sat down opposite him at the table and tried to explain the procedures in detail. "I don't want to hear that," he said. "I just want to sign the papers. I've had days of this. Isn't that enough?" "Your tests weren't honestly taken," the doctor said. "You lied and gave false answers in the interview. Instruments indicated you were lying or under stress. I asked, was there constraint on you, and the instrument said you lied when you said there wasn't." "Give me the pen." "Is someone forcing you? Your answers are being recorded." "No one's forcing me." "This is also a lie, Mr. Tally." "No." He tried and failed to keep his voice from shaking. "We normally deal with criminals who also tend to lie." The doctor held up the pen, out of easy reach. "Sometimes with the self-committed, very rarely. It's a form of suicide. You have a medical right to it within certain legal restrictions, and so long as you've been counseled and understand what's involved. If you continue your therapy on schedule, you should begin to function again in about a month. Legal independence within 6 more. Full function. You understand that there may be permanent impairment to your ability to function socially. There could be other psychological or physical impairments." He snatched the pen and signed the papers. The doctor took them and looked at them. Finally the doctor drew a paper from his pocket, pushed it across the table, a rumpled and much folded scrap of paper. He smoothed it out, saw a note with half a dozen signatures. "Your account in Station Comp has 50 credits for anything you want on the side." 6 of the detention guards had signed it, the men and women he played cards with, given out of their own pockets. Tears blurred his eyes. "Want to change your mind?" the doctor asked. He shook his head, folded the paper. "Can I keep it?" "It will be kept along with your other effects. You'll get everything back on your release." "It won't matter then, will it?" "Not at that point," the doctor said. "Not for some time." He handed the paper back. "I'll get you a tranquilizer," the doctor said, and called for an attendant, who brought it in, a cup of blue liquid. He accepted it and drank it and felt no different for it. The doctor pushed blank paper in front of him and laid the pen down. "Write down your impressions of Pell. Will you do that?" He began. He had had stranger requests in the days that they had tested him. He wrote a paragraph, how he had been questioned by the guards, and finally how he felt he had been treated. The words began to grow sideways. He was not writing on the paper. He had run off the edge onto the table and couldn't find his way back. The letters wrapped around each other, tied in knots. The doctor reached and lifted the pen from his hand, robbing him of purpose. Chapter 9. Part 1. Pal. 5:28:52. Damon looked over the report on his desk. It was not the procedure he was used to, the martial law which existed in Q. It was rough and quick, and came across his desk with a trio of film cassettes and a stack of forms condemning 5 men to adjustment. He viewed the film, jaw clenched, the scenes of riot leaping across the large wall screen, flinched at recorded murder. There was no question of the crime or the identification. There was, in the stack of cases which had flooded the LA office, no time for reconsiderations or niceties. They were dealing with a situation which could bring the whole station down, turn it all into the manner of thing that had come in with Hansford. Once life support was threatened, once men were crazy enough to build bonfires on a station dock, or go for station police with kitchen knives. He pulled the files in question, keyed up printout on the authorization. There was no fairness in it, for they were the 5 the security police had been able to pull across the line, 5 out of many more as guilty. But they were 5 who would not kill again, nor threaten the frail stability of a station containing many thousands of lives. Total adjustment, he wrote, which meant personality restruct. Processing would turn up injustice if he had done one. Questioning would determine innocence, if any existed at this point. He felt foul in doing what he did, and frightened. Martial law was far too sudden. His father had agonized the night long in making one such decision after a board had passed on it. A copy went to the public defender's office. They would interview in person, lodge appeals if warranted. That procedure, too, was curtailed under present circumstance. It could be done only by producing evidence of error, and evidence was in queue, unreachable. Injustices were possible. They were condemning on the word of police under attack, and the viewing of film which did not show what had gone before. There were 500 reports of theft and major crimes on his desk, when before there had been a queue they might have dealt with 2 or 3 such complaints a year. Comp was flooded with data requests. There had been days of work done on IDs and papers for Q, and all of that was scrapped. Papers had been stolen and destroyed to such an extent in Q that no paper could be trusted to be accurate. Most of the claims to paper were probably fraudulent, and loudest from the dishonest. Affidavits were worthless where threat ruled. People would swear to anything for safety. Even the ones who had come in good order were carrying paper they had no confirmation on. Security confiscated cards and papers to save those from theft, and they were passing some few out where they were able to establish absolute ID and find a station-side sponsor for them. But it was slow compared to the rate of influx, and Main Station had no place to put them when they did. It was madness. They tried with all their resources to eliminate red tape and hurry, and it just got worse. Tom, he keyed, a private note to Tom Ushant in the defender's office. If you get a gut feeling that something's wrong in any of these cases, appeal it back to me regardless of procedures. We're putting through too many condemnations too fast. Mistakes are possible. I don't want to find one out after processing starts. He had not expected reply. It came through. Damon, look at the tally file if you want something to disturb your sleep. Russell's used adjustment. You mean he's been through it? Not therapy. I mean they used it questioning him. I'll look at it. He keyed out, hunted the access number, pulled the file in comp display. Page after page of their own interrogation data flicked past on the screen, most of it uninformative. Ship name and number, duties. An armed scomper might know the board in front of him and what he shot at, but little more. Memories of home, then. Family killed in a fleet raid on Cytene system mines. A brother killed in service. Reason enough to carry grudges if a man wanted to. Reared by his mother's sister on Cytene proper, a plantation of sorts, then a government school, deep teaching for tech skills. Claimed no knowledge of higher politics, no resentment of the situation. The page is passed into actual transcript, uncondensed, disjointed ramblings, turned to excruciatingly personal things, the kind of intimate detail which surfaced in adjustment, while a good deal of self was being laid bare, examined, sorted. Fear of abandonment, that deepest. Fear of being a burden on his relatives, of deserving to be abandoned. He had a tangled kind of guilt about the loss of his family, had a pervading fear of it happening again, in any involvement with anyone. Loved the aunt. Took care of me, the thread of it ran at one point. Held me sometimes, held me, loved me. He had not wanted to leave her home, but union had its demands. He was supported by the state, and they took him when he came of age. After that it was state-run deep teach, taped education, military training, and no passes home. He had had letters from the aunt for a while. The uncle had never written. He believed the aunt was dead now because the letters had stopped some years ago. She would write, he believed. She loved me. But there were deeper fears that she had not, that she had really wanted the state money, and there was guilt that he had not come home, that he had deserved this parting too. He had written to the uncle and gotten no answer. That had hurt him, though he and the uncle had never loved each other. Attitudes, beliefs, another wound, a broken friendship, an immature love affair, Another case in which letters stopped coming, and that wound involved itself with the old ones. A later attachment to a companion in service, uncomfortably broken off. He tended to commit himself to a desperate extent. "Held me," he repeated, pathetic and secret loneliness. And more things. He began to find it. Terror of the dark. A vague recurring nightmare. A white place. Interrogation. Drugs. Russells had used drugs against all company policy, against all human rights. Had wanted badly something Tally simply did not have. They had gotten him from Mariner Zone, from Mariner, transferred to Russell's at the height of the panic. They had wanted information at that threatened station, had used adjustment techniques in interrogation. Damon rested his mouth against his hand, watched the fragmentary record roll past, sick at his stomach. He felt ashamed at the discovery, naive. He had not questioned Russell's reports, had not investigated them himself, had had other things on his hand, and staff to take care of that matter, had not, he admitted it, wanted to deal with the case any more than he absolutely had to. Tally had never called him, had conned him, had held himself together, already unstrung from previous treatment, to con Pell into doing the only thing that might put an end to his mental hell. Tally had looked him straight in the eye and arranged his own suicide. The record rambled on, from interrogation under drugs to chaotic evacuation, with stationer mobs on one side and the military threatening him on the other. And what it had been, what had happened during that long voyage, a prisoner on one of Mazian's ships, Norway, and Mallory. He killed the screen, sat staring at the stack of papers, the unfinished condemnations. After a time, he set himself to work again, his fingers numb as he signed the authorizations. Men and women had boarded at Russell's Star, folk who, like Tally, might have been sane before it all started. What had gotten off those ships, what existed over in Q, had been made of folk no different than themselves. He simply pushed the destruct on lives like Tally's which were already gone, on men like himself, he thought, who had gone over civilized limits in a place where civilization had stopped meaning anything. Mazian's fleet, even they, even the likes of Mallory, had surely started differently. "I'm not going to challenge," Tom told him, over a lunch they both drank more than ate. And after lunch he went to the small adjustment facility over in Red, and back into the treatment area. He saw Josh Tally. Tally did not see him, although perhaps it would not have mattered. Tally was resting at that hour, having eaten. The tray was still on the table, and he had eaten well. He sat on the bed with a curiously washed expression on his face, all the lines of strain erased. Part 2. Angelo looked up at the aide, took the report of the ship outbound, and scanned the manifest, looked up. "Why Hansford?" The aide shifted his weight, distressed. "Sir?" 24 ships idle, and Hansford has a commission to launch? Unfitted? And with what crew? "I think crew was hired off the inactive list, sir." Angelo leafed through the report. Lucas Company. Viking bound, with a stripped ship and a dock-bound crew, and Day and Jacoby for a passenger? Get John Lucas on the comm. "Sir," the aide said, "the ship has already left dock." "I can see the time. Get me John Lucas." "Yes, sir." The aide went out. In moments the screen on the desk went bright, and John Lucas came on. Angelo took a deep breath, calmed himself, angled the report toward the pickup. "See that?" "You have a question?" "What's going on here?" "We have holdings at Viking, business to carry on. Shall we let our interest there sink into panic and disorder? They're due some reassurance." "With Hansford?" "We had an opportunity to engage a ship at below standard. Economics, Angelo." "Is that all?" "I'm not sure I take your meaning." "She carried nothing like full cargo. What kind of commodity do you plan to pick up at Viking?" "We carry as much as we can with Hansford in her present condition. She'll refit there, where facilities are less crowded. Refitting is the hire for which we got her use, if you must know. What she carries will pay the bill. She'll lade full on return, critical supplies. I'd think you'd be pleased. Dayan is aboard to supervise and to administer some business at our Viking office. You're not minded, are you, that this full lading include Lucas Company personnel or others? You're not going to sell passage off Viking. You're not going to pull that office out. Ah, that's your concern. That has to be my concern when ships go out of here with no sufficient cargo to justify their moving, headed for a population we can't handle if it panics. I'm telling you, John, we can't take chances on some loose talk or some single company pulling its favorite employees out and starting a panic on another station. You hear me? I did discuss the matter with Dayan. I assure you our mission is supportive. Commerce has to continue, doesn't it, or we strangle. And before us, Viking. Stations they rely on have collapsed. Let Vikings start running into shortages, and they may be here in our laps with no invitation. We're taking them foodstuffs and chemicals, nothing Pell may run short of, and we have the only 2 usable holds on the ship fully loaded. Is every ship launched subject to this inquisition? I can provide you with the company books if you want to see them. I take this amiss. Whatever our private feelings, Angelo, I think Dayan deserves commendation for being willing to go out there under the circumstances. It doesn't deserve a fanfare. We asked for none, but we would have expected something other than accusations. Do you want the books, Angelo? Hardly. Thank you, John, and my apologies. So long as Dayan and your ship's master appreciate the hazards. Every ship that launches is going to be scrutinized, yes, nothing personal. Any questions you have, Angelo, so long as they're equally applied. Thank you. Thank you, John. John keyed out. Angelo did so, sat staring at the report, riffled through it, finally signed the authorization after the fact, and dumped it into the record tray. All the offices were running behind, everyone. They were using too many man-hours and too much comp time on the queue processing. Sir, it was his secretary, Mills. Your son, sir. He keyed acceptance of a call, looked up in some surprise as the door opened instead, and Damon walked in. I brought the processing reports myself, Damon said. He sat down, leaned on the desk with both arms. Damon's eyes looked as tired as he himself felt, which was considerable. I've processed 5 men into adjustment this morning. 5 men isn't a tragedy, Angelo said wearily. I've got a lottery process set up for comp to pick who goes and stays on station. I've got another storm on Downbelow, and that's flooded the mill again, and they've just found the victims from the last washout. I've got ships pulling at the tether now that the panic's worn down, 1 that's just slipped, 2 more to go tomorrow. If rumor has it that Maysian's chosen Pell for a refuge, where does that leave the remaining stations? What when they panic and head here by the shipload? And how do we know that someone isn't out there right now, selling passage to more frightened people? Our life support won't take much more. He gestured loosely toward a stack of documents. We're going to militarize what freighters we can, by some pretty strong financial coercion. To fire on refugee ships? If ships come in that we can't handle, yes. I'd like to talk to Aline sometime today. She'd be the one to make the initial approach to the merchanters. I can't muster sympathy for 5 rioters today, forgive me. His voice cracked. Damon reached across the desk, caught his wrist and pressed it, let it go again. Emilio needs help down there? He says not. The mill's a shambles, mud everywhere. They find all of them dead? He nodded. Last night, Bennett Jasont and Ty Brown, Wes Kyle yesterday noon. This long to hunt the banks and the reeds. Emilio and Maliko say morale is all right, considering. The downers are building dikes. More of them have been anxious for human trade. I've ordered more let into base, and I've authorized some of the trained ones into maintenance up here. Their life support is in good shape, and it frees up some techs we can upgrade. I'm shuttling down every human volunteer who'll go, and that means even trained dockhands. They can handle construction equipment, or they can learn. It's a new age, a tighter one. He pressed his lips together, sucked in a long breath. Have you and Aline thought of Earth? Sir? You, your brother, Aline, and Maliko, think about it, will you? No, Damon said. Pull out and run? You think that's what it's coming to? Figure the odds, Damon. We didn't get help from Earth, just observers. They're figuring on cutting their losses, not sending us reinforcements or ships. No, we're just settling lower and lower. Mazian can't hold forever. The shipyards at Mariner were vital. It's Vikings soon, and whatever else Union reaches out to take. Union's cutting the fleet off from supply. Earth already has. We're out of everything but room to run. The Hindustars, you know there's some talk about reopening one of those stations. A dream. We'd never have the chance. If the fleet goes, Union would make it a target, same as us, just as quickly. And selfishly, completely selfishly, I'd like to see my children out of here. Damon's face was very white. No, absolutely no. Don't be noble. I'd rather your safety than your help. Constantines won't fare well in years to come. It's mind-wipe if they take us. You worry about your criminals. Consider yourself in the lean. That's Union's solution. Puppets in the offices, lab-born populations to fill up the world. They'll plow up down below and build. Heaven help the downers. I'd cooperate with them. So would you. To keep Pell safe from the worst excesses. But they won't have things that easy way. And I don't want to see you in their hands. We're targets. I've lived all my life in that condition. Surely it's not asking too much that I do one selfish thing, that I save my sons. What did Emilio say? Emilio and I are still discussing it. He told you no. Well, so do I. Your mother will have a word with you. Are you sending her? Angelo frowned. You know that's not possible. So, I know that. And I'm not going. And I don't think Emilio would choose to either. My blessing to him if he does, but I'm not. Then you don't know anything, Angelo said shortly. We'll talk about it later. We won't, Damon said. If we pulled out, panic would set in here. You know that. You know how it would look. Besides that, I won't do it in the first place. It was true. He knew that it was. No, Damon said again, and laid his hand atop his father's, rose and left. Angelo sat, looked toward the wall, toward 3 portraits which stood on the shelf, a succession of tried figures. Alicia before her accident, young Alicia and himself, a succession of Damons and Emilios from infancy to manhood, to wives and hopes of grandchildren. He looked at all the figures assembled there, at all the gathered ages of them, and reckoned that the good days hereafter would be fewer. After a fashion he was angry with his boys, and after another proud. He had brought them up what they were. Emilio, he wrote to the succession of images and the son on down below, your brother sends his love. Send me what skilled downers you can spare. I'm sending you 1,000 volunteers from the station. Go ahead with the new base if they have to backpack equipment in. Appeal to the downers for help, trade for native foodstuffs. All love. And to security. Process out the assuredly non-violent. We're going to shift them to down below as volunteers. He reckoned, even as he did it, where that led. The worst would stay on station, next to the heart and brain of Pell. Transfer the outlaws down and keep the heel on them. Some kept urging it. But fragile agreements with the natives, fragile self-respect for the techs who had been persuaded to go down there in the mud and the primitive conditions, it could not be turned into a penal colony. It was life. It was the body of Pell, and he refused to violate it, to ruin all the dreams they had had for its future. There were dark hours when he thought of arranging an accident in which all of Q might decompress. It was an unspeakable idea, a madman's solution, to kill thousands of innocent along with the undesirables, to take in these shiploads one after the other and have accident after accident, keeping Pell free of the burden, keeping Pell what it was. Damon lost sleep over 5 men. He had begun to meditate on utter horror. For that reason, too, he wanted his sons gone from Pell. He thought sometimes that he might actually be capable of applying the measures some urged, that it was weakness that prevented him, that he was endangering what was good and whole to save a polluted rabble out of which reports of rape and murder came daily. Then he considered where it led. and what kind of life they all faced when they had made a police state of Pell and recoiled from it with all the convictions Pell had ever had. "Sir," a voice cut in with the sharper tone of transmissions from Central. "Sir, we have inbound traffic." "Give it here," he said, and swallowed heavily as the schematic reached his screen. 9 of them. "Who are they?" "The carrier Atlantic," the voice of Central returned. "Sir, they have 8 freighters in convoy. They ask to dock. They advise of dangerous conditions aboard." "Denied," Angelo said. "Not till we get an understanding." They could not take so many. Could not. Not another lot like Mallory's. His heart sped, hurting him. "Get me Krezhov on Atlantic. Get me contact." Contact was refused from the other end. The warship would do as it pleased. There was nothing they could do to prevent it. The convoy moved in, silent, ominous with the load it bore, and he reached for the alert for security. Part 3. Downbelow Main Base, 5/28/52. The rain still came down, the thunder dying. Tom Utsapitan watched the humans come and go, arms locked about her knees, her bare feet sunk in mire, the water trickling slowly off her fur. Much that humans did made no sense. Much that humans made was of no visible use, perhaps for the gods, perhaps that they were mad. But graves, this sad thing, the Haisa understood. Tears shed behind masks, the Haisa understood. She watched, rocking slightly, until the last humans had gone, leaving only the mud and the rain in this place where humans laid their dead. And in due time she gathered herself to her feet and walked to the place of cylinders and graves, her bare toes squelching in the mud. They had put the earth over Bennett Jacent and the 2 others. The rain made of the place one large lake, but she had watched. She knew nothing of the marks humans made for signs to themselves, but she knew the one. She carried a tall stick with her, which Old One had made. She came naked in the rain, but for the beads and the skins which she bore on a string about her shoulder. She stopped above the grave, took the stick in both her hands, and drove it hard into the soft mud. The spirit face she slanted, so that it looked up as much as possible, and about its projections she hung the beads and the skins, arranging them with care, despite the rain which sheeted down. Steps sounded near her in the puddles, the hiss of human breath. She spun and leapt aside, appalled that a human had surprised her ears, and stared into a breather-masked face. "What are you doing?" the man demanded. She straightened, wiped her muddy hands on her thighs. To be naked thus embarrassed her, for it upset humans. She had no answer for a human. He looked at the spirit stick, at the grave offerings, at her. What she could see of his face seemed less angry than his voice had promised. "Bennett?" the man asked of her. She bobbed a yes, distressed still. Tears filled her eyes to hear the name, but the rain washed them away. Anger, that too she felt, that Bennett should die and not others. "I'm Emilio Constantine," he said, and she stood straight at once, relaxed out of her fight-flight tenseness. "Thank you for Bennett Jacent. He would thank you." Constantine man. She amended all her manner and touched him, this very tall one of a tall kind. "Love Bennett man, all love Bennett man. Good man. Say he friend. All downers are sad." He put a hand on her shoulder, this tall Constantine man, and she turned and put her arm about him, and her head against his chest, hugged him solemnly about the wet, awful-feeling yellow clothes. Good Bennett make Lucas mad. Good friend for downers. Too bad he gone. Too bad, Constantine man. "I've heard," he said. "I've heard how it was here." Constantine man, good friend. She lifted her face at his touch, looked fearlessly into the strange mask, which made him very horrible to see. "Love good mans. Downers work hard, hard for Constantine. Give you gifts. Go no more away." She meant it. They had learned how Lucases were. It was said in all the camp that they should do good for the Constantines, who had always been the best humans, gift-bringers, more than the Heisa could give. "What's your name?" he asked, stroking her cheek. "What do we call you?" She grinned suddenly, warm in his kindness, stroked her own sleek hide, which was her vanity, wet as it was now. "Humans call me Satin," she said, and laughed, for her true name was her own, a Heisa thing, but Bennett had given her this for her vanity, this and a bright bit of red cloth, which she had worn to rags and still treasured among her spirit gifts. End of side 2. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 3. Downbelow Station by C.J. Cherryh, continuing on page 75. "Will you walk back with me?" he asked, meaning to the human camp. "I'd like to talk with you." She was tempted, for this meant favor, and then she sadly thought of duty and pulled away, folded her arms, dejected at the loss of love. "I sit," she said. "With Bennett." "Make his spirit look at the sky," she said, showing the spirit stick, explaining a thing the Heisa did not explain. "Look at he home." "Come tomorrow," he said. "I need to talk to the Heisa." She tilted back her head, looked at him in startlement. Few humans called them what they were. It was strange to hear it. "Bring others?" "All the high ones, if they will come. We need Heisa up above, good hands, good work. We need trade down below, place for more men." She extended her hand toward the hills and the open plain, which went on forever. "There is place. But the high ones would have to say." She laughed. "Say spirit things. I, Satin, give this to Constantine man. All ours. I give, you take. All trade, much good things, all happy." "Come tomorrow," he said, and walked away, a tall, strange figure in the slanting rain. Satin Tam Utsapatan sat down on her heels with the rain beating upon her bowed back and pouring over her body, and regarded the grave, with the rain making pocked puddles above it. She waited. Eventually others came, less accustomed to men. Dalut Hosme was one such, who did not share her optimism of them, but even he had loved Bennett. There were men and men. This much the Heisa had learned. She leaned against Dalut Hosme, sun shining through clouds, in the dark evening of their long watch, and by this gesture pleased him. He had begun laying gifts before her mat in this winter season, hoping for spring. "They want Heisa up above," she said. "I want to see the up above. I want this." She had always wanted it, from the time that she had heard Bennett talk of it. From this place came Constantine's, and Lucas's, but she dismissed that thought. She reckoned it as bright and full of gifts and good things as all the ships which came down from it, bringing them goods and good ideas. Bennett had told them of a great metal place holding out arms to the sun to drink his power, where ships vaster than they had ever imagined came and went like giants. All things flowed to this place and from it, and Bennett had gone away now, making a time in her life under the sun. It was a manner of pilgrimage, this journey she desired to mark this time, like going to the images of the plain, like the sleep night in the shadow of the images. They had given human images for the up above, too, to watch there. It was fit to call it pilgrimage, and the time regarded Bennett, who came from that journey. "Why do you tell me?" Dalut Hosme asked. "My spring will be there, on up above." He nestled closer. She could feel his heat. His arm went about her. "I will go," he said. It was cruel, but the desire was on her for her first traveling, and his was on him for her, would grow as gray winter passed and they began to think toward spring, toward warm winds and the breaking of the clouds. And Bennett, cold in the ground, would have laughed his strange human laughter and bidden them be happy. So always the Heisa wandered, of springs and the nesting. Part 4. Pell, Sector Blue 5, 528-52. It was frozen dinner again. Neither of them had gotten in till late, numb with the stresses of the day. More refugees, more chaos. Damon ate, looked up, finally realizing his self-absorbed silence, found Aline sunk in one of her own, a habit lately between them. He was disturbed to think of that, and reached across the table to lay his hand on hers, which rested beside her plate. Her hand turned, curled up to weave with his. She looked as tired as he. She had been working 2 long hours, more than today. It was a remedy of sorts, not to think. She never spoke of Estelle. She did not speak much at all. Perhaps, he thought, she was so much at work there was little to say. "I saw Tally today," he said hoarsely, seeking to fill the silence, to distract her, however grim the topic. He seemed quiet. No pain at all. Her hand tightened. "Then you did right by him after all, didn't you?" "I don't know. I don't think there is a way to know." "He asked." "He asked," he echoed. "You did all you could to be right. That's all you can do." "I love you." She smiled. Her lips trembled until they could no longer hold the smile. "Aline?" She drew back her hand. "Do you think we're going to hold Pell?" "Are you afraid not?" "I'm afraid you don't believe it." "What kind of reasoning is that? Things you won't discuss with me." "Don't give me riddles. I'm not good at them. I never was." "I want a child. I'm not on the treatment now. I think you still are." Heat rose to his face. For half a heartbeat he thought of lying. "I am. I didn't think it was time to discuss it. Not yet." She pressed her lips tightly together, distraught. "I don't know what you want," he said. "I don't know. If Aline Quinn wants a baby, all right. Ask. It's all right. Anything is. But I'd hoped it would be for reasons I'd know." "I don't know what you're talking about." "You've done a lot of thinking. I've watched you. But you haven't done any of it aloud. What do you want? What do I do? Get you pregnant and let you go? I'd help you if I knew how. What do I say?" "I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. I told you what I want." "Why?" She shrugged. "I don't want to wait any more." Her brow furrowed. For the first time in days he had the feeling of contact with her eyes, of Aline as she was, of something gentle. "You care," she said. "I see that." "Sometimes I know I don't hear all you say." "On ship, it's my business, having a child or not. Ship family is closer in some things and further apart in others. But you with your own family, I understand that. I respect it. Your home, too. It's yours." She managed the faintest of smiles, an offering, perhaps. "So what do you say to it?" Officers of station planning were giving out dire warnings, advice otherwise, pleadings otherwise. It was not only the establishment of Q, there was the war getting nearer. All rules applied to Constantine's first. He simply nodded. "So we're through waiting." It was like a shadow lifting. Estelle's ghost fled the place, the small apartment they had drawn in Blue 5, which was smaller, into which their furnishings did not fit, where everything was out of order. It was all at once home, the hall with the dishes stowed in the clothing lockers, and the living room, which was bedroom by night, with boxes lashed in the corner, downer wicker work, with what should have gone into the hall lockers. They lay in the bed that was the daytime couch, and she talked, lying in his arms for the first time in weeks, talked, late into the night, a flow of memories she had never shared with him in all their being together. He tried to reckon what she had lost in Estelle. Her ship, she still called it that. Brotherhood, kinship. Merchanter morals, the stationer proverb ran, but he could not see Aline among the others like them, rowdy merchanters off ship for a dockside binge and a sleepover with anyone willing. Could never believe that. "Believe it," she said, her breath stirring against his shoulder. "That's the way we live. What do you want instead? Inbreeding? They were my cousins on that ship." "You were different," he insisted. He remembered her as he had first seen her, in his office on a matter involving a cousin's troubles, always quieter than the others. A conversation, a re-meeting, another, a second voyage, and Pell again. She had never gone bar-haunting with her cousins, had not made the merchanter hangouts, had come to him, had spent those days on station with him, failed to board again. Merchanters rarely married. Eileen had. "No," she said, "you were different." "You'd take anyone's baby?" The thought troubled him. Some things he had never asked Eileen because he thought he knew, and Eileen had never talked that way. He began belatedly to revise all he thought he knew, to be hurt and to fight that. She was Eileen, that quantity he still believed in, trusted. "Where else could we get them?" she asked, making strange, clear sense. "We love them, do you think not? They belong to the whole ship. Only now there aren't any." She could talk of that suddenly. He felt the tension ebb, a sigh against him. "They're all gone." "You called Elt Quen your father, Tia James your mother. Was it that way?" He was. She knew. And a moment later, she left the station to go with him. Not many will. She had never asked him to. That thought had never clearly occurred to him. Ask a Constantine to leave Pell. He asked himself if he would have, and felt a deep unease. "I would have," he insisted. "I might have." "It would be hard," he admitted aloud. "It was hard for you." She nodded, a movement against his arm. "Are you sorry, Eileen?" A small shake of her head. "It's late to talk about things like this," he said. "I wish we had. I wish we'd known enough to talk to each other. So many things we didn't know." "It bother you?" He hugged her against him, kissed her through a veil of hair, brushed it aside. He thought for a moment of saying no, decided then to say nothing. "You've seen Pell. You realize I've never set foot on a ship bigger than a shuttle, never been out from this station? Some things I don't know how to look at, or even how to imagine the question. You understand me? Some things I don't know how to ask you either." "What would you ask for?" "I just did." "I don't know how to say yes or no. Eileen, I don't know if I could have left Pell. I love you, but I don't know that I could have done that after so short a time, and that bothers me. That bothers me, if it's something in me that it never occurred to me, that I spent all my planning trying to think how to make you happy on Pell. Easier for me to stay a time than for a Constantine to uproot himself from Pell. Pausing's easy, we do it all the time. Only losing Estelle I never planned. Like what's out there you never planned. You've answered me." "How did I answer you?" "By what it is that bothers you." That puzzled him. "We do it all the time." That frightened him. But she talked more, lying against him, about more than things, deep feelings, the way childhood was for a merchanter, the first time she had set foot on a station, aged 12, and frightened by rude stationers who assumed any merchanter was fair game. How a cousin had died on Mariner years back, knifed in a stational quarrel, not even comprehending a stationer's jealousy that had killed him. And an incredible thing, that in the loss of her ship, Eileen's pride had suffered. Pride. The idea set him back, so that for some time he lay staring at the dark ceiling, thinking about it. The name was diminished. A possession like the ship. Someone had diminished it, and too anonymously to give her an enemy to get it back from. For a moment he thought of Mallory, the hard arrogance of an elite breed, the aristocracy of privilege, sealed worlds and a law unto itself, where no one had property and everyone had it, the ship and all who belonged to it. Merchanters who would spit in a dockmaster's eye made grumbling retreat when a Mallory or a Quen ordered it. She felt grief at losing Estelle. That had to be, but shame, too, that she had not been there when it mattered. That Pell had set her in the dockside offices where she could use that reputation the Quens had, but now there was nothing at her back, nothing but the reputation she had not been there to pay for. A dead name, a dead ship. Maybe she detected pity from other merchanters. That would be bitterest of all. One thing she had asked of him. He had cheated her of it without discussing it, without seeing. "The first child," he murmured, turning his head on the pillow to look at her, "goes by Quen. You hear me, Eileen?" Pal has Constantine's enough. My father may sulk, but he'll understand. My mother will. I think it's important it be that way." She began to cry, as she had never cried in his presence, not without resisting it. She put her arms about him and stayed there till morning. Chapter 10. Viking Station 6-5-52. Viking hung in view, a gleam in the light of an angry star. Mining, industry regarding metals and minerals, that was its support. Sigurd heirs watched, from their vantage of the freighter's bridge, the image on the screens. And something was wrong. The bridge whispered with alarm, passed from station to station, frowns on faces and troubled looks. Ayres glanced at his three companions. They had caught it too, stood uneasily, all of them trying to keep out of the way of procedures that had officers darting from this station to that to supervise. Another ship was coming in with them. Ayres knew enough to interpret that. It moved up until it was visual on the screens, and ships were not supposed to ride that close, not at this distance from station. It was big, many-vaned. "It's in our lane," Delegate Marsh said. The ship moved closer still to them, and the merchant captain rose from his place, walked across to them. "We have trouble," he said. "We're being escorted in. I don't recognize the ship that's riding us. It's military. Frankly, I don't think we're in company space anymore." "Are you going to break and run?" Ayres asked. "No. You may order it, but we're not about to do it. You don't understand the way of things. It's wide space. Sometimes ships get surprises. Something's happened here. We've wandered into it. I'm sending a steady no fire. We'll go in peaceably, and if we're lucky, they'll let us go again." "You think Union is here?" "There's only them and us, sir." "And our situation?" "Very uncomfortable, sir, but those are the chances you took. I won't give odds you people won't be detained. No, sir. Sorry." Marsh started to protest. Ayres put out a hand. "No. I'd suggest we go have a drink in the main room and simply wait it out. We'll talk about it." Guns made Ayres nervous. Marched by rifle-carrying juveniles across a dock much the same as Pell's, crowded into a lift with them, these two same young revolutionaries, he felt a certain shortness of breath and worried for his companions, who were still under guard near the ship's berth. All the soldiers he had seen in crossing the Viking dock were of the same stamp, green coveralls for a uniform, a sea of green on that dockside overwhelming the few civilians visible, guns everywhere, and emptiness along the upward curve of the docks beyond, deserted distances. There were not enough people. Far from the number of residents who had been at Pell, in spite of the fact that there were freighters docked all about Viking Station. Trapped, he surmised. Merchanters perhaps dealt with courteously enough. The soldiers who had boarded their own ship had been coldly courteous, but it was a good bet that ship was not going to be leaving. Not the ship that had brought them in, not any of the others out there. The lift stopped on some upper level. "Out," the young captain said, and ordered him left down the hall with a wave of the rifle barrel. The officer was no more than 18 at most. Crop-headed, male and female, they all looked the same age. They spilled out before and after him, more guards than a man of his age and physical condition warranted. The corridor leading to windowed offices ahead of them was lined with more such, rifles all fixed at a precise attitude, all 18 or thereabouts, all with close-clipped hair, all attractive. That was what urged at his attention. There was an uncommon, fresh-faced pleasantness about them, as if beauty were dead, as if there were no more distinction of the plain and the lovely. In that company a scar, a disfigurement of any kind, would have stood out as bizarre. There was no place for the ordinary among them. Male and female, the proportions were all within a certain tolerance, all similar, though they varied in color and features, like mannequins. He remembered Norway's scarred troops and Norway's gray-haired captain, the disrepute of their equipment, the manner of them, who seemed to know no discipline. Dirt, scars, age. There was no such taint on these, no such imprecision. He shuddered inwardly, felt cold gathered at his belly as he walked in among the mannequins, into offices, and further into another chamber, and before a table where sat older men and women. He was relieved to see gray hair and blemishes and overweight, deliriously relieved. "Mr. Ayres." A mannequin announced him, rifle in hand. "Company delegate." The mannequin advanced to lay his confiscated credentials on the desk in front of the central figure, a heavy-bodied woman, gray-haired. She leafed through them, lifted her head with a slight frown. "Mr. Ayres." "Inez Anderlin," she said. "A sorry surprise for you, isn't it? But such things happen. You will now give us a company reprimand for seizing your ship? Feel free to do so." "No, Citizen Anderlin, it was in fact a surprise, but hardly devastating. I came to see what I might see, and I have seen plenty." "And what have you seen, Citizen Ayres?" "Citizen Anderlin." He walked forward a few paces, as far as the anxious faces and sudden movement of rifles would allow. "I'm second secretary to the Security Council on Earth. My companions are of the Earth Company's highest levels. Our inspection of the situation has shown us disorder, and a militarism in the company fleet which has passed all limit of company responsibility. We are dismayed at what we find. We disown Mazian. We do not wish to hold any territories in which the citizens have determined they wish to be otherwise governed. We are anxious to be quit of a burdensome conflict and an unprofitable venture. You know well enough that you possess this territory. The line is stretched too thin. We can't possibly enforce what residents of the Beyond don't want, and in fact, why should we be interested to do so? We don't regard this meeting at this station as a disaster. We were, in fact, looking for you." There was a settling in the council, a perplexity on their faces. "We are prepared," Ayres said in a loud voice, "to cede formally all the disputed territories. We frankly have no further interest beyond present limits. The star-faring arm of the company is dissolved by vote of the company directorates. The sole interest we have now is to see to our orderly disengagement, our withdrawal, and the establishment of a firm border which will give us both reasonable latitude." Heads bent. The council murmured together one way and the other. Even the mannequins about the edges of the chamber seemed disturbed. "We are a local authority," said Anderlin at last. "You'll have opportunity to carry your offers higher. Can you leash the Maziani and guarantee our security?" Ayres drew in his breath. "Mazian's fleet? No, if his captains are an example." "You're in from Pell?" "Yes." "And claim experience with Mazian's captains, do you?" He blanked for the instant, was not accustomed to such slips. Neither was he accustomed to distances over which such comings and goings would be news. But the merchanters, he reasoned at once, would know and tell as much as he could. Withholding information was more than pointless. It was dangerous. "I met," he confessed, "with Norway's captain, one Mallory." Anderlin's head inclined solemnly. "Signe Mallory. A unique privilege." "None to me. The company refuses responsibility for Norway. Disorder, mismanagement, denial of responsibility, and yet Pell is well reputed for order. I am amazed at your report. What happened there?" "I do not serve as your intelligence." "You do, however, disown Mazian and the fleet. This is a radical step." "I don't disown the safety of Pell. That's our territory." "Then you are not prepared to cede all the disputed territories?" "By disputed territories, of course, we mean those starting with Fargon." "Ah. And what is your price, Citizen Ayres?" "An orderly transition of power, certain agreements assuring the safeguarding of our interests." Anderlin's face relaxed in laughter. "You seek a treaty with us. You throw aside your own forces and seek a treaty with us." "A reasonable solution to a mutual difficulty. 10 years since the last reliable report out of the Beyond. Many more years than that, with a fleet out of our control, refusing our direction, in a war which consumes what could be a mutually profitable trade. That is what brings us here." There was deathly silence in the room. At last Anderlin nodded, her chins doubling. "Mr. Ayres, we shall wrap you in cotton wool and hand you on most gently to Cytine. with great hope that at last someone on Earth has come to his senses. A last question rephrased. Was Mallory alone at Pell? I can't answer. You have not yet disowned the fleet, then? I retain that option in negotiations. Andelin pursed her lips. You need not worry about giving us critical information. The merchanters will deny us nothing. Were it possible for you to restrain the Maziani from their immediate maneuvers, I would suggest you try. I'd suggest that to demonstrate the seriousness of your proposal, you at least make a token gesture toward that restraint during negotiations. We cannot control Mazian. You know that you will lose, said Andelin. In fact, that you have already lost, and you're attempting to hand us what we have already won, and get concessions for it. There's little interest for us in pursuing hostilities, win or lose. It seems to us that our original object was to make sure the stars were a viable commercial venture, and you patently are viable. You have an economy worth trading with, in a different kind of economic relationship from what we had before, saving us the entanglements with the beyond we don't want. We can agree on a route, a meeting point where your ships and ours can come and go as a matter of common right. What you do on your side doesn't interest us. Direct the development of the beyond as you like. Likewise, we will be withdrawing some jump freighters home for the commencement of that trade. If we can possibly secure some restraint on Conrad Mazian, we'll recall those ships as well. I'm being very blunt with you. The interests we pursue are so far from each other, there's no sane reason to continue hostilities. You are being recognized in all points as the legitimate government of the outer colonies. I am the negotiator and the interim ambassador if the negotiations are successful. We don't consider it defeat if the will of the majority of the colonies has supported you. The fact that you are the government in these regions is persuasive of that fact. We extend you formal recognition from the new administration which has taken charge in our own affairs, a situation I will explain further to your central authorities, and we are prepared to open trade negotiations at the same time. All military operations within our power to control will be stopped. Unfortunately, it isn't within our power to stop them, only to withdraw support and approval. I am a regional administrator, a step removed from our central directorate, but I don't think, Ambassador Ayres, that the directorate will have any hesitancy in opening discussion on these matters. At least, as a regional administrator sees things, this is the case. I extend you a cordial welcome. Haste will save lives. Haste indeed. These troops will conduct you to a safe lodging. Your companions will join you. Arrest? Absolutely the contrary. The station is newly taken and insecure as yet. We want to be sure no hazard confronts you. Cotton wool, Mr. Ambassador. Walk where you will, but with a security escort at all times, and by my earnest advice, rest. You'll be shipping out as soon as the vessel can be cleared. It's even uncertain whether you'll have a night's sleep before that departure. You agree, sir? Agreed, he said, and Andelin called the young officer over and spoke to him. The officer gestured with his hand this time. He took his leave with nods of courtesy from all the table, walked out, with a cold feeling at his back. Practicalities, he reckoned. He did not like the look of what he saw, the two alike guards, the coldness everywhere. Security Council on Earth had not seen such things when it gave its orders and laid its plans. The lack of intermediate earthward stations since the dismantling of the Hinderstar bases made the spread of the war logistically unlikely, but Mazian had failed to prevent it from spreading all across the beyond, had aggravated the situation, escalated hostilities to dangerous levels. The sudden prospect of having Mazian's forces reactivate those Hinderstar stations in a retrenching action behind Pell turned him sick with the mere contemplation of the possibilities. The isolationists had had their way. Too long. Now there were bitter decisions to be taken, rapprochement to this thing called union, agreements, borders, barriers, containment. If the line were not held, disaster loomed. The possibility of having Union itself activating those abandoned earthward stations, convenient bases. There was a fleet building at Saul Station. It had to have time. Mazian was fodder for Union guns until then. Saul itself had to be in command of the next resistance, Saul, and not the headless thing the company fleet had become, refusing company orders, doing as they would. Most of all, they had to keep Pell, had to keep that one base. Ayres walked where he was led, settled into the apartment they gave him several levels down, which was excellent in comforts, and the comfort reassured him. He forced himself to sit and appear relaxed to await his companions, that they assured him would come, and they did come, finally, in a group, and unnerved by their situation. Ayres thrust their escort out, closed the door, made a shifting of his eyes toward the peripheries of the compartment, silent warning against free speech. The others, Ted Marsh, Carl Bella, Ramona Diaz, understood and said nothing, as he hoped they had not spoken their minds elsewhere. Someone on Viking Station, a freighter crew, was in great difficulty, he had no doubt. Supposedly merchanters were able to pass the battle lines with no worse than occasional shepherding to different ports than they had planned, or sometimes, if it was one of Mazian's ships that stopped them, confiscation of part of the cargo or a man or woman of the crew. The merchanters lived with it. And the merchanters who had brought them to Viking would survive detention until what they had seen at Pell and here ceased to be of military value. He hoped for their sakes that this was the case. He could do nothing for them. He did not sleep well that night, and before morning of Main Day, as Andelin had warned him, they were roused out of bed to take ship further into Union territory. They were promised their destination was Saitine, the center of the rebel command. It was begun. There was no retreat. Chapter 11. Pell. Detention. Red Sector 62752. He was back. Josh Talley looked at the window of his room and met the face which was so often there, remembered after the vague fashion in which he remembered anything recent, that he had known this man, and that this man was part of all that had happened to him. He met the eyes this time, and feeling more of definite curiosity than he was wont, moved from his cot, walking with difficulty for the general weakness of his limbs, advanced to the window and confronted the young man at closer range. He put out his hand to the window, wishing, for others kept far from him, and he lived entirely in white limbo, where all things were suspended, where touch was not keen and tastes all bland, where words came at distance. He drifted in this whiteness, detached and isolated. "Come out," his doctors told him. "Come out whenever you feel inclined. The world is out here. You can come when you're ready." It was a womb-like safety. He grew stronger in it. Once he had lain on his cot, disinclined even to move, leaden-limbed and weary. He was much, much stronger. He could feel moved to rise and investigate this stranger. He grew brave again. For the first time he knew that he was getting well, and that made him braver still. The man behind the pane moved, reached out his hand, matched it to his on the window, and his numbed nerves tingled with excitement, expecting touch, expecting the numb sensation of another hand. The universe existed beyond a sheet of plastic, all there to touch, unfelt, insulated, cut off. He was hypnotized by this revelation. He stared into dark eyes and a lean young face of a man in a brown suit, and wondered was it he himself, as he was outside the womb, that hands matched so perfectly, touching and not touched. But he wore white, and it was no mirror. Nor was it his face. He dimly remembered his own face, but it was a boy his memory saw, an old picture of himself. He could not recover the man. It was not a boy's hand that he reached out, not a boy's hand that reached back to him, independent of his willing it. A great deal had happened to him, and he could not put it all together, did not want to. He remembered fear. The face behind the window smiled at him, a faint, kindly smile. He gave it back, reached with his other hand to touch the face as well, barriered by cold plastic. "Come out," a voice said from the wall. He remembered that he could. He hesitated, but the stranger kept inviting him. He saw the lips move with the sound which came from elsewhere. And cautiously he moved to the door which was always, they said, open when he wanted it. It did open to him. Of a sudden he must face the universe without safety. He saw the man standing there, staring back at him, and if he touched, it would be cold plastic, and if the man should frown, there was no hiding. "Josh Talley," the young man said. "I'm Damon Constantine. Do you remember me at all?" Constantine. The name was a powerful one. It meant peril and power. What else it had meant would not come to him, save that once they had been enemies and were no longer. It was all wiped clean, all forgiven. Josh Talley. The man knew him. He felt personally obligated to remember this Damon and could not. It embarrassed him. "How are you feeling?" Damon asked. That was complicated. He tried to summarize and could not. It required associating his thoughts, and his strayed in all directions at once. "Do you want anything?" Damon asked. "Pudding," he said, "with fruit." That was his favorite. He had it every meal but breakfast. They gave him what he asked for. "What about books? Would you like some books?" He had not been offered that. "Yes," he said, brightening with the memory that he had loved books. "Thank you." "Do you remember me?" Damon asked. Josh shook his head. "I'm sorry," he said miserably. "We've probably met, but you see, I don't remember things clearly. I think we must have met after I came here." "It's natural you'd forget. They tell me you're doing very well. I've been here several times to see about you." "I remember." "Do you? When you get well, I want you to come to my apartment for a visit sometime. My wife and I would like that." He considered it, and the universe widened, doubling, multiplying itself, so that he was not sure of his footing. "Do I know her too?" "No, but she knows about you. I've talked to her about you. She says she wants you to come." "What's her name?" "Eileen. Eileen Quinn." He repeated it with his lips, not to let it leave him. It was a merchanter name. He had not thought of ships. Now he did. Remembered dark and stars. He stared fixedly at Damon's face, not to lose contact with it, this point of reality in a shifting white world. He might blink and be alone again. He might wake in his room, in his bed, and not have any of this to hold on to. He clenched his mind about it with all his strength. "You'll come again," he said. "Even if I forget, please come and remind me." "You'll remember," Damon said. "But I'll come if you don't." Josh wept, which he did easily and often, the tears sliding down his face, a mere outwelling of emotion, not of grief or joy, only profound relief, a cleansing. "Are you all right?" Damon asked. "I'm tired," he said, for his legs were weak from standing, and he knew he should go back to his bed before he became dizzy. "Will you come in?" "I have to stay in this area," Damon said. "I'll send you the books, though." He had forgotten the books already. He nodded, pleased and embarrassed at once. "Go back," Damon said, releasing him. Josh turned and walked back inside. The door closed. He went to his bed, dizzier than he had thought. He must walk more, enough of lying still. If he walked, he would get well faster. Damon. Eileen. Damon. Eileen. There was a place outside which became real to him, to which for the first time he wanted to go, a place to reach for when he turned loose of this. He looked to the window. It was empty. For a terrible, lonely moment he thought that he had imagined it all, that it was a part of the dream world which shaped itself in this whiteness, and that he had created it. But it had given him names. It had detail and substance independent of himself. It was real, or he was going mad. The books came, 4 cassettes to use in the player, and he held them close to his chest and rocked to and fro, smiling to himself and laughing, cross-legged on his bed, for it was true. He had touched the real outside, and it had touched him. He looked about him, and it was only a room, with walls he no longer needed. Book 2. Chapter 1, Part 1. Downbelow Main Base, 9/2/52. The skies were clear for the morning, only a few fleecy puffs overhead, and a line of them marshalling themselves across the northern horizon beyond the river. It was a long view. It usually needed a day and a half for the horizon clouds to come down to Downbelow base, and they planned to take advantage of that break, patching the washout which had cut them off from Base 4 and all the further camps down the chain. It was, they hoped, the last of the storms of winter. The buds on the trees were swelling to bursting, and the grain sprouts, crowded by flood against the crossed beam lattices in the fields, would soon want thinning and transplanting to their permanent beds. Main Base would be the first to dry out, and then the bases downriver. The river was some bit lower today, so the report came in from the mill. Emilio saw the supply crawler off on its way down the muddy road downriver, and turned his back, walked the slow, well-trampled way toward higher ground, and the domes sunk in the hills, domes which had gotten to be twice as numerous as before, not to mention those that had transferred down the road. Compressors thunked along out of rhythm, the unending pulse of humanity on down below. Pumps labored, adding to the thumping, belching out the water which had seeped into the domes despite their best efforts to waterproof the floors, more pumps working down by the mill dikes and over by the fields. They would not cease until the logs in the fields stood clear. Spring. Probably the air smelled delightful to a native. Humans had little impression of it, breathing in wet hisses and stops through the masks. Emilio found the sun pleasant on his back, enjoying that much of the day. Downers skipped about, carrying out their tasks with less address than exuberance, would rather make 10 scurrying trips with a handful than one uncomfortable laden passage to anywhere. They laughed, dropped what light loads they bore to play pranks on any excuse. He was frankly surprised that they were still at work with spring coming on so in earnest. The first clear night they had kept all the camp awake with their chatter, their happy pointing at the starry heavens and talking to the stars. The first clear dawn they had waved their arms to the rising sun and shouted and cheered for the coming light. But humans had gone about with a brighter mood that day too, with the first clear sign of winter's ending. Now it was markedly warmer. The females had turned smugly alluring, and the males had turned giddy. There was a good deal of what might be downer singing from the thickets and the budding trees on the hills, trills and chatter and whistles, soft and sultry. It was not as giddy as it would get when the trees sprang into full bloom. There would come a time that the Heisa would lose all interest in work, would set off on their wanderings, females first and solitary, and the males doggedly following to places where humans did not intrude. A good number of the third-season females would spend the summer getting rounder and rounder, at least as round as the wiry Heisa became, to give birth in winter, snugged away in hillside tunnels, little mites all limbs and ruddy baby fur, who would be scampering about on their own in the next spring, what little humans saw of them. He passed the Heisa games, walked up the crushed rock pathway to operations, the dome highest on the hill. His ears picked up a crunching on the rocks behind him, and he looked back to find Satin limping along in his wake, arms out for balance, bare feet on sharp stones, and her imp's face screwed up in pain from the path designed for human boots. He grinned at the imitation of his strides. She stood and grinned at him, unusually splendid in soft pelts and beads, and a red rag of synthetic cloth. "Shuttle comes, Constantine man." It was so. There was a landing due on this clear day. He had promised her, despite good sense, despite axioms that world-synced pairs were unstable in the spring season, that she and her mate might work a term on station. If there was a downer who had staggered about under too heavy loads, it was Satin. She had tried desperately to impress him. "See, Constantine man, I work good." "Packed to go," he observed of her. She displayed the several small bags of no knowing what which she had hung about her person, patted them, and grinned delightedly. "I packed." And then her face went sad, and she held out her open arms. "Come love you, Constantine man, you and your friend." Wife. The Heisa had never figured out husband and wife. "Come in," he bade her, touched by such a gesture. Her eyes lit with pleasure. Downers were discouraged even from the vicinity of the operations dome. It was very rare that one was invited inside. He walked down the wooden steps, wiped his boots on the matting, held the door for her, and waited for her to adjust her own breather from about her neck before he opened the inner seal. A few working humans looked up, stared, some frowning at the presence, went back to their jobs. A number of the techs had offices in the dome, divided off by low wicker screens. The area he shared with Maliko was farthest back, where the only solid wall in the great dome afforded him and Maliko private residential space, a 10-foot section with a woven mat floor, sleeping quarters, and office at once. He opened that door beside the lockers, and Satin followed him in, staring about her as if she could not absorb the half of what she saw. Not used to roofs, he thought, imagining how great a change it was going to be for a downer suddenly shipped to station. No winds, no sun, only steel about. Poor Satin. "Well," Maliko exclaimed, looking up from the spread of charts on their bed. "Love you," Satin said, and came with absolute confidence, embraced Maliko, hugged her cheek to cheek around the obstacle of the breather. "You're going away," said Maliko. "Go to you home," she said. "See Bennett home." She hesitated, folded hands diffidently behind her, bobbed a little, looking from one to the other of them. "Love Bennett, man. See he home. Fill up eyes he home. Make warm, warm we eyes." Sometimes downer talk made little sense. Sometimes meanings shot through the babble with astonishing clarity. Emilio gazed on her with somewhat of guilt, that for as long as they had dealt with downers, there was none of them who could manage more than a few of the chattering downer words. Bennett had been best at it. The Hysa loved gifts. He thought of one, on the shelf by the bed, a shell he had found by the riverside. He got it and gave it to her, and her dark eyes shone. She flung her arms about him. "Love you," she announced. "Love you too, Satin," he told her, and he put his arms about her shoulders, walked her out through the outer offices to the lock, set her through. Beyond the plastic she opened the outer door, took her mask off and grinned at him, waved her hand. "I go work," she told him. The shuttle was due. A human worker would not have been working on the day he was leaving assignment, but Satin headed away with a slam of the flimsy door and anxious enthusiasm, as if at this late date someone's mind could be changed. Or perhaps it was unfair to attach to her any human motives. Perhaps it was joy or gratitude. Downers understood no wages. Gifts, they said. Bennett Jason had understood them. The downers tended that grave, laid shells there, perfect ones, skins, set up the strange knobby sculptures that meant something important to them. He turned, walked back to the operations center, to his own quarters and Maliko. He took off his jacket, hung it on the peg, breather still about his neck, an ornament they all wore from the time clothing went on in the morning till it went off at night. "Got the weather report from station," Maliko said. "We're going to catch it again in a day or so after the next one hits us. There's a big storm brewing out to sea." He swore. So much for hopes of spring. She made a place for him among the charts on the bed, and he sat down and looked at the damages she had red-penciled. Flood areas station was able to show them, down the long chains of beads which were the camps they had established, along unpaved, hand-hacked roads. "Oh, it's going to get worse," Maliko said, showing him the topographical chart. "Comp projects enough rain with this one to get us flood in the blue zones again, right up to Base 2's doorstep, but most of the roadbed should be above the flood line." Emilio scowled, expelled a soft breath. "We'll hope." The road was the important thing. The fields would flood for weeks more without harm except to their schedules. Local grains thrived on the water, depended on it in the initial stages of their natural cycles. The lattices kept young plants from going downriver. It was human machinery and human tempers which suffered most. "Downers have the right idea," he said. "Give up during the winter rains, wander off when the trees bloom, make love, nest high, and wait for the grain to ripen." Maliko grinned, still marking her charts. He sighed, unregarded, pulled over the slab of plastic which served him as a writing desk, and started making out personnel assignments, rearranging priorities with the equipment. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps if he pleaded with the downers, arranged some special gifts, they would hang on a little longer before their seasonal desertion. He regretted losing Satin and Bluetooth. The pair of them had been of enormous help, persuading their fellows in outright argument when it came to something their Constantine man wanted very badly. But that went both ways. Satin and Bluetooth wanted to go. They wanted something now in his power to give, and it was their time to have their way, before their spring came on them and they passed all self-control. They were dispersing old hands and trainees and queue assignees down the road to each of the new bases, trying to keep proportions which would not leave staff vulnerable to riot, trying to make the queue folk into workers, against their belief that they were being used, tried to work with morale. It was the willing ones they moved out, and the surliest main base had to keep, in that one huge dome, many times enlarged and patched onto until dome was a misnomer. It spread irregularly over the next hill, a constant difficulty to them. Human workers occupied the several domes next, choice ones, comfortable ones. They were always reluctant to be transferred out to more primitive conditions at the wells or the new camps, alone with the forest and the floods and Q and strange Haisa. Communication was always the problem. They were linked by comm, but it was still lonely out there. Ideally, they wanted aircraft links, but the one flimsy aircraft they had built some years back had crashed on the landing field 2 years ago. Light aircraft and down-below storms did not agree. Hacking a landing site for shuttles, that was on the schedule, at least for Base 3, but the cutting of trees had to be worked out with the downers, and that was touchy. With the tech level they managed on-world, crawlers were still the most efficient way of getting about, patient and slow as the pace of life on down below had always been, chugging away through mud and flood to the wonderment and delight of downers. Petrol and grains, wood and winter vegetables, dried fish, an experiment in domesticating the knee-high pitsu which downers hunted. You bad, downers had declared in the matter. Make they warm and you camp and you eat. No good this thing. But downers at Base 1 had become herders, and they had all learned to eat domestic meat. Lucas had ordered it, and this was one Lucas project that had worked well. Humans on down below fared well enough, equipped and fed themselves and station, even with the influx they had gotten. That was no small task. The manufactories up on station and the manufactories here on down below were working non-stop. Self-sufficiency, to duplicate every item they normally imported, to fill every quota not alone for themselves, but for the overburdened station, and to stockpile what they could. It was all falling into their laps here on down below, the excess population, the burden of station-bred people, their own and refugees, who had never set foot on a world. They could no longer depend on the trade which had once woven Viking and Mariner, Esperance and Pan-Paris and Russell and Voyager, and others into a great circle of their own, supplying each other's needs. None of the other stations could have gone it alone. None had the living world it took, a living world and hands to manage it. There were plans on the board now, the first crews moved, to go for the on-world mining they had long delayed, duplicating materials already available in Pell System at large, just in case things got worse than anyone wanted to think. They would get massive new programs underway this summer, when downers were receptive to approach again, get it well moving in fall, when the downers hit their working season, when cool winds made them think of winter again, and they seemed never to rest, working for humans and working to carry soft mosses into their tunnels in the wooded hills. Down below was due to change. Its human population had quadrupled. He mourned it. Maliko did. They had gridded off areas already, Maliko's ever-present charts, places which no human should ever touch, the beautiful places, the sites they knew for holy, and the places vital to the cycles of Haisa and wild things alike. Ram it through council in their own generation even this year before the pressures mounted. Set up protections for the things which had to endure. The pressure was already with them. Scars were already on the land, the smoke of the mill, the stumps of trees, the ugly domes and fields imposed on the riverside and being hacked out all along the muddy roads. They had wanted to beautify it as they went, make gardens, camouflage roads and domes, and that chance was gone. They would not, he and Maliko were resolved together, would not let more damage happen. They loved down below, the best and the worst of it, the maddening Haisa and the violence of the storms. There was always the station for human refuge, Antiseptic corridors and soft furniture were always waiting. But Maliko thrived here as he did. They made pleasant love at night, with the rain pattering away on the plastic dome, with the compressors thumping away in the dark, and Downbelow's night creatures singing madly just outside. They enjoyed the changes the sky made hour by hour, and the sound of the wind in the grass and the forest about them, laughed at downer pranks, and ruled the whole world with power to solve everything but the weather. They missed home, missed family, and that different, wider world, but they talked otherwise, had talked even of building a dome to themselves in their spare time in years to come, when homes could be built here, a hope which had been closer a year or so ago, when the Downbelow establishment had been quiet and easy, before Mallory and the others had come, before Q. Now they simply figured how to survive at the level at which they were living, moved population about under guard for fear of what that population might try to do, opened new bases at the most primitive level, ill-prepared, tried to care for the land and the downers at once, and to pretend that nothing was amiss on station. He finished the assignments, walked out, and handed them to the dispatcher, Ernst, who was also accountant and comp man. They all did a multitude of jobs. He walked back again into his bedroom office, surveyed Maliko and her lap full of charts. "Want lunch?" he asked. He reckoned on going to the mill in the afternoon, hoped now for a quiet cup of coffee and first access to the microwave, which was the dome's other luxury of rank. Time to sit and relax. "I'm nearly done," she said. A bell rang, 3 sharp pulses, disarranging the day. The shuttle was coming in early. He had assumed it for the evening slot. He shook his head. "There's still time for lunch," he said. The shuttle was down before they were done. Everyone in operations had come to the same conclusion, and the dispatcher, Ernst, directed things between bites of sandwich. It was a hard day for everyone. Emilio swallowed the last bite, drank the last of his coffee, and gathered up his jacket. Maliko was putting hers on. "Got us some more Q-types," Jim Ernst said from the dispatch desk, and a moment later, loudly enough to carry it through all the dome, 200 of them! They've got them jammed in that frigging hold like dried fish. Shuttle, what are we supposed to do with them?" The answer crackled back, garble, and a few intelligible words. Emilio shook his head in exasperation and walked over to lean above Jim Ernst. "Advise Q, Dome, they're going to have to accept some crowding until we can make some more transfers down the road." "Most of Q is home at lunch," Ernst reminded him. As policy, they avoided announcements when all of Q was gathered. They were inclined to irrational hysteria. "Do it," he told Ernst, and Ernst relayed the information. Emilio pulled the breather up and started out, Maliko close behind him. The biggest shuttle had come down, disgorging the few items of supply they had requested from station. Most of the goods flowed in the other direction, canisters of Downbelow product waiting in the warehouse domes to be loaded and taken up to feed Pal. The first of the passengers came down the ramp as they reached the landing circle beyond the hill, crushed-looking folk in coveralls, who had probably been frightened to death in transfer, jammed into a cargo hold in greater number than should have been, certainly in greater number than they needed on Downbelow all at one moment. There were a few more prosperous-looking volunteers, losers in the lottery process. They walked aside. But guards off the shuttle waited with rifles to herd the Q assignees into a group. There were old people with them, and a dozen young children at least, families and fragments of families if it held to form, all such folk as did not survive well in station quarantine. Humanitarian transfer. People like this took up space and used a compressor, and by their classification could not be trusted near the lighter jobs, those tasks involving critical machinery. They had to be assigned manual labor, such of it as they could bear. And the children, at least there were none too young to work, or too young to understand about wearing the breathers, or how to change a breather cylinder in a hurry. "So many fragile ones," Maliko said. "What does your father think we are down here?" He shrugged. "Better than Q up above, I suppose. Easier. I hope those new compressors are in the load, and the plastic sheeting." "Bet they're not," Maliko said dourly. There was a shrieking from over the hill toward base and the domes, downer screeches, not an uncommon thing. He looked over his shoulder and saw nothing and paid it no mind. The disembarking refugees had stopped at the sound. Staff moved them on. The shrieking kept up. That was not normal. He turned, and Maliko did. "Stay here," he said, "and keep a hand on matters." He started running up the path over the hill, dizzy at once with the breather's limitations. He crested the rise, and the domes came into sight, and there was in front of huge Q dome what had the look of a fight, a ring of downers enclosing a human disturbance, more and more Q folk boiling out of the dome. He sucked air and ran all out, and one of the downers broke from the group below, came running with all-out haste. Satin's Bluetooth. He knew the fellow by the color of him, which was uncommonly red-brown for an adult. "Lucas, man," Bluetooth hissed, falling in by him as he ran, bobbing and dancing in his anxiety. "Lucas, man's all mad." That took no translation. He knew the game when he saw the guards there. Bran Hale and crew, the field supervisors. There was a knot of shouting Q-folk, and the guards had guns leveled. Hale and his men had gotten one youth away from the group, ripped his breather off so that he was choking, would stop breathing if it kept up. They held the fainting boy among them as hostage, a gun on him, holding rifles on the others, and the Q-folk and the downers on the edges were screaming. "Stop that!" Emilio shouted. "Break it up!" No one regarded him, and he waded in alone, Bluetooth hanging back from him. He pushed men with rifles and had to push more than once, realizing all at once that he had no gun, that he was bare-handed and alone, and that there were no witnesses but downers and Q. They gave ground. He snatched the boy from those who held him, and the boy collapsed to the ground. He knelt down, feeling his own back naked, picked up the breather that lay there and got it over the boy's face, pressed it there. Some of the Q-folk tried to close in, and one of Hale's men fired at their feet. "No more of that," Emilio shouted. He stood up, shaking in every muscle, staring at the several score Q workers outside, at others still jammed by their own numbers within the dome, at 10 armed men who had rifles leveled. He was shaking in every muscle, thinking of riot, of Maliko just over the hill, of having them close in on him. "Back up," he yelled at Q. "Ease off," and rounded on Bran Hale, young, sullen, and insolent. "What happened here?" "Tried to escape," Hale said. "Mask fell off in the fight. Tried to get a gun." "That's a lie!" the Q-folk shouted in a babble of variants, and tried to drown Hale's voice. "Truth," Hale said. "They don't want more refugees in their dome. A fight started, and this troublemaker tried to bolt. We caught him." There was a chorus of protest from the Q-folk. A woman in the fore was crying. Emilio looked about him, having difficulty with his own breathing. At his feet the boy had seemed to come to, writhing and coughing. The downers clustered together, dark eyes solemn. "Bluetooth," he said. "What happened?" Bluetooth's eyes shifted to Bran Hale's man. No more than that. "Me eyes see," said another voice. Satin strode through, braced herself with several bobs of distress. Her voice was high-pitched, brittle. "Hale push he friend hard with gun. Bad push she." There were shouts from Hale's side, derision. Shouts from the Q side. He yelled for quiet. It was not a lie. He knew downers and he knew Hale. It was not a lie. They took his breather? "Take," Satin said, and clamped her mouth firmly shut. Her eyes showed fear. "All right." Emilio sucked in a deep breath, looked directly at Bran Hale's hard face. "We'd better continue this discussion in my office." "We talk right here," Hale said. He had his crowd about him, his advantage. Emilio matched him stare for stare. It was all he could do, with no weapons and no force to back him. "Downer's word," Hale said, "isn't testimony. You don't insult me on any Downer's word, Mr. Constantine. No, sir." He could walk away, back down. Surely operations and the regular workers could see what was going on. Maybe they had looked out from their domes and preferred not to see. Accidents could happen in this place, even to a Constantine. For a long time the authority on Downbelow had been John Lucas and his hand-picked men. He could walk away, maybe reach operations, call help for himself from the shuttle, if Hale let him, and it would be told for the rest of his life how Emilio Constantine handled threats. "You pack," he said softly, "and you be on that shuttle when it leaves. All of you." "On a Downer bitch's word?" Hale lost his dignity, chose to shout. He could afford to. Some of the rifles had turned his way. "Get out," Emilio said. "On my word, be on that shuttle. Your tour here is over." He saw Hale's tension, the shift of eyes. Someone did move. A rifle went off, sizzled into the mud. One of the Q men had struck it down. There was a second when it looked like riot. "Out," Emilio repeated. Suddenly the balance of power was shifted. Young workers were to the fore of Q, and their own gang boss way. Hale shifted eyes left and right, remeasured things, finally gave a curt nod to his companions. They moved out. Emilio stood watching them in their swaggering retreat to the common barracks, even yet not believing that trouble was over. Beside him, Bluetooth let out a long hiss, and Satin made a spitting sound. His own muscles were quivering with the fight that had not happened. He heard a sough of air, the dome sagging as the rest of Q surged out, all 300 of them, breaching their lock wide open. He looked at them, alone with them. "You take those new transfers into your dome, and you take them in without bickering and without argument. We'll make new diggings. You will and they will, quick as possible. You want them to sleep in the open? Don't you give me any nonsense about it." "Yes, sir," Way answered after a moment. The woman who had been crying edged forward. Emilio stepped back, and she bent down to help a stricken boy who was struggling to sit up. Mother, he reckoned. Others came and helped the boy up. There was a good deal of commotion about it. Emilio grasped the youth's arm. "Want you in for a medical," he said. "Two of you take him over to operations." They hesitated. Guards were supposed to escort them. There were no guards, he realized in that instant. He had just ordered all the security forces in main base off-world. "Go on inside," he said to the rest. "Get that dome normalized. I'll talk to you about it later." And while he had their attention, "Look around you. There's all of a world here, blast you all. Give us help. Talk to me if there's some complaint. I'll see you get access. We're all crowded here, all of us. Come look at my quarters if you think otherwise. I'll give some of you the tour if you don't believe me. We live like this because we're building. Help us build, and it can be good here for all of us." Frightened eyes stared at him. No belief. They had come in on overcrowded, dying ships, had been in Q on station, lived here in mud and close quarters, moved about under guns. He let go his breath and his anger. "Go on," he said. "Break it up. Get about your business. Make room for those people." They moved, the boy and a couple of the young men toward operations, and the rest back into their dome. The flimsy doors closed in sequence this time, locking them through, group after group, until all were gone, and the deflated dome crest began to lose some of its wrinkles as the compressor thumped away. There was a soft chattering, a bobbing of bodies. The downers were still with him. He put out his hand and touched Bluetooth. The downer touched his hand in turn, a calloused brush of flesh, bobbed several times in the residue of excitement. At his other side stood Satin, arms clenched about her, her dark eyes darker still and wide. All about him, downers with that same disturbed look. Human quarrel, violence, alien to them. Downers would strike in a moment's anger, but only to sting. He had never seen them quarrel in groups, had never seen weapons. Their knives were only tools and hunting implements. They killed only game. What did they think, he wondered? What did they imagine at such a sight, humans turning guns on each other? "We go up above," Satin said. "Yes," he agreed. "You still go." "It was good, Satin, Bluetooth, all of you. It was good you came to tell me." There was a general bobbing, expressions of relief among all the Hysa, as if they had not been sure. The thought occurred to him that he had ordered Hale and his men off on that same shuttle, that human spite might still make things uncomfortable. "I'll talk to the man in charge of the ship," he told them. "You and Hale will be in different parts of the ship. No trouble for you, I promise." "Good, good, good," Satan breathed, and hugged him. He stroked her shoulder, turned and received an embrace from Bluetooth as well, patted his rougher pelt. He left them and started toward the crest of the hill, on the track to the landing site, and stopped at the sight of several figures standing there. Maliko, two others. All had rifles. He felt a sudden surge of relief to think he had had someone at his back after all. He waved his hand that it was all right, hastened toward them. Maliko came quickest, and he hugged her. Maliko's two companions caught up, 2 guards off the shuttle. "I'm sending some personnel up with you," he said to them. "Discharged, and I'm filing charges. I don't want them armed. I'm also sending up some downers, and I don't want the 2 groups near each other, not at any time." "Yes, sir." The 2 guards were blank of comment, objected to nothing. "You can go back," he said. "Start moving the assignees this way. It's all right." They went about their orders. Maliko kept the rifle she had borrowed of someone, stood against his side, her arm tight about him, his about her. "Hale's lot," he said. "I'm packing them all off." "That leaves us no guards." "Q wasn't the trouble. I'm calling station about this one." His stomach tightened, reaction beginning to settle on him. "I guess they saw you on the ridge. Maybe that changed their minds." "Station's got a crisis alert. I thought sure it was Q. Shuttle called Station Central." "Better get to operations then and cancel it." He drew her about. They walked down the slope in the direction of the dome. His knees were water. "I wasn't up there," she said. "Where?" "On the ridge. By the time we arrived up there, they were just downers and Q." He swore, marveling then that he had won that bluff. "We're well rid of Bran Hale," he said. They reached the trough among the hills, walked the bridge over the water hoses and up again, across to operations. Inside, the boy was submitting to the medic's attention, and a pair of techs was standing armed with pistols, keeping a nervous watch on the Q folk who had brought him in. Emilio motioned a negative to them. They cautiously put them away, looked unhappy with the whole situation. Carefully neutral, Emilio thought. They would have gone with any winner of the quarrel out there, no help to him. He was not angry for it, only disappointed. "You all right, sir?" Jim Ernst asked. He nodded, stood watching, with Maliko beside him. "Call station," he said after a moment. "Report it settled." Part 2. They nestled in together in the dark space humans had found for them in the great empty belly of the ship, a place which echoed fearfully with machinery. They had to use the breathers, first of what might be many discomforts. They tied themselves to the handholds, as humans had warned them they must, to be safe, and sat and hugged Bluetooth Delut Hosme, hating the feel of the place and the cold and the discomfort of the breathers, and most of all fearing because they were told that they must tie themselves for safety. She had not thought of ships in terms of walls and roofs, which frightened her. Never had she imagined the flight of the ships as something so violent that they might be dashed to death, but as something free as the soaring birds, grand and delirious. She shivered with her back against the cushions humans had given them, shivered and tried to cease, felt Bluetooth shiver too. "We could go back," he said, for this was not of his choosing. She said nothing, clamped her jaw against the urge to cry that yes, they should, that they should call the humans and tell them that 2 very small, very unhappy downers had changed their minds. Then there was the sound of the engines. She knew what that was, had heard it often, felt it now, a terror in her bones. "We will see Great Sun," she said, now that it was irrevocable. "We will see Bennett's home." Bluetooth held her tighter. "Bennett," he repeated, a name which comforted them both. "Bennett Jacent." "We will see the spirit images of up above," she said. "We will see the sun." There was a great weight on them, a sense of moving, of being crushed at once. His grip hurt her. She held to him no less tightly. The thought came to her that they might be crushed unnoticed by the great power which humans endured, that perhaps humans had forgotten them here in the deep dark of the ship. But no, downers came and went. Heisa survived this great force and flew, and saw all the wonders which inhabited the up above, walked where they might look down on the stars, and looked into the face of great sun, filled their eyes with good things. This waited for them. It was now the spring, and the heat had begun in her and in him, and she had chosen the journey she would make, longer than all journeys, and the high place higher than all high places, where she would spend her first spring. The pressure eased. They still held to each other, still feeling motion. It was a very far flight. They had been warned so. They must not loose themselves until a man came and told them. The Constantine had told them what to do, and they would surely be safe. Satin felt so, with a faith which increased as the force grew less, and she knew that they had lived. They were on their way. They flew. She clutched the shell which Constantine had given her, the gift which marked this time for her, and about her was the red cloth which was her special treasure, the best thing, the honor that Bennett himself had given her a name. She felt the more secure for these things and for Bluetooth, for whom she felt an increasing fondness, true affection, not the springtime heat of mating. He was not the biggest and far from the handsomest, but he was clever and clear-headed. Not wholly. He dug in one of the pouches he carried, brought out a small bit of twig on which the buds had burst, moved his breather to smell it, offered it to her. It brought with them the world, the riverside, and promises. She felt a flood of heat which turned her sweating despite the chill. It was unnatural being so close to him and not having the freedom of the land, places to run, the restlessness which would lead her further and further into the lonely lands where only the images stood. They were traveling in a strange and different way, in a way that great sun looked down upon all the same, and so she needed to do nothing. She accepted Bluetooth's attentions, nervously at first, and then with increasing easiness, for it was right. The games they would have played on the face of the land until he was the last male determined enough to follow where she led were not needed. He was the one who had come farthest, and he was here, and it was very right. The motion of the ship changed. They held each other a moment in fear, but this man had warned them of, and they had heard that there was a time of great strangeness. They laughed and joined and ceased, giddy and delirious. They marveled at the bit of blossoming twig which floated by them in the air, which moved when they batted at it by turns. She reached carefully and plucked it from the air, and laughed again, letting it free. This is where sun lives, Bluetooth surmised. She thought that it must be so, imagined sun drifting majestically through the light of his power, and themselves swimming in it, toward the up above, the metal home of humans, which held out arms for them. They joined and joined again in spasms of joy. After long and long came another change, little stresses of the bindings, very gentle, and by they began to feel heavy again. "We are coming down," Satin thought aloud. But they stayed quiet, remembering what they had been told, that they must wait on a man to tell them it was safe. And there was a series of jolts and terrible noises, so that their arms clenched about each other, but the ground was solid under them now. The speaker overhead rang with human voices giving instructions, and none of them sounded frightened, rather as humans usually sounded, in a hurry and humorless. "I think we are all right," Bluetooth said. "We must stay still," she reminded him. "They will forget us." "They will not," she said, but she had doubts herself. So dark the place was, and so desolate, just a little light where they were, above them. There was a terrible clash of metal. The door through which they had come in opened, and there was no view of hills and forest now, but of a ribbed throat-like passage which blasted cold air at them. A man came up it, dressed in brown, carrying one of the hand speakers. "Come on," he told them, and they made haste to untie themselves. Satin stood up and found her legs shaking. She leaned on Bluetooth, and he staggered too. The man gave them gifts, silver cords to wear. "Your numbers," he said. "Always wear them." He took their names and gestured out the passage. "Come with me. We'll get you checked in." They followed down the frightening passage, out into a place like the ship belly where they had been, metal and cold, but very, very huge. Satin stared about her, shivering. "We are in a bigger ship," she said. "This is a ship too." And to the human, "Man, we in up above?" "This is the station," the human said. A hint of cold settled on Satin's heart. She had hoped for sights, for the warmth of sun. She chided herself to patience, that these things would come, that it would yet be beautiful. Part 3. Pell, Blue Sector 5, 9-2-52. The apartment was tidied, the odds and ends tucked into hampers. Damon shrugged into his jacket, straightened his collar. Eileen was still dressing, fussing at a waistline that perhaps bound a little. It was the second suit she had tried. She looked frustrated with this one too. He walked up behind her and gave her a gentle hug about the middle, met her eyes in the mirror. "You look fine. So what if it shows a little?" She studied them both in the mirror, put her hand on his. "It looks more like I'm gaining weight." "You look wonderful," he said, expecting a smile. Her mirrored face stayed anxious. He lingered a moment, held her because she seemed to want that. "Is it all right?" he asked. She had perhaps overdone, had gone out of her way to look right, had gotten special items from commissary, was nervous about the whole evening, he thought. Therefore the effort, therefore the fretting about small things. "Does having Tally come here bother you?" Her fingers traced his slowly. "I don't think it does, but I'm not sure I know what to say to him. I've never entertained a unioner." He dropped his arms, looked her in the eyes when she turned about. The exhausting preparations, all the anxiety to please. It was not enthusiasm. He had feared so. "You suggested it. I asked, were you sure? Eileen, have you felt in the least awkward in it? He's ridden your conscience for over 3 months. Forget my qualms. I'm curious. Shouldn't I be?" He suspected things. A more than willingness to accommodate him, that balance sheet Eileen kept. Gratitude, maybe, or her way of trying to tell him she cared. He remembered the long evenings, Eileen brooding on her side of the table, he on his, her burden Estelle, and his, the lives he handled. He had talked about Tally a certain night. He ended up listening to her instead, and when the chance came, such gestures were like Eileen. He could not remember bringing her another problem but that, so she took it, tried to solve it, however hard it was. Unioner. He had no way of knowing what she felt under those circumstances. He had thought he knew. "Don't look that way," she said. "I'm curious," I said. "But it's the social situation. What do you say? Talk over old times? Have we possibly met before, Mr. Tally? Exchanged fire, maybe? Or maybe we talk over family. How's yours, Mr. Tally? Or maybe we talk about hospital. How have you enjoyed your stay on Pell, Mr. Tally?" "Eileen, you asked." "I wish I'd known how you felt about it." "How do you feel about it, honestly?" "Awkward," he confessed, leaned against the counter. "But Eileen, if you want to know what I feel about it, I'm uneasy, just uneasy. He's coming here, and he'll be here for us to entertain, and frankly, I don't know what we're going to do with him." She turned to the mirror and tugged at the waistline. "All of which is what I think. I'm hoping he'll be at ease, and we'll all have a pleasant evening." He could see it otherwise, long silences. "I've got to go get him," he said. "He'll be waiting." And then, with a happier thought, "Why don't we go up to the concourse? Never mind the things here. It might make things easier all round, neither of us having to play host." Her eyes lightened. "Meet you there? I'll get a table. There's nothing that can't go in the freeze." "Do it." He kissed her on the ear, all that was available, and gave her a pat, headed out in haste to make up the time. The security desk sent a call back for Tally, and he was quick in coming down the hall. A new suit, everything new. Damon met him and held out his hand. Tally's face took on a different smile as he took it, quickly faded. "You're already checked out," Damon told him, and gathered up a small plastic wallet from the desk, gave it to him. "When you check in again, this makes it all automatic. Those are your ID papers and your credit card, and a chit with your comp number. You memorize the comp number and destroy the chit." Tally looked at the papers inside, visibly moved. "I'm discharged?" Evidently staff had not gotten around to telling him. His hands trembled, slender fingers shaking in their course over the fine-printed words. He stared at them, taking time to absorb the matter, until Damon touched his sleeve, drew him from the desk and down the corridor. "You look well," Damon said. It was so. Their images reflected back from the transport doors ahead, dark and light, his own solid aquiline darkness, and Tally's pallor like illusions. Of a sudden he thought of Eileen, felt the least insecurity in Tally's presence, the comparison in which he felt all his faults, Not alone the look of him, but the look from inside that stared at him guiltless, which had always been guiltless. "What do I say to him?" he echoed Aline's ugly questions. "Sorry? Sorry I never got around to reading your folder? Sorry I executed you? We were pressed for time? Forgive me, usually we do better." He opened the door, and Tally met his eyes in passing through. No accusations, no bitterness. He doesn't remember. Can't. "Your pass," Damon said as they walked toward the lift, "is what's called white-tagged. See the colored circles by the door there? There's a white one, too. Your card is a key, so's your comp number. If you see a white circle, you have access by card or number. The computer will accept it. Don't try anything where there's no white. You'll have alarms sounding and security running in a hurry. You know such systems, don't you?" "I understand." "You recall your comp skills?" A few spaces of silence. "Arms comp is specialized, but I recall some theory." "Much of it?" "If I sat in front of a board, probably I would remember." "Do you remember me?" They had reached the lift. Damon punched the buttons for private call, privilege of his security clearance. He wanted no crowd. He turned, met Tally's too open gaze. Normal adults flinched, moved the eyes, glanced this way and that, focused on one and the other detail. Tally's stare lacked such movements, like a madman's or a child's or a graven god's. "I remember you asking that before," Tally said. "You're one of the Constantines. You own Pell, don't you?" "Not own, but we've been here a long time." "I haven't, have I?" An undertone of worry. What is it, Damon wondered with a crawling of his own skin, what is it to know bits of your mind are gone? How can anything make sense? "We met when you came here. You ought to know, I'm the one who agreed to the adjustment. Legal Affairs Office. I signed the commitment papers." There was then a little flinching. The car arrived. Damon put his hand inside to hold the door. "You gave me the papers," Tally said. He stepped inside and Damon followed, let the door close. The car started moving to the green he had coded. "You kept coming to see me. You were the one who was there so often, weren't you?" Damon shrugged. "I didn't want what happened. I didn't think it was right. You understand that?" "Do you want something of me?" Willingness was implicit in the tone, at least acquiescence, in all things anyway. Damon returned the stare. "Forgiveness, maybe," he said, cynical. "That's easy." "Is it?" "That's why you came? That's why you came to see me? Why you asked me to come with you now?" "What did you suppose?" The wide field stare clouded a bit, seemed to focus. "I have no way to know. It's kind of you to come." "Did you think it might not be kind?" "I don't know how much memory I have. I know there are gaps. I could have known you before. I could remember things that aren't so. It's all the same. You did nothing to me, did you?" "I could have stopped it." "I asked for adjustment, didn't I? I thought that I asked." "You asked, yes. Then I remember something right. Or they told me. I don't know. Shall I go on with you? Or is that all you wanted?" "You'd rather not go?" End of Side 3. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 4. Downbelow Station by C.J. Cherryh, continuing on page 111. A series of blinks. "I thought, when I wasn't so well, that I might have known you. I had no memory at all then. I was glad you came. It was someone outside the walls. And the books, thank you for the books. I was very glad to have them." "Look at me." Tally did so, an instant centering, a touch of apprehension. "I want you to come. I'd like you to come. That's all." "To where you said? To meet your wife?" "To meet Aline, and to see Pell. The better side of it." "All right." Tally's regard stayed with him. The drifting, he thought, that was defense, retreat. The direct gaze trusted. From a man with gaps in his memory, trust was all-encompassing. "I know you," Damon said. "I've read the hospital proceedings. I know things about you I don't know about my own brother. I think it's fair to tell you that. Everyone's read them." "Who everyone?" "Everyone I know. The doctors, all of them in the center." He thought that over. Hated the thought that anyone should submit to that much intrusion. "The transcript will be erased." "Like me." The ghost of a smile quirked Tally's mouth. Sadness. "It wasn't a total restruct," Damon said. "Do you understand that?" "I know as much as they told me." The car was coming slowly to rest in Green 1. The doors opened on one of the busiest corridors in Pell. Other passengers wanted in. Damon took Tally's arm, shepherded him through. Some few heads turned at their presence in the crowd, the sight of a stranger of unusual aspect, or the face of a Constantine. Mild curiosity. Voices babbled, undisturbed. Music drifted from the concourse, thin, sweet notes. A few of the downer workers were in the corridor, tending the plants which grew there. He and Tally walked with the general flow of traffic, anonymous within it. The hall opened onto the concourse, a darkness, the only light in it coming from the huge projection screens which were its walls. Views of stars, of Downbelow's crescent, of the blaze of the filtered sun, the docks viewed from outside cameras. The music was leisurely, an enchantment of electronics and chimes, and sometime quiver of bass, balanced moment by moment to the soft tenor of conversation at the tables which filled the center of the curving hall. The screens changed with a ceaseless spin of Pell itself, and images switched in time from one to another to the screens which extended from floor to lofty ceiling. The floor and the tiny human figures and the tables alone were dark. "Quen Constantine," he said to the young woman at the counter by the entry. A waiter at once moved to guide them to the reserved table. But Tally had stopped. Damon looked back, found him staring about at the screens with a heart-open look on his face. "Josh," Damon said, and when he did not react, gently took his arm. "This way." Balance deserted some newcomers to the concourse, difficulty with a slow spin of the images which dwarfed the tables. He kept the grip all the way to the table, a prime one on the margin, with unimpeded view of the screens. Eileen rose at their arrival. "Josh Tally," Damon said. "Eileen Quen, my wife." Eileen blinked. Most reacted to Tally. Slowly she extended her hand, which he took. "Josh, is it?" "Eileen." She settled back to her chair, and they took theirs. The waiter stood expectantly. "Another," she said. "Special," Damon said, looked at Tally. "Any preference? Or trust me?" Tally shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "Two," Damon said, and the waiter vanished. He looked at Eileen. "Crowded this evening." "Not many residents go to the dockside lately," Eileen said. That was so. The beached merchanters had staked out a couple of the bars exclusively, a running problem with security. "They serve dinner here," Damon said, looking at Tally. "Sandwiches, at least." "I've eaten," he said in a remote tone, fit to stop any conversation. "Have you," Eileen asked, "spent much time on stations?" Damon reached for her hand under the table, but Tally shook his head, quite undisturbed. "Only Russell's." "Pell is the best of them." She slid past that pit without looking at it. One shot declined, Damon thought, wondering if Eileen meant what she did. Nothing like this at the others. "Quen is a merchanter name." "Was. They were destroyed at Mariner." Damon clenched his hand on hers in her lap. Tally stared at her, stricken. "I'm sorry." Eileen shook her head. "Not your fault, I'm sure. Merchanters get it from both sides. Bad luck, that's all." "He can't remember," Damon said. "Can you?" Eileen asked. Tally shook his head slightly. "So," Eileen said, "it's neither here nor there. I'm glad you could come. The deep spat you out. Only a stationer dice with you?" Damon remained perplexed, but Tally smiled wanly, some remote joke he seemed to comprehend. "I suppose so." "Luck and luck," Eileen said, glanced aside at him, and tightened her hand. "You can dice and win on dockside, but old Deep loads his. Carry a man like that for luck. Touch him for it. Here's to survivors, Josh Tally." Bitter irony, or an effort at welcome? It was Merchanter's humor, impenetrable as another language. Tally seemed relaxed by it. Damon drew back his hand and settled back. "Did they discuss the matter of a job, Josh?" "No." "You are discharged. If you can't work, station will carry you for a while, but I did arrange something tentatively that you can go to of mornings, work as long as you feel able, go back home by noon, main days. Would that appeal to you?" Tally said nothing, but the look on his face, half lit in the image of the sun, it was nearest now, in the slow rotation, wanted it, hung on it. Damon leaned his arms on the table, embarrassed now to give the little that he had arranged. "A disappointment, perhaps. You have higher qualifications. Small machine salvage, a job at least, on your way to something else, and I've found a room for you in the old Merchanter's Central Hospice. Bath, but no kitchen. Things are incredibly tight. Your job credit is guaranteed by station law to cover basic food and lodging. Since you don't have a kitchen, your card's good in any restaurant up to a certain limit. There are things you have to pay for above that, but there's always a schedule in comp to list volunteer service jobs that you can apply for to get extras. Eventually, station will demand a full day's work for board and room, but not till you're certified able. Is that all right with you?" "I'm free?" "For all reasonable purposes, yes." The drinks arrived. Damon picked up his frothy concoction of summer fruit and alcohol, watched with interest as Tally sampled one of the delicacies of Pell, and reacted with pleasure. He sipped at his own. "You're no stationer," Eileen observed after some silence. Tally was gazing beyond them to the walls, the slow ballet of stars. "You don't get much view on a ship," Eileen had said once, trying to explain to him. "Not what you'd think. It's the being there, the working of it, the feel of moving through what could surprise you at any moment. It's being a dust speck in that scale, and pushing your way through all that empty on your own terms, that no world can do, and nothing spinning around one. It's doing that, and knowing all the time old Goblin Deep is just the other side of the metal you're leaning on. You stationers like your illusions, and world folk, blue skyers, don't even know what real is." He felt a chill suddenly, felt apart, with Eileen and a stranger across the table making a set of two. His wife and the god image that was Tally. It was not jealousy, it was a sense of panic. He drank slowly, watched Tally, who looked at the screens as no stationer did, like a man remembering breathing. "Forget station," he had heard in Eileen's voice. "You'll never be content here." As if she and Tally spoke a language he did not, even using the same words. As if a merchanter who had lost her ship to Union could pity a Unioner who had lost his, beached, like her. Damon reached out beneath the table, sought Eileen's hand, closed it in his. "Maybe I can't give you what you most want," he said to Tally, resisting hurt, deliberately courteous. "Pal won't hold you forever now, and if you can find some merchanter to take you on after your papers are entirely clear, that's open too someday in the future. But take my advice. Plan for a long stay here. Things aren't settled, and the merchanters are moving nowhere but to the mines and back." "The long haulers are drinking themselves blind on dockside," Eileen muttered. "We'll run out of liquor before we run out of bread on Pell. No, not for a while. Things will get better. God help us, we can't contain what we've swallowed forever." "Eileen." "Isn't he on Pell too?" she asked. "And aren't we all? His living is tied up with it." "I would not," Tally said, "harm Pell." His hand moved on the table, a slight tick. It was one of the few implants, that aversion. Damon kept his mouth shut on the knowledge of the psych block. It was no less real for being deep-taught. Tally was intelligent. Possibly even he could figure eventually what had been done to him. Tally made another random motion of his hand. Don't know this place. I need help. Sometimes I'm not sure how I got into this. Do you know? Did I know? Bizarre connection of data. Damon stared at him disquietedly, for a moment afraid that Tally was lapsing into some embarrassing sort of hysteria, not sure what he was going to do with him in this public place. I have the records, he answered Tally's question. That's all the knowledge I have of it. Am I your enemy? I don't think so. I remember citing. You're making connections I'm not following, Josh. Lips trembled. I don't follow them either. You said you needed help. In what, Josh? Here, the station. You won't stop coming by. You mean visiting you. You won't be in the hospital anymore. Suddenly the sense of it dawned on him that Tally knew that. You mean, do I set you up with a job and cut you loose on your own? No, I'll call you next week, depend on it. I was going to suggest, Eileen said smoothly, that you give Josh comp clearance to get a call through to the apartment. Troubles don't keep office hours, and one or the other of us would be able to untangle situations. We are legally your sponsors. If you can't get hold of Damon, call my office. Tally accepted that with a nod of his head. The shifting screens kept their dizzying course. They did not say much for a long time, listened to the music, and nursed that round of drinks into a second. It would be nice, Eileen said finally, if you'd come to dinner at the end of the week, chance my cooking. Have a game of cards. You play cards, surely? Tally's eyes shifted subtly in his direction as if to ask approval. It's a long-standing card night, Damon said. Once a month my brother and his wife would cross shifts with ours. They were on altar day, transferred to Downbelow since the crisis. Josh does play, he said to Eileen. Good. Not superstitious, Tally said. We won't bet, Eileen said. I'll come. Fine, she said, and a moment later Josh's eyes half-lidded. He was fighting it, came around in an instant. All the tension was out of him. Josh, Damon said, you think you can walk out of here? I'm not sure, he said, distressed. Damon rose, and Eileen did. Very carefully, Tally pushed back from the table and navigated between them. Not the two drinks, Damon thought, which had been mild, but the screens and exhaustion. Tally steadied once in the corridor and seemed to catch his breath in the light and stability out there. A trio of downers stared at them, round-eyed above the masks. They both walked him to the lift and rode with him back to the facility in red, returned him through the glass doors and into the custody of the security desk. They were into altar day now, and the guard on duty was one of the Mullers. See you get settled all right, Damon said. Beyond the desk, Tally paused, looked back at them with curious intensity until the guard came back and drew him down the corridor. Damon put his arm about Eileen, and they started their own walk home. It was a good thought to ask him, he said. He's awkward, Eileen said, but who wouldn't be? She followed him through the doors into the corridor, walked hand in hand with him down the hall. The war has nasty casualties, she said. If any Quens could have come through Mariner, it would be that, just the other side of the mirror, wouldn't it, for one of my own? So God help us, help him. He could as well be one of ours. She had drunk rather more than he, grew morose whenever she did so. He thought of the baby, but it was not the moment to say anything hard with her. He gave her hand a squeeze, ruffled her hair, and they headed home. Chapter 2. Citeen Station, Security Area 9852. Marsh had not yet arrived, not baggage or man. Ayres settled in with the others, chose his room of the 4, which opened by sliding partitions onto a central area, the whole thing an affair of movable panels, white on silver tracks. The furniture was on tracks, spare, efficient, not comfortable. It was the 4th such change of lodging they had suffered in the last 10 days, lodging not far removed from the last, not visibly different from the last, no less guarded by the young mannequins, ubiquitous and armed in the corridors, the same for the months they had been at this place before the shifting about started. They did not, in effect, know where they were, whether on some station near the first or orbiting Cytene itself. Questions obtained only evasions. Security, they said of the moves, and patience. Ayres maintained calm before his companion delegates, the same as he did before the various dignitaries and agencies, both military and civilian, if that had any distinction in Union, which questioned them, interrogations and discussions, both singly and in a group. He had stated the reasons and the conditions of their appeal for peace until the inflections of his voice became automatic, until he had memorized the responses of his companions to the same questions, until the performance became just that, performance, an end in itself, something which they might do endlessly, to the limit of the patience of their hosts, interrogators. Had they been negotiating on Earth, they would have long since given up, declared disgust, applied other tactics. That was not an option here. They were vulnerable. They did as they could. His companions had borne themselves well in this distressing circumstance, save Marsh. Marsh grew nervous, restless, tense. And it was, of course, Marsh the Unionists singled out for particular attention. When they were in single session, Marsh was gone from their midst longest. In the 4 times they had been shifted lately, Marsh was the last to move in. Bela and Diaz had not commented on this. They did not discuss or speculate on anything. Ayres did not remark on it, settling in one of the several chairs in the living area of their suite, and picking up from the inevitable vid set the latest propaganda the Unionists provided for their entertainment, either closed circuit, or if it were station vid, it indicated mentalities incredibly tolerant of boredom, histories years old, accounts cataloging the alleged atrocities committed by the company and the company fleet. He had seen it all before. They had requested access to the transcripts of their own interviews with the local authorities, but these were denied them. Their own facilities for making such records, even writing materials, had been stolen from their luggage, and their protests were deferred and ignored. These folk had an utter lack of respect for diplomatic conventions, typical, Ayres thought, of the situation, of authority upheld by rifle-bearing juveniles with mad eyes and ready recitations of regulations. They most frightened him, the young, the mad-eyed, the 2 same young ones, fanatic, because they knew only what was poured into their heads, put in on tape, likely, beyond reason. Don't talk with them, he had warned his companions. Do whatever they ask and make your arguments only to their superiors. He had long since lost the thread of the broadcast. He cast a look up and about, where Diaz sat with her eyes fixed on the screen, where Bela played a game of logic with makeshift pieces. Surreptitiously Ayres looked at his watch, which he had tried to sync with the hours of the Unionists, which were not Earth's hours, nor Pell's, nor the standard kept by the company. An hour late now, an hour since they had arrived here. He bit at his lips, doggedly turned his mind to the material on the screen, which was no more than anesthetic, and not even effective at that. The slanders they had gotten used to. If this was supposed to annoy them, it did not. There was eventually a touch at the door. It opened. Ted Marsh slipped in, carrying his 2 bags. There was a glimpse of 2 young guards in the corridor, armed. The door closed. Marsh walked through with his eyes downcast, but all the bedroom doors were slit closed. Which, he asked, compelled to stop and ask of them. Other side, other way, Ayres said. Marsh slung back across the room and set his bags down at that door. His brown hair fell in disorder, thin strands about his ears. His collar was rumpled. He would not look at them. All his movements were small and nervous. "Where have you been?" Ayres asked sharply before he could escape. Marsh darted a look back. "Foul up in my assignment here. Their computer had me listed somewhere else." The others had looked up, listened. Marsh stared at him and sweated. Challenge the lie? Show distress? The rooms were all monitored, they were sure of it. He could call Marsh a liar and make clear that the game was reaching another level. They could, his instinct shrank from it, take the man into the bathroom and drown the truth out of him as efficiently as Union could question him. Marsh's nerves could hardly stand up to them if they did so. The gain was questionable on all fronts. Perhaps, pity urged at him, Marsh was keeping his ordered silence. Perhaps Marsh wanted to confide in them and obeyed his orders for silence instead, suffering in loyalty. He doubted it. Of course the Unionists had settled on him, not a weak man, but the weakest of their four. Marsh glanced aside, carried his bags into his room, slid the door shut. Ayres refused even to exchange glances with the others. The monitoring was probably visual as well, and continuous. He faced the screen and watched the vid. Time was what they wanted, time gained by this means or gained by negotiations. The stress was thus far bearable. They daily argued with Union, a changing parade of officials. Union agreed to their proposals in principle, professed interest, talked and discussed, sent them to this and that committee, quibbled on points of protocol. On protocol, when materials were stolen from their luggage, it was all stalling on both sides, and he wished he knew why on theirs. Military action was surely proceeding, something which might not benefit their side in negotiation. They would get the outcome dropped in their laps at some properly critical phase, would be expected to cede something further. Pell, of course. Pell was the most likely session to ask, and that could not be allowed. The surrender of company officers to Union's revolutionary justice was another likely item. Not feasible, in fact, although some meaningless document could be arranged in compromise, outlawry perhaps. He had no intention of signing fleet personnel lives away if he could help it, but a yielding of objection on prosecution of some station officials classed as state enemies, that might have to be. Union would do as it wished anyway, and what happened this far remote would have little political impact on Earth. What the visual media could not carry into living rooms, the general public could not long remain exercised about. Statistically, a majority of the electorate could not or did not read complicated issues. No pictures, no news. No news, no event. No great sympathy on the part of the public, nor sustained interest from the media. Safe politics for the company. Above all, they could not jeopardize the majority they had won on other issues, the half-century of careful maneuvering, the discrediting of isolationist leaders, the sacrifices already made. Others were inevitable. He listened to the idiot vid, searched the propaganda for evidence to clarify the situation, listened to the reports of Union's alleged benefits to its citizens, its vast programs of internal improvement. Of other things he would wish to know, the extent of Union territory in directions other than earthward, the number of bases in their possession, what had happened at the fallen stations, whether they were actively developing further territories, or whether the war had effectively engaged their resources to the utmost. These pieces of information were not available. Nor was there information to indicate just how extensive the rumored birth labs were, what proportion of the citizenry they produced, or what treatment those individuals received. 1,000 times he cursed the recalcitrance of the fleet, of Signe Mallory in particular. No knowing ultimately whether his course had been the right one, to exclude the fleet from his operation. No knowing what would have happened had the fleet fallen in line. They were now where they must be, even if it was this white set of rooms, like all the other white sets of rooms they had experienced. They were doing what they had to, without the fleet, which could have given them negotiating strength, minor, or proven a frighteningly random third side in the negotiations. The stubbornness of Pell had not helped. Pell, which chose to placate the fleet. With support from the station they might have had some impact on the mentality of such as Mallory. Which still returned to the question whether a fleet which considered its own interests paramount could be persuaded to anything. Mazian and his like could never be controlled for the length of time it would take Earth to prepare defense. They were not, he reminded himself, not Earthborn, not regulation followers to judge by his sight of them. Like the scientific personnel who had reacted to Earth's emigration bans and summons homeward back in the old days by deserting further beyond, to Union ultimately. Or to be like the Constantines, who had been tyrants so long in their own little empire that they felt precious little responsibility toward Earth. And this terrified him when he let himself think about it. He had not expected the difference out there, had not expected the Union mentality, which seemed to slant off toward some angle of behavior neither parallel nor quite opposite to their own. Union tried to break them down, this bizarre game with Marsh, which was surely a case of divide and conquer. Therefore he refused to engage Marsh. Marsh, Bela, and Diaz did not have the detailed information in them. They were simply company officers, and what they knew was not that dangerous. He had sent back to Earth the two delegates who, like himself, knew too much, sent them back to say that the fleet could not be managed and that stations were collapsing. That much was done. He and his companions here played the game they were given, maintained monastic silence at all times, suffered without comment the shifts in lodging and the disarrangements which were meant to unbalance them, a tactic merely aimed at weakening them in negotiation, Ayres hoped, and not that more dire possibility, that it presaged a seizure of their own persons for interrogation. They went through the motions, hoped that they were closer to success on the treaty than they had been. And Marsh moved through their midst, sat in their sessions, regarded them in private with a bruised, disheveled look, without their moral support, because to ask reasons or offer comfort was to breach the silence which was their defensive wall. Why? Ayres had written once on a plastic tabletop by Marsh's arm. In the oil of his fingertips something he trusted no lens could pick up. And when that had gained no reaction, what? Marsh had erased both, and written nothing, turned his face away, his lips trembling in imminent breakdown. Ayres had not repeated the question. Now at length he rose, walked to Marsh's door, slid it open without knocking. Marsh sat on his bed, fully clothed, arms locked across his ribs, staring at the wall or beyond it. Ayres walked over to him, bent down by his ear. Concisely, he said in the faintest of whispers, not sure even that would fail to be heard. What do you think is going on? Have they been questioning you? Answer me. A moment passed. Marsh shook his head slowly. Answer, Ayres said. I am singled out for delays, Marsh said, a whisper that stammered. My assignments are never in order. There's always some mix-up. They keep me sitting and waiting for hours. That's all, sir. I believe you, Ayres said. He was not sure he did, but he offered it all the same and patted Marsh's shoulder. Marsh broke down and cried, tears pouring down a face which struggled to be composed. The supposed cameras, they were eternally conscious of the cameras they believed to be present. Ayres was shaken by this, the suspicion that they themselves were Marsh's tormentors as much as Union. He left the room and walked back into the other, and swelling with anger he stopped amid the room, turned his face up to the complicated crystal light fixture which was his chiefest suspicion of monitoring. I protest, he said sharply, this deliberate and unwarranted harassment. Then he turned and sat down, watched the vid again. His companions had reacted no more than to look up. The silence resumed. There was no acknowledgment of the incident the next morning in the arrival of the day's schedule, carried by a gun-wearing mannequin. Meeting 0800, it informed them. The day was starting early. There was no other information, not topic, nor with whom, nor where, not even mention of arrangements for lunch, which were usually included. Marsh came out of his room, shadow-eyed as if he had not slept. We don't have much time for breakfast, Ayres said. It was usually delivered to their quarters at 0730, and it was within a few minutes of that time. The light at the door flashed a second time. It opened from the outside, no breakfast, rather a trio of the mannequin guards. Ayres, one said. Just that, without courtesies. Come. He bit back a reply. There was no arguing with them. He had told his people so. He looked at the others, went back and got his jacket, playing the same game, taking time and deliberately irritating those waiting on him. When he reckoned that he had delayed as long as made the point, he came alone to the door and into the custody of the young guards. Marsh, he could not help thinking. What was their game with Marsh? They brought him down the corridor in the correct direction for the lift, through the lift sequence and halls without marking or designation, into the conference rooms and offices which relieved his immediate apprehensions. They entered a familiar room and passed through into one of the 3 interview rooms they used, military this time. The silver-haired man at the small circular table had metal enough studding the pocket flap of his black uniform to have made up the ranks of the last several he had talked to combined. Insane pattern of insignia. No knowing what, precisely, the intricate emblems represented. Amusing on one level that Union had managed to evolve so complex a system of medals and insignia as if all that metal were meant to impress. But it was authority and power, and that was not amusing at all. Delicate airs. The gray-haired man, gray with rejuve by the scarcely lined vigor of the face, a drug entirely common out here, available on Earth only in inferior substitutes, rose and offered his hand. Ayres took it solemnly. Seb Azov, the man introduced himself. From the Directorate. Pleasure to meet you, sir. The central government. The Directorate was, he had learned, now a body of 312. Whether this related to the number of stations and worlds in some proportion, he was not aware. It met not only on Cytine, but elsewhere, and how one got into it he did not know. This man was, beyond doubt, military. I regret, Ayres said coldly, to begin our acquaintance with a protest, Citizen Azov, but I refuse to talk until a certain matter is cleared up. Azov lifted bland brows, sat down again. The matter, sir? The harassment to which one of my party is being subjected. Harassment, sir? He was, he knew, supposed to lose his composure, give way to nervousness or anger. He refused either. Delegate Marsh and your computer seem to find difficulty locating his room assignments. Remarkable, since we are inevitably lodged together. I rate your technical competency above that. I am unable to name it anything but harassment that this man is kept waiting hours while alleged discrepancies are sorted out. I maintain that this is harassment designed to lessen our efficiency through exhaustion. I complain of other tactics, such as the inability of your staff to provide us recreational opportunity or room for exercise, such as the inevitable insistence of your staff that they lack authorizations, such as the evasive responses of your staff when we make an inquiry regarding the name of the space. We were promised Cytine. How are we to know whether we are speaking to authorized persons or merely to low-level functionaries of no competency or authority to negotiate the serious matters on which we have come? We have traveled a far distance, citizen, to settle a grievous and dangerous situation, and we have received precious little cooperation from the persons we have met here. It was not improvisation. He had prepared this speech for an occasion of opportunity, and the visible brass presented the target. Clearly Azov was a little taken aback by the attack. Ayres maintained a front of anger, the best miming he had yet done, for he was terrified. His heart hammered against his ribs, and he hoped his color had not changed perceptibly. It will be attended, Azov said after a moment. I should prefer, said Ayres, stronger assurance. Azov sat staring at him a moment. Take my word, he said in a tone that quivered with force. You will be satisfied. Will you sit, sir? We have some business at hand. Accept my personal apology for the inconvenience to Delegate Marsh. It will be investigated and remedied. He considered walking out, considered further argument, considered the man in front of him, and took the offered chair. Azov's eyes fixed on him with, he thought, some measure of respect. On your word, sir, Ayres said. I regret the matter. I can say little more at the moment. There is a pressing matter regarding the negotiations. We've come upon what you might call a situation. He pressed a button on the table console. Kindly send in Mr. Jacoby. Ayres looked toward the door, slowly, betraying no strong anxiety, although he felt it. The door opened. A man in civilian clothing came in. Civilian, not the uniforms or uniform-like suits which had distinguished all who had previously dealt with them. Mr. Seagust Ayres, Mr. Dayan Jacoby of Pell Station. I understand you've met. Ayres rose, extended his hand to this arrival in cold courtesy, liking it all less and less. A casual meeting, perhaps. Forgive me, I don't remember you. Counsel, Mr. Ayres. The hand gripped his and withdrew without warmth. Jacoby accepted the gestured offer of a third chair at the round table. A three-cornered conference, Azov murmured. Your terms, Mr. Ayres, claim Pell and stations in advance of it as the territory you wish to protect. This doesn't seem to be in accord with the wishes of the citizens of that station, and you are on record as supporting the principle of self-determination. This man, Ayres said without looking at Jacoby, is no one of consequence on Pell, and has no authority to make agreements. I suggest you consult with Mr. Angelo Constantine and send appropriate inquiries to the station council. I don't in fact know this person, and as for any claim he makes to be on the council, I can't attest to their validity. Azov smiled. We have an offer from Pell which we are accepting. This does throw into question the proposals under discussion, since without Pell you would be laying claim to an island within Union territory, stations which, I must tell you, are already part of Union territory by similar decisions. You have no territory in the beyond. None. Ayres sat still, feeling the blood draining from his extremities. This is not negotiation in good faith. Your fleet is now without a single base, sir. We have utterly cut them off. We call on you to perform a humanitarian act. You should inform them of the fact and of their alternatives. There's no need for the loss of ships and lives in defense of a territory which no longer exists. Your cooperation will be appreciated, sir. I am outraged, Ayres exclaimed. That may be, Azov said, but in the interest of saving lives you may choose to send that message. Pell has not ceded itself. You're likely to find the real situation different from what you imagine, Citizen Azov, and when you wish better terms from us, when you want that trade which might profit us both, consider what you're throwing away. Earth is one world. He said nothing, had nothing to say. He did not want to argue the desirability of Earth. The matter of Pell, said Azov, is an easy one. Do you know the vulnerability of a station? And when the will of the citizenry supports those outside, a very simple matter. No destruction, that's not our purpose. But the fleet will not operate successfully in the absence of a base, and you hold none. We sign the articles you ask, including the arrangement of Pell as a common meeting point, but in our hands, not yours. No difference, really, save in the observance of the will of the people, which you claim to hold so dear. It was better than it might have been, but it was designed to appear so. There are, he said, no representatives of the citizens of Pell here, only a self-appointed spokesman. I would like to see his letters of authorization. Azov gathered up a leather-bound folder from before him. You might be interested in this, sir, the document you offered us, signed by the government and directorate of Union and the council precisely as you worded it, abstracting the control of stations which are now in our hands, and a few minor words regarding the status of Pell. The words under company management have been struck, here and on the trade document. 3 small words. All else is yours, precisely as you gave it. I understand that you are, due to distances, empowered to sign on behalf of your governments and the company. Refusal was on his lips. He considered it, as he was in the habit of considering what slipped from him. Subject to ratification by my government, the absence of those words would cause distress. I hope that you will urge them to acceptance, sir, after reflection. Azov laid the folder on the table and slid it toward him. Examine it at your leisure. From our side it is firm. All the provisions you desired, all the provisions, to put it frankly, that you can possibly ask, since your territories do not exist. I frankly doubt that. Ah, that is your privilege. But doubt doesn't alter fact, sir. I suggest that you content yourself with what you have won, trade agreements which will profit us all and heal a long breach. Mr. Ayres, what more in reason do you think you can ask? That we cede what the citizens of Pell are willing to give us? Misrepresentation. Yet you lack any means to investigate, thus confessing your own limitations of control and possession. You say the government which sent you from Earth has undergone profound changes, and that we must deal with you as a new entity, forgetting all past grievances as irrelevant. Does this new entity propose to meet our signing of their document with further demands? I would suggest, sir, that your military strength is at a low ebb. that you have no means to verify anything, that you were obliged to come here in a series of freighters at the whim of merchanters, that a hostile posture is not to the good of your government. You are making threats, stating realities. A government without ships, without control of its own military, and without resources, is not in a position to insist that its document be signed without changes. We have abstracted meaningless clauses and 3 words, leaving the government of Pal essentially in the hands of whatever government the citizens of Pal choose to establish. And is this a fit matter for objection on the part of the interest you represent? Ayres sat still a moment. I have to consult with others of my delegation. I don't choose to do so with monitoring in progress. There is no monitoring. We believe to the contrary. Again, you are without means to verify this one way or the other. You must proceed as best you can. Ayres took the folder. Don't expect me or my staff at any meetings today. We'll be in conference. As you will. Azov rose, extended his hand. Jacobi remained seated and offered no courtesy. I don't promise signature. A conference. I quite understand, sir. Pursue your own course, but I should suggest that you seriously consider the effects of refusing this agreement. Presently we consider our border to be Pell. We're leaving you the Hinderstars, which you may, if you wish, develop to your profit. In case of failure of this agreement, we shall set our own boundaries, and we will be direct neighbors. His heart was beating very hard. This was nearing ground he did not want to discuss at all. Further, said Azov, should you wish to save the lives of your fleet and recover those ships, we've added to that folder a document of our own. Contingent on your agreement to attempt recall of the fleet, and your order to them to withdraw to the territories you have taken for your boundary by the signature of this treaty, we will drop all charges against them and against other enemies of the state which you may name. We'll permit them to withdraw under our escort and to accompany you home, although we understand that this is at considerable hazard to our side. We are not aggressive. We could better believe that, did you not refuse to call off your ships which are presently attacking our citizens. I've told you flatly that I have no command over the fleet and no power to recall it. We believe that you might use considerable influence. We will make facilities available to you for the transmission of a message. The cessation of hostilities will follow the fleet ceasefire. We'll consider the matter, sir. Ayres bowed, turned, walked out, met by the ever-present young guards, who began to guide him elsewhere among the offices. The other meeting has been cancelled, he informed them. We go back to my quarters. All my companions do. We have our orders, the foremost said, which was all they ever said. It would be straightened out only when they reached the site of the 0800 meeting and gathered the whole party, a new group of young guards then to guide them back, long waiting in between while things were cleared through channels. This was always the way of things. Inefficiency meant to drive them mad. His hand sweated on the leather of the folder he was given, a folder with the document signed by the Government of Union. Pell, lost. A chance to recover at least the fleet, and a proposal which might destroy it. He much feared that the Government of Union was planning further ahead than Earth imagined, the long view. Union had been born with it. Earth was only now acquiring it. He felt transparent and vulnerable. We know you're stalling, he imagined the thoughts behind Azov's broad, powerful face. We know you want to gain time, and why, and for now it suits us too. A trifling agreement we and you will abrogate at the earliest convenience. Union had swallowed all it meant to digest, for now. They could not afford debate, could not raise deadly issues in a privacy they probably did not have. Sign it and carry it home. What he had in his head was the important matter. They had learned the beyond. It was about them in the person of soldiers with a single face and virtually a single mind, in the defiance of Norway's captain, the arrogance of the Constantines, the merchanters who ignored a war that had been going on all about them for generations, attitudes Earth had never understood, that different powers rule out here, different logic. Generations which had shaken the dust of Earth from off their feet. Getting home, by signing a meaningless paper Mazian would never heed, no more than Mallory would come to heel for the asking. Getting back alive was the important thing, to make understood what he had seen. For that he would do the necessary things, sign a lie, and hope. Chapter 3. Part 1. Pell, Station Master's Office, Sector Blue 1, 9952, 1100 hours. The daily toll of disasters extended even to regions beyond station. Angelo Constantine rested his head on his hand and studied the printout in front of him. A seal blown on Centaur Mine on Pell 4's third moon, 14 men killed. 14, he could not help the thought, skilled, cleared workers. They had humanity rotting in its own filth the other side of Q-Line, and they had to lose the like of these instead. Lack of supply, old parts, things which should have been replaced being rigged to keep working. A quarter credit seal gave way, and 14 men died in vacuum. He typed through a memo to locate workers among Pell techs who could replace the lost ones. Their own docks were going idle, jammed with ships on main berths and auxiliaries, but very little moving in or out. And the men were better out there in the mines where their expertise could do some good. Not all the transferred workers had necessary skills at what they were set to do. A worker had been killed on Downbelow, crushed trying to direct a crawler out of the mud where an inexperienced partner had driven it. Condolences had to be added to those Emilio had already written to the family on station. There were 2 more murders known in Q, and a body had been found adrift in the vicinity of the docks. Supposedly the victim had been vented alive. Q was blamed. Security was trying to get ID on the victim, but there was considerable mutilation of the body. There was a case of another kind, a lawsuit involving 2 long-time resident families sharing quarters in alter-day rotation. The original inhabitants accused the newcomers of pilferage and conversion. Damon sent him the case as an example of a growing problem. Some council action was going to have to be taken in legislation to make responsibilities clear in such cases. A docksider newly assigned to his post was in hospital, half killed by the crew of the militarized merchanter Janus. The militarized crews demanded merchanter privileges and access to bars against some stationer authorities who tried to put them under military discipline. The bones would mend. The relations between station-side officers and the merchanter crews were in worse condition. The next stationer officer who went out with the patrols was looking to get his throat cut. Merchanter families were not used to strangers aboard. No station personnel to be assigned to militia ships without permission of ship's captain, he sent to the militia office. Militia ships will patrol under their own officers pending resolution of morale difficulties. That would create anguish in some quarters. It would create less than a mutiny would, a merchanter ship against the station authority which tried to direct it. Eileen had warned him. He found occasion now to take that advice, an emergency in which station master could override council's ill-advised desire to keep its thumb on the armed freighters. There were petty crises in supply. He stamped authorizations where needed, some after the fact, approval on local supervisors' ingenuity, particularly in the mines. He blessed skilled subordinates who had learned to ferret hidden surpluses out of other departments. There was need for repair in Q, and security asked authorization for armed forces to seal and clear Orange 3 up to the 40s for the duration of the construction, which meant moving out barracks full of residents. It was rated urgent but not life-threatening. Taking a repair crew in without sealing the area was. He stamped it authorized. Shutting down the plumbing in that sector instead threatened them with disease. A merchanter Captain Ilico to see you, sir. He drew in his breath, stabbed at the button on the console, calling the woman in. The door opened, admitted a huge woman, grayed and seamed with years Rejuve had not caught in time. Or perhaps she was in a decline. The drugs would not hold it off forever. He gestured to a chair. The captain took it gratefully. She had sent the interview request an hour ago while the ship was coming in. She came from Swan's Eye, a can hauler out of Mariner. He knew the locals, but not this woman. She was one of their own now, militarized. The blue sleeve cord was the insignia she wore to indicate as much. "What's the message?" he asked. "And from whom?" The old woman searched her jacket and extracted an envelope, leaned heavily forward to lay it on his desk. "From the Orvigshammer," she said, "out of Viking. Flashed us out there and gave us this hand-to-hand. They're going to lie out of station scan a while. Afraid, sir. They don't like what they see at all." Viking. Word of that disaster had come in long ago, and where have they been since then? Their message might make it clearer, but they claim to have taken damage clearing Viking, short-jumped and hung out in nowhere. That's their story. And they're scarred up for sure, but they've got a load. We should have been so lucky when we ran. Then we wouldn't be running militia service, would we, sir, for dock charges? You know what's in this? I know, she said. There's something on the move. Push is coming to shove, Mr. Constantine. The way I reckon it, Hummer tried to jump Union side, and didn't find it so good over there after all. Union tried to grab her, it seems, and she ran for it. She's scared of the same thing here. Wanted me to come in ahead of her and bring the message, so she won't have her hands dirty with it. Consider her position if Union figures she blew the whistle on them. Union's moving. Angelo regarded the woman, the round face and deep-sunken dark eyes, nodded slowly. You know what happens here if your crew talks on station or elsewhere. Makes it very hard on us. Family, she said. We don't talk to outsiders. The black eyes fixed steadily on him. I'm militia, Mr. Constantine, because we had the bad luck to come in with no load, and you laid a charge on us, and because there's nowhere else. Swan's Eye isn't one of the combine haulers. Got no reserve and no credit here like some. But what's credit, Mr. Constantine, if Pell folds? From here on, never mind the credits in your bank. I want supplies in my hold. Blackmail, Captain? I'm taking my crew back out there on patrol, and we're going to watch the perimeter for you. If we see any Union ships, we'll flash you word in a hurry and jump fast. A can hauler isn't up to seek and dodge with a rider ship, and I'm not going to do any heroics. I want the same advantage Pell crews have, that have food and water hoarded up off the manifests. You charge there's hoarding? Mr. Station Master, you know there's hoarding by every ship that's attached to some station-side concern, and you're not going to antagonize those combines by investigating, are you? How many of your station-side officers get their uniforms dirty checking the holds and tanks visually, eh? I'm flat, and I'm asking the same break from my family the others got by being combine. Supplies. Then I go back out on the line. You'll get them. He turned then and there and keyed it through on priority. Be off the station as quickly as possible. She nodded when he had done and faced her again. Fair done, Mr. Constantine. Where will you jump, Captain, if you have to? The cold deep. Got me a place I know out in the dark. Lots of freighters do. You know that, Mr. Constantine? Long, lean years coming if the push breaks through. Union will patronize them that were Union long before. Lie low and hope they need ships bad if it comes. New territories would stretch them thin, and they'd need it. Or slink earthward. Some would. Angelo frowned. You think it's really coming? She shrugged. Feel the draft, Station Master. Wouldn't be on this station for any bribe if the line don't hold. A lot of the merchanters hold your opinions? We've been ready, she said in a low voice, for 100 years. Ask Quen, Station Master. You looking for a place too? No, Captain. She leaned back and nodded slowly. My respects to you for it, Station Master. You can believe we won't jump without giving an alarm, and that's more than some of our class will do. I know that it's a heavy risk for you, and you've got your supplies, all you need. Anything more? She shook her head, a slight flexing of her bulk. She gathered herself to her wide-braced feet. Wish you luck, she said, and offered her hand. Wish you luck. All the merchanters that are here and not on the other side of the line picked their side against the odds. Them that still meet out in the dark and get you supplies right out of Union. They don't do it all for profit. No profit here. You know that, Mr. Station Master? It would have been easier on the other side, in some ways. He shook her thick hand. Thank you, Captain. Huh, she said, and shrugged self-consciously, waddled out. He took the message, opened it. It was a handwritten note, a scrawl. Back from Union side. Carriers orbiting at Viking, 4, maybe more. Rumor says Nazians on the run, ships lost. Egypt, France, United States, maybe others. Situation falling apart. It was not signed, had no ship's name attached. He studied the message a moment, then rose and finger-keyed the safe, put the paper in, and locked it. His stomach was unsettled. Observers could be wrong. Information could be planted. Rumors started deliberately. This ship would not come in. Hammer would observe a while, possibly come in, possibly run. Any attempt to drag them in for direct questioning would be bad politics with other merchanters. Freighters circled Pell, hoping for food, for water, consuming station supplies, using up combine credit, which they had to honor for fear of riot, old debts to vanished stations. Using up station supplies rather than the precious hoards which they had conserved aboard, against the day they might have to run. Some brought in supplies, true, but more consumed them. He keyed through to the desk outside. "I'm closing up for the day," he said. "I can be reached at home. If it can't wait, I'll come back." "Yes, sir," the murmur came back. He gathered up a few of his less disturbing papers, put them in his case, put on his jacket, and walked out with a nod of courtesy to his secretary, to the several officials who had their offices in the same room, and entered the corridor outside. He had been working late the last several days, was due at least a chance to work in greater comfort, to read the case full of documents without interruption. He had had trouble on Downbelow. Emilio had shipped it all station-side last week with a scathing denunciation of the personnel involved and the policies they represented. Damon had urged the troublemakers shipped out to the mining posts, a quick way to fill out the needed number of workers. Counsel for the defense protested prejudice in the Legal Affairs Office and urged clearing of the tainted service records with full reinstatement. It had flared into something bitter. John Lucas had made offers, made demands. They finally had that settled. Presently he had 50 files on Q residents being processed out as provisionals. He thought of stopping by the executive lounge for a drink on the way, doing some of the paperwork there, taking his mind off what still had him sweating. He had a paper in his pocket, was never without it, even with calm to rely on. He thought about it. He went home, that little distance down Blue 112, quietly opened the door. "Angelo?" Alicia was awake then. He set his case and his jacket on the chair by the door. "I'm home," he said, smiled dutifully at the old downer female who came out of Alicia's room to pat his hand and welcome him. "Good day, Lily?" "Have a good day," Lily affirmed, grinning her gentle smile. She made herself noiseless in gathering up what he had put down, and he walked back into Alicia's room, leaned down over her bed, and kissed her. Alicia smiled, still as she was always still on the immaculate linens, with Lily to tend her, to turn her, to love her with the devotion of many years. The walls were screens. About the bed the view was of stars, as if they hung in mid-space, stars and sometimes the sun, the docks, the corridors of Pell, or pictures of Downbelow woods, the base, of the family, of all such things as gave her pleasure. Lily changed the sequences for her. "Damon came by," Alicia murmured, "he and Aline, for breakfast. It was nice. Aline's looking well, so happy." Often they stopped by, one or the other of them, especially with Emilio and Maliko out of reach. He remembered a surprise, a tape he had dropped into his jacket pocket for fear of forgetting it. Had a message from Emilio. "I'll play it for you." "Angelo, is something wrong?" He stopped in mid-breath and shook his head ruefully. "You're sharp, love." "I know your face, love. Bad news?" "Not from Emilio. Things are going very well down there, much better. He reports considerable progress with the new camps. They haven't had any trouble out of Q personnel. The road is through to 2, and there's a number willing to transfer down the line." "I think I get only the better side of the reports. I watch the halls. I get that too, Angelo." He gently turned her head for her, so that she could look at him more easily. "War's heating up," he said. "Is that grim enough?" The beautiful eyes, still beautiful, in a thin, pale face, were vital and steady. "How close now?" "Just merchanters getting nervous. Not at all close, there's no sign of that. But I'm concerned about morale." She moved her eyes about, a gesture at the walls. "You make all my world beautiful. Is it beautiful out there?" "No harm has come to Pell. There's nothing imminent. You know I can't lie to you." He sat down on the edge of the bed, the clean, smooth sheets, took her hand. "We've seen the war get hot before, and we're still here." "How bad is it?" "I talked to a merchanter a few moments ago who talked about merchanter attitudes, spoke about places out in the deep good for sitting and waiting. Thought comes to me, do you know, that there are other stations of a kind, more than Pell, left, chunks of rock in unlikely places, things merchanters know about, maybe Mazian, surely Mazian, just places where ships know to go. So if there are storms, there are havens, aren't there? If it comes down to any bad situation, we do have some choices." "You'd leave?" He shook his head. "Never, never. But there's still a chance of talking the boys into it, isn't there? We persuaded one to Downbelow. Work on your youngest. Work on Eileen. She's your best hope. She has friends out there. She knows. And she could persuade Damon." He pressed her hand. Alicia Lucas Constantine needed Pell, needed the machinery, equipment a ship could not easily maintain. She was wedded to Pell and the machines. Any transfer of her entourage of metal and experts would be public, doomsday headlined on vid. She had reminded him of that. "I am Pell," she had laughed, not laughing. She had been once, beside him. He was not leaving. In no wise did he consider that, without her, abandoning what his family had built over the years, what they had built together. "It's not close," he said again, but he feared it was. Part 2. Pell, White Dock, Lucas Company office is 1100 hours. John Lucas gathered the pertinent papers together, glared up at the men who crowded his dock front office, glared for a long moment to make the point. He laid the papers down on the front of the desk, and Bran Hale gathered them up and passed them to the rest of the men. "We appreciate it," Hale said. "Lucas Company has no need of employees. You understand that. Make yourselves useful. This is a personal favor, a debt, if you like. I appreciate loyalty." "There'll be no trouble," Hale said. "Just stay low. Temper cost you your security clearance. You won't exercise that temper working for me. I warned you. I warned you when we worked together on Downbelow." "I remember," Hale said. "But we were run off, Mr. Lucas, for personal reasons. Constantine was looking for an excuse. He's changing your policies, tearing up things, disarranging everything you've done. And we tried, sir." "Can't help that," John said. "I'm not down there. I'm not running things. And now you're not. I'd rather Jacoby could have gotten you off with something lighter, but there you are. You're in private employ now." He leaned back at the desk. "I could need you," he said soberly. "Figure on that, too. So it could have turned out worse for you. Station life now. No more mud, no more headaches from bad air. You work for the company at whatever comes up, and you use your heads. You'll do all right." "Yes, sir," Hale said. "And Lee." John looked at Lee Quayle, a level, sober stare. "You may be standing guard on Lucas property from time to time. You just may have a gun on your person. And you don't fire it. You know how close you came to adjustment on that account?" "Bastard hit the barrel," Quayle muttered. "Damon Constantine runs legal affairs. Emilio's brother, man. Angelo's got it all in his pocket. If he'd had a better case, he'd have sent you through the mill. Think about the odds the next time you cross the Constantines on your own." The door opened. Vittorio slipped in, ignoring his instant frown of discouragement. Vittorio came up beside his chair, leaned close to his ear. "Man came in," Vittorio whispered. "Off a ship named Swan's Eye." "I don't know any Swan's Eye," he hissed back. "He can wait." "No," Vittorio persisted, leaned close a second time. "Listen to me. I'm not sure he's authorized." "How not authorized?" "Papers. I'm not sure he's supposed to be on station at all. He's out there. I don't know what to do with him." John drew a quick breath, suddenly cold. An office full of witnesses, a dock full of them. "Send him in," he said. And to Hale and the others, "Go on outside, fill out the papers and hand them to personnel. Take whatever they give you for today." "Go on!" There were dark looks from them, suspicion of offense. "Come on," Hale said, shepherding the others out. Vittorio hastened out after them, vanished, leaving the door open. A moment later a man, merchanter-clad, slipped through and closed it. Like that, closed it. No fear, no furtiveness in that move, as if he commanded. An ordinary face, a 30-ish man of no distinction at all. His manner was cold and quiet. "Mr. John Lucas," the newcomer said. "I'm John Lucas." Eyes lifted meaningfully to the overhead, about the walls. "No monitoring," John said, short of breath. "You walk in here in public and you're afraid of monitoring?" "I need a cover." "What's your name? Who are you?" The man walked forward and wrenched a gold ring from his finger, took a station ID card from his pocket, laid both on the desk in front of him. "Dayan's." "You made a proposal," the man said. John sat frozen. "Get me cover, Mr. Lucas." "Who are you?" "I came on Swan's Eye. Time's limited. They'll take on supplies and head out." "Name, man. I don't deal with non-entities." "Give me a name. A man of your own to walk onto Swan's Eye. A hostage, one who can deal in your name if need be. You have a son." "Vittorio." "Send him." He'd be missed. The newcomer stared at him, coldly adamant. John pocketed card and ring, reached a numb hand for the intercom. "Vittorio?" The door opened. Vittorio slipped in, eyes quick with apprehension, let the door close again. "The ship that brought me," the man said, "will take you, Vittorio Lucas, to a ship called Hummer, out on the peripheries, and you needn't have apprehensions of the crew of either. They're trusted, all of them. Even the captain of Swan's Eye has a powerful interest in your safety, wanting her own family back. You'll be safe enough." "Do as he says," John said. Vittorio's face was the color of paste. "Go? Like that?" "You're safe," John said. "You're precious well safe. Safer than you'd be here, not when it comes to what it's coming to. Your papers, your card, your key. Give them to him. Go on Swan's Eye with one of the deliveries. Just don't look guilty and don't get off. It's easy enough." Vittorio simply stared at him. "You're safe, I assure you," the stranger said. "You go out there, sit, wait. Act as liaison with our operations." "Our." "I'm told you understand me." Vittorio reached to his pocket, handed over all his papers. There was a numb terror on his face. "Comp number," the other prompted. Vittorio wrote it down for him on the desk pad. "You're all right," John said. "I'm telling you, you're better off there than here." "That's what you told Dayan." "Dayan Jacoby is quite well," the stranger said. "Don't foul it up," John said. "Get your wits together. You foul it up out there and we'll all be in for adjustment. You read me clear?" "Yes, sir," Vittorio said faintly. John gave him a nod toward the door, dismissal. Vittorio tentatively held out a hand toward him. He took it perfunctorily, could not even now like this son of his. Came closest in this moment, perhaps, that Vittorio proved of some real service to him. "I appreciate it," he muttered, feeling some courtesy would salve wounds. Vittorio nodded. "This dock," the stranger said, sorting through Vittorio's papers. "Berth 2, and hurry about it." Vittorio left. The stranger slipped the papers and the comp number into his own pocket. "Use of the number periodically should satisfy comp," the man said. "Who are you?" "Jessad will do," the man replied. "Vittorio Lucas, I suppose, when it comes to comp. What's his residence?" "Lives with me," John said, wishing otherwise. "Anyone else? Any woman, close friends who will not be sympathetic?" "The two of us." Jacoby indicated as much. "Residence with you. Very convenient. Will it excite comment if I walk there in this clothing?" John sat down on the edge of his desk, mopped his face with his hand. "No need to be distressed, Mr. Lucas. The Union fleet, they're moving in?" "I'm to arrange certain things. I'm a consultant, Mr. Lucas. That would be an apt term. Expendable. A man, a ship or two, small risk against the gain. But I do want to live, you understand, and I propose not to be expended without satisfaction for it, just so you don't suffer a change of heart, Mr. Lucas." "They've sent you in here with no backing." "Backing in plenty when it comes. We'll talk tonight, in residence. I'm quite in your hands. I understand there's no strong bond between yourself and your son." Heat flushed his face. "No business of yours, Mr. Jessad." "No?" Jessad looked him slowly up and down. "It's coming. You can be sure of that. You've bid to be on the winning side, to do certain services in return for position. I'll be evaluating you, very businesslike. You take my meaning. But you'll do well to take my orders, to do nothing without my advice. I have a certain expertise in this situation. I'm advised that you don't permit domestic monitoring, that Pell is very adamant on this point, that there's no apparatus." "There isn't," John said, swallowing heavily. "It's very much against the law." "Convenient. I'd hate to walk in under camera. The clothes, Mr. Lucas, acceptable in your corridors?" John turned, searched his desk, found the appropriate form, his heart pounding all the while. If the man should be stopped, if there were suspicion, his signature on the document. But it was already too late. If Swan's Eye were boarded and searched, if someone noticed that Vittorio failed to leave it before it undocked. "Here," he said, tearing off the pass. "This isn't to show anyone unless you're stopped by security." He pushed the comm button and leaned over the mic. "Bran Hale still out there? Get him in here, alone." "Mr. Lucas," Jessad said, "we don't need other parties to this." "You asked advice about the corridors. Take it. If you're stopped, your story is that you're a merchanter whose papers were stolen. You're on your way to talk to administration about it, and Hale's your escort. Give me Vittorio's papers. I can carry them. You daren't be caught with them, with that story. I'll straighten it all out when I get to the apartment this evening." Jessad handed them over in return for the pass. "And what do they do with merchanters whose papers get stolen?" "They call in their whole ship's family, and it's a very great deal of commotion. You could end up in detention and adjustment if things go that far, Mr. Jessad. But stolen papers are known here, and it's a better cover than your plan. If it happens, go along with everything and trust my judgment. I have ships. I can arrange something. Claim you're off Sheba. I know the family." The door opened. Bran Hale stood there, and Jessad shut his mouth on whatever he would have said. "Trust me," John repeated, relishing his discomfiture. "Bran, you're useful already. Walk this man to my apartment." He fished in his pocket after the manual guest key. "See him there and inside, and sit with my guest until I come, will you? Could be a long while. Make yourself free in the place, and if you get stopped, he has a different story. You just follow his cue, all right?" Hale's eyes took in Jessad, flicked back to him. Intelligent man, Hale. He nodded without asking questions. "Mr. Jessad," John murmured, "you can trust this man to see you there." Jessad smiled tautly, offered his hand. John took it, a dry grip of a man of no normal nerves. Hale showed him out, and John stood by his desk, watching both of them depart. The staff in the outer office were all like Hale, Lucas people, administrative level and trustworthy. Men and women he had chosen, and not one of them was likely to be doubling on the Constantine payroll. He had always seen to that. He was still anxious. He turned from the view of the door to the sideboard, poured himself a drink, for however unruffled Jessad was, his own hands were shaking from the encounter and the possibilities in it. A Unionist agent. It was farce, a too elaborate result of his intrigue with Jacoby. He had sent out a tentative feeler, and someone had raised the stakes in the game to a ridiculous level. Union ships were coming, were very close, that they would take the enormous chance of sending in someone like Jessad. He resumed his seat at his desk, holding the drink, sipped at it, trying to pull his thoughts into coherency. The proposed deception of Comp could not go on. He reckoned the life of the Jessad-Vittorio charade in days, and if something went wrong, he would be the one quickest caught, not Jessad, who was not in Comp. Jessad was expendable in Union plans, perhaps, but he was more so. He drank, trying to think. Seized up paper with sudden inspiration, more forms, started the call-up procedure for a short hauler. There were crews in Lucas' employ who would not talk, like Sheba, men who would take a ship out and carry a ghost aboard, falsify manifests, falsify crew or passenger listings. The tracing of the black market routes had turned up all manner of interesting data that some captains did not want known. So this afternoon another ship would go out to the mines, and Vittorio's Comp number could be changed into the station log. A little ripple, a ship moving. No one paid attention to short haulers. Out to the mines and back again. A ship incapable of threatening security because it lacked speed and star capacity and weapons. He might still have some questions to answer from Angelo, but he knew all the right answers to give. He transmitted the order to Comp, watched in satisfaction as Comp swallowed the order and sent out notification to Lucas Company that any ship moving had to carry some station items to the mines, free-freighted. Ordinarily, he would have kicked hard at the size of the assessment for free transport. It was outrageous. He keyed back at it, accepted 1/4 station lading, will depart 1700 main day. Comp took it. He leaned back with a great sigh of relief, his heart settling down to a more reasonable rhythm. Personnel was an easy matter. He knew his better men. He set to work again, pulling names from Comp, choosing the crew, a merchanter family long in Lucas's pay. Send the Killens in the moment they hit the office, he told his secretary over the comm. There's a commission waiting for them. Make it out and hurry about it. Scramble together anything we've meant to freight out and get it going. Then get an extra dock crew to make a pickup from station lading for free freighting. No quarrels. Take whatever they're given and get back here. You make sure those papers are flawless and that there's no snag, absolutely no snag in comp entries. You understand me? Yes, sir, the answer came back. And a moment later, contact made with the Killens. They're on their way, and thank you for the commission, sir. Annie was convenient, a ship comfortable enough for a prolonged tour of Lucas mine interests, small enough for obscurity. He had taken such tours in his youth, learning the business. So Vittorio might. He sipped at his drink and thumbed the papers on his desk, fretting. Part 3. Pell. Central cylinder 9952. 1200 hours. Josh sank down to the matting, sat, collapsed backward in the gym's reduced G. Damon leaned over him, hands on bare knees, the suspicion of amusement on his face. I'm done, Josh said when he had a breath. His sides hurt. I'd exercise, but not this much. Damon sank to his knees by him on the mat, hunched and himself hard breathing. Doing all right anyhow. I'm ready to call it. He sucked air and let out a slower breath, grinned at him. Need help? Josh grunted and rolled over, heaved himself up on one arm, gathered himself gracelessly to his feet, shaking in every muscle, and conscious of the men and women in better form who passed them on the steep track which belted all Pell's inner core. It was a crowded place, echoing with shouted conversation. It was freedom, and the worst there was to fear here was a little laughter. He would have kept going if he could, had already run longer than he should, but he hated to have the time end. His knees shook and his belly ached. Come on, Damon said, rising with more ease. Damon caught his arm and guided him toward the dressing rooms. Take a steam bath, a chance to get the knots out at least. I've got a little while before I have to get back to the office. They went into the chaotic locker room, stripped, and tossed the clothing into the common laundry. Towels were stacked there for the taking. Damon tossed a couple at him and showed him into the door marked Steam, through a quick shower into a series of cubbyholes obscured by vapor, down a long aisle. Most places were occupied. They found a few vacant toward the end of the row, took one in the middle, and sat down on the wooden benches. So much water to waste. Josh watched Damon dip up water and pour it on his head, cast the rest on a plate of hot metal until the steam boiled up and obscured him in a white cloud. Josh doused himself after similar fashion, mopped with the towel, short of breath and dizzy in the heat. "You all right?" Damon asked him. He nodded, anxious not to spoil the time, anxious all the while he was with Damon. He desperately tried to maintain his balance, walking the line of too much trust on the one side and on the other, a terror of trusting anyone. He hated being alone, had never... Sometimes certainties flashed out of his tattered memory, firm as truth, had never liked being alone. Damon would tire of him, the novelty would wear off. Such company as his had to pall after a while. And then he would be alone, with half his mind and a token freedom, in this prison that was Pell. "Something bothering you?" "No." And desperately to change the subject, for Damon had complained he lacked company coming to the gym. "I'd thought Aline would meet us here." "Pregnancy is beginning to slow her down a little. She's not feeling up to it." "Oh." He blinked, looked away. It was an intimacy, such a question. He felt like an intruder, naive in such things. Women he thought he had known, but not pregnant ones, not a relationship, as it was between Damon and Aline, full of permanencies. He remembered someone he had loved, older, drier, past such things. A boy's love. He had been the child. He'd tried to follow the threads where they led, but they tangled. He did not want to think of Aline in that regard, could not. He recalled warnings, psychological impairment they had called it. Impairment. "Josh, are you all right?" He blinked again, which could become a nervous tic if he let it. "Something's eating at you." He made a helpless gesture in reply, not wanting to be trapped into discussion. "I don't know." "You're worried about something." "Nothing." "Don't trust me?" The blink obscured his vision. Sweat was dripping into his eyes. He mopped his face. "All right," Damon said, as if it were. He got up, walked to the door of the wooden cubicle, anything to put distance between them. His stomach was heaving. Josh. A dark place, a close place. He could run, clear this closeness, these demands on him. That would get him arrested, sent back to hospital, into the white walls. "Are you scared?" Damon asked him plainly. It hit as close to the mark as any other word. He made a helpless gesture, uncomfortable. Elsewhere the noise of other voices became like silence, a roar in which their own cell was remote. "You figure what?" Damon asked. "That I'm not honest with you?" "No." "That you can't trust me?" "No." "What then?" He was close to being sick. He hit that barrier when he crossed his conditioning, knew what it was. "I wish," Damon said, "that you'd talk." He looked back, his back to the wooden partition. "You'll stop," he said numbly, "when you get tired of the project." "Stop what? Are you back on that desertion theme again?" "Then what do you want?" "You think you're a curiosity?" Damon asked him, "or what?" He swallowed the bile risen in his throat. "You get that impression, do you?" Damon asked, "from Aline and me?" "Don't want to think that," he managed to say finally, "but I am a curiosity, whatever else." "No," Damon said. A muscle in his face began to jerk. He reached for the bench, sat down, tried to stop the tic. They were pills. He was no longer on them. He wished he were, to be still and not to think, to get out of here, break off this probing at him. "We like you," Damon said. "Is something wrong with that?" He sat there, paralyzed, his heart hammering. "Come on," Damon said, gathering himself up. "You've had enough heat." Josh pulled himself to his feet, finding his knees weak, his sight blurring from the sweat and the temperature and the reduced G. Damon offered a hand. He flinched from it, walked after Damon down the aisle and into the showers at the end of the room. The cooler mist cleared his head somewhat. He stayed in his stall a few moments longer than need be, inhaled the cooling air, came out again somewhat calmed, walked towel-wrapped into the locker room again. Damon was behind him. "I'm sorry," he told Damon, "for things in general." "Reflexes," Damon said. He frowned intensely, caught his arm before he could turn aside. Josh flinched back against the locker so hard it echoed. A dark place, a chaos of bodies, hands on him. He jerked his mind away from it, leaned shivering against the metal, staring into Damon's anxious face. "Josh?" "I'm sorry," he said again. "I'm sorry. You look like you're going to pass out. Was it the heat?" "Don't know," he murmured. "Don't know." He reached toward the bench, sat down to catch his breath. It was better after a moment. The dark receded. "I am sorry." He was depressed, convinced Damon would not long tolerate him. The depression spread. "Maybe I'd better check back into the facility." "That bad?" He did not want to think of his own room, the barren apartment in hospice, blank-walled, cheerless. There were people he knew in the hospital, doctors who knew him, who could deal with these things, and whose motives he knew were limited to duty. "I'll call the office," Damon said, "and tell them I'm going to be late. I'll take you to the hospital if you feel you need it." He rested his head on his hands. "I don't know why I do this," he said. "I'm remembering something. I don't know what. It hits me in the stomach." Damon sat down astride the bench, just sat, waited on him. "I can figure," Damon said finally, and he looked up, recalling uneasily that Damon had had access to all his records. End of Side 4. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 5. Downbelow Station by C.J. Cherryh, continuing on page 146. "What do you figure?" "Maybe it was a little close in there. A lot of the refugees panic at crowding. It scarred into them." "But I didn't come in with the refugees," he said. "I remember that." "And what else?" A tic jerked at his face. He rose, began to dress, and after a moment Damon did likewise. Other men came and went about them. Shouts from outside reached into the room when the door opened, the ordinary noise of the gym. "Do you really want me to take you to the hospital?" Damon asked, finally. He shrugged into his jacket. "No, I'll be all right." He judged that such was the case, although his skin was still drawn in chill. The clothes should have warmed away. Damon frowned, gestured toward the door. They walked out into the cold outer chamber, entered the lift with half a dozen others, rode at the dizzying straight drop into outer shell G. Josh drew a deep breath, staggered a little in walking off, stopped as the flow of traffic swirled about him. Damon's hand closed on his elbow, moved him gently in the direction of a seat along the corridor wall. He was glad to sit down, to rest a moment, and watch the people pass them. They were not on Damon's office level, but on a green one. The strains of music from the concourse floated out to them from the far end. They should have ridden it on down, had stopped, Damon's idea. Near the track around to the hospital, he reasoned, or just a place to rest. He sat, taking his breath. "A little dizzy," he confessed. "Maybe it would be better if you went back at least for a checkup. I should never have encouraged you to this." "It's not the exercise." He bent, rested his head in his hands, drew several quiet breaths, straightened finally. "Damon, the names. You know the names in my records. Where was I born?" "Citeen." "My mother's name. Do you know it?" Damon frowned. "No, you didn't say. Mostly you talked about an aunt. Her name was Mavis." The older woman's face came to him again, a warm rush of familiarity. "I remember." "Had you forgotten even that?" The tic came back to his face. He tried not to acknowledge it, desperate for normalcy. "I have no way to know, you understand, what's memory and what's imagination or dreams. Try dealing with things when you don't know the difference and can't tell." "The name was Mavis." "Yes." You lived on a farm." He nodded, treasuring a sudden glimpse of sunlit road, a weathered fence. He was often on that road in his dreams, bare feet in slick dust, a house, a prefab and peeling dome, many such, field upon field, ripe gold in the sun. Plantation, a lot larger than a farm. I lived there until I went into the service school. That was the last time I was ever on a world, wasn't it? You never mentioned any other. He sat still a moment, holding on to the image, excited by it, by something beautiful and warm and real. He tried to recover details, the size of the sun in the sky, the color of sunsets, the dusty road that led to and from the small settlement. A large, soft, comfortable woman, and a thin, worried man who spent a lot of time cursing the weather. The pieces fit, settled into place. Home. That was home. He ached after it. "Damon," he said, gathering courage, for there was more than the pleasant dream. "You don't have any reason to lie to me, do you? But you did, when I asked you for the truth a while ago about the nightmare. Why?" Damon looked uncomfortable. "I'm scared, Damon. I'm scared of lies. Do you understand that? Scared of other things." He stammered uncontrollably, impatient with himself, with muscles that jerked, and a tongue that would not frame things, and a mind like a sieve. "Give me names, Damon. You've read the record. I know you have. Tell me how I got to Pell." "When Russell's collapsed, like everyone else." "No, starting with Cytine. Give me names." Damon laid an arm along the back of the bench, faced him, frowning. "The first service you mentioned was a ship named Kite. I don't know how many years. Maybe it was the only ship. You'd been taken off the farm, I take it, into the service school, whatever you call the place, and you were trained in Armscomp. I take it that the ship was a very small one." "Scout and recon," he murmured, and saw in his mind the exact boards, the cramped interior of Kite, where the crew had to hand over hand their way in 0G. A lot of time at Fargone Station, a lot of time there, and out on patrol, out on missions just looking for what they could see. Kitha and Lee. Childlike Kitha. He had had particular affection for her. And Ulf. He recovered faces, glad to remember them. They had worked close, in more than one sense, for the Dart ships had no cabins, no privacy. They had been together years. Dead now. It was like losing them again. "Watch it!" Kitha had yelled. He had yelled something too, realizing they were blind-spotted. Ulf's mistake. He sat helpless at his board, no guns that would bear on the threat. He flinched from it. "They picked me up," he said. "Someone did." "A ship named Tigress hit you," Damon said. "Rider ship. But it was a freighter in the area that homed in on your capsule signal." "Go on." Damon stayed silent a moment, as if he were thinking on it, as if he would not. He grew more and more anxious, his stomach taut. "You were brought onto station," Damon said finally, "aboard a merchanter. A stretcher case, but no injuries. Shock, cold, I suppose. Your life support had started to fade, and they nearly lost you." He shook his head. That much was blank, remote and cold. He recalled docs, doctors, interrogation, endless questions. Mobs. Shouting mobs. Docs and a guard falling. Someone had coldly shot the man in the face while he lay on the ground, stunned. Dead everywhere, trampled, a surge of bodies before him, and men about him, armored troops. "They've got guns," someone had shouted, and panic broke out. "You were picked up at Mariner," Damon said, "after it blew, when they were hunting Mariner survivors." "Eileen, they questioned you at Russell's," Damon said softly, doggedly. "They were facing I don't know what. They were frightened, in a hurry. They used illegal techniques like adjustment. They wanted information out of you, timetables, ship movements, the whole thing, but you couldn't give it to them. You were on Russell's when the evacuation began, and you were moved to this station. That's what happened." A dark umbilical from station to ship, troops and guns. "On a warship," he said. "Norway." His stomach nodded. Mallory. Mallory and Norway. Grass. He remembered. Pride died there. He became a nothing. Who he was, what he was, they had not cared among the troops, the crew. It was not even hate, but bitterness and boredom, cruelty in which he did not matter, a living thing that felt pain, felt shame, screamed when the horror became overwhelming, and realizing that there was no one at all who cared, stopped screaming, or feeling, or fighting. Want to go back to them? He could hear even the tone of Mallory's voice. Want to go back? He had not wanted that, had wanted nothing then but to feel nothing. This was the source of the nightmares, the dark, confused figures, the thing that wakened him in the night. He nodded slowly, accepting that. You entered detention here, Damon said. You were picked up. Russell's, Norway, here. If you think we've thrown anything false into your adjustment, no. Believe me. Josh? He was sweating, felt it. I'm all right, he said, although it was hard for a moment to draw breath. His stomach kept heaving. Closeness, emotional or physical, was going to do this to him. He identified it now, tried to control it. Sit there, Damon said, rose before he could object, and went into one of the shops along the hall. He rested there obediently, head against the wall behind him, his pulse easing finally. It occurred to him that it was the first time he had been loose, alone, save for the track between his job and his room in the old hospice. Being so gave him a peculiarly naked feeling. He wondered if those who passed knew who he was. The idea frightened him. You will remember some things, the doctor had told him when they stopped the pills, but you can get distance from them. Remember some things. Damon came back, bringing 2 cups of something, sat down and offered one to him. It was fruit juice and something else, iced and sugared, which soothed his stomach. You're going to be late getting back, he recalled. Damon shrugged and said nothing. I'd like, to his intense shame, he stammered, to take you and Aline to dinner. I have my job now. I have some credit above my hours. Damon studied him a moment. All right, I'll ask Aline. It made him feel a great deal better. I'd like, he said further, to walk back home from here, alone. All right. I needed to know what I remember. I apologize. I'm worried for you, Damon said, and that profoundly touched him. But I walk by myself. What night for dinner? You and Aline decide. My schedule is rather open. It was poor humor. Damon dutifully smiled at it, finished his drink. Josh sipped the last of his and stood up. Thank you. I'll talk to Aline, let you know the date tomorrow. Take it easy. And call me if you need. Josh nodded, turned, walked away, among the crowds who might know his face. Like those on the docks in his memory, crowds. It was not the same. It was a different world, and he walked in it, down his own portion of hall as the newfound owner of it. Walked to the lift along with those born to Pell, stood with them waiting on the lift car as if he were ordinary. It came. Green 7. He spoke up for himself when the press inside cut him off from the controls, and someone kindly pressed it for him. Shoulder to shoulder in the car. He was all right. It whisked him down to his own level. He excused his way past passengers who gave him not a second glance, stood in his own corridor near the hospice. Tally, someone said, startling him. He glanced to his right at uniformed security guards. One nodded pleasantly to him. His pulse raced and settled. The face was distantly familiar. You live here now? The guard asked him. Yes, he said, and in apology, I don't remember well from before. Maybe you were there when I came in. I was, the guard said. Good to see you came out all right. He seemed to mean it. Thank you, Josh said, walked on his way, and the guards on theirs. The dark which had advanced retreated. He had thought them all dreams. But I don't dream it, he thought. It happened. He walked past the desk at the entry to the hospice, down the corridor inside to number 18. He used his card. The door slid aside, and he walked into his own refuge, a plain, windowless place, a rare privilege from what he had heard of Vid about the overcrowding everywhere. More of Damon's arranging. Ordinarily he would turn on the vid, using its noise to fill the place with voices, for dreams filled the silences. He sat down now on the bed, simply sat there a time in the silence, probing the dreams and the memories like half-healed wounds. Norway. Signe Mallory. Mallory. Part 4. Pell, White Dock, Lucas Company Offices, 18:30 hours, 06:30 hours, alter day, alter dawn. There were no disasters. John stayed in the office, rearmost of all the offices, took normal calls, worked his routine of warehousing reports and records, trying in one harried corner of his mind to map out what to do if the worst happened. He stayed later than usual, after the lights had dimmed slightly on the docks, after a good deal of the first shift staff had left for the day, and the main day activity had settled down. Just a few clerks out in the other offices to answer comm, and 10 things till the alter-day staff came in. Swan's Eye went out unchallenged at 14:46. Annie and the Culins left with Vittorio's papers at 17:03, without question or commotion more than the usual close inquiries about schedules and routing for the militia. He breathed easier then. And when Annie had long since cleared the vicinity of the station, beyond any reasonable chance of protest, he took his jacket, locked up, and headed home. He used his card at the door, to have every minutest record in comp as it should be. Found Jessad and Hale sitting opposite one another in silence in his living room. There was coffee, soothing aroma after the afternoon tension. He sank into a third chair and leaned back, taking possession of his own home. "I'll have some coffee," he told Bran Hale. Hale frowned and rose to go fetch it. And to Jessad, "A tedious afternoon?" "Gratefully tedious," Jessad said softly. "But Mr. Hale has done his best to entertain." "Any trouble getting here?" "None," Hale said from the kitchen. He brought back the coffee, and John sipped at it, realized Hale was waiting. Dismiss him, and sit alone with Jessad. He was not eager for that. Neither was he eager to have Hale talking too freely, here or elsewhere. "I appreciate your discretion," he told Hale. And with a careful consideration, "You know there's something up. You'll find it worth your while more than monetarily. Only see you keep Lee Quayle from indiscretions. I'll fill you in on it as soon as I find out more. Vittorio's gone. Dayan's lost. I've need of some reliable, intelligent assistance. You read me, Bran?" Hale nodded. "I'll talk with you about this tomorrow," he said then, very quietly. "Thank you." "You all right here?" Hale asked. "If I'm not," he said, "you take care of it. Here?" Hale nodded, discreetly left. John settled back with somewhat more assurance, looked at his guest, who sat easily in front of him. "I take it you trust this person," Jessad said, "and that you want to promote him in your affairs. Choose your allies wisely, Mr. Lucas." "I know my own." He drank a sip of scalding coffee. "I don't know you, Mr. Jessad, or whatever your name is. Your plan to use my son's ID I can't permit. I've arranged a different cover, for him. A tour of Lucas interests, a ship's outbound for the mines, and his papers are on it." He expected outrage. There was only a polite lift of the brows. "I have no objection, but I shall need papers, and I don't think it wise to expose myself to interrogation obtaining them." "Papers can be gotten. That's the least of our problems." "And the greatest, Mr. Lucas?" "I want some answers. Where's Dayan?" "Safe behind the lines. No cause for worry. I'm sent as a contingency, an assumption that this offer is valid. If not, I shall die, and I hope that's not the case." "What can you offer me?" Pell, Jessad said softly. Pell, Mr. Lucas. And you're prepared to hand it to me? Jessad shook his head. You're going to hand it to us, Mr. Lucas. That's the proposal. I'll direct you. Mine is the expertise. Yours the precise knowledge of this place. You'll brief me on the situation here. And what protection have I? My approval. Your rank? Jessad shrugged. Unofficial. I want details. Everything from your shipping schedules to the deployment of your ships to the proceedings of your council to the least detail of the management of your own offices. You plan to live in my apartment the whole time? I find little reason to stir forth. Your social schedule may suffer for it, but is there a safer place to be? This Bran Hale, a discreet man? Worked for me on Downbelow. He was fired down there for upholding my policies against the Constantines. Loyal. Reliable? Hale is. Of some of his crew I have some small doubt, at least regarding judgment. You must take care, then. I am. Jessad nodded slowly. But find me papers, Mr. Lucas. I feel much more secure with them than without. And what happens to my son? Concerned? I'd thought there was little love lost there. I asked the question. There's a ship holding far out, one we've taken, registered to the Olvik merchanter family, but in fact military. The Olviks are all in detention, as are most of the people of Swan's Eye. The Olvik ship, Hammer, will give us advance warning, and there's not that much time, Mr. Lucas. First, will you show me a sketch of the station itself? Mine is the expertise. An expert in such affairs, a man trained for this. A terrible and chilling thought came on him, that Viking had fallen from the inside, that Mariner, on the other hand, had been blown, sabotage from the inside, someone mad enough to kill the station he was on, or leaving. He stared into Jessad's nondescript face, into eyes quite implacable, and reckoned that on Mariner there had been such a person as this. Then the fleet had shown up, and the station had been deliberately destroyed. Part 5. Pell, Q-Zone, Orange 9, 1900 hours. There were still people standing in line outside, a queue stretching down the Niner Hall out onto the dock. Vasily Kresich rested his head against the heels of his hands as the most recent went out in the ungentle care of one of Kalady's men, a woman who had shouted at him, who had complained of theft, and named one of Kalady's gang. His head ached, his back ached. He abhorred these sessions, which he held nevertheless every 5 days. It was at least a pressure valve, this illusion that the Counselor of Q listened to the problems, took down complaints, tried to get something done. About the woman's complaint, little remedy. He knew the man she had named. Likely it was true. He would ask Nino Kalady to put the lid on him, perhaps save her from worse. The woman was mad to have complained. A bizarre hysteria, perhaps, that point which many reached here when anger was all that mattered. It led to self-destruction. A man was shown in. Redding, next in line. Kresich braced himself inwardly, leaned back in his chair, prepared for the weekly encounter. "We're still trying," he told the big man. "I paid," Redding said. "I paid plenty for my pass." "There are no guarantees in Downbelow applications, Mr. Redding. The station simply takes those it has current need of. Please put your new application on my desk, and I'll keep running it through the process. Sooner or later there'll be an opening." "I want out." "James!" Kresich shouted in panic. Security was there instantly. Redding looked about wildly, and to Kresich's dismay reached for his waistband. A short blade flashed into his hand, not for security. Redding turned from James. For him. Kresich flung himself backward on the chair's track. Death James hurled himself on Redding's back. Redding sprawled face down on the desk, sending papers everywhere, slashing wildly as Kresich scrambled from the chair and against the wall. Shouting erupted outside, panic, and more people poured into the room. Cresich edged over as the struggle came near him. Redding hit the wall. Nino Colady was there with the others. Some wrestled Redding to the ground. Some pushed back the torrent of curious and desperate petitioners. The mob waved forms they hoped to turn in. "My turn!" some woman was shrieking, brandishing a paper and trying to reach the desk. They herded her out with the others. Redding was down, pinned by 3 of them. A 4th kicked him in the head, and he grew quieter. Colady had the knife, examined it thoughtfully, and pocketed it, a smile on his scarred young face. "No station police for him," James said. "You hurt Mr. Cresich?" Colady asked. No. He discounted bruises, felt his way to his desk. They were still shouting outside. He pulled the chair up to the desk again and sat down, his legs shaking. He talked about having paid money, he said, knowing full well what was going on, that the forms came from Colady and cost whatever the traffic would bear. "He's got a bad record with station, and I can't get him a pass. What do you mean selling him an assurance?" Colady turned a slow look from him to the man on the floor and back again. "Well, now he's got a bad mark with us, and that's worse. Get him out of here. Take him out down the hall, the other way." "I can't see any more people," Cresich moaned, resting his head against his hands. "Get them out of here." Colady walked into the outer corridor. "Clear it out." Cresich could hear him shouting above the cries of protest and the sobbing. Some of Colady's men began to make the move, armed, some of them with metal bars. The crowd gave back, and Colady returned to the office. They were taking Redding out the other door, shaking him to make him walk, for he was beginning to recover, bleeding from the temple in a red wash which obscured his face. "They'll kill him," Cresich thought. Somewhere in the less trafficked hours a body would find its way somewhere to be found by station. Redding surely knew it. He was trying to fight again, but they got him out and the door closed. "Mop that up," Colady told one of those who remained, and the man searched for something to clean the floor. Colady sat down again on the edge of the desk. Cresich reached under it, brought out one of the bottles of wine with which Colady supplied him. Glasses. He poured 2, sipped at the downer wine, and tried to warm the tremors from his limbs, the twinges of pain from his chest. "I'm too old for this," he complained. "You don't have to worry about Redding," Colady told him, picking up his glass. "You can't create situations like that," Cresich snapped. "I know what you're up to, but don't sell the passes where there's no chance I'll be able to get them." Colady grinned, an exceedingly unpleasant expression. Redding would ask for it sooner or later. This way he paid for the privilege. "I don't want to know," Cresich said sourly. He drank a large mouthful of the wine. "Don't give me the details." "We'd better get you to your apartment, Mr. Cresich. Keep a little watch on you, just till this matter is straightened out." He finished the wine at his own rate. One of the youths in Colady's group had gathered up the stack of papers the struggle had scattered about the floor and laid it on his desk. Cresich stood up then, his knees still weak, averted his eyes from the blood which had tracked on the matting. Colady and 4 of his men escorted him through that same back door which had received Redding and his guards. They walked down the corridor into the sector in which he maintained his small apartment, and he used his manual key. Comp had cut them off, and nothing worked here but manual controls. "I don't need your company," he said shortly. Colady gave him a wry and mocking smile, parodied a bow. "Talk with you later," Colady said. Cresich went inside, closed the door again by manual, stood there with nausea threatening him. He sat down finally in the chair by the door, tried to stay still a moment. Madness accelerated in Q. The passes which were hope for some to get out of Q only increased the despair of those left behind. The roughest were left, so that the temperature of the whole was rising. The gangs ruled. No one was safe who did not belong to one of the organizations, man or woman. No one could walk the halls safely unless it was known he had protection, and protection was sold, for food or favors or bodies, whatever the currency available. Drugs, medical and otherwise, made it in. Wine did. Precious metals, anything of value, made it out of Q and into station. guards at the barriers made profits, and colonies sold applications for passes out of queue for Downbelow residency, sold even the right to stand in the lines for justice, and anything else that Colady and his police found profitable. The protections gang reported to Colady for license. There was only the diminishing hope of Downbelow, and those rejected or deferred became hysterical with the suspicion that there were lies recorded about them in station files, black marks which would keep them forever in queue. There were a rising number of suicides. Some gave themselves to excesses in the barracks halls, which became sinks of every vice. Some committed the crimes, perhaps, of which they feared they were accused, and some became the victims. "They kill them down there," one young man had cried, rejected. "They don't go to Downbelow at all. They take them out of here and kill them. That's where they go. They don't take workers. They don't take young men. They take old people and children out, and they get rid of them." "Shut up," others had cried, and the youth had been beaten bloody by 3 others in the line before Coletti's police could pull him out. But others wept and still stood in line with their applications for passes clutched in their hands. He could not apply to go. He feared some leak getting back to Coletti if he put in an application for himself. The guards were trading with Coletti, and he feared too much. He had his black market wine, had his present safety, had Coletti's guards about him, so that if anyone was harmed in queue, it would not be Vasily Kresich, not until Coletti suspected he might be trying to break from him. Good came of what he did, he persuaded himself. While he stayed in queue, while he held the 5th-day sessions, while he at least remained in a position to object to the worst excesses, some things Coletti would stop, some things Coletti's men would think twice about, rather than have an issue made of them. He saved something of order in queue, saved some lives, saved a little bit from the thing queue would become without his influence. And he had access to the outside, had that hope always, if the situation here became truly unbearable, when the inevitable crisis came, he could plead for asylum, might get out. They would not put him back to die, would not. He rose finally, hunted out the bottle of wine he had in the kitchen, poured himself a quarter of it, trying not to think of what had happened, did happen, would happen. Redding would be dead by morning. He could not pity him, saw only the mad eyes of the man staring at him as he lunged across the desk, scattering papers, slashing at him with the knife. At him, and not at Coletti's guards, as if he were the enemy. He shuddered and drank his wine. Part 6. Pell, Downer residence, 2300 hours. Change of workers. Satin stretched aching muscles as she entered the dimly lit habitat, stripped off the mask, and washed fastidiously in the cool water of the basin provided for them. Bluetooth, never far from her day or night, followed and squatted down on her mat, rested his hand on her shoulder, his head against her. They were tired, very tired, for there had been a great load to move this day, and although the big machines did most of the work, it was Downer muscle which set the loads on the machines, and humans who did the shouting. She took his other hand and turned it palm up, mouthed the sore spots, leaned close and gave a lick to his cheek where the mask had roughed the fur. "Lucas men," Bluetooth snarled. His eyes were fixed straight forward, and his face was angry. They had worked for Lucas men this day, some who had given the trouble down below at the base. Satin's own hands hurt and shoulders ached, but it was Bluetooth she worried for with this look in his eye. It took much to stir Bluetooth to real temper. He tended to think a great deal, and while he was thinking found no chance to be angry, but this time she reckoned he was doing both, and when he did lose his temper it would be bad for him among humans with Lucas men about. She stroked his coarse coat and groomed him until he seemed calmer. "Eat," she said. "Come eat." He turned his head to her, lipped her cheek, licked the fur straight, and put his arm about her. "Come," he agreed, and they got up and walked through the metal tunnel to the big room where there was always food ready. The young ones in charge here gave them each a generous bowlful, and they retreated to a quiet corner to eat. Bluetooth managed good humor at last, with his belly full, sucked the porridge off his fingers in contentment. Another male came trailing in, got his bowl, and sat down by them, young Bigfellow, who grinned companionably at them, consumed one bowl of porridge, and went back after his second. They liked Bigfellow, who was not too long ago from Downbelow himself, from their own riverside, although from another camp and other hills. Others gathered when Bigfellow came back, more and more of them, a bow of warmth facing the corner they sat in. Most among them were seasonal workers who came to the up above and returned to down below again, working with their hands and not knowing much of the machines. These were warm toward them. There were other Haisa beyond this gathering of friends, the permanent workers, who did not much speak to them, who sat to themselves in the far corner, who sat much and stared, as if their long sojourning among humans had made them into something other than Haisa. Most were old. They knew the mystery of the machines, wandered the deep tunnels, and knew the secrets of the dark places. They always stayed apart. "Speak of Bennett," Bigfellow asked, for he, like the others who came and went, whatever the camp which had sent them on down below, had passed through the human camp, had known Bennett Jacent, and there had been great mourning in the up above when the news of Bennett's death had come to them. "I speak," Satin said, for she, newest here, had the telling of this tale among tales that the Haisa told in this place, and she warmed quickly to the story. Every evening since their coming, the talk had not been of the small doings of the Haisa, whose lives were always the same, but of the doings of the Constantines, and how Emilio and his friend Maliko had made the Haisa smile again, and of Bennett, who had died the Haisa's friend. Of all who had come to the up above to tell this tale, there was none to tell it who had seen, and they made her tell it again and again. "He went down to the mill," she said, and when she came to that sad time in the story, and he tells the Haisa there, "No, no, please run, humans will do, humans will work, so river takes no Haisa." And he works with his own hands, always, always, Bennett man would work with his own hands, never shout, no, loves the Haisa. We gave him a name, I gave, because he gave me my human name and my good spirit. I call him Comes from Bright." There was a murmuring at this, appreciation and not censure, although it was a spirit word for Sun himself. Haisa wrapped their arms about themselves in a shiver, as they did each time she told this. And the Haisa do not leave Bennett man, no, no, they work with him to save the mill. Then Old River, she is angry with humans, and with Haisa, always angry, but most angry because Lucas man make bare her banks and take her water. And we warn Bennett man he must not trust Old River, and he hears us and come back. But we Haisa, we work, so the mill will not be lost, and Bennett not be sad. Old River she come higher, and takes the posts away, and we shout, "Quick, quick, come back, for the Haisa who work. I Satin, I work there, I see." She thumped her chest and touched Bluetooth, embellishing her tale. "Bluetooth and Satin we see, we run to help the Haisa, and Bennett, and good man's his friends, all run to help them. But Old River she drinks them down, and we come too late in running, all too late. The mill breaks, st, and Bennett, he reaches for Haisa in arms of Old River. She takes him too, with mans who help. We shout, we cry, we beg Old River give Bennett back, but she takes him all the same. All Haisa she gives back, but she takes Bennett man and his friends. Our eyes are filled with this. He dies. He dies when he holds out arms for the Haisa. His good heart makes him die, and Old River, bad Old River, she drink him down. Humans find him and bury him. I set the spirit sticks above him and gave him gifts. I come here, and my friend Bluetooth comes, because it is a time. I come here on pilgrimage, where is Bennett's home." There was a murmured approval, a general swaying of the bodies which ringed them. Eyes glistened with tears. And a strange and fearful thing had happened, for some of the strange up above Haisa had moved into the back fringes of the crowd, themselves swaying and watching. "He loves," one of them said, startling others. "He loves the Haisa." "So," she agreed. A knot swelled into her throat at this admission from one of the terrible strange ones, that they listened to the burden of her heart. She felt among her pouches her spirit gifts. She brought out the bright cloth and held it in gentle fingers. "This is my spirit gift, my name he gives me." Another swaying and a murmur of approval. "What is your name, storyteller?" She hugged her spirit gift close to her breast and stared at the strange one who had asked, drew in a great breath. Storyteller. Her skin prickled at such an honor from the strange old one. "I am Sky Sees Her. Humans call me Satin." She reached a caressing hand to Bluetooth. "I am Sun Shining Through Clouds," Bluetooth said, "friend of Sky Sees Her." The strange one rocked on his haunches, and by now all the strange Hypha had gathered, to a muttering of awe among the others, who gave way to leave an open space between them and her. "We hear you speak of this comes from Bright, this Bennett man. Good, good was this human, and good you gave him gifts. We make your journey welcome, and honor your pilgrimage, Sky Sees Her. Your words make us warm, make warm our eyes. Long time we wait." She rocked forward, respecting the age of the speaker and his great courtesy. There were increasing murmurs among the others. "This is the old one," Big Fellow whispered at her shoulder. "He does not speak to us." The old one spat, brushed his coat disdainfully. "The storyteller speaks sense. She marks her time with her journey. She walks with her eyes open, not only her hands." "Ah," the others murmured, taken aback, and Satin sat dismayed. "We praise Bennett Jacent," the old one said. "He makes us warm to hear these things." "Bennett man is our human," Big Fellow said staunchly. "Downbelow human. He sent me here." "Loved us," another said, and another, "all loved him." "He defended us from Lucas's," Satin said. "And Constantine man is his friend. Send me here for my spring, for pilgrimage. We meet by Bennett's grave. I come for great sun, to see his face, to see the up above. But, old one, we see only machines, no great brightness. We work hard, hard. We do not have the blossoms or the hills, my friend and I know, but we still hope. Bennett says here is good, here is beautiful. He says great sun is near this place. We wait to see, old one. We asked for the images of the up above, and no one here has seen them. They say that humans hide them away from us, but we still wait, old one." There was long silence while old one rocked to and fro. Finally he ceased and held up a bony hand. "Sky Sees Her. The things you seek are here. We visit there. The images stand in the place where human old ones meet, and we have seen them. Sun watches over this place, yes, that is true. Your Bennett man did not deceive you. But there are things here that will make your bones cold, storyteller. We do not speak these secret things. How will Hypha down below understand them? How will they bear them? Their eyes do not see, but this Bennett man made warm your eyes and called you. Ah, long we wait, long, long, and you make warm our hearts to welcome you. St. Up above is not what it seems. The images of the plain we remember. I have seen them, I have slept by them and dreamed dreams. But the images of up above, they are not for our dreaming. You tell us of Bennett Jacent, and we tell you, storyteller, of one of us you do not see. Lily, humans call her. Her name is Sun Smiles on her, and she is the great old one, many more than my seasons. The images we gave humans have become human images, and near them a human dreams in the secret places of the up above, in a place all bright. Great sun comes to visit her. Never moves she, no, for the dream is good. She lies all in bright. Her eyes are warm with sun. The stars dance for her. She watches all the up above on her walls, perhaps watches us in this moment. She is the image which watches us. The great old one cares for her, loves her, this holy one. Good, good is her love, and she dreams us all the up above, and her face smiles forever upon great sun. She is ours. We call her Sun her friend. Ah, the gathering murmured, stunned at such a thing, one mated to great Sun himself. Ah, Satin murmured with the others, hugged herself and shivering, leaned forward. Shall we see this good human?" "No," said Old One shortly. "Only Lily goes there. And myself, once I saw." Satin sank back, profoundly disappointed. "Perhaps there is no such human," Bluetooth said. Now Old One's ears lay back, and there was an intake of breath all about them. "It is a time," said Satin, "and my journey. We come very far, Old One, and we cannot see the images, and we cannot see the dreamer. We have not yet found the face of Sun." Old One's lips pursed and relaxed several times. "You come. We show you. This night you come. Next night others, if you are not afraid. We show you a place. It has no humans in it for a short time, 1 hour. Human counting. I know how to reckon. You come?" From Bluetooth there was not a sound. "Come," Satin said, and felt his reluctance as she tugged at his arm. Others would not. There were none so daring or so trusting of the strange Old One. Old One stood up, and 2 of his company with him. Satin did, and Bluetooth stood up more slowly. "I go too," Big Fellow said, but none of his companions came with him to join them. Old One surveyed them with a curious mockery, and motioned them to come down the tunnels into the further ways, tunnels where Heisa could move without masks, dark places where one must climb far on thin metal, and where even Heisa must bend to walk. "He is mad," Bluetooth hissed finally into her ear, panting. "And we are mad to follow this deranged Old One. They are all strange who have been here long." Satin said nothing, not knowing any argument but her desire. She feared, but she followed, and Bluetooth followed her. Big Fellow trailed along after all of them. They panted when they must go a long way bent or climb far. It was a mad strength that the Old One and his 2 fellows had, as if they were used to such things and knew where they were going. Or perhaps, a thought chilled her bones, it was some bizarre humor of the Old One to strand them deep in the dark ways, where they might wander and die lost, to teach the others a lesson. And just as she was becoming convinced of that fear, the Old One and his companions reached a stopping place and drew up their masks, indicating that they were at a place which would break into human air. Satin swept hers up to her face, and Bluetooth and Big Fellow did so only just in time, for the door behind them closed, and the door before them opened on a bright hall, white floors and the green of growing things, and here and there scattered humans coming and going in a lonely, large space, nothing like the docks. Here was cleanliness and light, and vast dark beyond them, where Old One wished to lead them. Satin felt Bluetooth slip his hand into hers, and Big Fellow hovered close to both of them as they followed, into a darkness even vaster than the bright place they had left, where there were no walls, only sky. Stars shifted about them, dazzling them with the motion, magical stars which changed from place to place, burning clear and more steadily than ever down below saw them. Satin let go the hand which held hers and walked forward in awe, gazing about her. And suddenly light blazed forth, a great burning disk, spotted with dark, flaring with fires. "Sun," Old One intoned. There was no brightness, no blue, only dark and stars and the terrible close fire. Satin trembled. "There is dark," Bluetooth objected. "How can there be night where sun is?" "All stars are kindred of great Sun," said Old One. "This is a truth. The brightness is illusion. This is a truth. Great Sun shines in darkness, and he is large, so large we are dust. He is terrible, and his fires frighten the dark. This is truth. Sky Caesar, this is the true sky. This is your name. The stars are like great Sun, but far, far from us. This we have learned. See, the walls show us the up above itself, and the great ships, the outside of the docks, and there is down below. We are looking on it now." "Where is the human camp?" Big Fellow asked. "Where is Old River?" "The world is round like an egg, and some of it faces away from sun. This makes night on that side. Perhaps if you looked closely you might see Old River. I have thought so, but never the human camp. It is too small on the face of down below." Big fellow hugged himself and shivered. But Satin walked among the tables, walked into the clear place where great sun shone in his truth, overcoming the dark. Terrible he was, orange like fire, and filling all with his terror. She thought of the dreaming human called Sun her friend, whose eyes were forever warmed with that sight, and the hair lifted on her nape. And she stretched wide her arms and turned, embracing all the sun and his far kindred, lost in them, for she had come to the place which she had journeyed to find. She filled her eyes with the sight as Sun looked at her, and she could never be the same again, forever. Chapter 4. Aboard Norway, Null Point, Union Space, 9:10:52. Omicron Point. Norway was not the first to come flashing into the vicinity of that dark, planet-sized piece of rock and ice, visible only as it occluded stars. Others had preceded her to this sunless rendezvous. Omicron was a wanderer, a bit of debris between stars, but its location was predictable, and it provided mass enough to home in on out of jump. A place as nowhere as it was possible to be, a chance finding by Sung of Pacific long ago, used by the fleet since then. It was one of those bits that the sublight freighters had dreaded, which jump ships with private business to conduct cherished and kept secret. Sensors were picking up activity, multiple ship presence, transmissions out of this forever night. Computer talked to computer as they came in, and Signe Mallory kept her eyes flickering from one to the other bit of telemetry, fighting the hypnotism that so easily set in from jump and the necessary drugs. She hurled Norway into real space max, heading for those signals and out of the jump range with a sense of something on her tail, trusted her crew's accuracy, and aimed with the ship underway, the flickering few minutes of heart-in-throat transit near sea, where all they had was approximation. She cut it back quickly, started dumping velocity, no comfortable process, and the slightly speed-mad telemetry and slightly drug-mad human brain fought for precise location. Overestimate that dump and she could take Norway right into that rock or into another ship. Clear, all in now but Europe and Libya, Com reported. No mean feat of navigation to find Omicron so accurately, to come in within middle scan, right in a jump range, after a start from near Russell's, far away. Fail their time and they would have been in the jump range when something else came in, and that was disaster. Good job, she sent to all stations, looking at the reckoning graph flash to her center screen. 2 minutes off mark, but dead on distance. Can't cut it much closer at our starting range. Good signals being received. Stand by. She took her pattern in relation to Omicron, checked through data. Within the half hour there was a signal from Libya, which had just come in. Europe came in a quarter hour after that from another plane. That was the tale of them, then. They were in one place at one time, which they had not been since their earliest operations. Unlikely as it was Union would come in on them in strength here, they were still nervous. Computer signal came in from Europe. They were given breathing space to rest. Signe leaned back, took the comm plug from her ear, unharnessed, and got up finally, while Graf moved to the post she had vacated. They were not at the disadvantage of some. Norway was one of the main day ships, her main command staff on the schedule they were following now. Others, Atlantic, Africa, and Libya, were alter day, so that strike hours were never remotely predictable, so that there were ships with their main crews available on either schedule. But they were all main day now, a synchronization they had never undergone, and the alter day captains did the suffering, jump and reverse hours combined. Take over, she bade Graf, wandered back through the aisle, touched a shoulder here and there, walked back to her own nook in the corridor, passed it by. She walked on back instead to crew quarters, looked in on them, alter-day crew, most drugged senseless, to get their rest despite jump. A few, having an aversion to that procedure, were awake, sat in the crew main room looking better than they probably felt. All stable, she told them. Everyone all right? They avowed so. They would drug out now, safe and peacefully. She left them to do that, took the lift down to the outer shell and the troop quarters, walked to the main corridor behind the sitting area, stopped in one barracks after another, where she interrupted knot after knot of men and women sitting and trading speculations on their prospects, guilty looks and startled ones, troopers springing to their feet in dismay to find themselves under her scrutiny, a frantic groping after bits of clothing, a hiding of this and that which might be disapproved. She did not, but the crew and troops had some quaint reticences. Some here, too, slept drugged, unconscious in their bunks. Most did not, gambled in many a compartment, while the ship shot her own dice with the deep, while flesh and ship seemed to dissolve, and the game continued on the other side of a far-stretched moment. "Going to be a bit slow down here," she would say in each case. "We're in pattern, and we're all stable. At your ease down here, but keep yourselves within a minute's prep for moving. No reason to think there's a problem, but we take no chances." Di Jans intercepted her in the main corridor after the third such visit, nodded courtesy, walked with her through this private domain of his, seeming pleased in her presence among his command. Troops braced when Di walked with her, came to blank attention. Best, she thought, to pull the pretended inspection, just to let them know command had not forgotten them down here. What was coming was the kind of operation the troops dreaded, a multiple-ship strike, which raised the hazard of getting hit. And the troops had to ride it out blind, useless, jammed in the small safety the inner structure of the ship could afford them. There were no braver when it came to walking into possible fire, boarding a stopped merchanter, landing in some ground raid, and they took in stride the usual strike, Norway sweeping in alone, hit and run. But they were nervous now. She had heard it in the muttered comments which filtered over open comm, always open, Norway tradition, that they all knew what was going on down to the newest trooper. They obeyed, would obey, but their pride was hurt in this new phase of the war in which they had no use. Important to be down here now, to make the gesture. Queasy as they were with jump and drugs, they were at their lowest, and she saw eyes brighten at a word, a touch on the shoulder in passing. She knew them by name, every one, called them by name, one and another of them. There was Mahler, whom she had taken from Russell's refugees, looking particularly sober and no little frightened. Key, from a merchanter. Di had come years ago the same way. Many, many more. Some of them were rejuvened, like her, had known her for years, knew the score as well, too, she reckoned, as well as any of them knew it. Bitter to them that this critical phase was not theirs, could not be. She walked the dark limbo of the forward hold, round the cylinder rim, into the either-way world of the ridership cruise, a place like home, a memory of other days when she had had her quarters in such a place, this bizarre section where the crews of the in-system fighters, their mechanics, prep crews, lived in their own private world. A whole other command existed here, right way up at the moment, under rotation, sealing down the rare times they were docked. 2 of the 8 crews were here, Quevedos and Omarshads of Odin and Thor. 4 were off duty, 2 were rotting null up in the frame, or inside their ships, because locking crews through the special lift out of the rotation cylinder took 1 rotation of the hull, and they could not spare that time if they jumped into trouble. Riding null through jump, she recalled that experience well enough. Not the pleasantest way to travel, but it was always someone's job. They had no intent to deploy the riders here at Omicron, or 2 more sets of them would have been set up there in the can, as they called it, in that exile. All as it should be, she said to those in demi-prep. Rest, relax, keep off the liquor. We're still on standby, and will be while we're here. Don't know when we'll be ordered out or with how much warning. Could have to scramble, but far from likely. My guess is we don't make mission jump without some time for rest. This operation is on our timetable, not Union's. There was no quibble. She took the lift up to main level, walked the shorter distance around to number 1 corridor, her legs still rubbery, but the drugs were losing their numbing effect. She went to her own office quarters, paced the floor a time, finally lay down on the cot and rested, just to shut her eyes and let the tension ebb, the nervous energy that jump always threw into her, because usually it meant coming out into combat, snapping decisions rapidly, kill or die. Not this time. This was the planned one, the thing to which they had been moving for months of small strikes, raids that had taken out vital installations, that had harried and destroyed where possible. Rest a while. Sleep if they could. She could not. She was glad when the summons came. It was a strange feeling to stand again in the corridors of Europe, Stranger still to find herself in the company of all the others seated in the flagship's council room. An eerie and panicky feeling, this meeting of all of them who had been working together unmet these many years, who had so zealously avoided each other's vicinities except for brief rendezvous for the passing of orders ship to ship. In recent years it was unlikely that Mazian himself had known where all his fleet was, whether particular ships survived the missions on which they were sent, or what mad operations they might be undertaking solo. They had been less a fleet than a guerrilla operation, skulking and striking and running. Now they were here, the last 10, the survivors of the maneuvers. Herself, Tom Edger of Australia, lean and grim-faced. Big Mika Kreshoff of Atlantic, perpetually scowling. Carlo Mendez of North Pole, a small dark man of quiet manner. There was Channel of Libya, who had gone on rejuve. His hair had turned entirely silver since she had seen him a year ago. There was dark-skinned Pori of Africa, an incredibly grim man. Cosmetic surgery after wounds was not available in the fleet. Q of India, silk-soft and confident. Sung of Pacific, all efficiency. Kant of Tibet, another of Sung's stamp. And Conrad Mazian, silver-haired with rejuve, a tall, handsome man in dark blue, who leaned his arms on the table and swept a slow glance over them. It was intended for effect. Possibly it was sincere affection, that open look. Dramatic sense and Mazian were inseparable. The man lived by it. Knowing him, knowing the manner of him, Signy still found herself drawn in by the old excitement. No preliminaries, no statement of welcome, just that look and a nod. "Folders are in front of you," Mazian said. "Closest security. Codes and coordinates are in those. Carry them back with you and familiarize your key personnel with the details, but don't discuss anything ship to ship. Key your comps for alternatives A, B, C, and so on, and go to them by that, according to the situation. But we don't reckon to be using those alternatives. Things are set up as they should be. Schematic." He called an image to the screen before them, showed them the familiar area of their recent operations, which, by stripping away vital personnel and leaving chaos on the station's left, one lone untampered station like the narrowing of a funnel toward Pell, toward the wide straggle of hinder stars. One station. Viking. Signy had figured the pattern long since, the tactic old as earth, old as war, impossible for Union to resist, for they could not allow vacuum and power, could not allow the stations they had struggled to gain to fall into disorder, plundered of technicians and directors and security forces, deliberately allowed to collapse. Union had started this game of station-taking, so they had rammed stations down Union's throat. Union had then to move in or have stations lost, had to supply techs and other skilled personnel to replace the ones evacuated, and ships to guard them quickly, one after the other. Union had had to stretch even its monster capacity to hold what it had been given to digest. It had had to take Viking whole, with all the internal complications of a station never evacuated, take it latest, because by ramming stations down Union's gullet in their own rapid sequence, they had dictated the sequence and direction of Union's moves of ships and personnel. Viking had been last. Central to the others, with desolation about it, stations struggling to survive. "All indication is," Mazian said softly, "that they have decided to fortify Viking. Logical choice. Viking's the only one with its comp files complete, the only one where they've had a chance to round up all the dissidents, all the resistance, where they could apply their police tactics and card everyone instantly. Now it's all clean, all sanitary for their base of operations. We've let them throw a lot into it. We take out Viking and hit at the others that are hanging by a thread in terms of viability, and then there's nothing but far waste between us and far gone, between Pell and Union. We make expansion inconvenient, costly. We herd the beast to its wider pastures in the other direction, while we can. You have your specific instructions in the folders. The fine details may have to be improvised within certain limits, according to what might turn up in your sectors. Norway, Libya, India, Unit 1. Europe, Tibet, Pacific, 2. North Pole, Atlantic, Africa, 3. Australia has its own business. If we're lucky, we won't face anything at our rear, but every contingency is covered. This is going to be a long session. That's why I let you rest. We'll simulate until there are no more questions." Signy drew a slow breath and released it, opened the folder, and in the silence Mazian afforded them to do so, scanned the operation as it was set up, her lips pressed to a thinner and thinner line. No need for drill. They knew what they were about, variations on old themes they had all run separately. But this was navigation that would try all their skill, a mass strike, a precision of arrival not synced but separate, disaster if jump ships came near each other, if an object of mass like the enemy just happened to be in the vicinity. They were going to flash in close enough to Viking to give the opposition no options, skin the hair off disaster. The presence of any enemy ship where it statistically ought not to be, the deployment of ships out from station in unusual configurations, all manner of contingencies. They took into account, too, the position of worlds and satellites in the system on their arrival date to screen themselves where possible. To flash out of jump space with nerves still sluggish, to haul dazed minds into action and try to plot instantly the location of friend and enemy, to coordinate an attack so precisely that some of them were going to overjump Viking and some underjump it, come in from all sides at once from the same start. They had one advantage over Union's sleek new ships, the fine equipment, the unscarred young crews, tape-trained, deep-taught with all the answers. The fleet had experience, could move their patched ships with a precision Union's fine equipment had not yet matched, with nerve Union conservatism and adherence to the book discouraged in its captains. They might lose a carrier in this kind of operation, maybe more than one, come jolting in too close, take each other out. The odds were in favor of its happening. They rode Mazian's luck that it would not. That was their edge, that they would do what no one sane could do, and shock aided them. The schematics appeared, one after the other. They argued, for the most part listened and accepted, for there was little to which they wished to object. They shared a meal, returned to the briefing room, argued the last round. "One day for rest," Mazian said. "We go at main dawn, day after tomorrow. Set it up in comp. Check and double-check." They nodded, parted company, each to his own ship, and there was a peculiar flavor to the parting as well, that when next they met, they would be fewer. "See you in hell," Channel muttered, and Puri grinned. A day to get it all into comp, and the appointment was waiting. Chapter 5. Sighting Station Security Area, 9/14/52. Ayres awoke, not sure what had wakened him in the quiet of their apartments. Marsh had gotten back, the latest fright they had had, when he failed to rejoin them after recreation. Tension afflicted Ayres. He realized that for some time he had slept tense, for his shoulders hurt and his hands were clenched, and he lay still now with sweat gathered on his face, not sure what had caused it. The war of nerves had not ceased. Azov had what he wanted, a message calling Mazian in. They quibbled now over some points of secondary agreements for the future of Pell, which Jacoby professed to hand to Union. They had their recreation time, that much, but they were detained in conferences, harassed by petty tactics the same as before. It was as if all his appeal to Azov had only aggravated the situation, for Azov was not accessible for the last 5 days. Gone, the lesser authorities insisted, and the difficulties raised for them now had the taint of malice. Someone was astir outside. Soft footsteps. The door slid back unannounced. Diaz's silhouette leaned into it. "Sigist," she said. "Come. You must come. It's Marsh." He rose and reached for his robe, then followed Diaz. Carl Bela was stirring him from his room likewise, next door to him. Marsh's room was across the sitting room, next to Diaz's, and the door was open. Marsh hung, gently turning by his belt looped from a hook which had held a movable light. The face was horrible. Ayres froze an instant, then dragged back the chair which had slid on its track, climbed up and tried to get the body down. They had no knife, had nothing with which they might cut the belt. It was embedded in Marsh's throat, and he could not get it free and support the body at once. Bela and Diaz tried to help, holding the knees, but that was no good. "We've got to call security," Diaz said. Ayres climbed down from the chair, hard breathing, stared at them. "I might have stopped him," Diaz said. "I was still awake. I heard them moving about, a great deal of noise, then strange sounds. When they had stopped so suddenly and so long, I finally got up to see." Ayres shook his head, looked at Bela, then stalked out to the sitting room and the comm panel by the door, punched through a request to security. "One of us is dead," he said. "Put me through to someone in charge." "Request will be relayed," the answer came back. "Security is on its way." The contact went dead, no more informative than usual. Ayres sat down, head in hands, tried not to think of Marsh's horrible corpse slowly spinning in the next compartment. It had been coming. He had feared worse, that Marsh would break down in his tormentor's hands. A brave man after his own fashion, he had not broken. Ayres tried earnestly to believe that he had not. Or guilt, perhaps? Remorse might have driven him to suicide. Diaz and Bela sat down nearby, waited with him, faces stark and somber, hair disordered from sleep. He tried to comb his own with his fingers. Marsh's eyes. He did not want to think of them. A long time passed. What's keeping them? Bela wondered, and Ayres recovered sense enough to glance up harshly at Bela, reprimand for that show of humanity. It was the old war. It continued even in this, especially after this. "Maybe we should go back to bed," Diaz said. At other times, in other places, a mad suggestion. Here it was sanity. They needed their rest. A systematic effort was being made to deprive them of it. A little more and they would all be like Marsh. "Probably they will be late," he agreed aloud. "We might as well." They quietly, as if it were the sanest thing in the world, retired to their separate rooms. Ayres took off his robe and hung it over the chair by his bed, reckoning anew that he was proud of his companions, who held up so well, and that he hated union. It was not his business to hate, only to get results. Marsh, at least, was free. He wondered what union did with their dead. Ground them up, perhaps, for fertilizer. That would be typical of such a society, economical. Poor Marsh. It was guaranteed that union would be perverse. He had no sooner settled into bed, reduced his mind to a level that excluded clear thought, closed his eyes in an attempt at sleep, than the outer door whisked open, the tread of booted feet sounded in the sitting room, his door was rudely pulled back, and armed soldiers stood silhouetted against the light. With studied calm he rose to his feet. "Dress," a soldier said. He did so. There was no arguing with the mannequins. "Ayres," the soldier said, motioning with his rifle. They had been moved out of the apartment to one of the offices, he and Bela and Diaz, made to sit for at least an hour on hard benches, waiting for someone of authority who was promised them. Presumably security needed to examine the apartment in detail. "Ayres," the soldier said a second time, this time harshly, indicating that he should rise and follow. He did so, leaving Diaz and Bela with a touch of apprehension in the parting. They would be bullied, he thought, perhaps even accused of Marsh's murder. He was about to be, perhaps. Another means of breaking their resistance, only, he thought. He might be in Marsh's place. He was the one separated from the others. He was taken out of the office, brought among a squad of soldiers in the outer corridor, hastened farther and farther from the offices, from all the ordinary places, taken down in a lift, marched along another hall. He did not protest. If he stopped, they would carry him. There was no arguing with these mentalities, and he was too old to submit to being dragged down a hall. It was the docks, crowded with military, squad upon squad of armed troops and ships loading. "No," he said, forgetting all his policy, but a rifle barrel slammed against his shoulders and moved him on, across the ugly utilitarian decking, up to the ramp and umbilical, which linked some ship to the dock. Inside, then, the air was, if anything, colder than it was on the docks. They passed 3 corridors, a lift, numerous doors. The door at the end was open and lighted, and they brought him into the steel and plastic of shipboard furnishings, sloping shapes, chairs of ambiguous design, fixed benches, decks of far more obvious curve than those of the station, everything cramped and angles strange. He staggered, unused to the footing, looked in surprise at the man seated at the table. Day and Jacoby rose from a chair to welcome him. "What's going on?" he asked of Jacoby. "I really don't know," Jacoby told him, and it seemed the truth. "I was roused out last night and brought aboard. I've been waiting in this place half an hour." "Who's in charge here?" Ayres demanded of the mannequins. "Inform him I want to speak with him." They did nothing, only stood, rifles braced all at the same drill angle. Ayres slowly sat down, as Jacoby did. He was frightened. Perhaps Jacoby himself was. He lapsed into his long habit of silence, finding nothing to say to a traitor at any event. There was no polite conversation possible. The ship moved, a crash echoing through the hull and the corridors and disturbing them from their calm. Soldiers reached for handholds as the movement of queasy null came on them. Freed of station's grav, they had a moment yet to acquire their own as ship systems took over. Clothes crawled unpleasantly, stomachs churned. They were convinced of imminent falling, and the falling when it came was a slow settling. "We've left," Jacoby muttered. "It's come, then." Ayres said nothing, thinking in panic of Bela and Diaz, left behind. Left. A black-clad officer appeared in the doorway, and another behind him. "Azov." "Dismissed," Azov said to the mannequins, and they went out in silent order. Ayres and Jacoby rose at once. "What's going on?" Ayres asked directly. "What is this?" "Citizen Ayres," said Azov, "we are on defensive maneuvers." "My companions, what about them?" "They are in a most secure place, Mr. Ayres. You've provided us the message we desired. It may prove of use, and therefore you're with us. Your quarters are adjoining, just down that corridor. Kindly confine yourself there." "What's happening?" he demanded, but the aide took him by the arm and escorted him to the door. He seized the frame and resisted, casting a look back at Azov. "What's happening?" "We are preparing," Azov said, "to deliver Mazian your message, and it seems fit for you to be at hand, if further questions are raised. The attack is coming. I make my guess where, and that it will be a major one. Mazian doesn't give up stations for nothing. And we're going, Mr. Ayres, to put ourselves where he has obliged us to stand, up to the wager, as it were. He's left us no choice, and he knows it, but of course it's earnestly to be hoped that he will regard the authority you have to recall him. Should you wish to prepare a second, even more forceful message, facilities will be provided you, to be edited by your experts." Azov smiled tautly. "Do you want the fleet intact? Frankly, I doubt you can recover it. I don't think Mazian will regard your message, but as he finds himself deprived of bases, you may yet have a humanitarian role to fill." Ayres said nothing. He reckoned silence even now the wisest course. The aide took him by the arm and drew him back down the corridor, showed him into a barren compartment of plastic furniture, and locked the door. He paced a time, what few paces the compartment allowed. In time he yielded to the weariness in his knees and sat down. He had managed badly, he thought. Diaz and Bela were, wherever they were, on a ship or still on a station, and what station they had been on he still did not know. Anything might happen. He sat shivering, suddenly realizing that they were lost, that soldiers and ships were aimed at Pal and Mazian, for Jacoby was brought along too, another humanitarian function. In his own stupidity he had played to stay alive, to get home. It looked less and less likely. They were about to lose it all. "A peace has been concluded," he had said in a simple statement he had permitted to be recorded, lacking essential codes. "Security Council representative Seagust Ayres, by authority of the Earth Company, and the Security Council requests the fleet make contact for negotiation." It was the worst of all times for a major battle to be joined. Earth needed Mazian where he was, with all his ships, striking at random at Union, a nuisance, making it difficult for Union to extend its arm earthward. Mazian had gone mad, against Union's vast extent, to launch the few ships he had, and to engage on a massive scale and lose. If the fleet was wiped out, then Earth was suddenly out of the time he had come here to win. No Mazian, no Pell, and everything fell apart. And might not a message of the sort he had framed provoke some rash action, or confound maneuvers already in progress, lessening the chance of Mazian's success even further? He rose, paced again the bowed floor of what looked to be his final prison. A second message, then. An outrageous demand. If Union was as self-convinced as the mannequins, as humorlessly convinced of their purpose, they might let it pass if it fit their demands. Considering merger of company interest with Union in trade agreements, he composed in his head. Negotiations far advanced. As earnest of good faith in negotiations, cease all military operations, cease fire and accept truce. Stand by for further instructions. Treachery, to drive Mazian into retreat, into the kind of scattered resistance Earth needed at this stage. It was the only hope. Book 3, Chapter 1, Part 1. In approach to Pal, 10/4/52, 11:45 hours. Pell. Norway moved as the fleet moved, hurling their mass into real space in sync. Calm and Scan flurried into action, searching for the moat which was giant Tibet, which had jumped in before them, advance guard in this route. Affirmative. Calm sent to command with comforting swiftness. Tibet was where she was supposed to be, intact, probe untouched by any hostile activity. Ships were scattered about the system, commerce quickly evaporating bluster from some self-claimed militia. Tibet had had one merchanter skip out in panic, and that was bad news. They needed no tale-bearers running to Union, but possibly that was the last place a merchanter wanted to head at the moment. And a moment later confirmation snapped out from Europe, from the flagship's operations. They were in safe space with no action probable. Getting Calm out of Pell itself now, Graf relayed to her post at controls, still listening. Sounds good. Signy reached across the board and keyed signal to the rider captains, advising them. Fast to Norway's hull, so many parasites they did not kick loose. Calm was receiving direct and frantic IDs from the militia ships, scrambling out of their projected course if they came in-system dangerously fast, out of system plane. The fleet itself was more than nervous, running as they were in one body, probing their way into the last secure area they hoped to have left. They were 9 now. Channel's Libya was debris and vapor, and Q's India had lost 2 of its 4 riders. They were in full retreat, had run from the debacle at Viking, seeking a place to draw breath. They all had scars. Norway had a vein trailing a cloud of metallic viscera, if they still had the vein at all after jump. There were dead aboard, 3 techs who had not been in that section. They had not had time to vent them, not even to clean up the area, had run, saved the ship, the fleet, such as remained of company power. Signy's board still flashed with red lights. She passed the order to damage control to dispose of the corpses, whatever of them they could find. Here, too, there might have been an ambush. Was not, would not be. She stared at the lights in front of her, looked at the board, with the drug still weighting her senses, numbing her fingers as she manipulated controls to take back Norway's governance from Comp Sync. They had scarcely engaged at Viking, had turned tail and run, Mazian's decision. She had never questioned, had respected the man for strategic genius, for years. They had lost a ship, and he had pulled them, after months of planning, after maneuvers that had taken 4 months and unreckoned lives to set up. Had pulled them from a fight from which their nerves were still jangled, from a fight which they could have won. She had not the heart to look beside her to meet Graf's eyes, or Di's, or the faces of the others on the bridge, and no answer for them. Had none for herself. Mazian had another idea, something. She was desperate to believe that there was sane reason for the abort. Get out quickly, redo it, replan it. Only this time they had been pushed out of all their supply lines, had given up all the stations from which they had drawn goods. It was possible Mazian's nerve had broken. She insisted otherwise to herself, but reckoned inwardly what moves she would have called, what she would have done in command of the fleet. What any of them could have done better than had been done. Everything had worked according to plan, and Mazian had aborted. Mazian, that they worshipped. Blood was in her mouth. She had bitten her lip through. "Receiving approach instructions from Pell via Europe," Com told her. "Graph," she said. "Take it over." She reserved her own attention to the screens and the emergency comm link she had plugged into her ear, direct link with Mazian when he should decide finally to use it, when he should decide to communicate with the fleet, which he had not, silent since the orders which had hurled them out of a battle they had not lost. It was a routine approach, all routine. She received clearance through Mazian's comm, keyed the order to her rider captains, scattering Norway's fighters as other ships of the fleet were shedding their own, backup crews manning them this time. The riders would keep an eye on the militia, blast any that threatened to bolt, then come and dock to them after the great carriers were safely berthed at station. Calm chatter continued out of Pell. "Go slow," Station pleaded with them. Pell was a crowded vicinity. There was nothing from Mazian himself. Part 2. Pell, Blue Dock, 1200 hours. Mazian himself, and not Union, not another convoy. The whole fleet was coming in. Word ran through the station corridors with the speed of every uncontrolled channel, through the station offices and the smallest gathering on the docks, through Q as well, for there were leaks at the barriers, and screens showed the situation there. Emotion ran from outright panic while there had been the possibility of Union ships, to panic of a different flavor when they knew it for what it was. Damon studied the monitors and intermittently paced the floors of Dock Command Blue. Eileen was there, seated at the comm console, holding the plug to her ear and frowning in concentrated dispute with someone. Merchanters were in a state of panic. The militarized ones were an impulse away from bolting entirely, in dread of being swept up by the fleet, crews and ships as well, impressed to service. Others dreaded confiscation of supplies, of arms, of equipment and personnel. Such fears and complaints were his concern. He talked to some of them, when he could offer any assurance. Legal affairs was supposed to prevent such confiscations by injunction, by writs and decrees. Decrees against Mazian. Merchanters knew what that was worth. He paced and fretted, finally went to comm and took another channel, contacting security. "Dean," he hailed the man in charge. "Call me alter-day shift. If we can't pull them off Q, we still can't leave those freighter docks open to easy intrusion. Put some live bodies in the way. Uniform some of the supervisory staff if you haven't enough. General, call up. Get those docks secure and make sure you keep the downers out of there." "Your office authorizes it." "It authorizes it." There was hesitation on the other end. There were supposed to be papers, counter-signatures from the main office. Station Master could do it. Station Master's office had its hands full trying to make sense out of the situation. His father was on comm, trying to stall off the fleet with argument. "Get me a signed paper when you can," Dean Gahan said. "I'll get them there." Damon breathed a soft hiss, shut down the contact, paced more, paused again behind Eileen's chair, leaning on the back of it. She leaned back in a moment's lull, half turned to touch his hand. Her face had been white when he had come into the room. She had recovered her color and her composure. Tex kept busy, dispensing the finer details of orders to the dock crews below, preparations for Station Central to start shifting freighters out of berth to accommodate the fleet. Chaos. There were not only freighters in dock, there were 100 merchanters assigned permanent orbit with the station about Downbelow, a drifting cloud of freighters for which there had been no room. 9 ships of vast size were moving in on that, sending ships off dock out into it. Mazian's comm was firing a steady catechism of questions and authorizations at Pell, as yet refusing to specify what he wanted or where he meant to dock, if he meant to dock at all. Us next? The nightmare was with them. Evacuation. Pregnancy was no state in which to contemplate a refugee journey to God knew where, through jump, to some long-abandoned Hinder Star station, to Sol, to Earth. He thought of Hansford, thought of Eileen in that. Of what had been civilized men when they started. "Maybe we won," a tech said. He blinked, realized that too for a possibility, but not possible. They had always known at heart that it was impossible, that Union had grown too big, that the fleet could give them years as it had until now, but not victory, never that. The carriers would not have come in this number, not for any other reason than retreat. End of Side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 6. Downbelow Station by C.J. Cherryh, continuing on page 181. He reckoned their chances if Pell refused evacuation, reckoned what awaited any Constantine in Union hands. The military would never let him stay behind. He set his hand on Eileen's shoulder, his heart beating fit to break, realizing the possibility of being separated, losing her and the baby. He would be put aboard under arrest if there were an evacuation, the same way as it had happened on other stations to get vital personnel out of Union hands. People put on whatever ship they could reach. His father, his mother, Pell was their lives, was life itself to his mother, and Emilio and Maliko. He felt sick inside, stationer, out of generations of stationers who had never asked for war. For Eileen, for Pell, for all the dreams they had had, he would have fought, but he did not know where to begin. Part 3. Norway, 1300 hours. Signy had it visual now, the hubbed ring of Pell Station, the distant moon, the bright jewel of Downbelow, cloud-swirled. They had long since dumped velocity, moved in with dreamlike slowness compared to their former speed, as the station's smooth shape resolved itself into the chaos of angles its surface was. Freighters were jammed into every berth of the visible side, docking and standby. There was incredible clutter on scan, and they were moving slowly because it took that long for these sluggish ships to clear an approach for them. Every merchanter which had not been swept into Union hands had to be hereabouts at station, in pattern, or farther out, or hovering off in the deep, just out of system. Graf still had controls, a tedious business now. Unprecedented crowding and traffic. Chaos indeed. She was afraid when she analyzed the growing tautness of her gut. Anger had cooled, and she was afraid with the helplessness she was not accustomed to feel. A wish that by someone very wise, and at some time long ago, other choices had been made, which would have saved them all from this moment and this place, and the choices they had left. Carriers North Pole and Tibet will stand off from station, the notification came from Europe. Assume patrol. That was mortally necessary, and on this particular approach, Signy wished herself and her crew on that assignment. There was bitter choice ahead. She did not look forward to another operation like Russell's Station, where Civ Panic had anticipated the military action for the station's dismantling, mobs at the docks. Her crew had had enough of that. She had, and disliked the thought of letting troops loose on a station when they were in the mood hers were in now. Another message came through. Pell Station advised that it had shifted a number of freighters out of berths to accommodate the warships in one sequence and without immediate neighbors on the docks. The dislodged freighters would be moving to the pattern of the orbiting ships in a direction opposite to their entry of that pattern. Mazian's voice cut in, deep and harsh, a repeated advisement that, whatever disruption in the patterns of ships about Pell, if any freighter tried to jump system, they would be blown without warning. Station acknowledged. It was all they could do. Part 4. Pell, Q, 1300 hours. Nothing worked. In Q, nothing ever seemed to. Vasily Kresich punched buttons totally dead, and punched them again, hit the comm unit with the heel of his hand, and still had no response from Station Comm Central. He paced the limits of his small apartment. The breakdowns infuriated him, drove him almost to tears. They happened daily. The water, the fans, the comm, vid, supplies, shortages driving home over and over again the misery of his living, the decay, the pressure of bodies, the senseless violence of people driven mad by crowding and uncertainty. He had the apartment. He had his possessions. He kept these things meticulously in order, scrubbed often and obsessively. The smell of Q clung to him, no matter how he washed, and how diligently he scrubbed the floors and sealed the closet against the pervading smell. It was an antiseptic reek of cheap astringents and whatever chemicals the station used to combat disease and crowding and keep the life support in balance. He paced the floor, tried the comm again, hoping, and it did not work. He could hear commotion outside in the corridor, trusted that Nino Colady and his boys would have things under some control. Hoped so. There were times when he could not get out of Q, in the occasional disturbances, when the gate sealed, and even his council pass did not suffice to make an exception. He knew where he ought to be, outside, restoring order, managing Colady, trying to restrain the Q police from some of their excesses. And he could not go. His flesh cringed at the mere thought of confronting the mobs and the shouting and the hate and the ugliness of Q, of more blood and more things to disturb his sleep. He dreamed of Redding, of others, of people he had known who turned up dead in the corridors or vented. He knew that this cowardice was ultimately fatal. He fought it, knowing where it led, that when once he appeared to come apart he was lost, and knowing that, there were days when it was difficult to walk those halls, when he felt his courage inadequate. He was one of them, no different from the rest, and given shelter he did not want to come out of it, did not want to cross even that brief space necessary to reach the security post and the doors. They would kill him, Colady or one of the rival powers, or someone with no motive at all. Someday, in the madness of rumor which swept Q, they would kill him, someone disappointed in an application, someone who hated and found him a symbol of authority. His stomach knotted now every time he opened the door of his apartment. There were questions outside, and he had no answers. There were demands, and he could not meet them. Eyes, and he could not face them. If he went out this day, he had to come back, when the disorder might be worse. He was never permitted out of Q more than one shift at a time. He had tried, tested his credit with them, finally gathered the courage to ask for papers, to ask for release, days after the last disturbance. Asked, knowing it might get back to Colady. Asked, knowing it might cost him his life. And they had denied him. The great, the powerful council of which he was a member would not hear him. He had, Angelo Constantine said, too great a value where he was, privately made a show of pleading with him to stay where he was. He said nothing more of it, fearing it would go more public, and he would not live long after that. He had been a good man, a brave man once. He had reckoned himself so, at least before the voyage, before the war, while there was Jen and Rami. He had twice been mobbed in Q, once beaten senseless. Redding had tried to kill him and would not be the last. He was tired and sick, and Rejuve was not working for him. He suspected the quality of what he had gotten, suspected the strain was killing him. He had watched his face acquire new lines, a hollowed hopelessness. He no longer recognized the man he had been a year ago. He feared obsessively for his health, knowing the quality of medical care they had in Q, where any medicines were stolen and might be adulterated, where he was dependent on Colady's largesse for drugs as well as wine and decent food. He no longer thought of home, no longer mourned, no longer thought of the future. There was only today, as horrible as yesterday, and if there was one desire he had left, it was to have some assurance it would not be worse. Again he tried calm, and this time not even the red light came on. Vandals dismantled things in Q as fast as their own repair crews could get them working. Their own crews. It took days to get Pell workmen in here, and some things stayed broken. He had nightmares of such an end for them all, sabotage of something vital by a maniac who did not consider personal suicide enough, the whole section voided. It could be done, in crisis, or at any moment. He paced the floor faster and faster, clenched his arms across his stomach, which hurt constantly when he was under stress. The pain grew, wiping out other fears. He gathered his nerve at last, put on his jacket, weaponless as most of Q was not, for he had to pass checkpoint scan. He fought nausea, setting his hand on the door release, finally nerved himself to step out into the dark, graffiti-marred corridor. He locked the door after him. He had not yet been robbed, but he expected to be, despite Colady's protection. Everyone was robbed. Safest to have little. He was known to have much. If he was safe, it was that what he had belonged to Colady in his men's eyes, that he did, if word of his application to leave had not gotten to their ears. Through the hall and past the guards, Colady's men. He walked onto the dock among crowds which stank of sweat and unchanged clothes and antiseptic sprays. People recognized him and snatched at him with grimy hands, asking news of what was happening over in the main station. I don't know yet. Comm's dead in my quarters. I'm on my way to learn. Yes, I'll ask, sir." He repeated it over and over, tearing from one pair of clutching hands to the next, one questioner to the other, some wild-eyed and far gone in the madness of drugs. He did not run. Running was panic. Panic was mobs. Mobs were death. And there were the section doors ahead, the promise of safety, a place beyond which Q could not reach, where no one could go without the precious pass he carried. "It's Mazian," the rumor was running Q dockside. And with it, "They're pulling out, all Pels pulling out and leaving us behind." "Councillor Cressich." A hand caught his arm and met business. The grip pulled him abruptly about. He stared into the face of Sachs Chambers, one of Colades' men, felt threat in the grip which hurt his arm. "Going where, Councillor?" "Other side," he said, breathless. They knew. His stomach hurt the more. "Council will be meeting in the crisis. Tell Colades. I'd better be there. No telling what Council will hand us otherwise." Sachs said nothing, did nothing for a moment. Intimidation was a skill of his. He simply stared, long enough to remind Cressich that he had other skills. He let go, and Cressich pulled away. Not running. He must not run, must not look back, must not make his terror evident. He was composed on the outside, though his belly was tied in knots. A crowd was gathered about the doors. He worked his way through them, ordered them back. They moved, sullenly, and he used his pass to open their side of the access, stepped through quickly, and used the card to seal the door before any could gather the nerve to follow. For a moment, then, he was alone on the upward ramp, the narrow access in bright light and a lingering smell of Q. He leaned against the wall, trembling, his stomach heaving. After a moment he walked on down the ramp on the other side and pressed the button which should attract the guards on the other side of Q line. This button worked. The guards opened, accepted his card, and noted his presence in Pel proper. He passed decontamination, and one of the guards left his post to walk with him, routine, whenever the councillor from Q was admitted to station, until he had passed the limits of the border zone. Then he was allowed to walk alone. He straightened his clothes as he went, trying to shed the smell and the memory and the thoughts of Q. But there was alarm sounding, red lights blinking in all the corridors, and security personnel and police were everywhere evident. There was no peace this side either. Part 5. Pel, Station Central, Com Central Office, 1300 hours. The boards in Central Com were lit from end to end, jammed with calls from every region of the station at once. Residential use had shut itself down in crisis. Situation Red was flashing in all zones, advising all residents to stay put. They were not all regarding that instruction. Some halls of the halls on monitor were vacant, others were full of panicked residents. What showed now on Q monitor was worse. "Security call," John Lucas ordered, watching the screens. "Blue 3. The division chief leaned over the board and gave directions to the dispatcher. John walked over to the main board, behind the harried com chief's post. The whole of council had been called to take whatever emergency posts they could reach, to provide policy, not specifics. He had been closest, had run, reaching this post, through the chaos outside. Hale, he fervently hoped, had done what he was told, was sitting in his apartment with Jessad. He watched the confusion in the center, paced from board to board, watched one and another hall in confusion. The com chief kept trying to call through to the station master's office, but even he could not get through. Tried to route it through station command com, and kept getting a "channel unavailable" blinking on the screen. The chief swore, accepted the protests of his subordinates, a harried man in the eye of a crisis. "What's happening?" John asked. When the man ignored the question for a moment to handle a subordinate's query, he waited. "What are you doing?" "Councillor Lucas," the chief said in a thin voice, "We have our hands full. There's no time." "You can't get through." "No, sir, I can't get through. They're tied up with command transmission. Excuse me." "Let it foul," he said, when the supervisor started to turn back to the board, and when the man looked at him, startled. "Give me general broadcast." "I need the authorization," the calm chief said. Behind him, red lights began to flash and multiply. "It's the authorization I need, Counselor. Station master has to give it." "Do it." The man hesitated, looked about him as if there were advice to be had from some other quarter. John seized him by the shoulder and faced him to the board while more and more lights flashed on the jammed boards. "Hurry it," John ordered him, and the chief reached for an internal channel and punched in a mic. "General override to number 1, he ordered, and had the acknowledgement back in an instant. "Override on vid and comm." The comm center main screen lit, camera active. John drew a deep breath and leaned into the field. The image was going everywhere, not least to his own apartment, to the man named Jessad. "This is Counselor John Lucas," he said to all Pell, breaking into every channel, operations and residential, from the stations busy directing incoming ships to the barracks of Q, to the least and greatest residents in the station. "I have a general announcement. The fleet presently in our vicinity is confirmed to be that of Mazian, proceeding in under normal operations for docking. This station is secure, but will remain under condition red until the all-clear is given. Operations in the comm center and elsewhere will proceed more smoothly if each citizen will refrain from use of communications except in the most extreme necessity. All points of the station are secure, and there has been no damage or crisis. Records will be made of calls, and failure to regard this official request will be noted. All downer work crews, report to your section habitats at once, and wait for someone to direct you. Stay off the docks. All other workers continue about your assigned business. If you can solve problems without calling Central, do so. As yet we have nothing but operations contact with the fleet. As soon as information becomes available, we will make it public. Please stay by your receivers. This will be the quickest and most accurate source of news." He leaned out of the field. The warning lights went off the console camera. He looked about him to find the chaos on the boards much less, as the whole station had been otherwise occupied for a moment. Some calls returned at once, presumably necessary and urgent. Most did not. He drew a deep breath, thinking in one part of his mind of what might be happening in his apartment, or worse, away from it, hoping that Jessad was there, and fearing that he would be discovered there. Mazian. Military presence which might start checking records, asking close questions, and to be found harboring Jessad. "Sir," it was the comm chief. The third screen from the left was alight. Angelo Constantine, angry and flushed. John punched the call through. "Use procedures," Angelo spat, and broke off. The screen went dark as John stood clenching his hands and trying to reckon whether that was because he had caught Angelo with no good answer, or because Angelo was occupied. "Let it come," he thought, in an access of hate, the pulse pounding in his veins. Let Mazian evacuate all who would go. Union would come in after, would have need of those who knew the station. Understandings could be reached. His understanding with Jessad paved the way for that. It was no time to be timid. He was in it, and there was no retreat now. The first step, to become visible, a reassuring voice, and let Jessad see him doing it. Become known, have his face familiar all over the station. That was the advantage the Constantines had always had, monopoly of public visibility, handsomeness. Angelo looked the vital patriarch. He did not. He had not the manner, the lifelong habit of authority. But ability, that he had, and once his heart had begun to settle out of the initial dread of the disorder out there, he found advantage in the disorder, in any event that went against the Constantines. Only Jessad. He remembered Mariner, which had died when Mazian had crowded in on the situation there. Only one thing protected them now, that Jessad had to rely on him and on Hale as his arms and legs, having no network yet of his own, and at the moment Jessad was neatly imprisoned, having to trust him, because he dared not try the halls without papers, dared not to be out there with Mazian coming in. He drew in a breath, expanded with the thought of the power he actually had. He was in the best of positions. Jessad could provide insurance, or what was another body vented, another paperless body, as they sometimes ended up vented out of queue. He had never killed before, but he had known from the time he accepted Jessad's presence that it was a possibility. Chapter 2. Norway, 1400 hours. It was a slow process to berth in so many ships, Pacific first, then Africa, Atlantic, India. Norway received clearance, and Signy, from her vantage at the post central to the bridge, passed the order to Graf at controls. Norway moved in with impatient dispatch, having waited so long, was opening the ports of Pell dock crews to attach the umbilicals while Australia began its move, was completing secure for stay while the supercarrier Europe glided into dock, disdaining the pushed assist which Station wanted to give. "Doesn't look like trouble here," Graf said. "I'm getting it all quiet on dockside. Station master security is thick out there. No sign of panicked civs. They've got the lid on it." That was some comfort. Signy relaxed slightly, beginning to hope for sanity, at least while the fleet sorted out its own business. "Message," Com said then. "General Hale from Pell Station Master to Fleet at dock. Welcome aboard, and will you come to Station Council at earliest?" "Europe will respond," she murmured, and in a moment Europe's com officer did so, requesting a small delay. "All captains," she heard at last on the emergency channel she had been monitoring for hours, Mazian's own low voice. "Private conference in the briefing room at once. Leave all command decisions to your lieutenants and get over here." "Graf." She hurled herself out of her cushion. "Take over. Di, get me 10 men for escort, double quick." Other orders were pouring over com from Europe, from the deployment of 50 troopers from each ship to dockside, full combat rig, for passing fleet command to Australia's second, Jan Mayes for the interim, for riders of docked ships to apply to station control for approach instructions, to come in for reattachment. Coping with those details was Graf's job now. Mazian had something to tell them, explanations, long awaited. She went to her office, delayed only to slip a pistol into her pocket, hastened to the lift and out into the access corridor amid the rush of troops Graf was ordering to the dockside. Combat rigged from the moment they had gone into station approach, headed for the hats before the echoes of Graf's voice had died in Norway's steel corridors. Di was with them, and her own escort sorted itself out and attached itself as she passed through. The whole dock was theirs. They poured out at the same moment as troops from other ships hit the dockside, and station security faded back in confusion before the businesslike advance of armored troops who knew precisely the perimeter they wanted and established it. Dock workers scrambled this way and that, uncertain where they were wanted. "Get to work," Di Jantz shouted. "Get those water lines over here." And they made up their minds at once, little threat from them, who were standing too close and too vulnerable compared to the troops. Signy's eyes were for the armed security guards beyond the lines, at their attitude, and at the shadowed tangles of lines and gantries which might shelter a sniper. Her detachment surrounded her, with Bien as officer. She swept them with her, moving rapidly up the row of ship berths, where a mob of umbilicals and gantries and ramps stretched as far as the eye could see up the ascending curve of the dock, like mirror reflections, impeded only by the occasional arch of a section seal and the upward horizon. Merchanters docked beyond them. Troops made themselves a screen all along the route between Norway and Europe. She followed after Australia's Tom Edger and his escort. The other captains would be at her back, coming as quickly as they could. She overtook Edger on the ramp up to Europe's access. They walked together. Q of India caught them up when they had passed the ribbed tube and reached the lift, and Pori of Africa was hard on Q's heels. They said nothing, each of them gone silent, perhaps with the same thoughts and the same anger. No speculations. They took only a pair apiece of their guards, jammed the lift car and rode up in silence, walked down the main level corridor to the council room, steps ringing hollowly up here, in corridors wider than Norway's, everything larger scaled. Deserted. Only a few Europe troops stood rigid guard here. The council room likewise was empty, no sign of Mazian, just the bright lights of the room ablaze to tell them that they were expected at that circular table. Outside, Signy bade her escort as the others went. She and the others took their seats by precedence of seniority, Tom Edger first, herself, 3 vacancies, then Q and Pori. Sung of Pacific arrived, 9th among the chairs. Atlantic's Kreshoff arrived, settled into the number 4 seat by Signy's other side. "Where is he?" Kreshoff asked finally, at the end of patience. Signy shrugged and folded her arms on the table, staring across at Sung without seeing him. Haste, and then wait. Pulled out of battle, kept in long silence, and now wait again to be told why. She focused on Sung's face, on a classic aged mask which never admitted impatience, but the eyes were dark. Nerves, she reminded herself. They were exhausted, had been yanked out of combat through jump into this, not a time to make profound or far-reaching judgments. Mazian came in finally, quietly, passed them and took his place at the head of the table, face downcast, haggard as the rest of them. Defeat? Signy wondered, with a knot in the pit of her stomach, like something which would not digest. And then he looked up, and she saw that small tautness about Mazian's mouth, and knew otherwise, sucked in her breath with a flare of anger. She recognized the little tension, a mask. Conrad Mazian played parts, staged his appearances as he staged ambushes and battles, played the elegant or the coarse by turns. This was humility, the falsest face of all, quiet dress, no show of brass. The hair, that silver of rejuve, was immaculate, the lean face, the tragic eyes. The eyes lied most of all, facile as an actor's. She watched the play of expressions, the marvelous fluidity that would have seduced a saint. He prepared to maneuver them. Her lips drew tight. "You all right?" he asked them. "All of you." "Why were we pulled out?" she asked forthwith, surprised at direct contact from those eyes, a reflection of anger in return. "What can't go over calm?" She never questioned, had never objected to an order of Mazian's in her whole career. She did now, and watched the expression go from anger to something like affection. "All right," he said. "All right." He slid a glance around the room. Again there were seats vacant. They were 9, with 2 out on patrol. The glance centered on each of them in turn. "Something you have to hear," Mazian said. "Something we have to reckon with." He pushed buttons at the console before his seat, activated the screens on the 4 walls, identical. Signy looked up at the schematic they had last seen at Omicron Point, the taste of bile in her mouth, watched the area widen, familiar stars shrinking in wider scale. There was no more company territory. It was not theirs anymore, only Pell. On wider view they could see the hinder stars, not Sol. But that was in the reckoning too now. She knew well enough where it was if the schematic kept widening. It froze, ceased to grow. "What is this?" Kreshoff asked. Mazian only let them look. Long. "What is this?" Kreshoff asked again. Signy breathed. It took a conscious effort in that silence. Time seemed at a halt, while Mazian showed them in dead silence what was graven in their minds already. They had lost. They had ruled there once, and they had lost. "From one living world," Mazian said, almost a whisper. "From one living world at our beginning, humankind reached out as far as we've ever gone. One narrow reach of space here, thrust far back from what Union has, the hinder stars Pell, and the hinder stars. Tenable, and with the personnel overloading Pell, possible." "And run again?" Pori asked. A muscle jerked in Mazian's jaw. Signy found her heart beating hard and her palms sweating. It was close to falling apart, all of it. "Listen," Mazian hissed. Mask dropped. "Listen." He stabbed another button. A voice began to speak, distant, recorded. She knew it, knew the foreign inflection, knew it. "Captain Conrad Mazian," the recording began. "This is Second Secretary Seagust Ayres of the Security Council, Authorization Code Omar Series 3, with authority of the Council and the Company. Ceasefire. Cease fire. Peace is being negotiated. As earnest of good faith, require you cease all operations and await orders. This is a company directive. All efforts are being made to guarantee safety of company personnel, both civilian and military, during this negotiation. Repeat, Captain Conrad Mazian, This is Second Secretary Sigist Ayres." The voice died abruptly with the push of a key. Silence lingered after it. Faces were stark with dismay. "War's over," Mazian whispered. "War's over. Do you understand?" A chill ran through Signy's blood. All about them was the image of what they had lost, the situation in which they were cast. "Companies finally showed up to do something," Mazian said. "To hand them this." He lifted a hand to the screens, a gesture which included the universe. "I recorded that message relayed from the Union flagship. That message. From Seb Azov's flagship. Do you understand? The code designation is valid. Mallory, those company men who wanted passage, that's what they've done to us." She drew in her breath. All warmth had fled. "If I'd taken them aboard, you couldn't have stopped them, you understand. Company men don't make solitary decisions. It was already decided elsewhere. If you'd shot them on the spot, you couldn't have stopped it, only delayed it." "Until we'd drawn a different line," she replied. She stared into Mazian's pale eyes and recalled every word she had spoken with Ayres, every move, every intonation. She had let the man go to do this. "So they got their passage somehow," Mazian said. "The question is what agreement they've made first, at Pell, and just how much they've signed over to Union. There's the possibility, too, that those so-named negotiators aren't intact. Mind-wiped, they'd sign and say right into Union's anxious fingers, knowing the company signal codes, and no knowing what else they spilled, no knowing what codes, what information, what was compromised, how much of everything they've handed over, our internal codes. No, but we don't know what other Pell codes went. All the kind of thing that would let them come right in here. That's why they abort. Months of planning, yes. Stations gone, ships and friends gone. Vast human suffering, all of that for nothing. But I had to make a fast decision. The fleet is intact. So is Pell. We've got that much, right or wrong. We could have won at Viking and gotten ourselves pinned there, lost Pell, all source of supply. That's why we pulled out." There was not a sound, not a move. It suddenly made full sense. "That's what I didn't want on comm," Mazian said. "It's your choice. We're at Pell, where we have a choice. Do we assume it's company men who sent that, in their right minds, unforced? That Earth still backs us? It's in question. But, old friends, does that really matter?" "How matter?" Sung asked. "Look at the map, old friends, look at it again. Here is a world, Pell. And does a power survive without it? What is Earth but that? You have your choice here. Follow what may be company orders, or we hold here, gather resources, take action. Europe staying, regardless of orders. If enough do, we can make Union think twice about putting its nose in here. They don't have crews that can fight our style of fight. We've got supply here. We have resources. But make up your minds. I won't stop you, or you can stay and do what I think you might do. And when history writes what happened to the company out here, it can write what it likes about Conrad Mazian. I made my choice." "2 of us," Edger said. "3," Signy said, no faster than the murmur from the others. Mazian passed a slow glance from one to the other, nodded. "Then we hold here. But we have to take it. Maybe we'll have cooperation here, and maybe we won't. We're going to find out. And we're not all in on this yet. Sung, I want you personally to go out to North Pole and Tibet and put it to them. Explain it any way you like. And if there's any large number of dissenters in any crew or among the troops, we'll give them our blessing and let them go. Take one of the merchanter ships here and ship them out. I leave it to individual captains to handle that." "There won't be any dissent," Q said. "If there are," Mazian said. "The station now. We move out and disperse our own security throughout, put our own personnel in key spots. Half an hour is enough for you to break this to your own commands. Whatever they ultimately decide to do, there's no question that we need to hold Pell securely before we can take any action, either to clear a ship for some to leave or to hold on to it." "Go?" Khrushchev asked when silence lingered. "Go," Mazian said softly, dismissing them. Signy pushed back and moved, first after Sung, past Mazian's own security at the door, gathered her two-man escort and went, aware of others hard at her heels. Uncertainty still weighed at her conscience. She had been company all her life, cursed it, hated its policies and its blindness, but she felt suddenly naked standing outside it. Timidity, she reasoned with herself. She was a student of history, valued the lessons of it. The worst atrocities began with half measures, with apologies, compromising with the wrong side, shrinking from what had to be done. The deep and its demands were absolutes, and the compromise the company had come to the beyond to try would not hold longer than the convenience of the stronger, and that was union. They served Earth, she persuaded herself, better by what they did than the company agents did by what they traded away. Chapter 3, Part 1, Pell, Sector White 2, 15:30 hours. The warning lights must still be on outside in the corridor. The salvage center kept to a deliberate pace. The supervisor walked the aisles between the machines and silenced any talk by his presence. Josh carefully kept his head down, unfastened a plastic seal from a small, worn-out motor, dropped it into a tray for further sorting, dropped clamps into yet another tray, disassembled the components into varied categories for reuse or recycling according to wear and type of material. There had been, since the original comm announcement, no further word from the screen on the forward wall. No discussion was allowed after the initial murmur of dismay at the news. Josh kept his eyes averted from the screen and from the station policeman at the door. He was more than 3 hours past his ship's quitting time. They should all have been dismissed, all those on partial. Other workers should have arrived. He had been here over 6 hours. There was no provision for meals here. The supervisor had finally sent out for sandwiches and drinks for them. There was still a cup of ice on the bench in front of him. He did not touch it, wishing to seem completely busy. The supervisor stopped a moment behind him. He did not react, did not break the rhythm of his actions. He heard the supervisor move on and did not look to see. They did not treat him differently from the others here. It was his own troubled mind, he persuaded himself, which made him suspect they might be watching him in particular. They were all closely supervised. The girl by him, a solemn, slow-moving child, and ever so careful, was doing the most complex job of which she was capable, and nature had cheated her of much capacity. Many here in the salvage center were of that category. There were some who entered here young, perhaps to seek a track up through the job classifications, to gain elementary mechanical skills and to go higher, into technical positions or manufacture. And there were some whose nervous behavior indicated other reasons for being here, anxious, obsessive concentration, strange to observe the symptoms in others. Only he had never been a criminal, as they might have been, and perhaps they trusted him less for that. He cherished his job here, which kept his mind busy, which gave him independence, quite as the sober girl beside him cherished her place, he thought. At first, in his zeal for demonstrating his skill, he had worked with feverish quickness, and then he saw that it upset the child beside him, and that distressed him, because she could not do more, could never do more. He compromised then, and did not make his efficiency obvious. It was enough to survive. It had looked to be enough for a long time. Only now he felt sick to his stomach, and wished he had not eaten all his sandwich, but even in that matter he had not wanted to seem different from those about him. The war had gotten to Pell. Maziani, the fleet, was at hand. Norway, and Mallory. He did not think some thoughts. When the dark crowded him, he worked the harder and blinked the memories away. Only war. Someone near him whispered about having to evacuate the station. It was not possible. It could not happen. Damon, he thought, wishing that he could get up and leave, go to the office, be reassured. Only there was no reassurance to be found, and he was afraid to try it. Mazian's fleet. Martial law. She was with them. He might break if he was not careful. The balance of his mind was delicate, and he knew it. Perhaps to have asked for this oblivion was in itself insane, and adjustment had made him no more unbalanced than he had ever been. He suspected every emotion he felt, and therefore tried to feel as few as possible. "Rest," the supervisor said. 10-minute break. He kept working, as he had through previous rest periods. So did the girl beside him. Part 2. Norway, 1530 hours. "We hold Pell," Signy told her crew and the troops, those present with her on the bridge, and those scattered throughout the ship. "Our decision, Mazian's, mine, the other captain's, is to hold Pell. Company agents have signed a treaty with Union, handed them everything in the beyond, and called for us to stand aside while they do it. They turned our contact code over to Union. That's why we aborted the strike, why we took out. No knowing what of our codes is betrayed." She let that sink in, watching grim faces all about her, aware of the whole body of the ship and all the listeners elsewhere within it. Pell, the hinder stars, this whole edge of the beyond, this is what we have left secure. We aren't going to take that order from the company. We aren't going to accept surrender, however it's cloaked. We're off the leash, and this time we fight the war our own way. We've got ourselves a world and a station, and the whole beyond began from that. We can rebuild the hinder star stations, all that used to exist between here and the sun itself. We can do it. The company may not be smart enough to want a buffer now between themselves and Union, but they will, believe me they will, and they'll be smart enough at least not to trifle with us. Pell's our world now. We've got 9 carriers to hold it. We're not company anymore. We're Mazian's fleet, and Pell is ours. Any contrary opinions?" She waited for some, although she knew her people like family. For some might have other opinions, might have second thoughts about this. There was reason they should. A sudden cheer erupted off the troop decks, found echo, all channels open. People on the bridge were hugging one another and grinning. Graf embraced her, Armscomper Tyho did, and others of her officers of many years. Some were crying. There were tears in Graf's eyes, none in her own. Might have been, but that she felt guilt, still, irrationally, the habit of an outworn loyalty. She embraced Graf a second time, pushed back, looked around her. "Get all of us ready," she said. It was going all over the ship, open comm. "We're moving in to take Station Central before they know what's hit them. Di, hurry it." Graf started giving orders. She heard Di doing so down in the troop corridors, distinctive echo. The bridge moved into activity, techs jostling one another in the narrow aisles getting to posts. 10 minutes, she shouted. "Full armament, all available troops, arm and out." There was shouting elsewhere, the comm giving evidence of troops rushing to shoot even before the orders were officially passed. The commands began echoing through the corridors. Signy walked back to her small office quarters and took the precaution of helmet and body armor, none for her limbs, trading risk for freedom of motion. 5 minutes. She heard Di counting over the open comm, with outright chaos feeding out from various command stations. No matter. This crew and the troops knew their business in the dark and upside down. All family here. The incompatible met early accidents, and those left were close as brothers, as children, as lovers. She headed out, slipping her pistol openly into the armor holster, rode the lift down. Armored troops pouring down the corridor at a rattling run hit the wall to give her room the instant they recognized her coming through, so that she could run to the fore where she belonged. "Signy!" they cried after her, jubilant. "Bravo, Signy!" They were alive again and felt it. Part 3. Pell Council, Sector Blue 1. "No," Angelo said at once. "No, don't try to stop them. Pull back our forces immediately." Station Command acknowledged and turned to its business. Screens in the council chamber began to reflect new orders. The muffled voice of Security Command gave reports. Angelo sank back in his chair, at the table in the center of council, amid the partially filled tiers, the soft murmurings of panic among those who had contrived to get back here through the halls. He propped his mouth against his steepled hands and sat studying the incoming reports which cut across the screens in rapid sequence, views of the docks where armored troops boiled out. Some of the council had waited too long, could not get out of the sections where they worked or where they had taken up an emergency post. Damon and Eileen came in together for refuge, out of breath, hesitated at the door. Angelo beckoned his son and daughter-in-law in on personal privilege, and they approached at his urging and settled at two of the vacant places at the table. "Had to leave dock office in a hurry," Damon said quietly. Took the lift up. Hard behind them came John Lucas and his clutch of friends to seat themselves, the friends in the tiers and John at the table. Two of the Jacobys made it, hair disheveled and faces glistening with sweat. It was not council. It was a sanctuary from what was happening outside. On the screens, matters were worsening. The troops headed in toward the heart of the station, security trying to keep up with the situation by remote, switching from one camera to the next in haste, a rapid flickering of images. "Staff wants to know if we lock the control center doors," a counselor said from the doorway. "Against rifles?" Angelo moistened his lips, slowly shook his head, staring at the flick of images from camera to camera to camera. "Call Mazian," Dee said, a new arrival. "Protest this." "I have, sir. I have no answer. I reckon he's with them." "Q disorder," a screen advised them. 3 known dead, numerous injured. "Sir," a call broke through the message. "They're mobbing the doors in Q, trying to batter them down. Shall we shoot?" "Don't open," Angelo said, his heart pounding at the acceleration of insanity where there had been order. "Negative. Don't fire unless the doors are breached. What do you want, to let them loose?" "No, sir." "Then don't." The contact went dead. He wiped his face, feeling ill. "I'll get down that way," Damon offered, half out of his chair. "You're not going anywhere," Angelo said. "I don't want you gathered up in any military sweep." "Sir," an urgent voice came at his elbow, a presence which had come down from the tiers. "Sir." Cressage. "Sir," Cressage said. "QCOM is down," Security Command advised. "They've got it out again. We can splice something in. They can't have reached the dock speakers." Angelo looked at the man Cressage, a haggard, grayed individual who had gotten more so in the passing months. "Hear that?" "They're afraid," Cressage said, "that you're going to leave here and let the fleet leave them for Union." "We don't know what the fleet's intention may be, Mr. Cressage, but if a mob tries to breach those doors into our side of the docks, it's going to be beyond our power to do anything but shoot. I suggest you get on the comm link to that section when they get it patched, and if there's a speaker they haven't broken, make that clear to them." "We know we're pariahs, whatever happens," Cressage returned, lips trembling. We asked over and over, speed up the checks, run IDs, purify our records, do it faster. Now it's too late, isn't it?" "Not necessarily, Mr. Cressage." "You're going to see to your own people first, get them on the available ships in comfort. You're going to take our ships." "Mr. Cressage." "Work has been progressing," said John Lucas. "Some of you may have clear papers. I wouldn't jeopardize them, sir." There was sudden silence from Cressage, an uncertain look, his face an unwholesome color. His lips trembled, and the tremor spread to his chin, his hands locked upon each other. "Amazing," Angelo thought sourly, "how easily it comes down to small concerns, and how accurately he does it." "Congratulations, John." Easy to deal with the refugees of Q, offer all their leaders clear paper and reason with them. Some had, in fact, proposed that. "They've got Blue 3, Damon muttered. Angelo followed his gaze to the monitors, on which the flow of armored troops and their stationing along the corridors had become a rapid mechanical process. "Mazian," said John. "Mazian himself." Angelo stared at the silver-haired man in a lead, mentally counting off the moments it would take that tide of soldiery to flow up the spiraling emergency ramps to their level, to the doors of the council itself. That long, he still held the station. Part 4. Sector Blue 1, number 0475. The images changed. Lily fretted, sprang up and walked back and forth, a step toward the buttons on the box, a step toward the dreamer whose eyes were troubled. Finally she dared reach for the box to change the dream. "No," the dreamer told her sharply, and she looked back and saw the pain, the dark, lovely eyes in the pale face, the white, white sheets, all about her light save her eyes, which gazed on the sights in the halls. Lily came back to her, interposed her body between dream and dreamer, smoothed the pillow. "I turn you," she offered. "No." She stroked the brow, touched so gently. Daltesilan, love you, love you. They are troops, son, her friend said, in that voice so still and calm that it shed peace on others. Men with guns, Lily. It's trouble. I don't know what may happen. Dream them gone, Lily pleaded. I have no power to do that, Lily. But see, there is no using the guns. No one is hurt. Lily shivered and stayed close. From time to time on the ever-changing walls the face of sun appeared, reassuring them, and stars danced, and the face of the world shone for them like the crescent moon. And the line of men in shells grew, filling all the ways of the station. Part 5. There was no resistance. Signy had not drawn her gun, although her hand was on it. Neither had Mazian or Kresov or Q. Threat was for the troops, leveled rifles with the safeties off. They had fired one warning burst on the docks, nothing since. They moved quickly, giving no time for thought in those who met them now, no hint that there was argument possible. And there were few who lingered to meet them at all in these sections. Angelo Constantine had given orders, Signy reckoned, the only sensible course. They changed levels, up a ramp at the end of the main hall. Boots rang in complete vacancy, the sharp report of troops in their wake filing off to station themselves at the appointed line-of-sight intervals set up other echoes. They passed from the emergency ramp to the area of station control. Troops moved in there, too, under officers, lowered rifles, while other detachments headed down the side halls to invade other offices. No shooting, not here. They kept moving down the center corridors, passed from cold steel and plastics to the sound-deadening matting, entered the hall of the bizarre wooden sculptures, whose eyes looked no less shocked now than before. And the human faces, the small group gathered in the anteroom of the council chambers, were as round-eyed. Troopers swept through, pushed at the ornate doors to open them. The lead doors swung to either side, and two troopers braced like statues, facing inward, rifles leveled. The councillors inside, in a chamber far from filled, rose and faced the guns as Signy and Mazian and the others walked through. There was dignity in their posture, if not defiance. Captain Mazian, said Angelo Constantine, can I offer you to sit and talk this over with us, you and your captains? Mazian stood still a moment. Signy stood between him and Q, Kresov on the other side, surveying faces. Not the full council, not by half. We don't take that much of your time, Mazian said. You asked us here, so we're here. No one had moved, not to sit, not to shift position. We'd like an explanation, Constantine said, of this operation. Martial law, Mazian said, for the duration of the emergency. And questions, direct questions, Mr. Constantine, regarding agreements you may have made with certain company agents, understandings with Union, and the flow of classified information to Union intelligence. Treason, Mr. Constantine. Blood left faces all about the room. No such understandings, Constantine said. No such understandings exist, Captain. This station is neutral. We are a company station, but we do not permit ourselves to be drawn into military action or used as a base. And this militia you have scattered about you? Sometimes neutrality needs reinforcement, Captain. Captain Mallory herself warned us of random refugee flights. You claim ignorance that information was handed to Union by civilian company agents. You aren't party to any agreements, arrangements, or concessions which those agents may have made with the enemy? There was a moment of heavy silence. We know of no such agreements. If there were any agreements to be made, Pell was not informed of them, and if we had been, we would have discouraged them. You're informed now, Mazian said. Information was passed, including code words and signals which jeopardized the security of this station. You've been handed to Union Station Master by the company. Earth is folding up its interests out here. You're one. We're another. We don't accept such a situation. Because of what's already been turned over, other stations have been lost. You're the border. With what forces we have, Pell is both necessary to us and tenable. Do you understand me? You'll have every cooperation, Constantine said. Access to your records, every security problem should be weeded out and set under quarantine. Constantine's eyes shifted to Signy and back again. We've followed all your procedures as outlined by Captain Mallory, meticulously. There'll be no section of this station, no record, no machine, no apartment, if need be, where my people don't have instant access. I would prefer to withdraw most of my forces and leave yours in charge, if we can have this clearly understood, that if there are security problems, if there are leaks, if a ship bolts from pattern out there, or if order breaks down in any particular, we have our own procedures, and they involve shooting. Is that clear?" "It is," Constantine said, "abundantly clear." "My people will come and go at will, Mr. Constantine, and they'll shoot if they judge it necessary, and if we have to come in shooting to clear the way for one of ours, we will, every man and woman in the fleet. But that won't happen. Your own security will see to it, or your security with the help of ours. You tell me which way." Constantine's jaw clenched. "So we are playing on both sides, Captain Mazian. We recognize your obligation to protect your forces and to protect this station. We will cooperate. We will expect cooperation from you. When I send a message hereafter, it goes through." "Absolutely," Mazian said easily. He looked to right and left of him, moved finally, walked a space toward the doors, while Signy and the others still faced Council. "Captain Q," he said, "you may discuss matters further with Council. Captain Mallory, take the operations center. Captain Kreshoff, check through security records and procedures." "I'll want someone knowledgeable," Kreshoff said. "The security director will assist you," Constantine said. "I'll call that order ahead." "I also," Signy said, glancing at a familiar face at the central table, the younger Constantine. The young man's expression altered at that look, and the young woman by him reached a hand to his. "Captain," he said. "Damon Constantine, yourself, if you will, you can be of help." Mazian left, taking a few of the escort with him, for a general tour of the area, or more than likely further operations, the taking of other sections, like the Corps and its machinery. Jan Mayes, Australia's second-in-command, was on that delicate task. Q drew back a chair at the council table, taking possession of it and the chamber. Kreshoff followed Mazian out. "Come on," Signy said, and young Damon paused for a glance at his father, who was thin-lipped and upset at parting with the young woman at his side. They did not, Signy reckoned, think much of her company. She waited, then walked with him to the door, where she gathered up two of her own troopers for escort, Kuhn and Dekton. "The command center," she directed Constantine, and he showed her out the door with incongruous and natural courtesy, tending the way they had come in. Not a word from him. His face was set and hard. "Your wife back there?" Signy asked. She collected details on those of consequence. "Who?" "My wife." "Who?" "Eileen Quen." That startled her. "Station family?" "The Quens. Off Estelle. Married me and stayed off her last run." "She's lost. You know that." "We know." "Pity. Children, you two?" It was a moment before he answered that one. "On the way." "Ah." The woman had been a little heavy. "There are two of you Constantine boys, aren't there?" "I have a brother." "Where is he?" "On Downbelow." The expression was more and more anxious. "There's nothing to worry about." "I'm not worrying." She smiled, mocking him. "Are your forces on Downbelow, too?" he asked. She kept the smile, saying nothing. "I recall you're from Legal Affairs." "Yes." "So you'd know quite a few of the comp accesses for personnel records, wouldn't you?" He shot her a look that wasn't frightened, angry. She looked at the corridor ahead, where troops guarded the windowed complex of Central. "We're assured your cooperation," she reminded him. "Is it true that we were seated?" She smiled still, reckoning the Constantines, if anyone, to have their wits about them, to know their value and that of Pell. "Trust me," she said with irony. "Command Central," a sign said, with an arrow pointing. "Communications," another, Blue 1, 01-0122. "Those signs," she said, "come down, everywhere." "Can't." "And the color keys. The station is too confusing. Even residents could get lost. The hall's mirror image, and without our color keys." "So in my ship, Mr. Constantine, we don't mark corridors for intruders." "We have children on this station. Without the colors—" "They can learn," she said, "and the signs all come off." Station Central lay open before them, occupied by troops. Rifles swung anxiously as they entered, then recentered. She looked all about the command center, the row upon row of control consoles, the technicians and station officers who worked there. Troops visibly relaxed at her presence. Civs at their post looked relieved as well, at that of young Constantine, she reckoned. For that purpose she had brought him. "It's all right," Signy said to the troops and to Civs. "We've reached an accommodation with the station master and the council. We're not evacuating Pell. The fleet is setting up a base here, one we're not going to give up. No way Union's coming in here." A murmur went among the Civs, eyes meeting eyes with subdued looks of relief. From hostages they were suddenly allies. The troops had grounded their rifles. "Mallory," she heard whispered from point to point of the room. "That's Mallory," in that tone, which was not love, nor was it disrespect. "Show me about," she said to Damon Constantine. He walked about the control center with her, quietly named the posts, the personnel who filled them, many of whom she would remember. She was good at that when she wanted to be. She stopped a moment and looked about her, at the screens, the rotating schematic down below, dotted with green and red points. "Bases?" she asked. "We've got several auxiliary sites," he said, trying to absorb and feed what you left us. "Q?" She saw the monitor on that section too, seething human mass battering at a sealed door. Smoke, debris. "What do you do with them?" "You didn't give us that answer," he replied. Few took that tone with her. It amused her. She listened, looked about her at the grand complex, bank upon bank, boards with functions alien to those of a starship. This was commerce and the maintenance of a centuries-old orbit, cataloging of goods and manufacture, of internal and on-world populations, native and human, a colony busy with mundane life. She surveyed it with a slow intake of breath, a sense of ownership. This was what they had fought to keep alive. Com Central came through suddenly, an announcement from Council. "Wish to assure station residents," said Angelo Constantine, with council chambers in the background, "that no evacuation of this station will take place. The fleet is here for our protection." Their world. It only remained to put it in order. Chapter 4. Downbelow Main Base, 1600 hours Station Standard. Local dawn. Note: seasonal variation in daylit hours and difference in rotational period from station Earth Standard results in daily progressing time difference. Station and world pass only rarely into relative sync. End of note. Morning was near, a red line on the horizon. Amelia stood in the open, breath paced evenly through the mask, wearing a heavy jacket against the perpetual chill of nights at this latitude and elevation. The lines moved in the dark, quietly bowed figures hastening with loads like insects saving eggs from flood, outward, out of all the storage domes. The human workers still slept, those in queue and those of the residence domes. Only a few staff helped in this. His eyes could spot them here and there about the landscape of low domes and hills, tall shadows among the others. A small panting figure scurried up to him, gasped a naked breath. "Yes? Yes, you send, Constantine man?" "Bounder." "I Bounder." The voice hissed around a grin. "Good runner, Constantine man." He touched a wiry, furred shoulder, felt a spidery arm twine with his. He took a folder paper from his pocket, gave it into the Heissa's calloused hand. "Run, then," he said. "Carry this to all human camps. Let their eyes see, you understand? And tell all the Heissa, tell them all, from the river to the plain, tell them all, send their runners, even to Heissa who don't come in human camps. Tell them be careful of men, trust no strangers. Tell them what we do here. Watch, watch, but don't come near until a call they know. Do the Heissa understand?" "Lucas has come," the Heissa said. "Yes, understand, Constantine men. I Bounder, I am wind, no one catches." "Go," he said. "Run, Bounder." Hard arms hugged him with that frightening, easy strength of the Heissa. The shadow left him into the dark, flitted, ran. Words sped. It could not be recalled, not so easily. He stood still, watched the other human figures on the hillside. He had given his staff orders and refused to confide in them, wishing to spare them responsibility. The storage domes were mostly empty now, all the supplies they had contained taken deep into the bush. Word sped along the river by ways which had nothing to do with modern communications, nothing which listeners could monitor, word which sped with a Heisa speed and would not be stopped at any order from the station or those who held it. Camp to camp, human and Heisa, wherever Heisa were in touch one with the other. A thought struck him, that perhaps never before man had the Heisa had reason to talk to others of their kind in this way, that never to their knowledge was there war, never unity among the scattered tribes, but somehow knowledge of man had gotten from one place to the other, and now humans sent a message through that strange network. He imagined it passing on river banks and in the brush, by chance meetings and by purpose, with whatever purpose moved the gentle, bewildered Heisa. And over all the area of contact Heisa would steal, who had no concept of theft, and leave their work, who had no concept of wages or of rebellion. He felt cold, wrapped as he was in layers of clothing, well insulated against the chill breeze. He could not, like Bounder, run away. Being Constantine and human, he stood waiting, while advancing dawn picked out the lines of burdened workers, while humans from the other domes began to stir out of sleep to discover the systematic pilferage of stores and equipment, while his staff stood by watching it happen. Lights went on under the transparent domes. Workers came out, more and more of them, standing in shock. A siren sounded. He looked skyward, saw only the last few stars as yet, but calm had wind of something. And a presence disturbed the rocks near him, and a slim arm slipped around his waist. He hugged Maliko against him, cherishing the contact. There was a call from across the slope. Arms lifted, pointed up. The light of the descending ship was visible in the paling sky, sooner than they had wanted. "Minx!" He called one of the Heisa to him, and she came, a female with the white blaze of an old burn on her arm. Came burdened as she was and panting. "Hide now," he told her, and she ran back to the line, chattering to her fellows as she went. "Where are they going?" Maliko asked. "Did they say?" "They know," he said. "Only they know." He hugged her the tighter against the wind. "And they're coming back again. That depends on who does the asking." "If they take us away, we do what we can, but there'll be no outsiders giving them orders." The light of the ship brightened, intense. Not one of their shuttles, but something bigger and more ominous. Military, Emilio reckoned. A carrier's landing probe. "Mr. Constantine," one of the workers came running up, stopped with a bewildered spreading of his hands. "Is it true? Is it true that Mazian's up there?" "We were sent word, that's what it is. We don't know what's going on up there. Indications are things are quiet. Keep it calm, pass the word. We keep our wits about us, ride events as they come. No one says anything about the missing supplies. No one mentions them, you understand? But we aren't going to have the fleet strip us down here and then go off to leave the station to starve. That's what's going on. You pass that word too. And you take your orders only from me and from Maliko, hear?" "Sir," the man breathed, and at his dismissal ran off to carry the news. "Better put it to Q," Maliko said. He nodded, started that way, from the hillside on which they stood. Over the hill a glow flared up, field lights on to guide the landing. He and Maliko walked the path over to Q, found Way there. "Fleet's up there," Emilio said, and at the quick, panicked murmur, "We're trying to keep food for station and ourselves, trying to stop a fleet takeover down here. You saw nothing. You heard nothing. You're deaf and blind, and you don't have responsibility for anything. I do." There was murmuring from the resident workers from Q. He turned, he and Maliko, headed by the path from there to the landing site. A crowd of his own staff and resident workers formed about him. Q folk, too. No one stopped them. They had no guards anymore, not here, not at the other camps. Q worked by posted schedules like other workers. It was not without its arguments, its difficulties, but they were less a threat than what descended on them all, which would make its demand for provisions, for troop-laden carriers, and possibly demands for live bodies. The ship came down in thunder, settled into the landing area and overfilled it, and on the hillside they stopped their ears in its sound and turned their faces from its reeking wind until the engines had shut down. It rested there in the breaking day, foreign and ungainly and bristling with war. The hatch opened, lowered a jaw to the ground, and armored troops walked down onto the soil of the world as they on their hillside stood still in a line of their own, armorless and weaponless. The troops braced, aimed rifles. An officer came down the ramp into the light, a dark-skinned man with a breathing mask only, no helmet. "That's Pori," Malika whispered. "That has to be Pori himself." He felt the burden on himself to go down and answer the posed threat, let go Malika's hand, but she did not let go his. They walked down the hill together to meet the legendary captain, stopped at speaking range, all too conscious of the rifles now much closer to them. "Who's in charge of this base?" Pori demanded. "Emilio Constantine and Malika D, Captain." "Before me?" "Yes, Captain." "Receive a decree of martial law. All supplies at this base are confiscated. All civilian government, human and native, is suspended. You will turn over all records of equipment, personnel, and supplies immediately." Emilio made an ironic sweep of his free hand, offering the domes, plundered domes. Pori would not be amused, he reckoned. Certain hand-kept books had disappeared too. He was afraid, for himself, for Malika, for the men and women of this base and others, not least of all for the Haisa, who had never seen war. "You will remain on this world," Pori said, "to assist us in whatever ways are necessary." Emilio smiled tautly and pressed Malika's hand. It was a rest, nothing less than that. His father's message, rousing him out of sleep, had given him time. About him were workers who had never asked to be put in this position, who had been volunteered for this service. He relied less on their silence than on the Haisa speed. It was even possible that the military would put him under more direct restraint. He thought of his family on the station, the possibility of Pell being evacuated, and of Mazian's men making deliberate ruin of Downbelow itself in a pullout, destroying what they did not want Union to get their hands on, impressing all the able-bodied into the fleet. They would put guns in Heisa's hands if it would get them lives to throw against Union. "We'll discuss the matter," he answered. "Captain. Arms will be turned over to my troops. Personnel will submit to search." "I suggest discussion, Captain." Pori gestured sharply. "Bring them inside." The troops started for them. Malika's hand clenched on his. He took the initiative, and they walked forward on their own, suffered themselves to be spot-searched, and brought up the ramp into the glare of the ship's interior, where Pori waited. Emilio stopped at the upper end of the ramp, with Malika beside him. "We have the responsibility for this base," he said. "I don't want to make public issue of it. Very quietly, I'll comply with reasonable needs of your forces." "You are making threats, Mr. Constantine." "I'm making a statement, sir. Tell us what you want. I know this world. Military intervention in a working system would have to take valuable time to establish its own ways, and in some cases intervention could be destructive." He stared into Pori's scar-edged eyes, well read that this was a man who did not like to be defied, who was personally dangerous. "My officers will go with you," Pori said, "to get the records." Chapter 5, Part 1. Pell, Sector White 2, 1700 hours. Police had come in, quiet men, who stood by the door and talked to the supervisor. Josh saw them from under his brows and kept his head down, his fingers never missing a turn of the piece he was removing. The young girl by him had stopped outright, nudged him hard in the ribs. "Hey," she said. "Hey, it's police." 5 of them. Josh ignored the blows in his ribs, and she only jabbed him the harder. Above them the comm screen came on. The light caught his eyes, and he looked up for an instant at another general announcement for the return of limited freedom of passage in Green Section. He ducked his head and resumed work. "They're looking this way," the girl said. They were. They were making gestures in this direction. Josh shot a look up and down again, up once more, for troops had come in, armored. Company soldiers. Maziani. "Look," the girl said. He set himself back to work. The silken voice of Central continued over the comm, promising that it was all safe. He stopped believing it. Footsteps were in the aisle, coming from the other side, heavy steps, and many of them. They reached him and stopped behind him. He kept working in a last feverish hope. Damon, he thought, wished. Damon! A hand touched his shoulder and made him turn. He stared up into the supervisor's face, unfocused, on the security police from the station and a soldier in the armor and insignia of Mazian's fleet. "Mr. Talley," said one of the police, "will you come with us, please?" He realized the wrench in his hand as a weapon, carefully laid it on the counter, wiped his hands on his coveralls, and stood up. "Where are you going?" the girl beside him asked. He had never known her name. Her plain face was distressed. "Where are you going?" He did not answer, not knowing. One of the police took him by the arm and brought him away down the aisle and up the side of the shop to the door. They were all staring. "Quiet," the supervisor said. There was a general murmuring. The police and the troops brought him outside into the corridor and stopped there. The door closed, and a troop officer, in body armor only, faced him to the wall and searched him. The man took his papers from his pocket. He faced about again when they let him, and stood with his back against the wall, watching the officer go through the papers. "Atlantic," their insignia said. A sick terror worked in him. Company soldiers had the papers in their hands, and they were all his claim to harmlessness, proof of what he had been through, that he was no danger to anyone. He reached out to recover them, and the officer held them out of reach. Maziani. The shadow came back. He withdrew his hand, remembering other encounters, his heart pounding. "I have a pass," he said, trying to keep the tic from his face, which came when he was upset. "It's with the papers. You can see I work here. I'm supposed to be here." "Mornings only." "We were all held," he said. "We were all held over. Check the others. We're all from morning shift." "You'll come with us," one of the troopers said. "Ask Damon Constantine. He'll tell you. I know him. He'll tell you that I'm all right." That delayed them. "I'll make a note of that," the officer said. "It's possibly true," said one of the station police. "I've heard something like that. He's a special case." "We have our orders. Comp spat him out. We have to clear the matter. You lock him up in your facilities, or we lock him up in ours." Josh opened his mouth to state a preference. "We'll take him," the policeman said before he could plead. "My papers," Josh said. He stammered and flushed with shame. Some reactions were still too much to control. He held out a demanding hand for his papers, and it shook visibly. "Sir." The officer folded them and carefully put them into his belt kit. "He doesn't need them. He's not going anywhere. You take him and put him away, and you have him available if any of us want him. You understand that? He may go into queue later, but not till Command's had a chance to review it." "Understood," the policeman said crisply. He seized Josh's arm, led him down the corridor. The troops walked behind, and finally, at an intersection of corridors, their path and that of the troops diverged. But there were Maziani at every visible hallway. He felt cold and exposed, felt profound relief when the police stopped at a lift and took him into the car alone. They were, for that ride up and around to Red Sector 1, without the troops. "Please call Damon Constantine," he asked one of them, "or Aline Quinn, or anyone in their offices. I know the numbers." There was silence for most of the ride. "We'll report it through channels," one said finally, without looking at him. The lift stopped, read 1, Security Zone. He walked out between them, through the transparent partition and to the desk at the entry. Troops were inside this office too, armored and armed, and that sent a wave of panic through him, for he had hoped that in this place at least he was under station authority. "Please," he said at the desk while they were checking him in. He knew the young officer in charge. He had been here when he was a prisoner. He remembered. He leaned forward toward him and lowered his voice desperately. "Please call the Constantines. Let them know I'm here." Here too there was no answer, only an uncomfortable shift of the eyes away from him. They were afraid, all the stationers, terrified of the armed troops. Soldiers drew him away from the desk, led him down the corridor to the detention cells, put him into one, barren and white, and furnished only with sanitary facilities and a white bench extruded from the walls. They delayed to search him again, strip-search this time, and left him, his clothing on the floor. He dressed, sank down finally onto the bench, tucked his feet up and rested his head against his knees, tired from his long working, and knotted up with fear. Part 2. Merchanter ship Hummer, in deep space, 1700 hours. Vittorio Lucas rose from his seat and walked the curve of Hummer's dingy bridge, hesitated at the twitch of a stick in the hand of the unioner who continually kept an eye on him. They would not let him come within reach of controls in this tiny, steeply curved rotation cylinder. Most of Hummer's unlovely mass was a null G belly aft. There was a line on the tiles marked in tape which circumscribed his prison. He had not discovered yet what would happen if he crossed it without being called. He never meant to find out. He was allowed most of the circuit of the cylinder, the crew quarters where he slept, the tiny main room section, and this far into the operations area. From here he could make out one of the screens and see scan past the tech's shoulder. He lingered, staring at it, at the backs of men and women in merchanter dress who were not merchanters, his belly still queasy from drugs and his nerves crawling from jump. He had spent most of the day throwing up his insides. The captain was standing watching the screens, saw him, beckoned him. Vittorio hesitated. At a second signal came walking ahead into that forbidden operations zone, not without a backward glance at the man with the stick. He accepted the captain's friendly hand on his shoulder as he took a closer look at scan. Prosperous-looking sort, this man. Might have been a Pell businessman, urged his crew rather than snapping orders. They all treated him well enough, even with politeness. It was his situation and the potentials in it which had him terrified. Coward, his father would say in disgust. It was true, he was. This was no place and no company for him. "We're moving back soon now," the man said. Blass, his name was, Abe Blass. Didn't jump far, just enough to stay out of Mazian's way. "Relax, Mr. Lucas. Your stomach treating you better now?" He said nothing. The mention of his malaise brought a spasm to his gut. "Nothing's wrong," Blass said softly, hand still on his shoulder. "Absolutely nothing, Mr. Lucas. Mazian's arrival doesn't trouble us." He looked at the man. "And what if the fleet spots us when we come in again?" "We can always jump," Blass said. "Swan's Eye won't have strayed from her post, and Yelika won't talk. She knows where her interests lie. Just rest easy, Mr. Lucas. You still seem to have some apprehensions of us." "If my father on Pell is compromised—" "That won't be likely to happen. Jess Ed knows what he's doing, believe me. It's all planned for. And Union takes care of its friends." Blass patted the shoulder. "You're doing very well for a first jump. Take an old-timer's advice and don't push yourself. Just relax. Go on back to the main room, and I'll talk to you as soon as our move-in is plotted." "Sir," he murmured, and did as he was told, wandering past the guard back up the curving deck to the deserted main room. He took a seat at the molded table bench arrangement, leaned his arm on the table, swallowed heavily. It was not all nausea from jump. He was terrified. "Make a man of you," he could hear his father saying. He seethed with misery. He was what he was, and he did not belong here, with the likes of Abe Blass and these grim, very same people. His father had made him expendable. If he were ambitious, he would try to make points for himself in these circumstances, ingratiate himself with Union. He did not. He knew his abilities and his limits, and he wanted Rosine, wanted his comforts, wanted the good drink he could not have with the drugs filling his system. It was not going to work, none of it, and they would snatch him Union side where everyone walked in step, and that would be the end of everything he knew. He feared changes. What he had at Pell was good enough. He had never asked much of life or of anyone, and the thought of being out here in the center of nothing at all gave him nightmares. But he had no choices. His father had seen to that. Blass came finally, sat down, and solemnly spread charts on the table and explained things to him as if he were someone of consequence to the mission. He looked at the diagram and tried to understand the premises of this shifting about through nothing, when he could not in fact understand where they were, which was essentially nowhere. "You should feel very confident," Blass said. "I assure you, you're in a far safer place than the station is right now." "You're a very high officer in Union," he said, "aren't you? They wouldn't send you like this otherwise." Blass shrugged. "Hammer and Swan's Eye." All the ships you've got near, pal?" Blass shrugged again. That was his answer. Chapter 6, Part 1. Maintenance Access White, 9-1042, 2100 hours. The men had come and gone for a long time, men in shells carrying guns. Satin shivered and tucked further back into the shadows by the cargo lift. There were many who had run when the Lucas directed, who had run again when the stranger men came, by the ways that the Heisa could use, the narrow ways, the dark tunnels where Heisa could breathe without masks and men could not. Men of the up above knew these ways, but they had not yet shown them to the strangers, and Heisa were safe, though some of them cried deep in the dark, deep, deep below, so that men would not hear. There was no hope here. Satin pursed her lips and sidled backward in a crouch, waited while the air changed, scampered back into safe darkness. Hands touched her. There was mail sent. She hissed in reproof and smelt after the one who was hers. Arms folded her about. She laid her head wearily against a hard shoulder, comforting as she was comforted. Bluetooth offered her no questions. He knew that there was no better news, for he had said as much when she had insisted on going out to sea. It was trouble, bad trouble. Lucases spoke and gave orders, and strangers threatened. Old One was not here. None of the long-timers were, having gone somewhere about their own business, to the protection of important things, Satin reckoned, to duties ordered by important humans, and perhaps duties which regarded Heisa. But they had disobeyed, had not gone to the supervisors, no more than the Old Ones had gone, who also hated Lucases. "Go back?" someone asked, finally. They would be in trouble if they turned themselves in after running. Men would be angry with them, and the men had guns. "No," she said, and when there was muttering to the contrary, Bluetooth turned his head to spit a surlier negative. "Think," he said. "We go there, men can be there, bad trouble." "Hungry," another protested. No one answered. Men might take their friendship from them for what they had done. They realized that clearly now. And without that friendship they might be on Downbelow always. Satin thought of the fields of Downbelow, the soft clouds she had once thought solid enough to sit on, the rain and the blue sky and the grey-green-blue leaves, the flowers and soft mosses, most of all the air which smelled of home. End of Side 6. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 7. Downbelow Station by C.J. Cherryh, continuing on page 218. Bluetooth dreamed of that, perhaps, as the heat of her spring faded, and she had not quickened, being young, in her first adult season. Bluetooth saw things now with a clearer head. He mourned the world at times she did, but to be there always and forever. Sky sees her, that was her name, and she had seen truth. The blue was false, a cover stretched out like a great blanket. Truth was black distances, and the face of great sun shining in the dark. Truth would always hang above them. Without the favor of humans, they would return to Downbelow without hope, forever and ever to know themselves shut off from the sky. There was no home now, not now that they had looked upon sun. "Lucases go away sometime," Bluetooth murmured against her ear. She burrowed her head against him, trying to forget that she was hungry and thirsty, and did not answer him. "Guns," said another voice near them. "They will shoot us, and we will lose ourselves forever." "Not if we stay here," said Bluetooth, "and do what I said." "They are not our humans," said Big Fellow's deep voice. "Hurt our humans, these." "This is a man fight," Bluetooth returned. "Nothing for the Heisa." A thought came. Satin lifted her head. "Constantines fight this. We will find Constantines, ask what to do. Find Constantines, find Old Ones too, near Sun's place." "Ask Sun, her friend," another exclaimed. "She must know." "Where is Sun, her friend?" There was silence. No one knew. The Old Ones preserved that secret. "I will find her." That was Big Fellow. He wriggled close to them, reached out a hand to her shoulder in the dark. "I go many places. Come, come." She drew in her breath, lipped uncertainly at Bluetooth's cheek. "Come," Bluetooth agreed suddenly, drawing her by the hand. Big Fellow hastened off just ahead, a pattering of feet in the dark. They went after him, and others followed, up the dark corridors and the ladders and the narrow places, where sometimes there was light and most times not. Some fell behind, for they went among pipes and in cold places, and places which burned their bare feet, and past machinery which thundered with ominous powers. Bluetooth pushed into the lead at times, letting go her hand. At times Big Fellow shoved him aside and went first again. Satin doubted, in fact, that Bluetooth had the least idea where he was going, or what way would lead them to Sun, her friend. To the Sun's place they had been, and dimly she had that sense she had on the earth, that said in her heart what way a place should be. Up was true, she thought, that it should be left, but sometimes the tunnels did not bend left, and they wound. The two males pushed ahead, one and then the other, until they were all panting and stumbling, more and more fell behind, and at last the one behind her caught her hand, pleaded by that gesture. But Bluetooth and Big Fellow pushed on, and she was losing them. She parted from the last of their followers and kept going, trying to overtake them. "No more," she pleaded when she had caught them on the metal steps. "No more, let us go back, you are lost." Big Fellow would not heed. Panting, he edged higher. She tugged at Bluetooth, and he hissed in frustration, and went after Big Fellow. Madness had settled on them. "You show me nothing," she wailed. She bounced in despair and hastened after, panting, trying to reason with them who had passed beyond reasoning. They passed panels and doors where they might have gotten out into the open. All these they rejected. But at last they came to a place where they were faced with choices, where a light burned blue above a door, where the ladders extended everywhere, up and down and in 3 other directions. "Here," Big Fellow said after a little hesitation, feeling of the buttons at the lighted door. "Here is a way." "No," Satin moaned, "no." Bluetooth objected too, perhaps recovering his senses, but Big Fellow pushed the first button and slipped into the air chamber when the door opened. "Come back!" Bluetooth exclaimed, and they scrambled to stop him, who was mad with the rivalry, who did this for her and for nothing else. They went in after him. The door closed at their backs. The second door opened under Big Fellow's hand as they caught up with him, and there was light. It blinded. And suddenly guns fired, and Big Fellow went down in the doorway with a smell of burning. He cried and shrieked horribly, and Bluetooth whirled and hit the other door button, his hard arm carrying her with him as the door opened and wind surged about them. Man voices bellowed over a sudden wail of alarms, silenced as the door closed. They hit the ladders and ran blindly down and through the dark ways, deep into the dark. They dragged their breathers down, but the air smelt wrong. They finally stopped their running, sweating and shivering. Bluetooth rocked and moaned with pain in the dark, and Satin searched him for a wound, found his fingers locked on his upper arm. She licked the sore place, which was hot and burned, soothed it as best she could, hugged him, and tried to still the rage which had him trembling. They were lost, both lost in the dark ways, and Big Fellow was horribly dead, and Bluetooth sat and hissed with pain and anger, muscles hard and quivering. But in a moment he shook himself, lipped at her cheek, shivered as she put her arms about him. "Oh, let us go home," he whispered. "Oh, let us go home, Tom Utsapitan, and no more see humans. No machines, no fields, no man work, only Heisa, always and always. Let us go home." She said nothing. The disaster was hers, for she had suggested, and Big Fellow had wanted her, and Bluetooth had risen to the challenge of his daring, as if they had been in the high hills. Her disaster, her doing. Now Bluetooth himself spoke of leaving her dream, unwilling to follow her further. Tears filled her eyes, doubts for herself, loneliness that she had walked too far. Now they were in worse trouble, for to find themselves they must go up again to the man places, and open a door and beg help, and they had seen the result of that. They held each other, and did not stir from where they were. Part 2. Mallory looked tired, a hollowness to her eyes as she paced the aisles of Command Central, countless circuits of it, while her troops stood guard. Damon watched her, himself leaning against the counter, hungry and tired himself, but it was, he reckoned, nothing to what the fleet personnel must be feeling, having gone through jump, passing from that to this tedious police duty. Workers, never relieved at their posts, looked haggard, muttered timid complaints, but there was no other shift for these troops. "Are you going to stay here all night?" he asked her. She turned a cold look on him, said nothing, walked on. He had watched her for some hours, a foreboding presence in the center. She had a way of moving that made no noise, no swagger, no, but it was perhaps the unconscious assumption that anyone in her way would move. They did. Any tech who had to get up did so only when Mallory was patrolling some other aisle. She had never made a threat, spoke seldom, mostly to the troopers, about what only she and they knew. She was even occasionally, and before the hours wore on, pleasant, but there was no question a threat was there. Most residents on station had never seen close up the kind of gear that surrounded Mallory and her troops, had never touched a gun with their own hands, would be hard put to describe what they saw. He noted 3 different models in this small section alone: light pistol, long-barreled ones, heavy rifles, all black plastics and ominous symmetries, armor to diffuse the burn of such weapons. That gave the troops the same deadly machined look as the rest of the gear, no longer human. It was impossible to relax with such among them. A tech rose at the far side of the room, looked over her shoulder as if to see if any of the guns had moved, walked down the aisle as if it were mined, gave him a printed message, retreated at once. Damon held the message in his hand, unread, conscious of Mallory's interest. She had stopped pacing. He found no way to avoid attention, unfolded the paper, and read it. PSSCIA/PACON/AU1-1-1-10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/10/start/10360A/start/10/360A/1 tally papers confiscated and tally arrested by fleet order / sec office given choice local detention or military intervention / tally confined this post / tally request message sent Constantine family / herein complied / request instruction / request policy clarification / Saunders redone seccom / ended. He looked up, pulse racing, caught between relief it was nothing worse and distress for what it was. Mallory was looking straight at him, a curious, challenging interest on her face. She walked over to him. He considered an outright lie, hoping she would not insist on the message and make an issue of it. He considered what he knew of her and reckoned otherwise. "There's a friend of mine in trouble," he said. "I need to leave and go see about him." "Trouble with us?" He considered the lie a second time. "Something like." She held out her hand. He did not offer the message. "Perhaps I can help." Her eyes were cold, and her hand stayed extended, palm up. "Do we assume," she asked when it was not forthcoming, "that this is something embarrassing to station, or do we make further assumptions?" He handed over the paper, while there were choices at all. She scanned it, seemed perplexed for a moment, and gradually her face changed. "Tally," she said. "Josh Tally?" He nodded, and she pursed her lips. "A friend of the Constantines. How times do change." He's adjusted. The eyes flickered. "His own request," he said. "What else did Russell's leave him?" She kept looking at him, and he wished that there were somewhere else to look and somewhere else to be. Adjustment spilled things. It thrust Pal and her into an intimacy he did not want, which too clearly she did not want. Those records on station. "How is he?" she asked. He found even the asking bizarrely ugly and simply stared. "Friendship," she said. "Friendship, and from such opposite poles. Or is it patronage? He asked for adjustment, and you gave it to him, finished what Russell started. I detect offended sensibilities, do I not?" "We're not Russells." A smile to which the eyes gave the lie. "How bright a world, Mr. Constantine, where there's still such outrage, and where Q exists on the same station, within arm's reach one of the other, and administered by your office. Or maybe Q itself is misplaced compassion. I suspect you must have created that hell by half measures, by exercise of your sensibilities, your private object of outrage, this unioner, your apology to morality, or your statement on the war, Mr. Constantine? I want him out of detention. I want his papers back. He has no politics any longer. No one talked to Mallory that way. Plainly, no one did. After a long moment, she broke contact with his eyes, a dismissal, nodded slowly. You're accountable? I make myself accountable. On that understanding, no, Mr. Constantine, you don't go. You don't need to go in person. I'll clear him through fleet channels, send him home on your assurance things are as you say. You can see the records if you want. I'm sure they'd contain nothing of news. She waved a hand, a signal to someone behind him, a tiny move. His spine crawled with the sudden realization there had been a gun at his back. She walked over to the comm console, leaned over the tech, and keyed through to the fleet channel. This is Mallory. Release the papers and person of Joshua Talley in station detention. Relay to appropriate authorities, fleet and station. Over. The acknowledgement came back, impersonal and uninterested. May I, Damon asked her, may I send a call to him? He'll need some clear instruction. Sir, one of the techs nearby said, facing about in her place. Sir. He glanced distractedly at the anguished face. A downer's been shot, sir, in Green 4. The breath went out of him. For a moment his mind refused to work. He's dead, sir. He shook his head, sick at his stomach, turned and glared at Mallory. They don't hurt anything. No downer ever lifted a hand to a human except to escape in panic, ever. Mallory shrugged. Past mending now, Mr. Constantine. Get on about your own business. Someone slipped and fired. There was a no-shoot order. It's our business, not yours. Our own people will take care of it. They're people, Captain. We've shot people, too, Mallory said, unruffled. Get on about your business, I say. This matter is under martial law, and I'll settle it. He stood still. Everywhere in the center, faces were turned toward them, and the boards flashed with neglected lights. Get to work, he ordered them sharply, and backs turned at once. Get a station medic to that area. You try my patience, Mallory said. They are our citizens. Your citizenship is broad, Mr. Constantine. I'm telling you, they're terrified of violence. If you want chaos on this station, Captain, panic the downers. She considered the point, nodded finally, without rancor. If you can mend the situation, Mr. Constantine, see to it, and go where you choose. Just that. Go. He started away, glanced back with sudden dread of Mallory, who could cast away a public argument. He had lost, had let anger get the better of him. And go, she said, as if her pride were nothing. He left, with a disturbed feeling that he had done something desperately dangerous. Clear Damon Constantine for passage, Mallory's voice thundered through the corridors, and troops who had made to challenge him did not. Part 3. He ran, leaving the lift on Green 4, his ID and card in hand, flashed both at a zealous trooper who tried to bar his way and won through. Troops were gathered ahead, blocking off all view. He ran up and roughly seized, showed the card, and pushed his way past the troopers. Damon. He heard Aline's voice before he saw her, swung about and met her arms in the press of armored troops, hugged her in relief. It's one of the temporaries, she said, a male named Bigfellow. Dead. Get out of here, he wished her, not trusting the troops' good sense. He looked beyond her. There was a good deal of blood on the floor at the access doorway. They had gotten the dead downer into a body bag and onto a stretcher for removal. Aline, her arm linked with his, showed no inclination to leave. Dora's got him, she said, but the shot may have killed him first. Lieutenant Vanas, off India, she murmured, for a young officer urged his way toward them, in charge of this unit. What happened? Damon asked the lieutenant. What happened here? Mr. Constantine, a regrettable error. The downer appeared unexpectedly. This is Pell, Lieutenant, full of civilians. The station will want a full report on this. For the safety of your station, Mr. Constantine, I'd urge you to review your security procedures. Your workers blew the lock. That cut the downer in half when the emergency seal went. Someone had that inner door open out of sequence. How far do these tunnels go? Everywhere?" "They've run," Eileen said quickly. "Down, away from here. They're probably temporaries, and they don't know the tunnels well, and they're not about to come out again with the threat of guns out here. They'll hide down there till they die." "Order them out," Vonnar said. "You don't understand the downers," Damon said. "Get them all out of the tunnels. Seal them up." "Pell's maintenance is in those tunnels, Lieutenant, and our downer workers live in that network with their own atmospheric system. The tunnels can't shut down." "I'm going in there," he said to Eileen. "They may answer." She bit her lip. "I'm staying right here," she said, "till you come out." There were objections he would have made. It was not the place for them. He shot a look at Vonars. "It may take me a while. Downers aren't a negotiable matter on Pell. They're frightened, and they can get into places they can die in and cause us real trouble. If I get into trouble, contact station authorities. Don't send troops in. We can deal with them. If another gun goes off in their vicinity, we may not have a maintenance system, sir. Our life support and theirs are linked, a system in precise balance." Vonnar said nothing, did not react. It was impossible to know if reason meant anything with him or the rest of them. He squeezed Eileen's hand, drew away, and shouldered his way past the armored troops, tried to avoid stepping in a dark pool of blood as he carted open the lock. The door opened, closed behind him, started its cycle automatically. He reached for the human breathing gear which always hung on the right of entry of such chambers, slipped it on before the effects became severe. His breath took on the suck and hiss he associated subconsciously with downer presence, loud in the metal chamber. He opened the inner door, and the echo came back out of far depths. He had a dim blue light where he was, but he paused to unlock the compartment by the door and take out a lamp. The powerful beam cut through the dark into a web of steel. "Downers," he called, his voice echoing hollowly down and down. He felt the cold as he walked through the door and let it seal, stood on the joining platform from which the ladders ran in all directions. "Downers, it's Damon Constantine. Do you hear me? Call out if you hear me." The echoes died very slowly, depth upon depth. "Downers?" A moan drifted up out of the dark, an echoing keening which stirred the hairs at his nape. Anger? He went further, gripping the light with one hand, the thin rail with the other, stopped and listened. "Downers?" Something moved in the dark depths. Soft footfalls rang very softly on metal far below. "Constantine?" An alien voice lisped. "Constantine, man?" "It's Damon Constantine," he called again. "Please come up. No guns. It's safe." He stayed still, feeling the slight tremor in the scaffolding as feet trotted far down in the dark. He heard breathing, and his eyes caught the light far below, shimmer like illusion. There was an impression of fur and another glimmer of eyes ascending by stages. He stayed very still, one man, and fragile in these dark places. They were not dangerous, but no one had attacked them with guns before. They came, more distinct in his handheld light, bedraggled and struggling up the last stage, panting, the one hurt and the other wide-eyed with terror. "Constantine, man," that one said with a quavering lisp. "Help, help, help." They held out hands, pleading. He set the lamp down on the grating on which he stood and accepted them as children, touched the male very carefully, for the poor fellow was bleeding all down his arm, and drew back his lips in a fretful snarl. "All right," he assured them. You're safe now. I'll get you out." "Scared, Constantine, man." The female stroked her mate's shoulder and looked from one to the other of them with round, shadowed eyes. "All hide gone, find no path." "I don't understand you." More we. Dead hungry, dead fraid. Please help we." "Call them." She touched the male, a gesture eloquent of worry. The male chattered something to her, pushed at her, and she reached untouched at Damon. "I'll wait," Damon assured her. I wait here, all safe. Love you, she said in a breath, and scrambled back down with a ringing of the metal steps, lost at once in the dark. In a moment more, shrieks and trills sounded out into the depths until the echoes redoubled. Voices woke out of other places, male and female, deep and high, until all the depths and dark went mad. A shriek erupted by him. The male shouted something down. They came in the silence which followed, ringing of steps on the metal deep below, callings occasionally echoing sharply, and moanings rising, which stirred the scalp. The female came running back to stroke her mate's shoulder and to touch his hands. I Satin, I call, make ye all right, Constantine, man. They have to come through the lock a few at a time, you understand. Careful of the lock. I know, Lock, she said. I careful. Go, I bring they. She was already hastening down again. Damon put his arm about the male and brought him into the lock, dragged his mask up for him, for the fellow was muzzy with shock, snarling with pain, but making no attempt to snap or strike. The next door opened on the flare of light and armed men, and the Downers started within the circle of his arm, snarled and spat, yielded to a reassuring hug. Eileen was there, breaking through the troops, holding her hands out to help. Get the troops back, Damon snapped, light-blinded and unable to distinguish Vanars. Out of the way! Quit waving guns at them! He urged the Downer to sit on the floor by the wall, and Eileen was ordering the medic over. Back these troops out of here, Damon said again. Leave us to it. An order was passed. To his great relief, the India troopers began to pull back, and the Downer sat still, with some persuasion, yielded his injured arm to examination as the medic knelt down with his kit. Damon tugged his own mask down, stifling in it, squeezed Eileen's hand as she bent down beside him. The air stank of sweating, frightened Downer, a pungent muskiness. Name's Bluetooth, the medic said, checking the tag. He made a few swift notes and began gently to treat the injury. Burn and hemorrhage, minor except for shock. Drink, Bluetooth pleaded, and reached for the kit. The medic rescued it and quietly promised him water when they could find some. The lock opened, yielded up a near dozen Downers. Damon stood up, reading panic in their looks. I'm Constantine, he said at once, for the name carried importance with the Downers. He met them with outstretched hands, suffered himself to be hugged by sweating, shock-hazed Downers, gentle enfoldings of powerful furred arms. Eileen welcomed them likewise, and in a moment another lockful had spilled out, making a knot which filled the corridor and outnumbered the troops who stood in the end of the hall. The Downers cast anxious looks in that direction, but kept together. Another lockful, and Bluetooth's mate was with them, chattering anxiously until she had found him. Vanars came among them, quite without swagger in this brown-furred flood. You're requested to get them to a secure area as quickly as possible, Vanars said. Use your comm and clear us passage via the emergency ramps via 4 through 9 to the docks, Damon said. Their habitat is accessible from there. We'll escort them back. That's quickest and safest for all concerned. He did not wait for Vanar's comment in the matter, but waved an arm at the Downers. Come, he said, and they fell silent and began to move. Bluetooth, his arm done up in a white bandage, scrambled up not to be left, and chattered something to the others. Satin added her own voice, and there was a general and sudden cheerfulness among the Downers. He walked hand in hand with Eileen, and the Downers strode along about and behind them with the peculiar accompaniment of the breather sounds, moving gladly and quickly. The few guards along their route stayed very still, suddenly in the minority, and Downers chattered with increasing freedom among themselves as they reached the end of the hall and entered the spiraling broad ramp which led to doors on all the 9 levels. An arm snaked about Damon's left as they descended. He looked, and it was Bluetooth, and Satin was with him, so that they came 4 abreast down the ramp, bizarre company. 5, for another had joined hands with Eileen on the right. Satin cried something. A chorus answered. Again she spoke, her voice echoing in the heights and depths, and again the chattering chorus thundered out, with a bounce in steps about them. Another yelled from the rear, and voices answered, and a second time. Damon tightened his hand on Eileen's, at once stirred and alarmed at this behavior, but the downers were content to walk with him, shouting what had begun to sound like a marching chant. They broke into Green 9 and marched down the long hall, entered the docks with a great shout, and the echoes rang. The line of troops which guarded the ship accesses stirred ominously, but no more than that. "Stay with me," Damon ordered his companions sternly, and they did so, up the curving horizon into the area of their habitat, and there to a parting. "Go," he told them. "Go, and mind you, be careful. Don't scare the men with guns." He had expected them to run, scampering free as they had begun to do about him. But one by one they came and wished to hug him and Eileen, with tender care, so that the parting took some little time. Last, Satin and Bluetooth, who hugged and patted them. "Love you," Bluetooth said. "Love you," said Satin in her turn. No word, no question about the dead one. Big Fellow was lost, Damon told them, although he was sure by Bluetooth's burn that they had been somewhere involved in the matter. Dead. Satin bobbed a solemn agreement. "You send he home, Constantine, man." "I'll send," he promised. Humans died and did not merit transport. They had no strong ties to this soil or to any soil, a vague, distressed desire toward burying, but not at inconvenience. This was inconvenient, but so was it to be murdered far from home. "I'll see it's done." "Love you," she said solemnly, and hugged him a second time, laid her hand most gently on Eileen's belly, and walked away with Bluetooth, running after a moment to the lock which led to their own tunnels. It left Eileen standing with her own hand to her stomach and a dazed stare at him. How could she know? Eileen asked, with a bewildered laugh. It disturbed him, too. "It shows a little," he said. "To one of them?" "They don't get large," he said, and looking past her to the docks and the lines of troops. "Come on, I don't like this area." She looked where he had, to the soldiers and the more motley groups which ranged the up-curving horizon of the docks near the bars and restaurants. Merchanters, keeping an eye on the military, on a dock which had been taken away from them. "Merchanters have owned this place since Pell began," she said, "and the bars and the sleepovers. Establishments are shutting down, and Mazian's troops won't be happy. Freighter crews and Mazians in one bar, in one sleepover. Station security had better be tight when any of those troops go on liberty." "Come on," he said, taking her arm. "I want you out of this. Running out here, going out into that corridor with the downers." "Where were you?" she shot back. "Down in the tunnels." "I know them." "So I know the docks." "So what were you doing up in 4? "I was down here when the call came. I asked Q for a pass and got one. Got his lieutenant to cooperate with dock officers. I was doing my job, thank you, and when the call came through Fleetcom, I got Vanars up there before someone else got shot." He hugged her gratefully, walked with her around the turn into Blue 9, another barren vista of troops stationed at intervals, and no one in the corridors. "Josh," he said suddenly, dropping his arm. "What?" He kept his pace, headed for the lift, gathered his papers from his pocket, but they were India troops and they were waved through. "Josh got picked up. Mallory knows he's here and where he is." "What are you going to do about it?" "Mallory agreed to release him. They may have let him loose already. I've got to check comp and find out where he is, whether still in detention or back at his apartment." "He could sleep over with us." He said nothing, thinking about that. "Which of us," she asked, "is really going to sleep easy otherwise?" "Not much sleep with him around, either. We'll be jammed up in that apartment, as good as have him in bed with us." "So I've slept crowded. So it could drag on more than one night, if they get their hands on him." "Eileen, it's one thing if Station handles a protest. There are things in this, personal things with Josh." "Secrets?" "Things that don't bear the light. Things Mallory might not want out, you understand me? She's dangerous. I've talked to multiple murderers less cold-blooded." "Fleet captain. It's a breed, Damon. Ask any merchanter. You know there are probably kin of the merchanters on station standing in those lines, but they'll not break formation to hail their own mothers. No. What the fleet takes doesn't come back. You don't tell me anything I don't know about the fleet. I can tell you that if we want to do something, we should do it. Now. If we bring him in with us, we risk having that act in Fleet files. I think I know what you want to do. She had her own stubbornness. He reckoned matters, stopped at the lift, his hand on the button. I figure we'd better get him, he said. So, she said. Thought so. Chapter 7, Part 1, PAL, Sector White 4, 22:30 hours. John Lucas walked nervously through the vacant halls, despite the pass Q had given to all of them in the council chambers. Troops might be withdrawn progressively, starting at main dawn, they had been promised. Had to, he reckoned. Some of them were already being rotated off to rest, some fleet crew, armorless, taking up guard in their places. It was all quiet. He was not even challenged but once at the lift exit, and he walked to his door, used his card to open it. The front room was deserted. His heart lurched with the immediate fear that his unbidden guest had strayed, but then Bran Hale appeared in the hall by the kitchen and looked relieved to see him. "All right," Hale said, and Jessad came out, and 2 others of Hale's men after him. "About time," Jessad said. This was growing tedious. "It's going to stay that way," John said peevishly. "Everyone has to stay here tonight. Hale, Daniels, Clay. I'm not having my apartment door pour a horde of visitors out under the troops' noses. They'll be gone come morning." "The fleet?" Hale asked. "The troops in the halls." John went to the kitchen bar, examined a bottle which had been full when he left it, and which now had 2 fingers remaining. He poured himself a drink and sipped it with a sigh, his eyes stinging with exhaustion. He walked over to the chair he favored and sank down as Jessad took his place opposite, across the low table, and Hale and his men rummaged at the bar for another bottle. "I'm glad you were prudent," he said to Jessad. "I was worried." Jessad smiled, cat-eyed. "I surmise you were. That for a moment or two you thought of solutions. Maybe you're still thinking in that line. Shall we discuss it?" John frowned, slid a glance at Hale and his men. "I trust them more than you, and that's a fact." "It's likely you thought of being rid of me," Jessad said, "and I wouldn't be surprised if you aren't right now more concerned about where rather than if. You might get away with it entirely. Probably you would." The directness disturbed him. "Since you bring it up yourself, I suppose you've got a counter-proposal." The smile persisted. "1, I'm no present hazard. You may want to think matters over. 2, I am undismayed by Mazian's arrival." "Why?" "Because that contingency is covered." John lifted the glass to his lips and took a stinging swallow. "By what?" "When you jump to land in the deep, Mr. Lucas, you can do it 3 safe ways. Not throw much into the jump in the first place, if you're in regions you know very, very well, or use a star's G to pull you up, or if you're good, the mass in some null point. A lot of junk in Pell's vicinity, you know that? Nothing very big, but big enough." "What are you talking about?" "The Union fleet, Mr. Lucas. Do you think there's no reason Mazian has his ships grouped for the first time in decades? Pell's all they have left, and the Union fleet is out there just as they sent me ahead, knowing where they'd come." Hale and his men had gathered, settled on the couch and along the back of it. John shaped the situation in his mind. Pell a battle zone, the worst of all scenarios. "And what happens to us when it's discovered there's no way to dislodge Mazian?" "Mazian can be driven off, and when that's done he has no bases at all. He's done, and we have peace, Mr. Lucas, with all the rewards of it. That's why I'm here." "I'm listening." "Officials have to be taken out. The Constantines have to be taken out. You have to be set in their place. Have you the nerve for that, Mr. Lucas, despite relationships? I understand there's a kinship involved here. Yourself, Constantine's wife." He clamped his lips together, flinching as he always did, from the thought of Alicia as she was now. Could not face that, had never been able to stomach it. It was not life linked to those machines. Not life. He wiped at his face. "My sister and I don't speak, haven't for years. She's an invalid. Dayan would have told you that." "I'm aware of it. I'm talking about her husband, her sons. Have you the nerve, Mr. Lucas? Nerve, yes, if the planning makes sense. There's a man on this station named Cressich. He sucked in a slow breath, the drink resting in his hand against the chair arm. Vasily Cressich, elected councillor of Q. How do you know him? Day and Jacoby gave us the name as the councillor from that zone, and we have files. This man Cressich comes from Q when the council meets. He then has a pass which will let him do so, or is it visual inspection? Both. There are guards. Can those who do the inspecting be bribed? For some things, yes, but stationers, Mr. Whoever you are, have a natural reluctance to doing anything to damage the station they're living in. You can get drugs and liquor into Q, but a guard's conscience about a case of liquor and his instinct for self-preservation are two different things. Then we'll have to keep any conference with him brief, won't we? Not here. That's up to you. Perhaps the lending of an ID and papers. I'm sure among your many faithful employees something can be arranged, some apartment near the Q zone. What kind of conference are you talking about, and what are you looking for from Cressich? The man is spineless. How many employees do you have in all? Jess had asked, as faithful and trusted as these men here, men who might take risks, who might kill. We have need of that sort. John cast a look at Bran Hale, feeling short of breath. Back again. Well, Cressich isn't the type, I'll tell you. Cressich has contacts. Can a man stay seated atop that monster of Q without them? Part 2. Pell, Sector Green 7, Merchanters Hospice, 22:41 hours. Com buzzed. The light was on, a call coming through. Josh looked at it across his room, stopped in his pacing. They had let him go. Go home, they had said, and he had done so, through corridors guarded by police and Maziani. They knew at this moment where he was, and now someone was calling his room hard after his arrival. The caller insisted. The red light stayed on, blinking. He did not want to answer, but it might be detention, checking to be sure he had gotten here. He was afraid not to respond to it. He crossed the room and pushed the reply button. Josh Talley, he said, into the mic. Josh, it's Damon. Good to hear your voice. Are you all right? He leaned against the wall, caught his breath. Josh? I'm all right. Damon, you know what happened. I know. Your message got to me. I've taken personal responsibility for you. You're coming to our apartment tonight. Pack what you need. I'm coming there after you. Damon, no, stay out of this. We've talked it over. It's all right. No argument. Damon, don't let it get on their records. We're your legal sponsors as it is, Josh. It's already on the records. Don't. Eileen and I are on our way. The contact went dead. He wiped his face. The knot which had been in his stomach had risen into his throat. He saw no walls, nothing of where he was. It was all metal, and Sidney Mallory, young face and age-silvered hair, and eyes dead, and oldest of all, Damon and Eileen, and the child they wanted. They prepared to put everything at risk, for him. He had no weapons, needed none, if it were to be himself and her alone, as it had been in her quarters. He had been dead then inside, had existed, hating his existence. The same kind of paralysis beckoned now, to let things be, accept, take cover where it was offered. It was always easier. He had not threatened Mallory, having had nothing to fight for. He pushed from the wall, felt of his pocket, making sure his papers were there. He walked into the hall and through it, past the unmanned front desk of the hospice, out into the open where the guards stood. One of the local security started to challenge him. He looked frantically down the corridor where a trooper stood. "You!" he shouted, disturbing the vacant quiet of the hall. Police and trooper reacted, the trooper with leveled rifle, and a suddenness which had almost been a pulled trigger. Josh swallowed thickly, held his hands in plain view. "I want to talk with you." The rifle motioned. He walked with hands still wide at his sides, toward the armored trooper and the dark muzzle. "Far enough," the trooper said. "What is it?" The insignia was Atlantic's. "Mallory of Norway," he said. "We're good friends. Tell her Josh Talley wants to talk with her. Now." The trooper had a disbelieving look, a scowl finally, but he balanced the rifle in the crook of his arm and reached for his comm button. "I'll relay to the Norway duty officer," he said. "You'll be going in either case. Your way if she does know you, and on general investigation if she doesn't." "She'll see me," he said. The trooper pushed the comm button and queried. What came back came privately over his helmet comm, but his eyes flickered. "Check it then," he said to Norway. And after a moment more, "Command Central, got it, out." He hooked the comm unit to his belt again and motioned with the rifle barrel. "Keep walking down that hall and go up the ramp. That trooper down there will take you in charge and see you talk to Mallory." He went, walking quickly, for he did not reckon it would take Damon and Eileen long to reach the hospice. They searched him. Of course they would do so. He endured it for the third time this day, and this time it did not bother him. He was cold inside, and outer things did not trouble him. He straightened his clothes and walked with them up the ramp, past sentries at every level. On Green 2 they entered a lift and rode it the short rise and traverse into Blue 1. They had not even asked for his papers, had scarcely looked at them more than to be sure that the folder held nothing but papers. They walked a short distance back along the matting-carpeted hall. There was a reek of chemicals in the air. Workmen were busy peeling all the location signs. The windowed section further, crammed with comp equipment and with a few techs moving about, was specially guarded. Norway troops. They opened the door and let him and his guards in into Station Central, among the aisles of busy technicians. Mallory, seated at the end of the counters, rose to meet him, smiled coldly at him, her face haggard. "Well," she said. He had thought the sight of her would not affect him. It did. His stomach wrenched. "I want to come back," he said, "on Norway." "Do you?" "I'm no stationer. I don't belong here. Who else would take me?" Mallory looked at him and said nothing. A tremor started in his left knee. He wished he might sit down. They would shoot him if he made a move. He thoroughly believed that they would. The tic threatened his composure, jerked at the side of his mouth when she turned away a moment and glanced back again. She laughed, a dry chuckle. "Constantine put you up to this?" "No." "You've been adjusted. That so?" The stammer tied his tongue. He nodded. "And Constantine makes himself responsible for your good behavior." It was all going wrong. "No one's responsible for me," he said, stumbling on the words. "I want a ship. If Norway is all I've got, then I'll take it." He had to look at her directly, at eyes which flickered with imagined thoughts, things which were not going to be said here before the troopers. "You search him?" she asked the guards. "Yes, ma'am." She stood thinking a long moment, and there was no smile, no laughter. "Where are you staying?" "A room in the old hospice." "The Constantines provide it?" "I work. I pay for it." "What's your job?" "Small salvage." An expression of surprise, of derision. "So I want out of it," he said. "I figure you owe me that." There was interruption, movement behind him, which stopped. Mallory laughed, a bored, weary laugh, and beckoned to someone. "Constantine, come on in. Come get your friend." Josh turned. Damon and Eileen were both there, flushed and upset and out of breath. They had followed him. "If he's confused," Damon said, "he belongs in the hospital." He came and laid a hand on Josh's shoulder. Come on, Josh." "He's not confused," Mallory said. "He came here to kill me. Take your friend home, Mr. Constantine, and keep a watch on him, or I'll handle matters my way." There was stark silence. "I'll see to it," Damon said after a moment. His fingers bit into Josh's shoulders. Come on." Josh moved, walked with him and Eileen past the guards, out and down the long corridor with the work crews and the chemical smell. The doors of Central closed behind them. Neither of them said anything. Damon's grip shifted to his elbow, and they took him into a lift, rode it down the short distance to 5. There were more guards in this hall and station police. They passed unchallenged into the residential halls to Damon's own door. They brought him inside and closed the door. He stood, waiting, while Damon and Eileen went through the routine of turning on lights and taking off jackets. "I'll send for your clothes," Damon said shortly. "Come on, make yourself at home." It was not the welcome he deserved. He picked a leather chair, mindful of his grease-stained work clothes. Eileen brought him a cool drink, and he sipped at it without tasting it. Damon sat down on the arm of the chair next to his. Temper showed. Josh accepted that, found a place at his feet to stare at. "You ran us a circular chase," Damon said. "I don't know how you got past us, but you managed it." "I asked to go." Whatever Damon would have wanted to say, he swallowed. Eileen came over and sat down on the couch opposite him. "So what did you have in mind?" Damon asked, evenly. "You shouldn't have gotten involved. I didn't want you involved." "So you ran from us?" He shrugged. "Josh, did you mean to kill her?" "Eventually. Somewhere. Sometime." They found nothing to say. Damon finally shook his head and looked away, and Eileen came over behind Josh's chair, laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. "It didn't work," Josh said finally, tripping on the words. "It went every way wrong. I'm afraid now she thinks you put me up to it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Eileen's hand brushed his hair, descended again to his shoulder. Damon simply stared at him as if he were looking at someone he had never seen before. "Don't you ever," Damon said, "think of doing that again." "I didn't want you to hurt. I didn't want you taking me in with you. Think how it looks to them, you with me. You think Mazian runs this station all of a sudden? And you think a captain in the fleet is going to break relations with the Constantines, whose cooperation Mazian needs, in a personal feud?" He thought that over. It made sense in a way he wanted to believe, and therefore he suspected it. "It's not going to happen," Damon said, "so forget about it. No trooper is about to walk into this apartment. You can depend on it. Just don't give them excuses for wanting to. And you came close. You understand that? The worst thing you can do is give them a pretext. Josh, it was Mallory's order that got you out of detention. I asked it. She did it a second time back there as a favor. Don't depend on a third." He nodded, shaken. "Have you eaten today?" He considered, confused, finally thought back to the sandwich, realized that at least part of his malaise was lack of food. "Missed supper," he said. "I'll get you some clothes of mine that will fit. Wash up, relax. We'll go back to your apartment tomorrow morning and get whatever you need." "How long am I going to stay here?" he asked, turning his head to look at Eileen and back at Damon. It was a small place. He was aware of the inconvenience. "I can't move in on you." "You stay here until it's safe," Damon said. "If we have to make further arrangements, we will. In the meantime, I'm going to do some review on your papers, or whatever excuse I can contrive that will excuse your spending the next few working days in my office." "I don't go back to the shop?" "When this is settled. Meanwhile, we're not going to let you out of our sight. We make it clear they'll have to create a major incident to touch you. I'll put my father onto it, too, so that no one in either office gets caught by a surprise request. Just please don't provoke anything." "No," he agreed. Damon gave a jerk of his head back toward the hall. He rose and went with Damon, and Damon searched an armload of clothing out of the lockers outside the bath. He went into the bath, bathed, and felt better, clean of the memory of the detention cell, wrapped himself in the soft robe Damon had lent him, and came out to the aroma of supper cooking. They ate, crowded at the table, exchanged what they had seen in their separate sections. He could talk without anxiousness finally, now that the nightmare was on him, and he was no longer alone in it. He chose the far corner of the kitchen, made himself a pallet on the floor, out of the amazing abundance of bedding Eileen urged on him. "We'll get a cot by tomorrow," she promised him. "At the least a hammock." He settled down in it, heard them settle in the living room, and felt safe, believing finally what Damon had told him, that he was in a refuge even Mazian's fleet could not breach. Chapter 8. Down below, Africa landing probe, main base 2400 hours main day, 1200 hours alter day, local daylight. Amelia leaned back in the chair and stared resolutely at Pori's scowl, waited, while the scarred captain made several notes on the printout before him and pushed it back across the table at him. Emilio gathered it up, leafed through the supply request, nodded slowly. "It may take a little time," he said. "At the moment," said Pori, "I am simply relaying reports and acting on instructions. You and your staff are not cooperating. Go on with that as long as you please." They sat in a small personnel area of Pori's ship, flat-decked, never meant for prolonged space flight. Pori had had his taste of down-below air and of their domes and the dust and the mud, and retreated to his ship in disgust, calling him in instead of visiting the main dome. And that would have suited him well if it had only taken the troops away as well. It had not. They were still outside, masked and armed. Q and the residents as well worked the fields under guns. "I also am receiving instructions," Emilio said, "and acting on them. The best that we can do, Captain, is to acknowledge that both sides are aware of the situation, and your reasonable request will be honored. We are both under orders." A reasonable man might have been placated. Pori was not. He simply scowled. Perhaps he resented the order which had put him on down below. Perhaps it was his natural expression. Likely he was short of sleep. The short intervals at which the troops outside were being relieved indicated they had not come in fresh, and Pori's crew had been in evidence, not Pori. Alternate crew, perhaps. "Take your time," Pori repeated, and it was evident that he would remember the time taken, the day that he had the chance to do things his own way. "By your leave," Emilio said, received no courtesy, and stood up and walked out. The guards let him go, down the short corridor and via lift to the ship's big belly, where lift functioned as lock, into down-below atmosphere. He drew up his mask and walked down the lowered ramp into the cool wind. They had not yet sent occupation forces to the other camps. He reckoned that they would like to, but that their forces were limited, and there were no landing areas at those sites. As for Pori's demand for supplies, he reckoned he could come up with the requested amount. It scanted them, certainly scanted station, but their balking and the strict domes, he reckoned, had at least gotten the fleet's demand down to something tolerable. Situation improved. His father's most recent message had been, "No evacuation planned. Fleet contemplating permanent base at Pell." That was not the best news. It was not the worst. All his life he had figured on the war as a debt which had to come due some day, in some generation, that Pell could not keep its neutrality forever. While the company agents had been with them, he had hoped, forlornly, that some outside force might be prepared to intervene. It was not. They had Mazian instead, who was losing the war Earth would not finance, who could not protect a station that might decide to finance him, who knew nothing of Pell and cared nothing for down below's delicate balances. "Where are the downers?" the troops had asked. Frightened by strangers, he had answered. There was no sign of them. He did not plan that there should be. He tucked Pori's supply request into his jacket pocket and walked the path up and over the hill. He could see the troops standing here and there among the domes, rifles evident, could see the workers far off among the fields, all of them, turned out to work, regardless of schedules or age or health. Troops were down at the mill, at the pumping station. They were asking questions among the workers about production rates. So far it had not shaken the basic story. That station had simply absorbed what they produced. There were all those ships up there, all those merchanters orbiting station. It was not likely that even Mazian would start singling out merchanters and taking supply from them, not when they were that numerous. But Mazian, the thought kept nagging at him, had not outmaneuvered Union this long to be taken in by Emilio Constantine. Not likely. He walked the path down over the bridge and the gully, up again toward operations. He saw its door open, saw Miliko come outside, stand waiting for him, her black hair blowing, her arms clenched against the day's chill. She had wanted to come to the ship with him, fearing his going alone into Pori's hands without witnesses. He had argued her out of it. She started toward him now, coming down the hill, and he waved to let her know it was at least as all right as it was likely to be. they were still in command of Downbelow. Chapter 9. Blue 1, 10-5-52, 0900. A trooper was on guard at the corner. John Lucas hesitated, but that was guaranteed to attract attention. The trooper made a move of his hand to the vicinity of the pistol. John came ahead nervously, card in hand, offered it, and the trooper, heavy-set, dark-skinned, took it and frowned while looking at it. "That's a council clearance," John said. "Top council clearance." "Yes, sir," the trooper said. John took the card back, started down the cross hall with the feeling that the trooper was still watching his back. "Sir." He turned. "Mr. Constantine's at his office, sir." "His wife's my sister." There was a moment of silence. "Yes, sir," the trooper said mildly, and made himself a statue again. John turned and walked on. Angelo did well for himself, he thought bitterly. No crowding here, no giving up of his living space. The whole end of Cross Hall 4 was Angelo's. And Alicia's. He stopped at the door, hesitated, his stomach tightening. He had gotten this far. There was a trooper back there who would ask questions, make an issue of unusual behavior. There was no going back. He pressed calm, waited. "Who?" a reedy voice asked, startling him. "Who you?" "Lucas," he said. "John Lucas." The door opened. A thin, grayed Downer frowned up at him from eyes surrounded with wrinkles. "I, Lily," she said. He brushed past her, stepped in, and looked about the dim living room, the costly furniture, the luxury, the space of it. The Downer Lily hovered there, anxious, let the door close. He turned, his eyes drawn to light, saw a room beyond, a white floor, with the illusion of windows open on space. "You come see she?" Lily asked. "Tell her I'm here." "I tell." The old Downer bowed, walked away with a stooped, brittle step. The place was quiet, deathly hushed. He waited in the dark living room, found nothing to do with his hands, his stomach more and more upset. There were voices from the room. John, he heard in the midst of it, Alicia's voice. At least it was the human one. He shivered, feeling physically ill. He had never come to these rooms, never. Had seen Alicia by remote, tiny, withered, a shell the machine sustained. He came now. He did not know why he came, and did know. To find out what was truth, to know if he could face dealing with Alicia, if it was life worth living. All these years, the pictures, the transmitted cold pictures he could somehow deal with, but to be there in the same room, to look into her face and have to talk with her. Lily came back, hands folded, bowed. You come now." He moved, got as far as halfway to the white-tiled room, the sterile, hushed room, and his stomach nodded. Suddenly he turned and started for the outside door. "You come?" The Downer's puzzled voice pursued him. "You come, sir?" He touched the switch and left, let the door close behind him, drew a breath of the cooler, freer air of the hall outside. He walked away from it, the place, the Constantines. "Mr. Lucas?" the trooper on guard said as he reached the corner, his eyes asking curious questions through the courtesy. She was asleep, he said, swallowed, kept walking, trying with every step to put that apartment and that white room out of his mind. He remembered a child, a girl, someone else. He kept it that way. Chapter 10, Part 1. Pell, Sector Blue 1, Council Chambers, 10-6-52, 1400 hours. Council was breaking up early, having passed what measures were set before it to pass, with Q of India sitting in grim witness of what they said and what they did, his stone-still countenance casting a pall on debate. On this third day of the crisis, Mazian made his demands, and obtained. Creswich gathered up his notes and came down from the uppermost tier into the sunken center of the chambers by the seats about the table, delayed there, resisting the outflow of traffic, looking anxiously toward Angelo Constantine, who conferred with Nguyen and Landgraf and some of the other representatives. Q still sat at the table, listening, his bronzed face like a mask. He feared Q, feared to raise his business in front of him. But he went, nevertheless, edged insistently as close as he could get to the head of it, into that private company about Constantine where he knew he was not wanted, Q's representative, reminder of problems no one had time to solve. He waited while Constantine finished his discussion with the others, stared at Constantine intently, so that Constantine should be aware that his particular attention was wanted. At last Constantine took note of him, stayed a moment from his evident intention to leave in Q's company, for Q had risen. "Sir," Cresset said. "Mr. Constantine." He drew from his folder of papers one which he had prepared, proffered it to Constantine's hand. "I have limited facilities, Mr. Constantine. Comp and print isn't accessible to me where I live. You know that. The situation there—" He moistened his lips, conscious of Constantine's frown. "My office was nearly mobbed last night. Please, sir, can we assure my constituents that the Downbelow appointments will continue?" "That's under negotiation, Mr. Cresset. The station is making every effort to get procedures back to normal, but programs are being reviewed. Policy and directions are being reviewed." "It's the only hope." He avoided Q's stare, kept his eyes fixed on Constantine. "Without that we've got no hope. Our people will go to Downbelow, to the fleet, to any place that will take them. Only the applications have to be accepted. They have to see there's hope of getting out. Please, sir." "The nature of this?" Constantine asked, lifting the paper to view. "A bill I haven't the facilities to reproduce for the council to consider. I hoped your staff—" "Regarding the applications." "Regarding that, sir." "The program remains," Q interrupted coldly, "under discussion." "We'll try," Constantine said, placing the paper among the others he held. "I can't bring this up on the floor, Mr. Cresset. You understand that. Not until the basic issues in question are resolved at other levels. I'll have to hold it, and I earnestly beg that you don't bring up the question tomorrow, although of course you can do that. Public debate might upset negotiations. You're a man experienced in government. You understand me. But in courtesy, if we can bring this up at some future meeting, I'll of course have my staff prepare this or other bills for distribution. You understand my position, sir?" "Yes, sir," he said, sick at heart. "Thank you." He turned away. He had hoped, dimly. He had hoped also for a chance to appeal for station help, security, protection. He did not want Q's sort of protection, dared not ask. They had seen the fleet's mercy in the persons of Mallory and Sung and Kreshoff. The troops would come in, take Coletti's organization apart as a beginning, his security, all the protection he had. He walked out into the council chamber's foyer, past the mocking, amazed stares of Downbelow statues, out the glass doors into the hall, and, unmolested by the guards, walked toward the lift which would take him down to the Blue Niner level to go home, back to Q. There was something like normal traffic in the corridors of Main Station now, thinner than usual, but station residents were back about their jobs and moving freely, if cautiously. No one tended to linger anywhere. Someone jostled him in meeting. A hand met his, pressed a card into it. He stopped, with a confused impression of a man, a face he had not bothered to see. In terror he resisted the impulse to look about. He pretended to adjust the papers in his folder, walked on, and farther down the hall examined the card. An access card, a bit of tape on its surface. Green 90434. An address. He kept walking, dropped the hand with the card to his side, his heart hammering against his ribs. He could ignore it, pass on back into Q. Could turn the card in, claim to have found it, or tell the truth, that someone wanted to contact him without others' knowledge. Politics. It had to be. Someone willing to take a risk wanted something from the representative of Q. A trap. Or hope. A trait of influence. Someone who might be able to move obstructions. He could reach Green 9, just an accidental wrong button on the lift. He stopped in front of a lift call plate, alone, coated green, and stood in front of the panel so no one passing might notice the glowing green. The car came, the doors opened. He stepped in, and a woman came darting in at the last moment, punched the inside plate to code green 2. Doors shut. He looked furtively at her as the car began to move, averted his eyes quickly. The car made a one-section traverse and started down. She got off at 2. He stayed on, while the car picked up passengers, none that knew him. It stopped at 6, at 7, acquired more. At 8, 2 got out. 9. He exited with 4 others, walked toward the docks, his fingers sweating on the card. He passed occasional troopers who kept a general watch on the flow of traffic in the halls. None of them was likely to notice an ordinary man walking down a hall, stopping at a door, using a card to enter. It was the most natural of actions. Crossway 4 was coming up. There was no guard there. He slowed, thinking desperately, his heart speeding. He began to think of walking on. A walker just behind him hooked his sleeve and brusquely swept him forward. "Come on," the man said, and turned the corner with him. He made no resistance, fearing knives, instincts bred in Q. Of course the deliverer of the card had come down too, or had some confederate. He moved puppet-like, walked the cross hall to the door. Let free the walker passing on, he used the card. He walked in. It was a small apartment with an unmade bed, discarded clothes lying all over it. A man walked out of a nook which served as kitchen, a nondescript man in his middle 30s. "Who are you?" the man asked him. It set him off balance. He started to pocket the card, but the man held out his hand, demanding it. He surrendered it. "Name?" the man asked. "Cresset." And desperately, "I'm due. They'll miss me any minute." "Then I won't keep you too long. You're from Russell Starr, Mr. Cresset, yet?" "I thought you didn't know me." "A wife, Jen Justin. A son, Rami." He felt behind him for a littered chair, leaned on it, his heart paining him. "What are you talking about?" "Am I correct, Vasily Cresset?" He nodded. "The trust your fellow citizens of Q have placed in you to represent their interests. You are, of course, one whose initiative they respect regarding their interests." "Make your point." "Your constituency is in a bad position, papers entangled, and when the military security gets tighter, as it will, with Mazian's forces in control, I do wonder, Mr. Cresset, what kind of measures could be set up. You've all opposed union after one fashion and the other, of course, some out of genuine dislike, some out of self-interest, some out of convenience. You know, what sort were you?" "Where do you get your information?" "Official sources. I know a great deal about you that you never told this comp. I've done research. To put it finely, I've seen your wife and son, Mr. Cresset. Are you interested?" He nodded, unable to do more than nod. He leaned on the chair, trying to breathe. "They're well, on a station the name of which I know, where I saw them. Or perhaps moved by now. Union has realized their possible value, knowing the name of the man who represents so formidable a number of people on Pell. Computer search turned them up, but they'll not be lost again. Would you like to see them again, Mr. Cresset?" "What do you want from me?" "A little of your time, a little preparation for the future. You can protect yourself, your family, your constituents, who are pariahs under Mazian. What help could you get from Mazian in locating your family, or how could he get you to them? And surely there are other families divided who may now repent a rash decision, a decision Mazian forced them to take, who may understand that the real interest of any beyonder is the beyond itself." "Your union," Cresset said, to have it beyond doubt. "Mr. Cresset, I'm beyonder, aren't you?" He sat down on the arm of the chair, for his knees were unsteady. "What is it you want?" "Surely there's a power structure in Q, something you would know. Surely a man like you is in contact with it." "I have contacts." "And influence?" "And influence." "You'll be in Union hands sooner or later, you realize that, if Mazian doesn't take measures of his own. Do you realize what he might do if he decides he wants to stay here? You think he's going to have Q near his ships? No, Mr. Cresset. You're on the one hand cheap labor, on the other a nuisance, depending on the situation. The way things are going to go very soon, you're going to be a liability to him. What means can I use to contact you, Mr. Cresset?" "You contacted me today." "Where is your office?" "Orange 91001. Is there comm? Station. Just station can call through to me, and it breaks down. Anytime I want to call, I have to clear it through comm central. It's set up that way. You can't call through, and it's always broken. Q is prone to riot, is it not? He nodded. Could the counselor of Q arrange one? A second time he nodded. Sweat was running down his face, his sides. Can you get me off, Pell? When you've done what you can for me, a guaranteed ticket off, Mr. Crescent. Gather your forces. I don't even ask to know who they are, but you'll know me. A message from me will use the word Vasily. That's all, just that word. And if such a call should come, you see that there is immediate and widespread disturbance, and for that you may begin to look forward to that reunion. Who are you? Go on now. You've lost no more than 10 minutes of your time. You can make up most of it. I'd hurry, Mr. Crescent. He rose, glanced back, left in haste, the corridor air cold on his face. No one challenged him, no one noticed. He matched the pace of the main corridor and decided that if challenged about the time, he had talked to Constantine, talked to people in the foyer, that he had gotten ill and stopped in a restroom. Constantine himself would attest that he had left upset. He wiped his face with his hand, his vision tending to blur, rounded the corner onto Green Dock, and kept walking into Blue and toward the line. There was a knock at the door. Hale answered it, and John turned tensely from his place by the kitchen bar, let go a profound sigh of relief as Jessad walked in, and the door closed behind him. No trouble, Jessad said. They're covering up the signs, you know, preparing for in-station action. Makes finding directions a little difficult. Crescent, confound you. No trouble. Jessad stripped off his coat and tossed it to Hale's man Kiefer, who had appeared from the bedroom. Kiefer felt the jacket pocket at once, recovered his papers with understandable relief. You didn't get stopped, Kiefer said. No, Jessad said. Just walked right to your apartment, went in, sent your partner out with the card, all very smooth. He agreed? John asked. Of course he agreed. Jessad was in an unusual mood, feeling a residue of excitement, his normally dull eyes alive with humor. He walked over to the bar and poured himself a drink. My clothes, Kiefer objected. Jessad laughed, sipped at the drink, then set it down and began to take off the shirt. He's back in Q by now, and we control it. Part 2. Union Carrier Unity amid the Union Fleet. Deep Space. Ayres sat down at the table in the main room, ignored the guards, to lean his head against his hands and try to recover his balance. He remained as he was for several breaths, then rose, walked to the water dispenser on the wall, unsteady on his feet. He moistened his fingers and bathed his face with the cold water, took a paper cup and drank to settle his stomach. Someone joined him in the room. He looked, scowled instantly, for it was Day and Jacoby, who sat down at the only table. He would not have gone back to it, but his legs were too weak to bear long standing. He did not bear up well through jump. Jacoby fared better, and that too he held against him. It's close, Jacoby said. I have a good idea where we are. Ayres sat down, forced his eyes into focus. The drugs made everything distant. You should be proud of yourself. Mazian will be there. They don't confide in me, but it makes sense that he would. Is this being recorded? I have no idea. What if it is? The fact is, Mr. Ayres, that you can't retain Pell for the company. You can't protect it. You had your chance and it's gone. And Pell doesn't want Mazian. Better union order than Mazian. Tell that to my companions. Pell, Jacoby said, leaning forward, deserves better than the company can give it. Better than Mazian will give it, that's sure. I'm for our interest, Mr. Ayres, and we deal as we must. You could have dealt with us. We did. For centuries. Ayres bit his lip, refusing to be drawn further into this argument. The drugs he had to have for jump fogged his thinking. He had already talked, and he had resolved not to. They wanted something of him, or they would not have brought him out of confinement and let him up onto this level of a ship. He leaned his head against his hand and tried to reason himself out of his muzziness while there was still time. We're ready to go in, Jacoby pursued him. You know that. Jacoby was trying to frighten him. He had been prostrate with terror during the last maneuvering. He had endured jump twice now, with the feeling that his guts were twisted inside out. He refused to think of another one. "I think they're going to have a talk with you," Jacoby said, "about a message for Pell, something to the effect that Earth has signed a treaty, that Earth supports the right of the citizens of Pell to choose their own government, that kind of thing." He stared at Jacoby, doubting, for the first time, where right and wrong lay. Jacoby was from Pell. Whatever Earth's interests, those interests could not be served by antagonizing a man who might, despite all wishes to the contrary, end up high in the government on Pell. "You'll be interested, perhaps," Jacoby said, "in agreements involving Pell itself. If Earth doesn't want to be cut off, and you protest it seeks trade, it has to go through Pell, Mr. Ayres. We're important to you." "I'm well aware of that fact. Talk to me when you are in authority over Pell. Right now the authority on Pell is Angelo Constantine, and I have yet to see anything that says differently." "Deal now," Jacoby said, "and expect agreement. The party I represent can assure you of safeguards for your interests. We're a jumping-off point, Mr. Ayres, for Earth and home. A quiet takeover on Pell, a quiet stay for you while you're waiting on your companions to overtake you, for a journey home in a ship easily engaged here at Pell, or difficulties, prolonged difficulties, resulting from a long and difficult siege, damage, possibly the destruction of the station. I don't want that. I don't think you do. You're a humane man, Mr. Ayres, and I'm begging you, make it easy on Pell. Just tell the truth. Make it clear to them that there's a treaty, that their choice has to be Union, that Earth has let them go. You work for Union, thoroughly." "I want my station to survive, Mr. Ayres. Thousands upon thousands of people could die. You know what it is with Maisie and using it for cover? He can't hold it forever, but he can ruin it." Ayres sat staring at his hand, knowing that he could not reason accurately in his present condition, knowing that most of what he had been told in all his stay among them was a lie. "Perhaps we should work together, Mr. Jacoby, if it can assure an end to this without further bloodshed." Jacoby blinked, perhaps surprised. "Probably," Ayres said. "We are both realists, Mr. Jacoby. I suspect you of it. Self-determination is a nice term for last available choice, is it not? I comprehend your argument. Pell has no defenses. Station neutrality, meaning that you go with the winning side." "You have it, Mr. Ayres." "So do I," he said. "Order in the beyond benefits trade, and that's to the company's interest. It was inevitable that independence would come out here. It's just come sooner than Earth was ready to understand. It would have been acknowledged long ago if not for the blindness of ideologies. Brighter days, Mr. Jacoby, are possible. May we live to see them." It was a lie as sober-faced as he had ever delivered. He leaned back in his chair with nausea urging at him from the effects of jump and from outright terror. "Mr. Ayres." He looked back at the doorway. It was Azov. The Union officer walked in, resplendent in black and silver. "We are monitored," Ayres observed sourly. "I don't delude myself with your affection, Mr. Ayres, only with your good sense." "I'll make your recording." Azov shook his head. "We go heralded," he said, "but by a different warning. There's no hope that Mazian's ships will all be docked. We brought you along, first for the Maziani, and secondly because in the taking of Pell Station it will be useful to have a voice of former authority." He nodded weary assent. "If it saves lives, sir." Azov simply stared at him, frowned finally. "Take time to recover your equilibrium, sirs, and to contemplate what you might do to benefit Pell." Ayres looked at Jacoby as Azov left, and saw that Jacoby was also capable of anxiety. "Doubts?" he asked Jacoby sourly. "I have kin on that station," Jacoby said. Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 1. Pell, 10-10-52, 1100 hours. The station was calmer. Queries to legal affairs had begun, and that was a good indication that the tension on the station was easing. The input file was full of queries about military actions, threatened lawsuits, indignant protests from merchants on station who felt damages were due them for the continued curfew on the docks. There were protests from the merchanter ship Finity's End regarding a missing youth, the object of much anxiety in a theory that one of the military crews could have swept him up in impressment. In fact, the youth was probably in some station sleepover with a current infatuation from some other ship. Comp was quietly carrying out a card use search, not an easy matter, for merchanter passes were not in such frequent use as station or cards. Damon entertained hopes of finding him safe, refused to take alarm until the record search had come in. He had seen too many of these come across his desk only to discover a young merchanter who had had a falling out with his family or drunk too much to listen to vid. The whole thing was more security's problem at this level, but security had its hands full, its men and women standing guard duty with haggard eyes and short tempers. L.A. could at least punch comp buttons and take up some of the clerical work. Another killing in queue. It was depressing, and there was absolutely nothing they could do but note the fact. There was a report of a guard under suspension, accused of smuggling a case of Downer wine into queue. Some officer had decided the problem should not wait, when it was likely there was petty smuggling going on everywhere among the merchanters out there. The man was being made an example. He had 3 postponed hearings in the afternoon. They were likely to be postponed again, because the council was meeting and the Board of Justices was involved in that. He decided to agree with the defender to that effect and put the message through, reserving the afternoon instead for the disposal of more queries that the lower levels of the office could not handle. And having disposed of that, he swung his chair about and looked back at Josh, who sat dutifully reading a book on the auxiliary unit and trying not to look bored as he ought to be. "Hey," Damon said. Josh looked at him. "Lunch? We can take a long one and work out at the gym." "We can go there?" "It's open." Josh turned the machine off. Damon rose, leaving everything on hold, walked over and gathered up his jacket, felt after cards and papers to be absolutely sure. Mazian's troops still stood guard here and there, as unreasonable as they ever had been. Josh likewise put on a jacket. They were about the same size, and it was borrowed. Lending, Josh would accept, if not giving, augmenting his small wardrobe so that he could come and go in the offices without undue attention. Damon held the door button, instructed the office outside to delay calls for 2 hours. Back at 1, the secretary acknowledged, and turned to take an incoming call. Damon motioned Josh on through into the outer corridor. "A half an hour at the gym," Damon said, "then a sandwich at the concourse. I'm hungry." "Fine," Josh said. He looked nervously about him. Damon looked, too, and felt uneasy. The corridors had very little traffic, even yet. People were just not trusting of the situation. Some troops stood, distantly visible. "The troops should all be pulled back," he said to Josh, "by the end of this week. Our own security is taking over entirely at White. Green maybe in 2 days. Have patience. We're working on it." "They'll still do what they want," Josh said somberly. "Huh. Did Mallory, after all?" A shadow came on Josh's face. "I don't know. When I think about it, I still don't know." "Believe me." They had reached the lift alone. A trooper stood at the corner of another corridor, a fact in the tail of the eye, nothing remarkable. He pushed the code for the Corps. "Had a bit of good news come in this morning. My brother called up, said things are smoothing out down there." "I'm glad," Josh murmured. The trooper moved suddenly, came toward them. Damon looked. Others further down the hall started moving, all of them at a near run. "Abort that," the first trooper snapped, reaching them. She reached for the panel herself. "We're on a call." "I can get you a priority," Damon said, to be rid of them. The move indicated trouble. He thought of them shoving stationers around on other levels. "Do it." He took his card from his pocket, thrust it into the slot, and coded his priority. The lights went red. The rest of the troopers arrived as the car did, and armored shoulders pushed them aside as the troops all crowded in, leaving them there. The car whisked away, non-stop, for whatever destination they had coded from inside. There was not a trooper left in the corridor. Damon looked at Josh, whose face was pale and set. "We take the next car," Damon said, with a shrug. He was himself disturbed, and quietly coded in Blue 9. "Eileen?" Josh asked. "Want to get down there," he said. "You come with me. If there's trouble, it's likely to end up on the dockside. I want to get down there." The car delayed in coming. He waited several moments and finally used his card a second time, a second priority. The lights went red, signifying a car on priority call, then blinked, signifying nothing available. He slammed his fist against the wall, cast a second look at Josh. It was far to walk, easier to wait for a car to free itself, quicker in the long run. End of Side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 8. Downbelow Station by C.J. Cherryh, continuing on page 256. He walked over to the nearest comm unit, keyed in on priority while Josh stood waiting by the lift doors. "Hold the car if it comes," he said to Josh, punched the call in. "Comm Central, this is Damon Constantine on emergency. We're seeing troops pulling out on the run. What's going on?" There was a long delay. "Mr. Constantine," a voice came back. "This is a public comm unit." "Not at the moment, Central. What's going on?" "General alert. Emergency posts, please." "What's going on?" Comm had cut itself off. A measured siren began to sound. Red lights began to pulse in the overheads. People came out of the offices, looked at one another as if hoping it was a drill or mistaken. His own secretary was outside, far down the hall. "Get back inside," he shouted. "Get those doors shut." People moved backward, retreated into offices. The red light by Josh's shoulder was still blinking, indicating no car available. Every car in the system must have jammed up down at the docks. "Come on," he said to Josh, motioned toward the end of the hall. Josh looked confused, and he strode over, caught Josh by the arm. "Come on." There were others in the hall farther on. He snapped an order at them, cleared them out, not blaming them. There were others besides Constantine's who had loved ones scattered about the station, children in school and nurseries, people in hospital. Some ran ahead of them, refusing orders. A station security agent shouted out another order to halt, ignored, laid a hand on his pistol. "Let them go," Damon snapped. "Let be." "Sir." The policeman's face relaxed from a grimace of panic. "Sir, I'm not getting anything over comm." "Keep that gun holstered. You learn those reflexes from the troops? Stand your post. Calm people down. Help them where you can. There's a scramble going on. Could even be a drill. Ease up." "Sir." They walked on toward the emergency ramp in the quiet hall. Not running. A Constantine could not run. Spread panic. He walked, trying to hold off panic in himself. "No time," Josh said under his breath. "By the time the alert gets here, the ships are on us. If Mazian's been caught at dock—" "Got militia and 2 carriers out from station," Damon said, and remembered all at once who Josh was. He caught his breath, gave him a desperate look, met a face as worried as his own. "Come on," he said. They reached the emergency ramp, heard shouting, loud as they opened the doors. Runners were headed down it from other levels. "Slow down," Damon yelled at those who passed him, and they did, several turns, but a few became many, and suddenly there were more coming up, the noise increasing, more running, the transport system jammed everywhere, and all the levels pouring into the spiral well. "Take it easy," Damon shouted, grabbed shoulders physically and tried to slow it, but the rush accelerated, bodies jamming in, men, women, and children, impossible now even to get out of it. The doors were full of people trying to go down. "The docks," he heard shouted. It spread like fire, with the red light of alarm burning in the overhead, the assumption that had been seething in Pell since the troops came, that some day it would come, that the station was under attack, that evacuation was underway. The mass pressed down, and there was no stopping it. Part 2, Norway, 11:05 hours. CFX/night/8989-8989-687/EasyEasyEasy/Scorpion12/000/ended. Signy keyed back acknowledgement and turned to Graf with a wide sweep of her hand. "Hit it," Graf relayed, and "Go" sounded throughout the ship. Warnings flared, spreading to dockside. Troops outside finished stripping the umbilicals. "We can't take them," Signy said when Di Jantz fretted in calm. It sat ill with her to abandon men. "They're all right." "Umbilicals clear," Graf shouted across, off comm. It was a go when ready from Europe, which had left its troops, already moving out. Pacific was moving. Tibet's rider was still heading in behind the wave of the original message, signaling with its presence what Tibet had already sent, and what was happening on the fringes of Pell system was as old as the light-bound signal that came reporting it. Ships inbound more than an hour ago. The lights on Norway's main board flicked green, a steady ripple of them, and Signy released clamp and set Norway free, with the troops who had made it aboard still hastening for security. Norway moved null for a moment under the gentle puffs of directionals and undocking vents, continued the roll of her frame, and cut in main thrust with a margin that skimmed Australia's clearance and probably set off alarms all over Pell. They acquired hard G, the inner cylinder under combat sync, rolling to compensate stresses. Weight bore down, eased, slammed down again. They came to heading with a clutter of merchanters in lower plane, Europe and Pacific ahead of them, Australia breaking clear behind. Atlantic would be moving any second. India's Q was on station and headed for his ship. Africa's Puri was downworld. Africa would move out under its lieutenant's command and rendezvous with Puri shuttling up from down below, running tail guard at best. The inevitable was on them. That rider was some minutes behind Tibet's message, insurance. Its message was reaching them now, and a chatter of further transmission from Tibet itself and North Pole's voice added itself, along with the alarm of militia ships helplessly in the path of a strike. Tibet was engaged, trying to make the incoming fleet dump speed to deal with them. North Pole was moving. Mercanter vessels serving as militia were altering course, slow ships, short haulers, at a standstill compared to the speed of the incoming fleet. They could slow it if they had the nerve. If. Riders turned, Scan Ops said in her ear. She saw it on screen. The rider had gotten their acknowledgement minutes ago, had put about. That scan image was meeting them now. Long-scan comp had put the rest of the arc together, and the comp tech had reasoned the rest by human intent. The yellow fuzz going off from the red approach line was Long-scan's new estimate of the ridership's position. The old estimate faded to faint blue, mere warning to watch that line of approach in case. They were headed right down it in ongoing plane, while the incoming rider was obliged to go nadir. And they were all streaming out together right down the line. Signy gnawed her lip, cautioned scan and comm monitor to keep up with events all around the sphere, fretting that Mazian had hauled them out in one vector only. Come on, she thought, with the taste of one disaster in her mouth. No more like Viking. Give us a few options, man. CFX/9/189-9090-687/9099er/Sinks/222 triplet/doublet/quartet/wisp/ended. New orders. The late ships were given the other vectors. Pacific and Atlantic and Australia moved onto new courses, slow motion flowering of the pattern to shield the system. Part 3. Pell, Station Master's Offices. Mercanter Harmer to ECS in vicinity, /Mayday Mayday Mayday, Union carriers moving, 12 carriers our vicinity, going for jump, Mayday Mayday Mayday. Ellipsis. Swan's Eye to all ships, run, ellipsis. ECS Tibet to all ships, relay, ellipsis. Over an hour old, proliferating through the system in relay, through the comm of every ship, receiving and still going, like an echo in a madhouse. Angela leaned to the comp console and keyed through to dockside, where the shock of a massive pull-out still had crews spilling out on emergency call. Military crews had handled it their own way, undocked without interval. Central was in chaos with a pending G crisis if the systems could not adjust to the massive kickoff. There were palpable instabilities. Comm was jammed, and for nearly 2 hours the situation on the rim of the solar system had been in progress while the message flashed its light-bound way toward them. Troops were left on the dock. Most had been aboard already, barracked on ship. Some had not made it, and military channels on station echoed with incomprehensible messages, angry voices. Why they had pulled the troops, why they had delayed to board those they could with attack incoming. The implication of that was the liberty of the fleet to run out on them, Mazian's order. Emilio, he thought distractedly. The schematic of Downbelow on the left wall screen flickered with a dot that was Puri's shuttle. He could not call, no one could. Mazian's orders. Calm silence. Hold pattern. Traffic control was broadcasting to merchanters in orbit. It was all they could say. Calm queries flowed from merchanters at dock, faster than operators could answer them with pleas for quiet. Union was bound to have done this. Anticipated, Mazian had flashed him in what direct communication he had gotten. For days the captains had stayed near the ships. Troops jammed aboard in discomfort, not in courtesy to station, not in response to their request to have the troops out of the holes. Prepared for pullout, despite all promises, prepared for pullout. He reached for the comm button to call Alicia, who might be following this on her screens. "Sir." His secretary, Mills, came on comm. "Security requests you to comm central. There's a situation down in Green." "What situation?" "Crowd, sir." He thrust himself from his desk, grabbed his coat. "Sir." He turned. His office door opened, unasked. Mills there, protesting the intrusion of John Lucas and a companion. "Sir," Mills said, "I'm sorry. Mr. Lucas insisted. I told him." Angelo frowned, vexed at the intrusion and at once hoping for assistance. John was able, if self-interested. "I need some help," he said, and his eyes flicked in alarm at the small movement of the other man's hand to his coat, the sudden flash of steel. Mills failed to see it. Angelo cried aloud as the man slashed Mills, scrambled back as the man flung himself at him. Hale, he recognized the face suddenly. Mills shrieked, bleeding, sinking against the open doorway. There were screams from the outer office. The blow struck, a numbing shock. Angelo reached for the driving hand and met the weapon protruding from his chest, stared disbelievingly at John, at Haight. There were others in the doorway. Shock welled up in him, with the blood. Part 4. Q. "Vasily," the voice said over comm. "Vasily, do you hear me?" Kresich, at his desk, sat paralyzed. It was Kalady, of those who sat about him, hunched and waiting, who reached past him and punched the respond button. "I hear," Kresich said, past the knot in his throat. He looked at Kalady. In his ears was the buzz of voices out on the docks, people already frightened, already threatening riot. "Keep him safe," Kalady said to James, who was over the 5 others who waited outside. "Keep him very safe." And Kalady went. They had waited, had hovered about comm, one of them always near it, gathered here in the confusion. It was on them now. After a moment there was a rise in the noise of the mob outside, a dull, bestial sound which shook the walls. Kresich bowed his face into his hands, stayed so for a long time, not wishing to know. "The doors," he heard finally, a shout from outside. "The doors are open!" Part 5. Green 9. They ran, stumbling and breathless, jostling others in the corridor, a sea of panicked people, red-dyed in alarm lights. A siren still went. There was a queasiness of G as station systems struggled to keep themselves stable. "It's the docks," Damon breathed, his vision blurring. A runner hit him, and he fended the body off, pushed his way, with Josh in his wake, where the ramp opened onto 9. Mazians peeled off. It was all that made sense. Shrieks broke out, and there was a massive backflow in the crowd that brought all the press to a stop. Of a sudden, traffic began to go the other way, people retreating from something. There were frantic screams, bodies jammed against them. "Damon!" Josh yelled from behind him. It was no good. They were pushed back, all of them, against the crush of bodies behind. Shots streaked overhead, and the whole jammed mass quivered and rang with screams. Damon got his arms in front of him for leverage, to keep from being suffocated. Ribs were compressed. Then the rear of the press turned, running in panic down some route of escape, and the crush became a battering flood. He tried to stand in it, having his own direction. A hand caught his arm, and Josh caught up with him, staggered as the mob shoved and stampeded, and they tried to fight the current. More shots. A man went down, more than one, hit. The fire was going into the crowd. "Stop shooting!" Damon shouted, still with a wall of people in front of him, a wall diminishing, as if a scythe were hitting it. "Cease fire!" Someone grabbed him from the back, pulled him as fire came through. He got the edge of one and jerked in pain, scrambling for balance in the rout, running now. It was Josh with him, pulling him along in their retreat. A man's back exploded an arm's length ahead of them, and the man fell under the others. "This way," Josh yelled, jerked him left, down a side corridor where part of the route was going. He went, that direction as good as the other, saw a way to double back through, redoubled his efforts to get to the docks, running through the maze of secondary corridors back again to 9. They made it as far as 3 intersections, frantic people scattering everywhere, at every intersection of the corridors, staggering in the flux of G. And then screams broke out in the halls ahead. "Look out," Josh yelled, catching at him. He gasped air and turned, ran where the curving inner hall rose up and up into what was going to turn into a blank wall, the sector division. Not blank. There was a way. Josh yelled and tried to drag him back when he saw the cul-de-sac. "Come on," he snapped, and caught Josh's sleeve, kept running as the wall came down off the horizon at them, became level, a blank wall with a painted mural, and at the right, the heavy door of a downer hatchway. He leaned up against the wall, fumbled his card out, jammed it in a slot. The hatch opened with a gust of tainted air, and he dragged Josh into it, into virtual dark, numbing cold. The door sealed. Air exchange started, and Josh looked about in panic. Damon reached for the masks in the recess, thrust one at Josh, got one over his own face, and sucked a restricted breath, trembling so that he could hardly get the band adjusted. "Where are we going?" Josh asked, voice changed by the mask. "Now what?" There was a lamp in the recess. He took it, thumbed the light on. He reached for the inner door switch, opened it, a sound that echoed up and up. A slant of the beam picked out catwalks. They were on a grid, and a ladder went down farther still into a round tube. G diminished dizzyingly. He caught at the rail. Eileen would be in the worst of it. She would go to cover, get those office doors locked, had to. He was not able to get through out there, had to get to help, reach a point where he could get security forces moving in a front that could stop it. Up. Get up to the high levels. That was white sector on the other side of that partition. He tried to find an access to it, but the beam showed no way. There was no direct connection, section to section, except the docks, except on number 1 level. He remembered that. Complicated lock systems. Downers knew where. He did not. Get to Central, he thought. Get to an upper hall and get to comm. Everything was amiss. G out of balance. The fleet had gone, maybe merchanters too, throwing them out of stability, and Central was not correcting it. Something was massively wrong up there. He turned, staggered as G surged sickeningly, grabbed an upslanted rail and started climbing. Josh followed. Part 6. Green Dock. There was no response from Central. The hand comm kept giving back the standby, interspersed with static. Eileen thumbed it off and cast a frantic look back at the lines of troops that held Green 9 entry. "Runner," she called. A youth came up to her on the double. They were reduced to this, with comm blacked out. "Get to all the ships round the rim, one to the next as far as you can run, and tell them to pass the word on their own comm if they can. Hold where you are, tell them, you know what to say. Tell them there's trouble out there and they'll run head-on into it if they bolt. Go." Scan might be out. She had reckoned the blackout the fleet's doing, but India and Africa had gone, leaving troops to hold the dock, troops they had no room to take, and the signal was still being interrupted. No knowing what information the merchanters were getting, or what messages the troops might have gotten over their own comm. No knowing who was in charge of the deserted troops, whether some high officer or some desperate and confused non-comm. There was a wall of them at the 9er entries of blue and green docks, a wall of troops facing up the curving horizons, sealing off those same docks from either side, rifles braced and ready, the sealing of their square. She feared them no less than the enemy incoming. They had fired, turned one mob, killed people. There were still sporadic shots. She had 12 staff members and 6 of them were missing, cut off by the comm blackout. The others were directing dock crew efforts to check the dumped umbilicals against a fatal seal breach. The whole section should be under precautionary seal. If her people up in blue control could get it straightened out, they had dead switches, the whole system jammed by an override. G-flux still hit them in intervals. Fluid mass in the tanks had to be shunted as fast as the lines could jet it their way. Everything in tanks anywhere to compensate. Station had altitude controls. They might be using them. It was terrifying in a huge space like the docks, the up and down of weight, unsettling premonition that at any moment they might get a flux of more than a kilo or two. "Miss Quen." She turned. The runner had not gotten through. Some ass in the line of troops must have turned him back. She started toward him in haste, toward the line that suddenly, inexplicably, was wavering, facing about toward them, rifles leveled. A shout roared out at her back. She looked to the upcurving horizon, saw an indistinct wavefront of runners coming down that apparent wall toward them, beyond the curtaining section arch. Riot. "The seal!" she shouted into the useless handcom, dead as it had been. The troops were moving. She was between them and targets. She ran for the far side, the tangle of gantries, heart pounding, looked back again as the line of troops advanced, narrowing their perimeter, passing her by, some of them taking positions in the cover of the gantries. She thumbed the handcom and desperately tried her office. Shut it down! But the mob was past Blue control, might be in it. The noise of the mob swelled, a tide pouring toward them, while others were still coming down off the horizon, an endless mass. She realized suddenly the aspect of the distant faces, behavior not panic but hate, and weapons, pipes, clubs. The troops fired. There were screams as the first rank went down. She stood paralyzed, not 20 meters from the troops' rear, seeing more and more of the mob pouring toward them over their own dead. Q was loose. They came waving weapons and shrieking, a sound which grew from distant roar to deafening, with no end to their numbers. She turned, ran, staggering in the flux, in the wake of her own fleeing dock crews, of scattered downers who saw man trouble and sought shelter. The noise grew behind her. She doubled her pace, a hand to her belly, trying to cushion the shock in her stride. There were screams behind her, almost drowned in the roar. They would overrun these troops too, gain their rifles, coming on by the sheer weight of numbers. She looked back, saw a green 9 vomiting forth scattered runners getting past the troops. Panic showed in their faces. She gasped for air and kept going, despite the dull ache in her pelvic arch, dog-trotting when she must, reeling in the G-surges. Runners began to pass her, a scattered few at first, then others, a buffeting flood as she passed White Section Arch, and on the horizon ahead a tide breaking crossways from Niner entries, thousands upon thousands up the sweep of the horizon, running for the merchanter ships at dock, screaming that merged with the cries behind, men and women screaming and pushing each other. Men passed her in greater and greater numbers, bloody, reeking, waving weapons, shrieking. A shock hit her back, threw her to a knee, and the man kept running. Another hit her, stumbled, kept going. She staggered up, arm numb, tried for the gantries, the shelter of supports and lines. Shot burst out ahead of her from a ship's access. "Quen!" someone yelled. She could not tell the source, looked about, tried to fight the human tide, and stumbled in the press. "Quen!" She looked about. A hand caught her arm and pulled her, and a gun fired past her head. 2 others grabbed her, hauled her through the press. A blow grazed her head, and she staggered, flung her weight then with the men who were trying to pull her through, amid the web of lines and gantries. There were screams and shots. Others reached out to seize them, and she tensed to fight, thinking them the mob, but a wall of bodies absorbed her, and the men with her, merchanter types. "Fall back," someone was yelling. "Fall back, they're through." They were headed up a ramp to an open hatchway, a cold-ribbed tube, glowing yellow-white, a ship's access. "I'm not boarding," she cried in protest, but she had no wind left to protest anything, and there was nowhere but the mobs. They dragged her up the tube, and those who had held the entry came crowding after as they hit the lock, hurtling in. They jammed up in a crushing press as the last desperate runner surged in. The door hissed and clanged shut, and she flinched. By some miracle the door had taken no limbs. The inner hatch spilled them into a lift corridor. A pair of big men pushed the others through and steadied her on her feet, while a voice thundered orders over comm. Her belly hurt, her thighs ached. She sank against the wall and rested there until one of them touched her shoulder, a huge man, gentle-handed. "All right," she said. "I'm all right." It was easing, the strain of the run. She pushed her hair back, looked at the men, these 2 who had been out there with her, heaved through the crowd, shoving rioters out of the way, knew them in the patch they wore, black without device. Finity's End. The ship that had lost a son on the station, the men she had dealt with that morning, going for their ship perhaps, and they had gone aside after one of their own, to pull a Quen out of that mob. "Thank you," she breathed. "The captain, please, I've got to talk to him fast." No objections. The big man, Tom, she recalled the name, got his arm about her, helped her walk. His cousin opened the lift door and hit the button inside. They walked out again into a fair-sighted center, crowded at the moment by the lack of rotation. Main room and bridge were downmost, bridge forward, and the two brought her that way. Better now, much better. She walked on her own into the bridge amid the rows of equipment and the gathered crew. Nyhart was the ship's family, Viking-based. The seniors were on the bridge, some of the younger crew. Children would be snuggled away topside out of this. She recognized Wes Nyhart, captain of the family, seamed and silver-haired, sad of face. "Gwen," he said. "Sir." She met the offered hand, declined the seat they offered, leaned against the back of it to face him. "Queue's loose. Comms out. Please, contact the other ships. Pass word. Don't know what's wrong in Central, but Pell's in dire trouble." "We're not taking on passengers," Nyhart said. "We've seen the result of that. So have you. Don't ask it." "Listen to me. Union's out there. We're a shell around this station. Got to stay put. Will you give me comm?" She spoke for Pell, had done so to this captain, to all the others, but this was his deck, not Pell, and she was a beggar without a ship. "Dockmaster's privilege," he allowed suddenly, swept a hand toward the boards. "Comm's yours." She nodded gratitude, let them show her to the nearest board, sank into the cushion with the cramp in her lower belly. She put her hand there. Not the baby, she prayed. She had a numbness in that arm, her back, where she had been hit. Instruments blurred as she reached for the earpiece, and she blinked the board into focus, trying to focus her mind as well as her vision. She punched in the ship-to-ship. "All ships, record and relay. This is Pell Dock Control, Pell Liaison Eileen Quinn, aboard Nyhart's Fenity's End, White Dock. Request that all docked merchanters seal locks and do not, repeat, negative, admit any stationers to your ships. Pell is not evacuating. Get this much on outside broadcast if you can make it heard on loudspeakers. Station comm is blacked out. Those ships in dock, if you can safely release dock from inside shutdown, do so, but do not undock. Those ships in pattern, hold your pattern. Do not leave pattern. Station will compensate and regain stability. Repeat, Pell is not being evacuated. A military action is in progress in the system. Nothing will be served by evacuating the station. Please play the following section for outside broadcast where possible. Attention! By Dockmaster's authority, all station law enforcers are requested to do their utmost to establish order in whatever areas they are. Do not attempt to go to Central. Stay where you are. Citizens of Pell, you are in serious danger from riot. Establish barricades at all minor entries and all section lines and prepare to defend them to prevent the movement of destructive mobs. Quarantine has been breached. If you scatter in panic, you will contribute to riot and endanger your own lives. Defend the barricades. You will be able to hold the station area by area. Station comm is blacked out due to military intervention, and the G-flux is due to unauthorized undock of military ships. Stability will be restored as quickly as possible. To any refugee out of quarantine, I appeal to you to contribute your efforts to the establishment of defense lines and barricades along with Pell citizens. Station will negotiate with you regarding your situation. Your cooperation in this crisis will make a profound impression on Pell's gratitude, and you may be assured of favorable consideration as this situation is stabilized. Please remain where you are, defend your areas, and remember that this station supports your lives too. All merchanters, please cooperate with me in this emergency. If you have information, pass it to me on Finity's End. This ship will serve as dock headquarters during the emergency. Please play ship-to-ship and broadcast appropriate sections over exterior systems. I am standing by for your contact. Messages flashed back, frantic queries after more information, harsh demands, threats of bolting dock at once. All about her the folk of Finity's End were making their own preparations for flight. At any moment, she hoped, at any moment comm might clear, Station Central might come through bright and sane, bringing contact with command, with Damon, who might be in Central and might not. Not, she hoped, in those corridors with Q run amok. Main day noon, the worst of all times, with most of Pell out away from jobs and shops in the corridors. Blue Dock was his emergency assignment. He might have tried to come there, would have tried. She knew him. Tears blurred her eyes. She clenched her fist on the arm of the chair, tried to think away the diminishing ache in her belly. White section seal just activated. Word came to them from Sita, which had a vantage. Other ships echoed reports of other seals in function. Pell had segmented itself in defense, the first sign that it had defensive reactions left in it. Scans got something, came panicked word from a crew member behind her. Could be a merchant or out of pattern, can't tell. She wiped her face and tried to concentrate on all the threads in her hands. Just stay put, she said. If we breach those umbilicals, we've got dead in the thousands out there. Do manual seal. Don't break those connections. Takes time, someone said. We may not have it. So start doing it, she wished them. Part 7. Pell, Sector Blue 1, Command Central. The red lights which had flared across the boards had diminished in number. John Lucas paced from one to the other post and watched Tech's hands, watching scan, watching the activity everywhere they still had monitor. Hale stood guard by the windows in Central Comm with Daniels. Cray was here, at one side of the room, Lee Quayle on the other, and others of Lucas Company security, none of the station's own. The techs and directors questioned nothing, working feverishly at the emergencies which occupied them. There was fear in the room, more than fear of the attack outside. The presence of guns, the lasting blackout. They knew, John reckoned, they well knew that something was amiss in Angelo Constantine's silence, in the failure of any of the Constantines or their lieutenants to reach this place. A tech handed him a message and fled back to his seat without meeting his eyes. It was a repeated query from Downbelow main base. That was a problem they could defer. For now they held Central and the offices, and he did not intend to answer the query. Let Emilio figure it a military order which silenced Station Central. On the screens the scan showed ominous lack of activity. They were sitting out there, waiting. He paced the circuit of the room again, looked up abruptly as the door opened. Every tech in the room froze, duties forgotten, hands in mid-motion at the sight of the group which appeared there, civilian, with rifles leveled, with others at their backs. Jessad, 2 of Hale's men, and a bloodied security agent, one of their own. Area secure, Jessad reported. Sir, a director rose from his post. Counselor Lucas, what's happening? Set that man down, Jessad snapped, and the director gripped the back of his chair and cast John a look of diminishing hope. Angelo Constantine is dead, John said, scanning all the frightened faces. Killed in the rioting with all his staff. Assassins hit the offices. Get to your work. We're not clear of this yet. Faces turned, backs turned, techs trying to make themselves invisible by their efficiency. No one spoke. He was heartened by this obedience. He paced the room another circuit, stopped in the middle of it. Keep working and listen to me, he said in a loud voice. Lucas Company personnel are holding this sector secure. Elsewhere we have the kind of situation you see on the screens. We're going to restore comm for announcement from this center only, and only announcements I clear. There is no authority on this station at the moment but Lucas Company, and to save this station from damage I will shoot those I have to. I have men under my command who will do that without hesitation. Is that clear? There were no comments, not so much as a turning of the head. It was perhaps something with which they were in temporary agreement, with Pell systems in precarious balance and Q rioting on the docks. He drew a calmer breath and looked at Jessad, who nodded a reassuring satisfaction. Part 8. The webbery of ladders stretched before and behind, a maze of tubes across the overhead, and it was bitterly cold. Damon shone the beam one way and the other, reached for a railing, sank down on the gridwork as Josh sank down by him, the breather sounds loud, strained. His head pounded. Not enough air, not fast enough for exertion, and the maze they were in branched. There was logic to it. The angles were precise. It was a matter of counting. He tried to keep track. Are we lost? Josh asked between gasps. He shook his head, angled the beam up the way they should go. Mad to have tried this, but they were alive, in one piece. Next level, he said, ought to be 2. I figure we go out, take a look how things are out there. Josh nodded. G-flux had stopped. They still heard noise, unsure in this maze where it came from. Distant shouts. Once a booming shock he thought might be the great seals. It seemed better, he hoped. Moved with a clattering ringing of the metal, reached for the rail again and started to climb, the last climb. He was overwhelmingly anxious, for Eileen, for everything he had cut himself off from in coming this way. No matter the hazard, he had to get out. There was a static sputter. It boomed through the tunnels and echoed. "Calm," he said. It was coming back together, all of it. "This is a general announcement. We are approaching G-stabilization. We ask that all citizens keep to their present areas and do not attempt to cross section lines. There is still no word from the fleet, and none is expected yet. Scan remains clear. We do not anticipate military action in the vicinity of this station. It is with extreme sorrow that we report the death of Angelo Constantine at the hand of rioters and the disappearance and violence of other members of the family. If any have reached safety, please contact Station Central as soon as possible. Any Constantine relative or any knowing their whereabouts, please contact Station Central immediately. Councillor John Lucas remains acting station master in this crisis. Please give full cooperation to Lucas Company personnel who are fulfilling security duties in this emergency." Damon sank down on the steps. A cold deeper than the chill of the metal settled into him. He could not breathe. He became aware that he was crying, tears blurring the light and choking his breath. "Announcement," the comm began to repeat. "We are approaching G-stabilization. We ask that all citizens—" A hand settled on his shoulder, pulled him about. "Damon," Josh said through the noise. He was numb. Nothing made sense. "Dead," he said, and shuddered. "Oh, God." Josh stared at him, took the lamp from his hand. Damon thrust himself for his feet, for the last climb, for the access he knew was up there. Josh pulled him hard, turned him around against the solid wall. "Don't go," Josh pleaded with him. "Damon, don't go out there now." Josh's paranoid nightmares. It was that look on his face. Damon leaned there, his mind going in all directions, and no clear direction. Eileen. My father, my mother. That's Blue One. Our guards were in Blue One, our own guards. Josh said nothing. He tried to think. It kept coming up wrong. Troops had moved. The fleet had pulled out. Murders instant. Impelled heaviest security. He turned the other way, the way they had just come, his hand shaking so he could hardly grip the railing. Josh shone the light for him, caught his elbow to stop him. He turned on the steps, looked up into Josh's masked, light-distorted face. "Where?" Josh asked. "I don't know who's in control up there. They say it's my uncle. I don't know." He reached for the lamp, to take it. Josh surrendered it reluctantly, and he turned, started down the ladders as quickly as he could slide down the steps, Josh following desperately after. Get down again. Down was easy. He hurried at the limit of breath and balance until he was dizzy, and the lamp's beam swung madly about the framework and the tunnels. He slipped, recovered, kept ascending. "Damon!" Josh protested. He had no breath for arguing. He kept going until his sight was fading from want of air, sank down on the steps, trying to pull air enough through the breather to keep from fainting. He felt Josh leaning by him, heard him panting, no better off. "Docks," Damon said. "Get down there, get to ships. Eileen would go there." "Can't get through." He looked at Josh, realized he was dragging another life into this. He had no choices either. He got up, started down again, felt the vibrations of Josh's steps still behind him. The ships would be sealed. Eileen would be there, or locked in the offices, or dead. If the troops had hit him, if for some mad reason the station was being disabled in advance of a Union takeover. But John Lucas was supposed to be up there in Central. Had some action failed? Had John somehow prevented them from hitting Central itself? He lost count of the stops for breath, of the levels they passed. Down. He hit bottom finally, a gridwork suddenly wider, did not realize what it was until he searched with the light and stopped finding downward ladders. He walked along the grid, saw the faint glimmer of a blue light, that over an access door. He reached it, pushed the switch. The door slid back with a hiss, and Josh followed him into the lock's brighter light. The door closed, and air exchange started. He tugged down the mask and got a full breath of air, chill and only slightly tainted. His head was pounding. He focused hazily on Josh's sweating face, marked with the mask, distraught. "Stay here," he said in pity. "Stay here. If I get this cleared up, I'll come back. If I don't, decide for yourself what to do." Josh leaned there, eyes glazed. Damon turned his attention to the door, got his breathing back to normal, rubbed his eyes to clear them, finally pushed the button and put the door into function. Light blinded him. They were shouting out there, screaming, the smell of smoke. Life support, he thought with a chill. It opened on one of the minor halls, and he headed out, started running, heard running footfalls behind him, and looked back. "Get back," he wished Josh. "Get back in there." He had no time to argue with him. He ran down the hall. Had to be in Green sector. It had to be 9 in this direction. All the signs were gone. He saw a riot ahead of him, people running scattered through the halls, and some had lengths of pipe, and there was a body in the hall. He dodged it and kept going. The rioters he saw did not look like Pell, unshaven, unkempt. He knew suddenly what they were, and flung everything into his running, pelted down the hall and up a turn, headed as close to the docks as he could get without going into the main corridor. He had to break into it finally, dodged a runner among other runners. There were more bodies on the floor, and looters ran rampant. He shouldered past men who clutched pipes and knives, and some of them guns. The entry to the dock was closed, sealed. He saw that, staggered aside as a looter came swinging a pipe at him for no reason more than that he was in the way. The attacker kept going, a half-circle that pulled him about and ended against the wall, with Josh, who slammed his head into the wall and came up with the pipe in his hand. Damon whirled and ran for the sealed doors, reached for his pocket for the card to override the lock. "Constantine!" someone shouted behind him. He turned, stared at a man, at a gun leveled at him. A length of pipe hurtled out of nowhere and hit the man, and looters scrabbled for the gun, a surging mob. In panic he whirled, thrust the card for the slot. The door whipped back, with the vast dockside beyond and other looters. He ran, sucking in the cold air, down the dock toward White Sector, where he saw other great seals in place, the dock seals, 2 levels tall and airtight. He stumbled from exhaustion and caught himself, pelted up the curve toward them, hearing someone close behind him and hoping it was Josh. The stitch that had started in his side unnoticed grew to a lancing pain. Past looted shops with dark open doors, he reached the wall beside the huge seals, fetched up against the closed door of the small personnel lock, thrust his card into the slot. It was dead. No response. He pushed it harder, thinking it might have failed contact, inserted it a second time. It was cut off. It should at least have lighted the buttons, given him a chance to put through a priority code or flash the hazard signal. "Damon!" Josh reached the door beside him, caught at his shoulder, pulled him around. There were people moving behind them, 30, half 100, from all across the docks, from Green 9 in greater and greater number. "They know you've got a door open," Josh said. "They know you've got that kind of access." He stared at them, snatched his card from the slot. Useless, blanked. Control had blanked his card. "Damon!" He grabbed at Josh and ran, and the crowd started forward with a howl. He raced for the open doors, for the shops, into the dark doorway of the nearest. He whirled inside, pushed the button to seal the door. That at least worked. The first of the mob hit the door, hammered at it. Panicked faces pressed close to the plastic, lengths of pipe hammered at it, scarring it. It was a security seal, like all the dock front doors, pressure tight, windowless, but for that double thick circle. "It's going to hold," Josh said. "I don't think," he said, "that we can get out again. I don't think we can get out of here until they come to get us." Josh looked at him across the space of the window from the other side of the door, pale in the light that came through it. "They've blanked my card," Damon said. "It stopped working. Whoever's in Station Central just cut off my card use." He looked toward the plastic on which the gouges were deepening. "I think we just trapped ourselves." The hammering continued. Madness raged outside, not assassins, not any sane impulse toward hostage-taking, only desperate people with a focus for their desperation. Q residents with a pair of stationers within reach. The scars deepened on the plastic, almost obscuring the faces and hands and weapons. It was remotely possible they could get through it. And if that happened, there was no need of assassins. Chapter 2, Part 1. Norway, 1300 hours. It was a waiting game now, probe and vanish. Ghosts. But solid enough out there, somewhere beyond system limits. Tibet and North Pole had lost contact with the incoming enemy Union had about faced, at the cost of one of Tibet's riders, at the cost of one of Union's. But it was far from over. The calm flow kept up, calm and quiet out of both carriers. Signy gnawed her lip and stared at the screens before her while Graf tended up. Norway held position, along with the rest of the fleet, having dumped speed, drifted, still not too remote from the mass of Pell 4 and 3 and the star itself. Dead stopped. They had refused to be drawn out. Had now to use mass to shelter them from an arrival close at hand. It was not likely that Union would be reckless enough to use jump for entry, not their style. But they took the precaution, sitting targets as they were. Wait long enough and even conservative Union commanders could circle their scan range to find new lines of attack, having probed things, wolves round the firelight, and themselves trying to sit within it, visible and dead still and vulnerable. Union had room out there, could get a good run started, too fast for them to handle. And for some time there had been bad news coming out of Pell, silence broken, rumblings of serious disorder. From Mazian, persistent silence, and one of them dared breach it with a communication to question. "Come on," she wished Mazian, "turn some of us loose to hunt." The riders hung off from Norway in widest deployment, like those of the other ships, 27 rider ships, 7 carriers, and 32 militia ships trying to fill up their pattern, indistinguishable on long scan, some of them from rider ships, 2 of them from carriers. As long as the fleet sat still, not betraying themselves by tight moves and speed, whoever looked at scan had to wonder if some of those slow, steady ships might not be warships disguising their moves. Tibet's rider had gotten back to Mother, and Tibet and North Pole had 7 riders and 11 militia in their area, short haulers incapable of running, turned brave by necessity. They could not get out of the way, so they made part of the screen, as if they could depend on attack coming from that direction. Union had felt at them, pricked at the organism and vanished out of range. It was probably Azov out there, one of Union's oldest, one of the best. Feather touch and faint. He had sucked in more than one commander too good to die that way. Nerves crawled. The techs on the bridge looked at her from time to time. Silence existed inside as well as among the ships, contagious unease. A comm tech turned at his station, looked at her. "Pell situation worsening," he said off comm. There was a murmur from other stations. "Mind's on your business," she snapped on general address. "It's likely to come from any side of us. Forget Pell or we get it in our faces, hear me? I'll vent the crewman who wool gathers." And to Graf, "Ready status." The blue light went on in the overhead. That would wake them up. A light flashed on her board, indicating the armscomp board lit, the armscomper and his aides fully prepared. She reached to the comp board, punched a code for a recorded instruction. Norway's sighting eye began to rove toward the reference star in question, to perform identifications and to lock in case there was something going on unaccounted for in their plans, and Mazian, likewise receiving that Pell chatter, was thinking of running. Their direct beam pickup was trained on Europe, and Europe still had nothing to say. Mazian was thinking, or had made up his mind, and trusted his captains to take precautions. She tapped a signal to the jump text board, as he had already to have noted the other move. The board went live, a stepped-up power flow to the generation vane monitors that gave them options other than real space. If the fleet broke from Pell, chances were they would not all arrive where they were instructed, at the nearest null point. That there would never again be a fleet, nothing between Union and Sol. The calm flow from Pell became grim indeed. Part 2. Downer Access. Men with guns. Keen ears could still pick up the shouts outside, the terrible fighting. Satin shivered at a crash against the wall, trembled, finding no reason for this thing that happened, but that Lucases had done this, and Lucases gave orders, in power, in the up above. Bluetooth hugged her, whispered to her, urged her, and she came, as silently as the others. The whispers of bare Heisa feet passed above them, below. They moved in dark, a steady flow. They dared no lights which might guide men to find them. Some were ahead of them, some behind. Old One himself led, the strange Heisa, who had come down from the high places and commanded them without telling them why. Some had lingered, fearing the strange ones, but there were guns behind, and mad humans, and they would come in haste very soon. A human voice rang out far below in the tunnels, echoing up. Bluetooth hissed and pushed, moved faster in his climbing, and Satin scampered along with all her might, heated by this exertion, her fur damp, and her hands sliding on the rails where others had grasped them. "Hurry," a Hysa voice whispered at once of the levels, high, high in the up-above's dark places, and hands urged them up still another climb where a dim light shone, making a silhouette of a Hysa who waited there. A lock. Satin tugged her mask into place and scrambled up to the doors, caught Bluetooth's hand for fear of losing him where Old One should lead. The lock received them. They jammed in with others, and the inner seal gave way on a mass of brown Hysa bodies, hands which reached and drew them out in haste, other Hysa who stood facing outward, shielding them from what lay beyond. They had weapons, lengths of pipe like the men carried. Satin was stunned, felt backward after Bluetooth to be sure of his presence in this milling, angry throng, in the white lights of humans. There were only Hysa in this hall. They filled the corridor as far as the closed doors at the end. Blood smeared one of the walls, a scent which did not reach them through the masks. Satin rolled a distraught glance in the direction the press was sweeping them, felt a soft hand which was not Bluetooth's close upon her arm and lead her. They passed a door into a human place, vast and dim, and the door closed, bringing quiet. "Hush," their guide said. She looked about in panic to see if Bluetooth was still with her, and he reached out to her, caught her hand. They walked nervously in the company of their elder guides through this spacious man-place, oh so carefully, for fear and for respect to the weapons and the anger outside. Others, old ones, rose from the shadows and met them. "Storyteller," an old one addressed her, touching her in welcome. Arms embraced her. Others came from beyond a bright, bright doorway and embraced her and Bluetooth, and she was dazed by the honor they gave. "Come," they said, leading her, and they came into that bright place, a room without limits, with a white bed, a sleeping human, and a very old Hysa who crouched by it. Darkened stars were all about, walls which were and were not, and of a sudden great sun peering into the room, upon them and on the dreamer. "Ah," Satin breathed, dismayed, but the old Hysa rose up and held out hands in welcome. "The storyteller," Old One was saying, and the oldest of all left the dreamer a moment to embrace her. "Good, good," the oldest said tenderly. "Lily," the dreamer said, and the oldest turned, knelt by the bed to tend her, stroked her grayed head. Marvelous eyes turned on them, alive in a face white and still, her body shrouded in white, everything white, but the Hysa named Lily, and the blackness which expanded all about them, dusted with stars, sun had vanished. There was only themselves. "Lily," the dreamer said again, "who are they?" At her the dreamer looked, at her, and Lily beckoned. Satin knelt down, and Bluetooth beside her, gazed with reverence into the warmth of the dreamer's eyes, the dreamer of the up above, the mate of great sun, who danced upon her walls. "Love you," Satin whispered. "Love you, sun-she friend." "Love you," the dreamer whispered in her turn. "How is it outside? Is there danger?" "We make safe," Old One said firmly. All the Hysa make safe this place. Men with guns stay away." "They're dead." The wonderful eyes filmed with tears and sought toward Lily. "John's doing. Angelo, Damon, Emilio maybe. But not me, not yet. Lily, don't leave me." Lily, so carefully, put her arm about the dreamer, laid her graying cheek against the dreamer's graying hair. "No," Lily said. "Love you, no time leave. No, no, no. Dream they leave, men with guns. Downers all stand you place. Dream to great sun. We you hands and feet, we many, we strong, we quick." The walls had changed. They looked now upon violence, upon men fighting men, and all of them shrank closer together in dread. It passed, and only the dreamer remained tranquil. "Lily, the up above is in danger of dying. It will need the Hysa when the fighting is done. Need you, you understand? Be strong. Hold this place. Stay with me. We fight. Fight mans come here. Live." They daren't kill you, you understand. Men need the Heisa. They won't come in here." The bright eyes grew dark with passion and gentle again. Sun was back, his awesome face filling all the wall, silencing angers. He reflected in the dreamer's eyes, touched the whiteness with his color. "Ah," Satin breathed, and swayed from side to side. Others did, one with her, making a soft moan of awe. "She is Satin," Old One said to the dreamer. "Bluetooth, her friend of Bennett man. See he die." "From down below," the dreamer said. "Emilio sent you to the up above." "Constantine man you friend? Love he, all downers. Bennett man he friend." "Yes, he was." "She say," Old One said, and in a language of Heisa, "Storyteller, sky sees her, make the story for the dreamer, make bright her eyes and warm her dreams, sing it into the dream." Heat rose to her face, and her throat grew taut for fear, for a great one she was not, only a maker of little songs, and to tell a tale in human words, in the presence of a dreamer and of great sun, with all the stars about, to become part of the dream. "Do it," Bluetooth urged her. His faith warmed her heart. "I sky see she began. Come from down below. Tell you Bennett man, tell you Constantine, sing you Heisa things. Dream Heisa things, son she friend, like Bennett make dream. Make he live, make he walk with Heisa. Ah, love you, love he. Sun smile, look at he. Long time we dream Heisa dreams. Bennett make we see human dream, show we true things. Tell we sun he hold all up above, hold all down below in he arms, and up above she make wide she arms to sun. Tell we ships come and go, big, come and go, bring mans from the faraway dark. Make wide we eyes, make wide we dream, make we dream same as humans, son she friend. This thing Bennett give we, and he give he life. He tell we good things in up above, make warm we eyes with want for these good things. We come, we see. So wide, so big dark, we see sun smile in the dark, make the dream for down below, the blue sky. Bennett, make we see, make we come, make we new dreams. Ah, I, Satin, I tell you time humans come. Before humans, no time, only dream. We wait and not know we wait. We see humans, and we come to up above. Ah, time Bennett come, cold time, and old river she quiet. The dark, lovely eyes were set upon her, interested, intent upon her words as if she had skill like the old singers. She wove the truth as best she could, making this true, and not the terrible things which were happening elsewhere, making it truer and truer, that the dreamer might make it truth, that in the turning cycles this truth might come round again as the flowers did, and the rains, and all lasting things. Part 3. Station Central. The boards had stabilized. Station Central had adjusted to panic as a perpetual condition, apparent in the fevered attention to details, the refusal of text to acknowledge the increasing coming and going of armed men in the command center. John patrolled the aisles, scowling, disapproving of any move beyond necessity. Another call from the merchant of Fenity's End, a tech told him. Eileen Quen speaking. Demands information. Denied. Sir, denied. Tell them to sit and wait it out. Make no more unauthorized calls. Do you expect us to broadcast information that could aid the enemy? The tech turned to her work, visibly trying not to see the guns. Quen, young Damon's wife, with the merchanters, already trouble, making demands, refusing to come out. The information had already proliferated, and the fleet had to be picking it up by now from the merchanters in pattern about the station. Maisie knew by now what had happened. Quen with the merchanters, and Damon on Green Section dock. Downers knotted about Alicia's bedside, blocking number 4 cross hall in that area. Let her keep her downer guard. The section door was shut. He folded his hands behind him and tried to look calm. A movement caught his eyes near the door. Jessed was back after brief absence, stood there, a silent summons. John walked in that direction, misliking Jessed's grim sobriety. "Any progress?" he asked Jessed, stepping outside. "Located Mr. Cressidge," Jessed said. "He's here with an escort. Wants a conference." John scowled, glanced down the hall where Cressidge waited with a cluster of guards about him and an equal number of their own security. "Situation as it was with Blue 1-4, Jessed said. "Downers still have it blocked. We've got the door. We could decompress." "We need them," John said tautly. "Let it be." "For her sake?" "Half measures, Mr. Lucas. We need the Downers. She's got them. Let be, I said. It's Damon and Quen who are trouble. What are you doing in that regard?" "Can't get anyone on that ship. She's not coming out and they're not opening. As for him, we know where he is. We're working on it." "What do you mean you're working on it?" "Cressidge's people," Jessed hissed. "We need to get through out there. You understand me? Pull yourself together and talk to him. Promise him anything. He's got the mobs in his hand. He can pull the strings. Do it." John looked at the group in the hall, his thoughts scattering. Cressidge, Mazian, the Merchanters situation. Union. The Union fleet had to move soon, had to. "What do you mean, need to get through out there? Do you know where he is, or don't you?" "Not beyond doubt," Jessed admitted. "We turn that mob loose on him and there won't be enough to identify. And we need to know. Believe me. Talk to Cressidge, and hurry about it, Mr. Lucas." He looked, caught Cressidge's eyes, nodded, and the party came closer. Cressidge as gray and wretched-looking as ever. But those about him were another matter, young, arrogant, cocky in their bearing. "The counselor wants a share of this," one said, small, dark-haired man with a scar on his face. "You speak for him?" "Mr. Nino Colletti," Cressidge identified him, surprising him with a direct answer and a harder look than Cressidge had ever mustered in council. "I advise you to listen to him, Mr. Lucas," Mr. Jess said. "Mr. Colletti heads Q Security. We have our own forces, and we can get order when we ask for it. Are you ready to have it?" John turned a disturbed look on Jessed, obtained nothing. Jessed was blank of comment. "If you can stop the mobs, do it." "Yes," said Jessed quietly. "Quiet at this stage would serve us. Welcome to our council, Mr. Cressidge, Mr. Colletti." "Give me comm," Colletti said. "General address." "Give it to him," Jessed said. John drew a deep breath, suddenly with questions trembling on his lips. What kind of game Jessed was playing with him, pushing these two into the inner circle? Jessed's own, as Hale was his? He swallowed the questions, swallowed anger, remembering what was out there, how fragile it all was. "Come with me," he said, led the way inside, took Colletti to the nearest comm board. Scan was visible from there, Mazian still holding steady. It was too much to hope that Mazian would be easily disposed of, far too much that it would be easy. The fleet had the area pocketed, Mazian's ships dotted here and there about the multi-level halo that was the Merchanters' orbit about Pell. "Move," he said to a tech, dislodged him, put Colletti in that place, and himself punched through to Comm Central. Bran Hale's face lit up the screen. "Got a call for you to send out," he told Hale. "This one goes on general override." "Right," Hale said. "Mr. Lucas," someone called, breaking the general hush in Central. He looked about. Scan screens were flashing intersect alert. "Where is it?" he exclaimed. Scan had nothing definite. A peppering of yellow haze warned of something incoming, fast. Comp began to siren alarms. There were soft outcries, curses, techs reaching for boards. "Mr. Lucas!" someone cried, frantic appeal. Part 4. Finity's End. "Scan!" the alarm rang out. Eileen saw the flicker and cast a frantic look at Neihart. "Break us loose," Neihart said, avoiding her eyes. "Go!" The word flashed, ship to ship. Eileen gathered herself against the parting jolt, too late to run for the dock, far too late. Umbilicals were long since shut off, ships grappled to only. A second jolt. They were free, peeling away from station as the whole row of still-docked merchanters followed, counterclockwise round the rim, as any mistake in inside shutdown might mean a ruptured umbilical, as whole sections of dock might decompress. She sat still, feeling the familiar sensations she had thought she might never feel again, free, loose, like the ship outward bound from what was coming at them, and feeling as if part of her were torn away. A second invader passed, came zenith and disrupted scan, triggered alarms, was gone, on its way toward the fleet. They were alive, drifting loose at their helpless slow-motion rate, coming out on an agreed course, a general drift of all those undocking. She folded her arm across her belly and watched the screens before her, Infinity's command center, thinking on Damon, on all that was back there. Dead, maybe. They said Angela was dead. Maybe Alicia was. Maybe Damon. Maybe... She hurled the thought at herself, trying to accept it sanely, if it had to be accepted, if there was revenge to be gotten for it. She drew deep breaths, thinking on Estelle, on all her kin. A second time spared, then. A talent for leaving disasters. She had a life in her that was Quen and Constantine at once, names that meant something in the beyond, names which Union would not find comfortable for them in future, that she would give them cause to remember. "Get us out of here," she said to Neihardt, cold and furious, and when he looked at her, seeming amazed by this shift of mind, "Get us out. Run for jump. Pass the word. Mateo's Point. Flash the word system-wide. We're leaving, right through the fleet." She was Quen and Constantine, and Neihardt moved. Finity's end overshot the station and kept going, broadcasting instruction to every merchanter near and far in the system. Mazian, Union, Pell, none of them could stop it. Instruments blurred before her eyes, cleared again with a blink. "After Mateo's," she said to Neihardt, "we jump again. There'll be others in deep, folk who have had enough, who wouldn't come to Pell. We'll find them." "No hope of your own there, Quen." "No," she agreed with a shake of her head. "None of mine. They're gone. But I know coordinates, so do we all. I helped you, kept your holds full, and never questioned your manifests. Merchanters know it. So will the fleet know these places. So we hang together, Captain. We move together." Neihardt frowned. It was not characteristic of merchanters to be together on anything but a dock-front brawl. "Got a boy on one of Mazian's ships," he said. "I've got a husband on Pell," she said. "What's left now but to settle accounts for this?" Neihardt considered it a moment, finally nodded. "The Neihardts will stand by your word." She leaned back, stared at the screen before her. They had scan image, Union in-system, ghosts ripping across scan. It was nightmare, like Mariner, where Estelle and all the other Quens had died, holding to a doomed station too late, where the fleet had let something through, or something had gotten them from within. It was the same thing, only this time merchanters were not sitting still for it. She watched, resolved to watch scan until the last, to see everything until the station died or they reached jump point, whichever might happen first. Damon, she thought, and cursed Mazian more than Union, who had brought this on them. Part 5. Green Dock. A second time G surged out of balance. Damon made a startled grab for the wall, and Josh for him, but it was a minor flux for all the panicked screams outside the scarred door. Damon turned his back against the wall and rolled a weary shake of his head. Josh asked no questions. None were necessary. Ships had peeled away on the rest of the rim. Even here they could hear the sirens. Breach, it was possible. It was encouraging that they could hear sirens. There was still air out there on the dock. "They're going," Damon said hoarsely. Eileen was away with those ships. He wanted to believe so. It was the sensible thing. Eileen would have been sensible, had friends, people who knew her, who would help her when he could not. She was gone. To come back, maybe, when things settled, if they settled, if he was alive. He did not think he was going to be alive. Maybe Downbelow was all right. Maybe Eileen on those ships. His hope went with them. If he was wrong, he never wanted to know. Gravity fluxed again. The screams and the hammering at the door had stopped. The wide dock was no place to be in a G-crisis. Anyone sane had run for smaller spaces. "If the merchanters have bolted," Josh said faintly, "they saw something, knew something. I think Mazian must have his hands full." Damon looked at him, thinking of Union ships, of Josh, one of them. "What's going on out there? Can you reckon?" Josh's face was drenched with sweat, glistening in the light from the scarred door. He leaned against the wall, lifted a glance at the overhead. "Mazian's liable to do anything. Can't predict. No percentage for Union in destroying this station. It's the stray shot we have to worry about." "We can absorb a lot of shots. We may lose sections, but while we have motive power and the hub intact, we can handle damage." "Was Q loose?" Josh asked hoarsely. Another flux hit them, stomach-wrenching. Damon swallowed, beginning to experience nausea. "While that goes on, we don't have Q to worry about. We've got to chance it. Try to get out of this pocket." "Go where? Do what?" He made a sound deep in his throat. Numb. Simply numb. He waited for the next G-flux. It failed to strike with its former force. They had begun to get it in balance again. The abused pumps had held. The engines worked. He caught his breath. One comfort. We're out of ships to do it to us again. I don't know how many of those we can take. "They could be waiting out there," Josh said. He reckoned that. He reached a hand up, pushed the switch. Nothing happened. Closed. The door had locked itself. He took his card from his pocket, hesitated, pushed it in the slot, and the button stayed dead. If anyone in Central had any desire to know where he was, he had just given the information to them. He knew that. "Looks like we're staying," Josh said. The sirens had stopped. Damon edged over, chanced a look out the scarred window, trying to see through the opaque slashes and the light diffraction. Something stirred far across the docks, one furtive figure, another. The comm overhead gave out a burst of static as if it were trying to come on, and went silent again. Part 6. Norway. Militia freighters scattered, stationary nightmare. One of them blew like a tiny sun, flared on vid and died while comm pickup sputtered static. The hail of particles incandesced in Norway's path, and some of the bigger ones rang against the hull, a scream of passing matter. No fancy turns, dead-on targets and armscomp lacing into them. A Union rider went out the way the merchanter had, and Norway's 4 riders rolled, whipped out on a vector concerted with Norway, and pulled fire, a steady barrage that pucked a Union carrier paralleling them for one visible instant. "Get him!" Signy yelled at her armscomper when the fire paused. It erupted over her words and pasted into the spot the running carrier turned out to occupy. They forced Union to maneuver, to dump G to survive it. A howl of delight went up, and sirens drowned it as Helm jerked control away and sent their own mass into a sudden turn, comp reacting to comp faster than human brains could at such speeds. She hauled it back and paralleled the quarry. Armscomp ripped off another barrage right down the belly array, and whatever came of it, scans started to show a field peppered with haze. "Good," the belly spotter shouted into comm general. "Solid hit." There were wails as Norway half-rolled and swung into a new zig. Merchanters leaped past them, headed out as if they were a tableau frozen in space. They were doing the moving, whipped through the interstices of that still-standing race, and went after the Union ships, keeping them zigging, keeping them from gathering room for a run. Feint and strike, like their enemy, a ship to draw them, attack from another vector. Tibet and North Pole were headed in to intercept, had been coming from the first moment scan image had reached them. Long scan had just revised their position, set them as much closer, reckoning they would go at max. Union moved. That scan had reached them in the same instant. Shifted vector right into the fire they were laying down. Norway, Atlantic, Australia. Union lost riders, took damage, going rimward in spite of fire, going at Tibet and North Pole. There was a ringing oath over comm, Mazian's voice pouring out a stream of obscenity. 12 carriers left of the 14 that had come in. A cloud of rider ships and dart ships bore away from station and into their 2 outrunners, that were distance blind and alone out there. "Hit their heels," Pori's deep voice came through. "Negative, negative," Mazian snapped back. "Hold your positions." Comp still had them in sync. Europe's command signal drew them unwillingly with Mazian. They watched the Union fleet pass their zone of fire, heading for Tibet and North Pole. Behind them, a flare of energy reached them. Static, but cleared. "Got him," Com echoed. "Pacific must have taken out that crippled Union carrier some minutes back." There were other things possible across the system that they could lose track of. Could lose Pell. One strike could take it out, if that was Union's intent. Signy flexed a hand, wiped her face, keyed to Graf, and he took up controls on the instant. They were dumping velocity again, pulling maneuvers in concert with Mazian. Protests garbled over calm. "Negative," Mazian repeated. There was a hush throughout Norway. "They haven't a chance," Graf muttered too audibly. "They should have come in sooner, should have come in—" "Hindsight, Mr. Graf. Take it as it falls." Signy dialed up general comm. "Can't move out of here. If it's a feint, one ship could come in and wipe Pell. We can't help them. Can't risk any more of us than we're already about to lose. They've got an option. They've still got room to run." Might, she was thinking. Might. The instant their scan narrowed on them, and long scan started showing what they were into. Veer off and jump. If scan techs on Tibet and North Pole fed the right data into long scan, if the picture on their scopes did not show Mazian and help coming right on Union's tail, misinterpreting their maneuver as one of following, the fleet slowed further. Scan showed a fade-out among the merchanters, that slow-motion flight having reached jump limit. They bled away, Pell's life, drifting off into the deep. She dead reckoned time factors, Union speed, proliferation of their image, Tibet's and North Pole's velocity incoming. About now, Tibet should be figuring it out, realizing Union was on them. If their scan was telling them truth. Their own scan kept showing history for a moment, then locked up, stationary, long scan having run out of speculations. Head to head, yellow haze, while red lines tracked through that haze, the real scan they were getting. Closer. The red line reached decision critical, kept going. Head on. Signy sat and watched, as all of them had to watch. Her fist was clenched, and she restrained herself from hitting something, the board, the cushion, something. It happened. They watched it happen, what had happened already. The futile defense, the overwhelming assault. 2 carriers, 7 riders, to a man. In 40 and more years the fleet had never lost ships so wretchedly. Tibet rammed. Kant hurled his carrier into jump near the mass of his enemies and took his own riders and a Union carrier into oblivion. There was a sudden gap in scan, a grim cheer at that, and again when North Pole and her riders hurtled to the midst of the Unioners. They almost made it through Kant's hole. Then that image became a scatter of images. North Pole's comp signal that had begun ascending ceased abruptly. Signy had not cheered, only nodded slowly each time to no one in particular, remembering the men and women aboard, names known, despising the situation they were handed. Long scan resolved itself, question answered. The surviving images that were Union kept on running, hit jump, vanished from the screens. The Unioners would be back, reinforced eventually, simply calling in more ships. The fleet had won, had held on, but now they were 7 ships. And the next time and the next it would happen. Union could sacrifice ships. Union ships prowled the fringes of the system, and they dared not go out hunting them. "We've lost," she addressed Mazian silently. "Do you know that? We've lost." Pell, Mazian's voice came quietly over calm, "is under riot conditions. We do not know the situation there. We are faced with disorder, hold pattern. We cannot rule out another strike." But suddenly lights flashed on Norway's boards. A whole sector sprang to renewed independence. Norway was loosed from Comp Sync. Orders flashed to the screen. Comp sent. Secure base. She was loosed. Africa was. 2 ships to go back and take a disordered station while the rest kept to their perimeter and room to maneuver. She punched General Comm. "Die, arm and suit. We've got to take ourselves a berth, every trooper we've got on the line. Suit alter-day crew to guard the docks. We're going in after the troops we had to leave." A shout erupted from that link. Many-voiced, angry, frustrated troops suddenly needed again in something they were hot to do. "Graph," she said. They red-lighted despite the troops in prep below, pulled stress and coming about, and headed dead on for the station. Pore's Africa pulled out of pattern in her wake. Part 7. Pell Central. "Give us docking access," Mallory's voice came over comm, "and open doors to Central, or we start taking out sections of this station." "Collision," the screens flashed. White-faced techs sat at their posts, and John gripped the back of the chair at comm, paralyzed in the realization of carriers hurtling dead at Pell's midline. "Sir!" someone screamed. Vid had them, shining masses filling all the screen, monsters bearing down on them, a wall of dark finally that split apart and past the cameras above and below station. Boards erupted in static, and sirens wailed as the carriers skimmed their surface. One vid went out, and a damage alarm went off, a wail of depressurization alert. John spun about, sought Jessad, who had been near the door. There was only Cressich, mouth agape in the wail of sirens. "We're waiting for an answer," another deeper voice said out of comm. Jessad gone. Jessad, or someone had failed at Mariner and the station had died. "Find Jessad," John shouted at one of Hale's men. "Get him! Take him out!" "They're coming in again!" a tech cried. John whirled, stared at the screens, tried to talk, and gestured wildly. "Comm link," he shouted, and the tech passed him a mic. He swallowed, staring at the oncoming behemoths on vid. "You have access," he shouted into the mic as he tried to control his voice. "Repeat, this is Pell Station Master Lucas. You have access." "Say again," Mallory's voice returned to him. "Who are you?" "John Lucas, acting station master. Angelo Constantine is dead. Please help us." There was silence from the other side. Scan began to alter, the big ships diverting from near collision course, dumping velocity perceptibly. "Our riders will dock first," Mallory's voice declared. "Do you copy, Pell Station? Riders will dock in advance to serve as carrier dock crews. You give them an assist in, and then clear out of their way or face fire. For every trouble we meet, we blow a hole in you." "We have riot conditions aboard," John pleaded. "Q has broken confinement." "Do you copy my instructions, Mr. Lucas?" "Pell copies clearly. Do you understand our problem? We can't guarantee there'll be no trouble. Some of our docks are sealed off. We accept your troops in assistance. We are devastated by riot. You will have our cooperation." There was long hesitation. Other blips had come into scan, the riders which attended the carriers. "We copy," Mallory said. "We will board with troops. Get my number 1 rider safely docked with your cooperation, or we will blow ourselves an access for troops and blow section by section. No survivors. That is your clear choice." "We copy." John wiped at his face. The sirens had died. There was a deathly hush in the command center. "Give me time to get what security I can muster to the most secure docks. Over." "You have half an hour, Mr. Lucas." He turned from comm, waved a summons to one of his security guards by the door. "Pell copies. Half an hour. We'll get you a dock clear." "Blue and green, Mr. Lucas. You see to it." "Blue and green docks," he repeated hoarsely. "We'll do our best." Mallory signed off. He pushed past comm to key in the main comm center. "Hale," he exclaimed. "Hale!" Hale's face appeared. "General broadcast. All security to docks. Get blue and green docks clear for operation." "Got it," Hale said, and keyed out. John strode across the room to the doorway where Cressich still stood. "Get back on comm. Get on and tell those people you claim to control to stay quiet. Hear?" Cressich nodded. There was a distractedness in his eyes, and not quite sanity. John seized him by the arm and dragged him to the comm board as the tech scrambled out of the way. He set Cressich down, gave him the mic, stood listening as Cressich addressed his lieutenants by name, calling on them to clear the affected docks. Panic persisted in the corridors where they still had cameras to see. Green 9 showed milling throngs and smoke, and whatever they cleared, panicked mobs would pour into like air into vacuum. "General alert," John said to the chief at Station 1. "Sound the null G warning." The woman turned, opened the security casing, punched the button beneath. A buzzer began to sound, different and more urgent than all other warnings which had wailed through Pell's corridors. "Seek a secure place," a voice interrupted it at intervals. "Avoid large open areas. Go to the nearest compartment and seek an emergency hold. Should extreme gravity loss occur, remember the orientation arrows and observe them as station stabilizers. Seek a secure place." Panic in the halls became headlong flight, battering at doors, screaming. "Throw G off," John sent to the op coordinator. "Give us a variation they can feel out there." Orders flashed. A third time the station destabilized. Green 9 corridor began to show clear as people raced for smaller spaces, even smaller corridors. John punched through to Hale again. "Get forces out there. Get those docks clear. I've given you your chance, confound you." "Sir," Hale said, and winked out again. John turned full circle, looked distractedly at the techs, at Lee Quayle, who clung to a handhold by the door. He signaled Quayle, caught his sleeve, and hauled him close when he came. "The unfinished business," he said, "down on Green Dock. Get down there and finish it, understand? Finish it." "Yes, sir," Quayle breathed, and fled, with sense enough to know surely that their lives rested on it. Union might win. Until then they claimed station neutrality, held on to what they could. John paced the aisle, catching at chairs and counters in the occasional strong flux, trying to keep the whole center from panic. He had Pell. He had already what Union had promised him, and would have it under Mazian and under Union too if he was careful, and he had been, far more than Jesset had ordered him to be. There were no witnesses left alive in Angelo's office, none in legal affairs, abortive as that raid had been. Only Alicia, who knew nothing, who harmed no one, who had no voice, and her sons. Damon was the danger. Damon and his wife. Over Quen he had no control, but if young Damon started making charges... He cast a look over his shoulder, suddenly missed Crescich and two who were supposed to be watching him. The desertion of his own enraged him. Of Crescich he was relieved. Crescich would vanish back into the hordes of Q, frightened and unreachable. Only Jesad. If they had not gotten him, if he was loose, near something vital... On scan the riders were moving closer. Pell had yet a little time before Mazian's troops hit. A tech handed him positive ID on the ships that waited out there, Mallory and Pori, Mazian's two executioners. They had a name, the one for ruthlessness and the other for enjoying it. Pori was the other one then. That was no good news. He stood and sweated, waiting. Part 8. Green Dock. Something was going on outside. Damon walked over the littered floor of the dark shop and leaned there, trying again to see out the scarred window, jerked as the red explosion of a shot distorted in the scratches. There was screaming mingled with the grinding of machinery in operation. End of Side 8. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette.